what's up, everybody? We are back. Kyle Bossman here with Brandon Jones. Should probably switch to this camera because there's nobody over here. Elyse Willems has stepped out for a little bit. Brad Ellis is going to be setting up some equipment so we can check out some game stuff there. So yeah, it's really intimate coverage now.
Oh, hey there.
We got the monitors turned off. It's just us, Kyle. There's no crutch. There's
Behind
nothing
the
to fall
scenes.
back on.
Here's something I wanted to do.
Right.
I want you to catch me up on Ubisoft. I want to catch you up on PlayStation.
I thought you wanted me to catch you for a second. I was like, I don't know if I can. Yeah. We are on stools, so that might be necessary. Judging, I might have to before the end of this week.
Sure.
When you get really excited, you just get up and perch on things. We wore suits for this E3, Kyle.
Yeah.
Was it worth it? We're
suits?
almost there at PC.
I'm not done wearing suits, man.
I'm going to be a little bit pessimistic about the PC thing tonight, just to be safe. You know,
Okay.
It's like we could get something awesome that would be great. You know, like maybe some new Overwatch characters, or just some like a new IP would be nuts. Like I'm just not really expecting that. I think it's going to be a lot of demos, a lot of just kind of demonstration of why the PC's cool and like all these games. But like really big announcements, like I don't know why people would push that so late. You know, the doors are open. Everybody's there checking stuff out.
Yeah.
So really, what are they going to save?
We'll get into it in our pre-show. But like the thing I'm most excited about is no E3 speak. No, just like, and now we're about to show you what really excites us about this graphics card. You know, like you won't have that during that.
And
hopefully.
that's kind of what we're going to do now leading up to PC is just kind of assess, like just wrap our brains around everything that we saw.
Yeah.
Because once we get into tonight and once Huber and Ben get back, that's going to be the big difference.
Games.
Now it's like, okay, these are games we've actually checked out.
Yes.
And that's actually kind of what we just saw. I mean, we just touch on EA a little bit because you just interviewed, the guys. You saw Need for Speed, you saw Madden, you saw Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare.
Mm-hmm.
We did see a little bit of the demo of that PVZ. We didn't necessarily see Madden play. That was really fun. It was actually kind of fun. You were really into that.
Yeah, I did get into that big time.
And you like football, so you were faking it. Most people in chat were like, what? Kyle's like excited about a football game.
The thing I had to fake was when they were just like, okay, now you need like any defensive players, and they're just like, okay, you need a right tackle. I'm like, just tell me which one to pick. You know what I mean? I just had no idea at that point. Like, oh, he's a good right tackle. I'm like, okay, yeah, all right, I pick him. Let's go. But it was fun to do, though.
But they brought in B-roll for Need for Speed and just talked about it, and you were watching gameplay that had previously been played. Same thing with PvZ. We had seen that match before. That was the same map that I played at Judges Week.
Yeah.
And I had a good time. But Madden, that was exciting. I think Madden was my favorite out of those because it was just like, legitimately, he was making passes. He's like, I hope I catch this and get a touchdown. That'd be nice.
The aggressive
20-minute interview, get a touchdown.
He got 2.
Nice.
2 touchdowns. I didn't realize Plants vs. Zombies has a comic book.
It's got everything, I'm sure.
Who knew?
There's nothing that doesn't have, except for like a TV show. That might be the last thing.
They'll get there. That's their dream.
Yeah,
it
Minions
sounds
got their show. All the DreamWorks properties get their shows.
They are hardcore about canon. They are so deep into their canon. That was just amazing to me to see that.
They were like, it's a really big deal that the plants are fighting now.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
But like
Crazy Dave in context. We'll see how that works out.
And they're like, oh, of course you saw that orange in the trailer. He's a bounty hunter from this, like, who's particularly wants to assassinate this other zombie in particular. It's like, whoa, well, hold on. It had a name too, the orange. Man, it was cool.
So there's lots of stuff to check out at E3. There's too much stuff for you to check out.
Too much.
Even if you're just going on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So they have Judges Week.
Yeah.
They have pre-E3 events. I went to an Xbox event last night. There's still some stuff that I have yet to talk about that we can maybe get to in the next hour. I checked out Tomb Raider. I checked out Halo Warzone mode.
Oh, cool.
But in doing that, I was in my car when the Sony press conference was happening.
Yeah.
So I got the notes from Sony. But just emotionally, beat by beat, take me through the Sony press conference. I don't know if you want to like start at the most exciting and go backwards, start at the least exciting and go forwards, or go chronologically.
Let's go where my memory takes me.
Okay.
Let's try that. So
I'll check things off as you describe them.
Sony's about to start. And
story time. I like this.
Yeah, it's like Sony always starts late, and like Sony started on time. That's a funny memory I remember from Hoffman. He would always like warn everybody in the control room, just like, no, it's okay. Sony always starts late, and then they start on time. It's like they were really late once, and now it's just a thing that keeps going. Anyway,
and to be honest, just do a shout out because you guys, as you guys know, today and yesterday, Keely's killing it with just amazing E3 coverage. He's bringing in all of the people straight from the press conferences.
Yeah.
And that was like my favorite Keely moment. It was the one where like Kobe made everybody late.
Yeah.
For the NBA appointments, and it started like 20 minutes late, just super late.
Mm-hmm.
And we have tons of pieces of paper up here. I got notes all over the place, just to like wrap my brain around this stuff. Keely just got his phone.
Nobody stretches like Keely.
And when it was, he just kept checking back in, like, are we okay? We're not, and just kept moving the conversation forward, and just like being in the control room and hearing in my ear all of the madness that's happening behind. And you look at Keely, and it's just
He's super
ice cold,
calm.
no mistakes.
Yeah.
So.
And then when it's like, Keely, we have 10 seconds, he's like, got it. And he says the most succinct, perfect thing within those 10 seconds. What an unreal dude. Anyway, so Sony starts on time. They start with a montage, as always, not an exciting montage. It starts with the same set they had last year.
Montages.
Yeah.
All those beginning and ending montages. Who really brought it?
I would say that, well, okay, if we're actually ranking the montages, Sony did okay. It ended with the Lego T-Rex's jaw popping off. Like the last moment from that trailer used in the last moment of your montage. Not a classy move. Anyway, so that montage ended. And shoot, I do not even remember who came out to announce it. It was probably Sean Layden. It was, with this big gray beard. And he says, hey, everybody, it's nice for you to be here. I want to show you a game that people have been requesting for a long time.
I don't know why.
It's a game about a relationship, a companionship. And that sets off triggers. He knows that sets off triggers. And at this point, I know this is the moment. I'm going to see Last Guardian. And so I was pretty ready for it. I was watching it on this monitor. For almost every trailer I've watched during E3, I've been watching those monitors. This time I turned off the professionalism. I gave the camera the back of my head, which you shouldn't do, but I just wanted to see it face to face. And it was a gameplay demo of The Last Guardian.
Of a level that we should be familiar with, having watched that trailer a billion times.
Yeah. Wait, do you think that those things are actually from the trailer?
I actually didn't see the end of that demo, but it's like, I wonder if that walkway is going to collapse.
Yeah, you're
Look
right.
out.
And it collapsed. Yeah,
Right.
That might be funny. Part of it is just like proof of like, hey, that moment. Shoot, honestly, and a thing you notice straight out is that it does look just like it did in those trailers.
Right.
It's not like Uncharted 4 where it's like, whoa, this is possible. It's like, oh, it's here. That thing is here. And it's just what I love about...
We went back in time to E3 2008 when we should have seen this.
When we should have... yeah, it wouldn't have felt out of place, E3
like,
2008,
yeah.
to be honest.
Look what they found in the vault. This footage.
I don't say it feels that way.
And not being played live, right? I mean, that was a tape of footage that they just rolled.
What's cool though is very few cuts. Is that it was just raw gameplay, just like feel this moment. The person playing the game took lots of moments to pause and look around, get over here, and then look back at the creature, and then like yell at it, and then watch it react to the yelling. And so the person piloting the camera and the character was doing a good job of showing us everything we wanted to see. Ended dramatically, ended with tension, and then The Last Guardian, 2016. Gotta admit, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't say just 2016. If you do not know more specifically, hold off on that trailer. If it's gonna be another E3 before this game is out, just give us another E3 off.
Right.
It's weird to do 2016 after that game has been delayed so many times. It feels it's a little strange to do that. But anyway, you're still happy to see Last Guardian.
Was it like a reaffirmation to see environments that we had seen before in previous trailers, or would it have been smart to show, wow, what's this? I've never seen this area before. Big lightning storm and crazy rain effects.
Maybe that's what you save for next E3.
Cool things. Okay.
Maybe that's the idea. When I was expecting to see The Last Guardian, I was telling myself, there is no way it looks like it did back then. It's probably so different now. It's gone through so much development.
Well, we're getting PSX again, so hopefully we will see this at PSX.
Oh yeah, we'll probably see it at PSX
a little
as
demo
well.
playable would be nice.
Yes,
I would appreciate it.
I'd love to play a demo. It's like Eco, and I like Eco more than Shadow of the Colossus. I like that just raw puzzle as opposed to like raw platforming. And so I'm way into it. I really just want to love that game, and that's cool. It's happening. That was a great way to start the show, and that was what they opened with.
And the main negative thing is that it looks like a PS3 game, I guess. Do they have the console in the end of the video announcement?
Oh yeah, Shuhei came out afterward and said that it is a PS4 game. He said that was running on PS4.
Aha. Okay.
And so that's kind of the indication that this is a PS4 game.
So it's kind of like an HD remaster of a game that never came out.
That is exactly what it's like, Brandon. Because they're not changing the character models or the environments. Clearly, it's a.
Don't do anything you don't have to.
That's
gonna
just
impede
make
the
it happen.
process of this game. Just do it.
Get it done.
Which
Just
not to jump ahead, but I think that's just like an interesting transition into Shenmue 3.
Sure.
Because we were talking about this this morning, where you're presented with making Shenmue 3. Do you make a game that looks like it belongs in 2015, or do you go back in time and make a game that looks like it belongs in 2003 or 4, somewhere around there when this game should have come out?
Honestly, it looks like they're doing 2004, and I have to salute that.
I'm kind of down with that.
Yes.
Yeah. I think that looks really interesting. It speaks a lot to. I think one thing Uncharted 4 was really exciting. It was really exciting to see the gameplay demo. We can actually talk about that more because I didn't see the whole thing. I saw Drake standing there for like 30
Frozen.
seconds. It was freaking out because I'm watching on my phone and it's like my phone could have easily died, but everybody else in the frame is moving around. Like, what's happening? But even like Nathan Drake looking different, like kind of. It takes it feels like a different person. It's like, okay, I have to get used to this being Nathan Drake now. And I actually brought that up. If you guys check out, I don't know if that's going up today or soon, my interview with the guy who presented Just Cause 3 today at the Square Enix press conference, that Rico looked different, and he confessed it was a different voice actor, and I was like, okay, that's kind of weird. It looked like you're celebrating Just Cause 2, and it was still like, let's just completely like rewrite this character. So you just imagine like waiting for Shenmue 3 for so long, and then you finally get it, and you're picking up right where the story left off, and all the characters look weird. They all like. It's like, oh, we can actually like give them freckles and facial, things like that. And it's like you would really want them to look, much like they've been doing on Twitch. They've been Matt Blair and Mr. Huber have been playing through, Shenmue 1. They're in the middle of Shenmue 2 now.
Yes.
And just popping that game in for 1 or 2 hours at a time whenever they get a chance. And so it's just perfect timing for them to wrap that up right when they get into Shenmue 3, and then create this whole epic saga of the storyline.
And what's cool is, it's the same voice actor, man. It's the same guy who's just like, hello, I'm Rio. And like, it's perfect.
He did a great job there, Kyle.
It's like, that is perfect voice acting for this game. This game should be that. I'm so excited.
Because in a weird way, that could be like a cool comment on, I don't know, video games. It's a comment on the Dreamcast. It's a comment on just open world exploration games. It'd be crazy to play, because that's like one thing that's really enticed me about moving on to the next gen. It's like, what if we just make a game look like the old gen and just accept that like the gameplay is still going to be great, but it's going to be so much bigger because now like the engine can handle that.
Yeah.
And it's, you immediately go like, no, let's make a game that looks like Witcher 3. And it's like, well, now we're back where we were before, where we're just not quite meeting the performance that we want.
Yeah, dude.
So it'd be really crazy if you had this kind of bare bones, simple animated, like lips move, that's really about it, like kind of rigid character animation, but just a crazy amount of writing, just this like, 80-hour story experience, and just massive world, because it's like, it's detailed, much like it was before. Like, there's lots of stuff you can interact with, arcade games you can play, and machines you can operate, and vehicles you can drive and stuff like that. But it looks like Shenmue 2, it looks like a Dreamcast game.
I think that's the right way to handle it. And honestly, I think The Last Guardian looks how The Last Guardian should look. It's the same thing where it's just like, we're finally getting that game.
Those two, there were like the two giant announcements from that press conference of the PlayStation 4 press conference.
Yeah.
Where like everyone is used to that being like the bleeding edge of tech currently in this generation.
Yeah.
And they were like, here's our old looking games that we're finally giving to you.
And they kind of, well, it's fine. It doesn't, I don't want to call it an old looking game, because Last Guardian obviously still looks great, but it looks like what was shown previously, to be honest, which is
being old. It's fine.
Yeah. What happened after The Last Guardian? So Shuhei comes out. Gosh, I do not.
I'll tell you what happened after Last Guardian.
What happened?
I would hit these little traffic This is terrible, actually. I shouldn't be saying this.
Don't do this in real life.
I'm attempting to watch the Sony press conference while I'm like driving to downtown Los Angeles, and so every now and then I just like hit a patch, hit a street light or something. I'm like, okay, I can just like suck up 40 seconds of it really quick, and I look down at my phone and there's this like Viking chick with red hair.
Oh my gosh,
fighting
dude.
a giant metal dragon with the bow. And doing flips.
Thank you.
And it's just like, it's one thing like to get the announcement. I'm sure they were a little cryptic about it before they showed it, but you just jump right into this thing and like, what on earth is happening right now?
Yeah.
And even on my phone, even streaming, even like just glancing at it for 5 seconds, like that's a pretty game right there. That's a beautiful environment.
So what you're talking about is Horizon Zero Dawn.
And I want it to be Horizon. I don't want that Zero Dawn in there.
Yeah, but this is a franchise. This is a new franchise we got on our hands. What's up, Ian?
Flappy flap with the handy flap.
Well, first of all, I agree with that. It should have just been called Horizon.
Yeah.
The next one could be called Zero Dawn. But a couple of people in the chat were saying that if you watch the Last Guardian trailer in HD on YouTube, it actually looks like really good. They were saying
lot better.
Like, the amount of detail on the Griffin.
Oh,
is, like,
sure.
The little
phenomenal
kid
and
looked a
stuff.
lot better.
I mean, that's true.
Like,
I should have gone back and watched
it. Stream,
Yeah.
So like, I bet it looks. I mean, they have that. I actually really like that style that they use.
Yeah.
The bloom and like everything is kind of simple looking.
Yep.
But I bet it is like super good looking.
They pulled shadows off because it was a very simple looking environment. Like it animated really well, but the actual texture, there wasn't like a ton of color happening in that game.
Absolutely, yeah.
But they were really smart about where to cut corners. I actually heard the original subtitle for Horizon was Fios, but they got rid
Oh
of that.
my goodness. So, Brendan, you remember on GT Time, we found some concept art of like
Wait,
these
what?
dinosaur robots.
Makes well.
And we had to like say, okay, this is rumored to be Gorilla's next game. It's rumored to be Horizon. Here's what it looks like. And at that point, all we could do was just like, oh, this looks cool. Cool concept art. And so then to see it come to life and see it interactable, that was cool. And it pulled off. I think Horizon's probably one of the best new games that was announced at E3. Best looking new games.
Full featured, no question. They're actually making this game.
Yeah. Elise, how are you doing?
Okay.
E3 is taking its first victim, Elyse Willems.
I might be
there's-
getting sick. TBD. But what are you guys talking about? Why do I hear Horizon?
So we're playing a game where I catch
Huber's
Brandon
got
up.
tears coming out of his eyes. Elise has tears coming out of her nose.
Face.
It's big. It's E3. It's happening. I'm next. I swear. It's happening.
Sorry.
We're playing a game where I catch Brandon up on the PlayStation conference and he catches me up on Ubisoft.
I think I'm winning.
Ooh, okay. Are
this
you allowed
game.
cheat sheets?
Yeah, you know what? We should go back and forth.
Oh, okay.
So now I've told you about Horizon Zero
Okay,
Dawn.
okay. So I just got to recall it from memory. But you don't have notes from me. So do you want my notes? And I'll see if I can recall it from memory.
No, yeah, Corey, go use your memory, man.
Okay.
I watched the start with you guys.
Yeah, there's no memory. I can't even believe you can recall that much from the Sony press conference. Like, my brain is complete jelly. I mean, I can remember what came out of the press conference, but I don't know about chronological order. Although you mentioned South Park. That was
Yeah,
one of the first things
Ubisoft
they showed.
started with, the shattered butthole.
Get it out.
Yeah.
One thing... Was it shattered? Yeah, shattered.
No, it's fractured.
Fractured butthole. That's right. One thing that played pretty well at Ubisoft that I was actually surprised about was Trackmania, of all things.
Sure.
And it was funny. I think Trackmania is like one of those franchises where people like forget it.
Yeah.
And then it comes back, and we just have the same conversation every time. We're like, this looks fun.
So
This is really fun because it's E3, and we're all excited about seeing stuff at E3. This is really great. And then Trackmania is going to come out like 4 or 5 months from now. None of us are going to care. It's not going to be a headline. Like
it's not just
maybe we'll stream
Trackmania
it.
VR, right? There's another Trackmania game.
It's Trackmania, and then he also said, "Be sure to play it in VR in our booth."
Trackmania
okay.
Turbo
So it's that
VR.
game, and it
Got
also
it.
is VR.
So it's called Trackmania Turbo.
Yeah.
Right.
and
What
it
makes
has
you
a
think you're
VR
going to
mode.
forget about it?
Because we just always forget about Trackmania. I know for a fact Trackmania has appeared at the Ubisoft press conference before.
Oh yeah, frequently.
And we weren't doing this kind of coverage, so I wasn't like on camera the whole time,
Yeah.
like chatting about anything and everything. But I just don't remember Trackmania being the one that people talked about.
Yeah, same with Poor Trials. Trials is in their conference every single year and just never gets that love. And
Don from Don.
got that loving from Don.
Don loves him some trials.
Trials also happened. Yeah, we definitely had Trials Awesome Level Max. That was a very neat trailer. Lots of fun like reveals and stuff like that. Definitely a fun vibe, and I think that's like maybe the one thing that will forgive Ubisoft and makes it like bumped up ahead of something like maybe higher than Nintendo. Man, those puppets were so great, but like, will we put Ubisoft higher than Nintendo as far as what we got from the press conference?
Ian's got another
So
note
that's
in the
right.
meantime while
Well,
we figure out.
I just have a question. I was unclear in the press conference. Is Trials a new game or an expansion?
Yeah.
to
That's an expansion.
Fusion?
That's an expansion
It's
to
an
Trials
expansion?
Fusion.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
called
Okay,
Trials
that's what
Fusion.
I thought. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Hello.
But it's like their
Awesome
biggest
level max.
expansion yet. Don is super
So
stoked
it's
on
like it's like a World of Warcraft expansion, or like the Taken King for Destiny or whatever.
it. It's like the Taken King for Destiny, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like this is a huge one,
Right.
Yeah. And probably their final.
So those were two I thought of the smaller announcements from Ubisoft that I remember.
Okay.
Of course, they had other big stuff. Give me
Lem-
some more Sony love.
Let me see if I can give you some small Sony announcements from memory. This is tricky.
All those indie games.
Yeah, from Devolver. Man, most of them are just like, hey, we made an 8-bit game that's bloody to me. Like, it's like, all right.
Ronin, Eater, Mother Russia Bleeds, and Crossing Souls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
All
remember
of them
Ian's
look
into
great.
them, though. What's up, Ian?
I said they all look great.
Yeah, Ian's way
Ew,
into them.
Devolver's delivering.
Devolver is always good stuff. They publish really cool games.
Give us more examples of something that Devolver has published.
Talos Principle.
Okay.
That Hotline Miami.
Pretty sure.
That's just we made a bloody 8-bit game.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Not a hero.
Not
I
Heroes,
think.
Devolver.
Gungeon. Enter the Gungeon.
By the way, I know that all these games are more than we made a bloody 8-bit game. I know that. I know. I'm being facetious and mean.
Hotline
Not enough
Miami
coffee
Wrong
yet.
Number is basically just a bloody 8-bit.
Well, no, it's not because it's like a sweet Twitch-based game. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like if
yeah,
it was
yeah.
just the bloody 8-bit, it'd be a Twitch game
Mother
on.
Russia Bleeds.
Yes,
Looks
Mother
cool.
Russia bleeds. So I mean, yeah, that kind of like whizzed by. I feel like.
Yeah, they kind of just did that after. Was that right after Final Fantasy?
I
'Cause
honestly
we were
think
like,
right
what
after
can follow
Final
that?
Fantasy was
It
no.
was.
What do we? Sorry.
It was after the Final Fantasy VII remake.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because I remember you said like, what can they follow that up with? And I'm like, nothing but a sweet indie montage.
And then they did a sweet indie
Yeah.
Vin
montage.
Crony says you look like Michael Pitt.
Yeah, I get that a
You-
lot.
you
He
got
gets
that
that
from-
Michael Pitt.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
I don't
Thank
know,
you.
Michael Pitt.
Michael Payne.
Michael
Uh,
Pitt doesn't jump to the forefront of my consciousness. Who's Michael Pitt?
Boardwalk
Funny
Boardwalk
Games,
Empire.
Boardwalk
Jimmy Ryan.
Empire. You'd recognize him. He was in
Alright.
Hannibal for a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Brandon, one
All good
thing
things.
that actually I was bummed about was Street Fighter V. You know, that was pretty high on our top 10 most anticipated. Wasn't treated like a top 10 most anticipated game.
Right.
Just kind of like, blah, we
No,
already did that
not in
earlier
the
today.
conference.
What's up?
Not in the conference, at least.
Not in the
I mean,
conference.
Show, but it's getting a lot of love right now.
Tell us what's going on right now.
So Capcom is streaming Street Fighter 4. and they're
Capcom
having-
is?
Yeah.
Cool.
They're having some pro players play. Justin Wong, I think, is one of them. I just checked in briefly. It looks like,
Is this at their booth?
yeah, I think so.
Cool, because yeah, Capcom actually streams from their booth a lot
Yeah.
at E3, which is cool, like straight from it.
Square Enix last year had a little talk show. They had like a little sound booth. They had
Yes,
people in
they
there.
did. I
don't know if
forgot
that was
about
on
their
camera or
weird
if
little
that was-
talk show.
That was like on the radio or something.
And it was
like
just,
that.
honestly, it was like less space than these two chairs right here.
We're more pro than Square Enix. Yep.
I just thought it was worth mentioning that immediately upon the announcement of Final Fantasy VII Remake, Square Enix's stocks went whoosh,
Yep.
like way up.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
It's awesome. It's hilarious.
That has to be something else. That can't be like any
What,
investor.
do you not understand how stocks work? That makes total sense.
This show originated for investors.
Yeah, but
This is the purpose of E3.
that's
Yeah.
like Square Enix is gonna lose money trying to make this game. That's not like
They're
this is
absolutely not going to lose
That
money.
game is going to
Final Fantasy VII is going to print money.
It's not gonna sell more than it already did.
Yeah, I think that's impossible.
Maybe
Yeah.
not, but it'll still make money.
Okay. But like not enough to be like, oh, now this is a smart investment. You know, it's like
I think it will.
it either
Yeah.
already was or isn't now.
think it
But
will.
like it doesn't.
I mean, it
change
was
things.
then, and now it can be again. I think.
Oh man.
But stocks in games are funny. Like I remember like talking to somebody after like Wrath of the Lich King came out and Blizzard stock skyrocketed. The
Yeah.
guy was just like, wow, who knew? I'm like, I did. They had released like 5 trailers for that. You didn't know that was coming out? They're like, no, you did. These expansions, before these things come out. I'm
You're
like,
the inside guy. That's cool.
Just like, oh, I gotta call you, get some insider information. I'm like, you just go to my website and
You
watch my
packer.
media. Like anything that's got a trailer for it. When
Which
that game comes out, stocks and probably gonna do something.
We changed the game, man. We can't
Yeah.
change the game.
Blizzard, that's big. That's a big company. This is known. Like, yeah.
Invest in
Pretty-
Blizzard, and that was
pretty big.
before it was bought by Activision or merged with Activision.
So when Adam Boyes walks on the stage now, everybody's stocks gonna be like, what's gonna happen?
yeah. They get on the phone, they dial it in, they don't know whether to say buy or sell,
Right.
but they're ready to say either. Yeah, he did well, man. We couldn't hear what he was saying most of the time, but he seemed like he was having fun. He was being good old
He always
boys.
has fun up there.
Yeah. Great presentation.
I remember him showing off Destiny because we know Adam Boyes plays Destiny a lot.
You're right. There was a little bit of there's a
They
good
showed
chunk
a
of
little-
Destiny.
little trailer.
He
A
plays
trailer-
Destiny a lot.
Yeah, he
lot.
does.
He's level 34
Always
Warlock.
playing
He was like,
Destiny,
as of
yeah.
last week, thank you for everyone.
But it's like not
Time to get there.
pretending. It's like you can go home tonight and look at him on PSN and he's gonna be playing Destiny.
Right.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Are you friends with Adam Boyes?
Guy loves Destiny.
PlayStation friends.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Look at you.
I think anyone can be. Can't you just click on
Yeah,
him
he
and click
accepted
follow?
me and Omar too. I think.
Yeah.
Once he accepted me, then he accepted Omar.
Yeah.
What am I waiting for?
Yeah, go ahead. Be friends with him.
Because I follow him on Twitch. He's fun to watch on Twitch. He's fun.
Yes.
Watching him play Bloodborne was a treat.
He's a cool dude.
Yeah. So good. And I just missed that Trenton Love. Was there anybody else at Sony that came out that was that personable? That's.
was
I mean,
that?
there were jokes that boys dropped that completely fell flat. I'm not gonna not say that.
What's his name?
Slick
Sean,
Rick.
Sean
Slick
Layden
Rick.
actually came out seeming pretty relatable.
Sean Layden, most improved.
Yeah, he was
No
nearly a
Vib
human
Ribbon.
being this time.
Yeah. Sorry?
No Vib Ribbon.
No Vib Ribbon. Assad Kieselbash.
Yeah, we'd never really seen Assad before.
Yeah. He was
Great
alright.
name.
He was a
Yeah,
smooth
fun.
dude. He was a slick Rick.
Slick Rick, yeah.
He was a real palm greaser.
Sean Murray, not Sony, but
Yeah.
as modest
Yeah, that
as
was cool.
always.
Yeah, of course.
No Man's Sky. Where are we at now with this game, No Man's Sky?
Anything goes. They said that they weren't going to show it again until they knew when it was coming out, right?
And then that was a
And
lie.
then he didn't
He
Yeah,
said
and
he said
Put
release
my
date
pessimism pants on for
soon.
No Man's Sky.
Put on those pants. Let's hear it.
He
What's
said
up, Blood? Getting
release
motion by
date
Blood.
soon.
What's happening?
That's total Sony play.
What? No Man's Sky? No Man's Sky was a Sony play. He says. What, to make me not like it? That was the Sony play.
The play was to basically force them to show it off.
Oh,
Right.
I get what you're saying.
And
Did
it
we
was
pick
funny.
him up on mic? Oh.
It's fine.
You want to sit up here?
And
What were
it's-
you gonna say though?
Well, it's funny. We actually got some emails, from Sean Murray and the guys, like before E3, he's trying to schedule stuff, and like he writes emails exactly like he presents games at press conferences. It's just kind of like, okay, things are crazy, but come by and see the game. It'd be really great. Yeah, I still need to know what I'm doing. Like the setup that was a good swap. Okay, now I sit in your chair. So these, we know that we have to get to the center of the galaxy. And he like was just finally like got to something, and he was like, and then my warp drive in my ship allows me to get to these stars, and it's like, now we're talking. How do you get more warp drives? Let's start there.
Collect resources.
What resources?
They've
Plants?
showed that.
Yeah.
Some trees.
They've
You
showed
can
that.
take plants.
starts
I saw him
with
like
a V.
blow up a structure.
Yeah, it starts with a V. You have to scan the planet. I don't remember what it's called. I think it starts with a V, maybe an I. But like you scan the planet and then it reveals various resources to you. That's actually the thing I'm most worried about in this game, is that it's just going to be like
Running around
you go
and
to a planet
not
and then
being
it's
Hit those
stepped on by
marks.
dinosaurs.
and then you go get plants
grabbing
and-
stuff.
Yeah, like
Totally cool.
it'll
I'm
work.
totally fine with that.
The game's gonna be sweet.
Yeah, I'm cool with it. If that's it, I'm cool. But
It's just when he started to do the pull out with the stars, I was like, we saw this. What are you doing? Stop. Like,
Yeah.
I get it. It's big. Stop.
yeah.
Really get into the tininess of it.
Much like with Last Guardian, though, it's just like if you're gonna say we're going to tell you the release date soon, don't be here.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Like, stop doing that. Basically, it's that thing of like, don't show it until you're pretty sure when this is coming out.
They just want to make everybody happy. They know that, like, that's really the
Do you
information
think
that
they're
they're
like,
getting.
saving that for Gamescom or PSX, the date?
I think they don't know. I think the reason he's saying we'll tell you soon is because they're not sure when they're going to be able to finish this game.
Because we were saying earlier, we would put that in the category of like Crackdown being like, just heads up, we're not going to be there. And so you're like, oh, okay, it's good to know.
Yeah.
But, like, this is not. Like, that actually, that's crossing that line, announcing the release date announcement.
Right.
We're announcing today the release date of when we will announce the release date.
Stop it.
Okay, Kyle's not a fan. Ian.
Someone in chat just raised an interesting point. We saw the ship docked in a hangar in the beginning of the video. We've still never seen what the player character looks like, and you'll definitely have to have a model because you could theoretically run into someone on a planet.
Correct.
So like you could have like a suit on. Do you have a space
Right.
suit on? Are you
God,
a
it
person?
didn't cross my mind.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's weird. I wonder what if you can. I hope you can like make your character. That'd be cool.
That would be cool.
I wonder if
The-
there's a third person.
The destruction on the planet was like, it's okay.
No,
Yeah,
that was
I was
not just
thrilled
okay.
about-
No, that was good. That was very good.
I wouldn't say it
Okay,
was
those are some big chunks that were
good.
flying
Yeah,
out of that
what-
thing.
Yeah,
I'm
so
making
great.
caves. I'm making caves.
It was a little.
Oh, you just like burrow a hole into
cartoony.
something.
Like,
Oh.
what other games can you shoot the mountains and where everything can get destroyed?
Lego Worlds.
I was about to say Lego Worlds.
No, I mean touche. That works for me actually. That's what I love about Lego Worlds as well. Like the entire environment exists, and so if you can chip into anything, you can chip into that entire world. That's
I liked
so
it.
cool to me.
I like planet-sized planets was my favorite quote from the No Man's Sky.
Yeah.
It's like all filled with planet-sized planets.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, well, No Man's Sky-sized planets. There's not like an Earth-sized planet in this thing.
There certainly is.
I don't think so.
Never
Yeah.
know. I mean, they're video game planets.
If you were flying towards Earth,
Yes.
and you were like, it's like doom, 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 doom. You're in your No Man's Sky ship.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
Yeah,
look,
yeah,
there's
yeah.
Earth. Like,
We're going.
And you're flying towards like, imagine what the U.S. looks like, okay, and where
Sure.
we are right now, the size of Los Angeles.
Yeah.
And if you were gonna fly straight from outer space to Los Angeles, you look at the United States, like how big that would keep getting, and then how big California would keep getting, and then how big Southern California would keep getting, and then you would just barely be able to see the outskirts of Los Angeles, and then you would land in Los Angeles. Whereas like he would see a planet from a distance, and there'd be like a little red mountain, and then he would fly into the planet, and like there's that red mountain right there. It's like there's that thing he could see from space.
You're right.
So like they are little,
Yeah, it's a
mini
smaller
planetoids.
planet.
I hear you there.
It's a smaller class
It's a-
planet.
it's a
We're
small
gonna visit the later
Smaller
planets in a later
class
gameplay
planet.
demo. They're just scratching the surface of this game we've seen 5 times at
You
press
haven't been to the
conferences.
center of the
debuted
galaxy
already.
yet. You gotta get to the center of the
Yeah, you
galaxy,
just don't
Brandon.
get it, Brandon.
You'll understand when you get to the center.
Again, I deliberately, intentionally put my my pissy pants on. Just to
Yes.
be like, meh.
Yeah, give us a release date. Put
You
that
should
game
wash those pants, Brandon.
I know. And I profess all the time how much I love open world games, and you can't get more open world. There's open
openest
worlds.
Universe.
The
Yeah.
question that I have is, like how many hours?
One open world is for suckers.
If I land on this planet and walk around its circumference, like, will that take what, like, 20 minutes, 3
Days.
hours?
No,
Days.
no.
Days.
I doubt
No.
it's days.
It's not days.
Days.
My guess, looking at the size of the planet, is probably like an hour.
Days.
You're
I
drunk.
would. I'm.
Stop
Do we
drinking
want to
cough
bet
syrup.
right now? This is an interesting bet.
This is
They're
a
no
bet.
longer
Okay.
than 30 minutes. There's no way. There's no effing way. You
Also,
can
it
you
probably
can
varies
circle
planet to
all of
planet.
GTA 5 in 15 minutes. The
Whoa.
whole thing. 15 minutes.
No
But
way.
that's not procedurally generated, you know?
Right. Well, if it's
They can just,
procedurally
like,
generated, it
crap
should be
out
smaller than that.
planets.
If they made this like massive open
You
world,
can walk around GTA 5.
you can drive around it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, walking. I'm talking
Yeah, we're
about
talking walking.
Oh,
Yeah,
walking.
Walking.
I say half an hour. If it's over half an hour, I will be flabbergasted.
It's happening.
I would say between
Shocker
1 and 2
gasted.
hours, maybe, on a planet.
Depends on
What's
the
chat
planet.
think?
Depends on the
Some-
planet.
They might not be
What's
like
our
a
estimations from
what?
chat?
So the way
How
we'll
long?
go is we're
Yeah,
just gonna have to
chat,
pick a
chat.
random planet and start walking. We'll go north for a half hour, and then if we don't
We have to
poke around
find
the
an
circumference of the planet-
Earth-sized planet.
No.
Like, no, I mean, like, not a giant planet, not a tiny planet, but like a medium planet. And then
I bet
see how
Earth is a
big it-
tiny planet, right? Do we know how big Earth is? in
Of
comparison to-
habitable planets for carbon-based life forms, you have to have a planetoid of a certain size to have like appropriate gravity, water, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, planets that are too big, like crush stuff, you know, like
That's too much gravity.
yeah. And big ones are gas giants and stuff like that, and other ones wouldn't have, whatever.
It's
So-
a little. Sorry.
I enjoyed Planet E3. That was my favorite of
Yeah,
his
that was a
other
moment
things he
for
was
you?
saying. He was like, "Listen, we'll call this one Planet E3," and I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, you did it! You're showing this game again, basically the same way you've shown it before, and you got me." So yeah, people are gonna want to like hunt that planet down. Is there any way we could have known if he faked all of that? And if so, like, why not just go to a planet that has, life forms? Because he seemed bummed. He was like, "Okay, let's scan. Okay, no life forms.
It's funny he
that's
picked
a
up
bummer."
on that. Yeah, he absolutely
It's
was
like,
disappointed there were no
life forms would have been cool, C3,
Yeah.
but whatever.
Yeah.
You
Like
know.
some aliens or something?
Well, like
Yeah.
at the same time, like maybe that's what he was going for. That like I don't know. I've personally never been to this planet.
But
Yep,
then he
how
ran into
would we
guys
know?
like a second later. There were like other aliens that he.
Those are robots.
Because he blew up the structure and then
Right,
that
but
alerted.
there were animals like over the next hill. So
Oh, okay.
I wonder if your scanner only has a certain range or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Or just aren't
Because
generated
he
at that
ran
point.
into those like cow things or whatever.
Yeah, what was cool is when he was backing up from the robots, he ended up in water. He was like backing away from
Yeah.
them and just dropped into water. He's like, "Oh, I'm in water now." He scanned that. He picked up the 2 fish into his scanner. So that was cool. That was
And you have to get that back to the relay to send that information back up.
Yes.
Like all the stuff that you've seen.
Yeah.
If you die before you get to that relay, do you not know those things?
Dark
or-
Souls gone.
Whoa.
You gotta find the planet
Yeah,
again.
you gotta find that planet again.
Sorry to interrupt. It looks like PlayStation is broadcasting from E3, and they are doing a little bit of a Shenmue discussion
Whoa.
panel going.
They
Little
won't
bit.
have new gameplay.
No, obviously.
though.
I mean,
It's
they're
like
not,
you
they don't
read
have a
the audience?
game.
Yeah.
They don't have a game 2 gameplay, but. Just
So
putting-
everything they
putting that
showed
out
in the
there.
announcement was Shenmue 1 and 2.
They showed like some prototype kind of images.
Yeah,
and everything.
there's a prototype of the game, the way it looks now.
Running? Like
Yeah.
an actual like motion thing? Or just still.
They're using Unreal 4.
Okay.
So
Oh, cool.
they did a mini demo of an area from the end of Shenmue 2 in Unreal 4. It looks a little strange, but it's not the final product.
But you're down. We were talking about this earlier, Blair. You're down with it looking a little strange, right?
I'm down
Like
with
if
it
this game
looking
looks like it came out in
anything.
2003, you're down.
Yes, I mean you can clearly tell that it's them, but clearly they have a lot of work to do because they haven't really fully started. They actually did have a lot of stuff done with Shenmue 3 in the original engine, which they can no longer use. So that's probably why you've only seen a few seconds and that it looks a little bit strange. But I'm sure after some polish, it'll start looking a lot more familiar.
What if he gets cocky? What if he gets cocky and he just like starts working on Shenmue 3 and he's like, "Oh, it's back, baby. Oh, I'm gonna be making Shenmues for the rest of my career. It's back. I got Londi. We'll save it. We'll save it for Shenmue 4."
Yeah.
Oh my.
You know, we
God.
got. I thought we were working on Shenmue 3. I really wanted this story to kind of focus on something else. I brought in these new characters. I mean, Londi, he's in it, but he's really something later. We'll get to that.
It gets back to the
We're
9
building.
game
We're building.
plan.
So-
Yeah.
And then like 3 doesn't sell well. They no, we're going back. Sorry.
The funny thing about that is that he didn't say, "Oh, we can finally finish the story." It says the story continues.
Oh
Yeah,
God,
that
he
is
has
very
huge
funny.
This is a
plans.
full-on 16-chapter story, and we're like through chapter 1 for the first 2 games. Like, I know the numbers are off. Somebody can correct me in the chat, please. I don't remember how those chapters divided up, but 3 was not ever meant to be the last part.
And for people that don't know, spoilers, Londi killed, what is the main character's name?
No spoiler. It's actually the beginning of the story.
Beginning of
Londi
the
killed
game.
Rio's
kills
father.
his father.
Yeah.
Well, with the spoiler being that you get to Shenmue 2 and he still is not exacting revenge.
Yeah.
He's met new people, he's learned new things, but he's still, like, there was much more to do.
Always chasing after Londi.
Yeah.
And so that's really the core. You know, if Half-Life 2 Episode 2 hadn't ended with such a, like, oh my god, you know, like, you look up cliffhanger in the dictionary and it's Half-Life 2 Episode 2. And,
Matt.
you know,
Actually, it says see also end of Shenmue 2.
End of Shenmue 2.
Yeah.
Who's that guy in your shirt? Is that like a guy from a
and
boy band?
Sylvester
Oh
Stallone.
yeah, sorry. Am I actually on?
Yeah, you're on camera,
Yeah.
man.
Favorite
You
shirt.
better believe it.
This was actually a funny story. This was supposed to be revealed on the next playthrough that we're going to do for Shenmue 2, but I realized that there's a better
No
reason
better
to wear
time
it.
than
Yeah,
now.
the
No
best
better
time.
time than now.
And yeah,
Wait, so when do you do full playthrough? When do you do playthroughs of Shenmue 2?
You
sorry.
started it.
When do you do that?
When are we going to?
I'm saying, like, we have an audience here of people who are just
We've
seeing
been
Matt
doing
Blair
that,
for the
Kyle.
first time in their
kinda
lives.
random.
So
It's
He
random.
likes to test people like that, Blair, sometimes. Like, he'll ask you a question and give you a look, and you're like, oh, yeah, this is one of those Kyle Bossman test things.
It's
Like,
not
I
a
gotta-
test.
What's the... Okay, I'm sorry. I have the response you want now, Kyle.
No, I'm being a host and I'm trying to get information for an audience. Like, we're not just people having a conversation for ourselves. We have a live audience. You're here. I know you're here. I'm aware of you.
you got to work on that, Kyle. You got to ease them into the information giving.
Okay. Well, you know what, Matt Blair? Just stream whenever you want. On whatever channel.
We usually stream-
Do it.
We stream on this channel every couple of weeks. I think we managed to squeeze in a bit of Shenmue 2, and we've been streaming since the beginning of Shenmue 1 for how long? A couple of years.
Before I even started here.
Yeah, it's been a long journey, and everything, all of our Shenmue 2 playthroughs are actually archived on our YouTube channel and on Twitch, so you can watch them if you want to and catch up, or just join us. I think we're going to try to do it next week,
Yep.
but it's
Seems
E3, we
appropriate.
don't know
We're doing
what
it
we're
next
streaming.
week. For sure.
Yeah,
we'll do
every
something.
every
day
day
next
next
week.
On Monday, we'll update our Twitch schedule for the following week, and then you guys will know.
Because I've never played Shenmue until I watched these guys stream.
Yeah, me too.
And so, like,
Hooked now.
I think back to, like, I
It's
would
so
have
cool.
almost no reaction if I didn't have Michael Huber and Matt Blair's streams. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
I would be like,
Well,
oh, cool.
Mike's been telling me my whole life. About
Yeah.
Shenmue, so.
Oh, okay, absolutely. Yeah, because Huber, there'd be, it's like early knowing Huber, he'd be like bummed some days. And I'll be like, what's going on? He's just like, I'm just thinking about Shenmue.
Yeah.
Like just on a regular day.
Yeah, like you just get depressed.
No lie, really thinks about Shenmue 2 and like the way that ends like almost every day.
Or he'll just be like sitting at his desk and he'll go, Shenmue 3's gotta happen. Like, out of nowhere, he'll like say something and you're like, where'd that come from?
That's why, like, literally, like, when I go back and watch that video, like, when I see that gif of that moment, like,
Yeah.
I don't know who's my favorite. Like, I don't know if Huber's my favorite. Like, to me, honestly, like, Elyse is one of my favorites. Like, just
Just
that.
like-
Because she's, like,
Why?
looking at Ian, like, she wants to see Ian's reaction. And it's just,
Yeah.
like,
All right,
just,
wait,
it's
favorite
grinning
in
ear
that
to ear.
video or like favorite staff member?
Favorite
Who's
stuff.
your favorite employee, Brandon?
Yeah.
Yeah, who's your favorite?
Promotion
play
worthy. It's
favorites,
Bloodworthy.
Brandon.
I'll tell you this much. It's not Kyle.
He's not even in the
I-
running,
I just-
obviously.
I just felt so excited for you guys and Huber. We were all getting teary looking at Huber
Yeah.
getting teary.
Oh, yeah.
Very emotional.
getting
I was like,
Yeah, Matt was just sitting at his desk freaking out.
Nobody had to see him cry. He put on his sunglasses.
Yeah.
There's some info coming from chat. Luep25 says, Yu Suzuki said in an interview some time ago that the story would not end in 3. He was thinking about ending it in 5, but he'll try with 4.
Whoa.
Also,
dude.
apparently during
Ambitious.
that live stream, some of the team members sitting there essentially said that, now I don't know the specific wording, but that Sony is going to be supporting Shenmue, like maybe helping it find funding or treating
Oh.
it like Bloodstained.
Yeah, that's pretty presumed,
Yeah.
I think.
It's pretty presumed, but
Yeah.
they haven't explicitly said that.
Just by doing the
So-
reveal during their own conference, they've already been
Yeah.
supporting it, first
They-
of all. Second
they-
of all, they will be supporting them because they're porting it to the PS4.
Yeah, they did the reveal. Though it's interesting, though, because Craig Skistimus from Screw Attack is coming on the show, and he did a Sony recap and did not include Shenmue in his recap.
He's grumping.
And his reasoning was that he doesn't feel like it's a Sony title. He felt like Sony gave them the platform to announce it.
Yeah.
So I wonder if, like, how this will change. We'll talk to him about it
Yeah, we'll talk
when he
to him
comes
about it.
in.
People showed up and demoed their own games that just happened to be on PS4. This is a third-party game like any other.
Take
so
it up
that's
with Craig.
completely-
Take it up with
Craig.
Craig. Don't shoot the
Yeah,
messenger.
Mike-
He
It's
might,
like Matt
he might not
here.
make it to the stage, you guys.
Matt, I know we should cover other stuff, but I'm curious about one last thing,
Yeah.
is Sega's involvement. Sega's almost brought up never. I do believe they still own the IP. What's going on there?
I don't think that they ever did own the concept of the IP. I think that's always been with Yu Suzuki. Somebody could probably correct me on that too, because I haven't done the full research on what particulars, and maybe nobody knows, but Sega owns the engine that it was built on, and they owned the distribution rights and things like that.
Oh,
Interesting.
But
okay.
I don't think they ever actually owned the IP of it.
That's very interesting.
Or if they did, then it's expired, or you got it back, or something to that nature.
And it's not $2 million, so they can buy that back real quick.
Well, $2.7 million we're already at, and
At
it's
day
been
one.
less than 1 day.
It's insane.
That's really crazy. That's so crazy to me.
But who knew? Like, they're not crazy. That man is not crazy over there.
No.
They've been saying this the whole time.
They have been saying this whole.
Yeah,
I,
a
A lot
I
of
told
people have been saying this for a long time.
I told them they were wrong. I told them there was no way. There was no way that it could
Like,
ever
my
be
stupid dream is
kickstarted.
Red Dead 3, which is, of course, that's going to happen. It's just a matter of when.
Yeah.
You know, to hold on to a dream like that. Don't give me that look, Blair. Don't give me that look. Like, it was huge. It's going to happen.
Ian
Maybe
was,
PSX.
Ian was
PSX,
giving
I'll
us the
hold
buzzer. Hello. How you doing there?
Sorry.
You got like a bag of chips behind you? What is that?
It's Barnum's
Those
animal crackers. They're a good
Okay.
source of calcium, I'm told.
Cracker calcium.
Cracker calcium. But anyway, just real quick fact drop back to planet sizes.
You got some Don facts?
This is just a chat fact.
Okay.
That Minecraft procedurally generated, every world is random, similar to No Man's Sky. Obviously, they're planets. But
Yes.
a world of Minecraft before memory dump goes crazy and you hit the end lands or whatever is about the size of Neptune if every block is about a meter.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a procedurally generated game where you have to walk for like 25 days straight or something to get to the edge.
I'm sorry. What
Yeah.
was that word I kept reiterating? Oh yeah, I think it was days.
Days.
Right.
It'll
I
take you
mean,
days to walk around those planets,
But
Brandon.
those planets don't look
No,
that big. I
they
think
don't.
they made a choice because, like, that's a memory limitation to make it that big, right? And if the universe is infinite, that means the universe is probably bigger than a Minecraft universe, maybe, because that was 2013. So that means the universe would take maybe a month or two to get to the center. But every planet is probably like an hour or two.
Nah, it's days.
That's deep, man.
Days. Are we gonna make a side bet? Oh,
yeah,
God.
The
Oh,
chat was
no.
saying half
You
an
don't
hour,
have to make a bet.
40
Just
minutes.
shake on it. Just shake
We
on
need-
it.
Okay.
Oh, we
All
need
right.
steaks.
So we're gonna pick a random planet and we're gonna walk for 30 minutes and see if we get around it or not.
We're going to have the
You have
walk
to
stream.
Okay.
Planet
all right.
walk.
Walk stream.
Sounds fun.
Planet Walk. You have to start.
And when
at
that
a-
stream ends at 6:12, I'm going to be so excited. Like, oh, well, there.
Okay. Well, let's
You
go.
gotta
Well, I don't know.
start
This
at a
might not be the
landmark.
rock thing that I walked by when we first started. Yes, it is. See, there's that thing you shot off.
Oh yeah, you'll probably be
This
able
is
to
where
like
we
make a
started.
beacon or something.
Yeah. You gotta shoot it so it looks like genitals, and then you know that. You're
Obviously,
back.
genital creation is
Yeah.
a major part of
Uh-huh.
No Man's Sky. So there's lots of weird franchises in the Ubisoft press conference, Kyle.
Okay.
That returned with a weird subtitle.
Like
We
what?
got the expansion to the Crew Wild Run, which they're adding a bunch of music festivals to the map.
That is so. This is. I forgot about this. This is so dumb.
Dumb to support the Crew. Just let it go. Just cut it and
Yeah.
just let it float downstream.
It bums me out you use the word support. That's not. I mean, like, it's not free. You know what I mean? Like, it's just let it go.
Well, they're not supporting the users with the free content. They're
Yeah.
supporting the game with more stuff
Right.
to keep it relevant.
Oh
and
my
have it
gosh,
make
are any
money.
music festivals? So they're doing
Or
Forza
just
Horizon?
festival. Yeah, there's just like you can find spots on the map now that have big tents and people partying.
That's
and stuff.
the
and so I
weird
imagine
thing.
there's, like,
That's the weird
Yeah.
thing to me is like they're like, hey, we made this other game inside our game as an expansion,
That's rotten.
oh, they're just adding
weird.
stuff to the map. Yeah,
but it's
Just-
weird.
That's weird.
Like
Okay,
Forza Horizon is about going to music festivals. That's weird.
It's not Forza. Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, it's a different
right.
game.
They're putting that game in this game. It's weird.
But I think there was just one central hub for the festival where it looks like, they got the city map, and so it's just like Chicago's having their own festival and LA is having their own festival, and so you can go to those locations.
Of all the games, the Crew is the one that remains throughout this year. Is crazy to me. Of all the games Ubisoft published last year.
Just Dance, you're obviously expecting. Not much you can say about that. Even though we talked about the music service, which they didn't really get into.
Sorry, what's his name again?
Jason Derulo.
There it is. Jason Derulo. So what is the music mode like Guitar Hero?
Just Dance Unlimited.
Mhm.
They said, with the text on screen said with the purchase of Just Dance 2016.
Ooh.
you get access to unlimited. I don't know if that's like 2 months for free or, you know, there's like an entry fee and then you pay a monthly fee and you waive the entry fee if you buy the game, or if you get free forever if you buy the game, or if it's a year or something. I don't know.
But is it a nonstop stream of songs? Like that's how it
they
works?
said they said there's a certain number of songs available in the game, and then they'll release more stuff, and you'll just automatically get it if you're a member of Just Dance Unlimited.
I'd say a huge difference between streaming songs into Guitar Hero and streaming songs into Just Dance is that dancing is hard work.
You do not need a Wiimote or a PlayStation Move or a Kinect anymore. You just need your phone. You dance with your phone.
Someone's gonna throw their phone on accident.
Really? I thought you would be very excited about that, Kyle.
That's so nonsense. All that is nonsense. It's bringing Elyse to tears.
Oh, my eyes won't stop watering.
Boy, is this telling? The Assassin's Creed Syndicate trailer. I don't even remember.
It's not very memorable.
Wait, is
remember
that the
what
one who's like,
happened. He's fighting the
Evie,
brawl world.
that's Evie, that's my
Yeah,
sister.
that's my sister.
No,
Yeah,
so
Evie.
I'm sorry, that was in
That's so-
PlayStation.
yeah.
Hey, actually,
There was both. There was a Syndicate trailer in Sony and a Syndicate trailer in Ubisoft.
So the Sony's is Evie's my sister.
Yeah, I missed
She's a
that.
tough girl.
Evie's
right.
my
Oh yeah, and then you saw her, and then she was using all her items, and they focused on the items.
She uses a cane. Yeah.
So like the game's too glitchy to show an actual
Yeah.
like a block of gameplay. So they
Right.
specifically stopped it to focus on look at her cane.
Wait, so even in the Ubisoft, they didn't do raw gameplay?
I don't think so.
Whoa.
Yeah, that was the CG one, right?
And
But
we
then
saw
there was that European trailer that we saw pop up on Sony's
That was
YouTube.
later, yeah.
That actually seemed like it was gameplay and seemed really interesting,
Yeah.
right?
The train fight.
yeah.
Mr. Hinkle.
Sorry, real quick,
Linkle.
another addition. John Finger, former GT employee,
Yeah.
must be watching us because he just texted me and said the difference in is that No Man's Sky isn't cached levels. Where you are is generated as you go because everyone uses the same seed, so it is able to be thousands of times bigger and likely is. Nothing exists if you're not there, so it can randomly generate forever, theoretically.
Days.
30 minutes.
John Finger did not nudge us. He didn't push us at all.
Yeah.
We're still standing strong to our opinions. So hold on, that is actually really funky to me because probably for the last 4 or 5 years, E3 has had a huge demo of an Assassin's Creed game. And we didn't have that this year.
Somewhat.
Stage at all.
Yeah.
At Xbox or at Sony or at
That's-
Ubisoft.
There was a
We
year
just
where
got
it was
a bunch
like
of
3
trailers.
different press conferences, I feel like. There was a year where they all had an Assassin's Creed demo.
So that was the one where he fought the guy and then he lit him on fire and raised him up with the chains and all the guys in the factory got upset. Okay, yeah.
Oh my god.
So you chased a guy, grabbed a carriage with horses like we've seen before, but now in CG form.
Hooray.
And I remember Black Flag did the same thing. They had like a big elaborate CG trailer after we had seen hours of that game, and it's like, what are you doing? What's this?
I don't get it, man.
You really have to let me know something specific about the story. And I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, okay. I didn't know that about the story. That's cool that you revealed that in a CG trailer. That looked really cool. But I'm just like, whoa! I've seen the horse carriage thing in game, guys. I don't know why you're showing me some like awesome
What are they doing?
CG version of it. I don't know. There are franchises that I associate with some of the best trailer production in the industry, like Batman: Arkham Knight and Assassin's Creed. And
Yeah.
they're just I
They
don't know
have
what to
great
think anymore.
trailers.
It's
What if
just, like, completely falling?
what if the
is
rest of
this?
us, whenever we wanted
What?
to speak,
What do you want,
what
Ian?
if we all just did this?
Pour
whenever
salt
it was
on my
our
wound?
Well, if you'd wear the damn headphones. Someone I keep interrupting with this kind of information because to me it's funny at this point, but someone in chat said that in a Game Informer, a GameSpot interview, Sean Murray said that you could walk around a planet for days.
Days.
Planet-sized planets, they said.
Confirmed.
Days.
So who knows? Who knows?
It's gonna be
Sean
days.
Murray knows.
Brandon, you might get lucky. We might land on a planetoid, and it does end up being 30 minutes. But I think they're gonna be days-long planets.
Yeah, are there like moons? Everything we've seen is like lots of foliage.
They've
and
made a straw
jungles
poll.
and trees and oceans and stuff like that. It'd be cool to just get to like a rock. You know,
Where there's nothing, but
yeah,
it is a
just
rock out there.
Complete desert nothingness.
I
There's
could
a
a
like
little
straw
bit of that.
poll.
The desert environments we've like had teased in trailers, but we haven't seen a lot of them.
Days is winning in the straw poll that they made. 61%.
make that?
RHD made us a straw poll. That's so
Probably.
cool.
Now
Days
you,
is winning.
Days is winning.
now you've got me thinking exactly what like actual characters will look like in this game
Yeah.
because that
Yeah.
thought had not crossed my mind in a
Helmets
year.
probably.
Yeah,
That could be
space
like
helmets.
make or
I don't
break.
picture
I mean,
real
it could
faces.
be various species. We could be thinking like, oh, there are multiple species in this universe, different, you know.
Could
life-
be is not the stage where we need to be with No Man's Sky right now.
They could be like
We need
Joe
to be way
Danger
past could
monkeys. Yeah.
It could be just a bunch of Joe Dangers
Yeah.
running around the universe.
I would not object to that.
Action Hanks.
Yeah.
And then okay, so we're, wrap it. Or you want to talk about some more Sony before I get to the big stuff?
Okay, what else was small stuff at Sony? Oh, okay, I got a small stuff. Media Molecule showed off their game.
Love it.
You might remember when the PS4
the
was
dream.
revealed.
Yeah. Okay, so I remember this.
Yeah, they showed how using 2 PlayStation wands, they were like molding clay when that was the first PS4 reveal. That has finally come into a project. You don't use 2 Move controllers anymore. You just use the gyroscope and the controller you have. Or accelerometers, I'm not sure which it has, and you just make freaky. Brandon, this is the first time I had like shivers. I like shivered because everything was so freaky to me. Just psychotic old glumpy clay man playing the piano in like some funky animation and then just like turning to us and like the music is so scary. I was
What about
really
the polar
uncomfortable.
bears? It was like a Coke commercial.
Yes, but
Was
then
this Dreams?
But then
Yeah.
I
it's
had to
called
desperately
Dreams.
run to the bathroom. I haven't seen
Yeah, you
this,
missed
but
out.
I
Oh my
love
gosh.
But it was
what I'm gonna find out from this.
the funny thing about Dreams is it was one of those things where I feel like I could sit on both sides of the fence. Like my brain was enjoying it and laughing at it at the same time. Like on one end I can be like, wow, I can really see, because I love Little Big Planet. I love customizable stuff. I love Lego Worlds. I love Disney Infinity. I love Minecraft. So like, wow, that really is exciting. Like I bet people can make some really, really crazy stuff, and not necessarily like I'm gonna recreate this thing exactly. You know, like I'm gonna take this movie scene or something like that and just like totally recreate it. But like I don't know what I'm looking at right now. Like,
Yeah.
I can't really tell like what's happening. Like the craziest, trippiest Minecraft worlds I've seen were still Minecraft. You know, whereas in this, it's like you could really blow somebody's mind.
Yeah.
They're being set up to do something. At the same time, here I am thinking about just, you know, it's like one of the last press conferences we're going to see, you know, the last press conference on Monday. I'm just drowning in the majesty that is E3 2015. And there's like this polar bear with the baby cub. And the polar bear's just like, me. And they're like playing in the snow. It's just like, what is this? Like,
The worst thing is,
is this
Brandon,
E3 caliber right here? What is this?
the trailer ends with the creepy piano guy. His head is the polar bear now. He has a polar bear head at the end of it. That's when I think I really like truly like shook.
So cool, dude.
No.
It was so bizarre.
No,
I
no,
love
no,
that.
no. Yeah, it was good weird. It's like, hey, you're making a game unlike anything we've seen, but like don't.
And
Don't make
Media
that.
Molecule
Do
certainly
it.
sounded pumped. Like it sounded like a big deal for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I liked when they came out and he didn't really mention them by name. And he's like, hi, I'm from, Media Molecule. And
Yeah.
they're like, yeah. And he was like, oh, stop. Like, thank you.
Yeah.
Everything you see in this teaser.
Yeah. So we're watching it right now on this laptop.
Was
Created
created
on
PS4.
Didn't need
PS4.
to take that long to tell us that, Sony.
And I think the style that we're seeing a lot of these things created in is just based on guys on the staff that just draw that way,
Yeah.
So, and I really did like the motion, all of us were not really sold on like the weird guy with guitar and the weird guy with saxophone that were just
Oh, and they were, like, being
marching back and
puppeteered,
forth.
too.
They,
I
like,
forgot
played
about that.
before.
Yeah.
But I did like, and it was kind of creepy. You have to wonder like if it really is that smooth when a guy was like sitting on the chair and they just like, okay, we'll give him legs and then we'll just add this part.
Oh, so you watched
And then
this.
they like grabbed, parts of it I did, again, I was just trying to watch it on my phone, so I did remember like catching parts of it.
Yeah.
He just like grabs his shoulder and the guy's now like moving
Oh,
in the chair.
yeah. Oh, oh, no.
So like it knows like, oh, that's where his elbow is and that's where all the stuff is.
Oh, no, thank you.
Full screen Elise. Sweet.
I mean, animating this is the question. So if it is something you play and you have these scenes where you see like the polar bears like sliding down the mountain, is like, are you just creating that for this trailer, or is that something that I can actually like recreate in the game and like?
Did you make them and let it go? And is it physics
Is
based?
the animation based on what the interaction from the character is doing, or, like we've seen that I can build this stuff, but like how do I make it snow? Like how do I?
Yeah.
Are there like templates I can do? So I'm like, I know I want to make this a snow environment. Just give me that, and then I'll restructure it.
This is the last good point of the trailer right here. You missed some of the creepiest stuff. You missed I think when they actually show like pulling his joints and stuff.
Was it in slow motion like this?
No,
I think we're just chugging.
I think we're chugging right now. I think this is not playing at actual speed.
Yeah, this right here, the polar bear cub like licking his ear, and doesn't he like eat these stars?
He breathes them in, or she, the mama bear.
Right. Yeah, it's probably a mama bear. It looks like she's got eyelashes.
Yeah, but yeah, the way they described it is you can make games and movies and musical performances within this. So it's very ambiguous still. We still don't know what Dreams is.
So we're gonna make the final bossman in this game.
No, I want
one episode.
I want no part of
Is
this.
Jupiter Ascending.
You keep it. Media Molecule, I like what you made. It's just not for me.
You don't know that.
But it seems like a
Try it.
logical next step. I mean, it seems like Media Molecule, if this company can survive, is constantly going to be moving in this direction.
Oh
You know,
yeah,
it's like-
you know, like Little Big Planet, Little Big Planet. Most of the stuff looks like Little Big Planet. You make in Little Big Planet. So you know, it is cool that they have a distinct style in this thing.
Yeah, it's just the particle effects. I wonder. It's like we're watching this UFO crash in the city right now, and it's like the smoke and the fire coming out of that. Do you just like take the move controller and you're just like fire, or like is that something you can? Yeah, there were zombies running around. Yeah, there's a lot going on here that I like.
This is like playing at half speed too, making it even more creepy.
Definitely demoed a lot better than whatever this project was going to be the last time Media Molecule took the stage at a PlayStation event.
And real quick, I'll give you another one we don't talk about very much. Guerrilla Games actually named another game, Riggs. Another
For the
game they're working
Morpheus.
on. Riggs
Riggs.
is a Morpheus game that is competitive. It's got a logo that looks like a sports team
Yeah.
league. You know, like they're pushing esports hard, and this is Sony's esports game basically. It's called Riggs.
I think it's a cool idea if it turns out well.
And we didn't see anything from it.
No, we did.
No, they showed a little bit.
Esports with the Morpheus, though?
What
Esports
is
with
it?
Morpheus, yeah.
I feel like your barrier for entry there is so large because you're first asking that people have access to this piece of technology to get good at this game. So you're not just casting a wide, breadth that you can say, here's where the best people will excel at this game. You're saying the people that can first access this technology, the
best
of
people
those.
that care about Morpheus.
Yeah.
I'm afraid that's life. You know,
That
like,
ain't right!
like Olympians are just the best people with good resources. Do you know what I mean?
I guess you're right.
Like that's
Oh.
that's how competition works.
Did you guys talk about the a la carte channels from PlayStation View?
We didn't. You
No,
want
not
to?
really,
yeah,
yeah.
it's kind of cool for
Okay.
the cable free of us that would love to get some Showtime or maybe even AMC. I don't know, maybe AMC.
You'd love to
Maybe.
get some Showtime.
Again,
huh?
bringing
Yeah.
up,
Yeah.
you know, just
I'm gonna put
context,
that Penny
bringing it
Dreadful.
back in for anybody who's been watching us all day. What I was talking about at the beginning of the day,
Yeah.
lawyers. You know, again, that's not like a creative idea. That's just a dream that some companies' lawyers were not able to pull off. To
So
actually,
you-
like,
you don't want
talk to
this in a
each of
press
these people.
conference?
I do want it in a press conference, but
Oh.
I just want to narrow down my hype. I just want to categorize my hype into different piles.
Sure, what
and
pile is this going?
realize this goes into the lawyer pile.
Okay.
I am excited that
Lawyer hype.
a deal was made that worked out. So like I don't necessarily care. Like if FF7 is coming, that's great. I don't care if Shenmue's on Xbox or if it's on PlayStation 4, but someone made it happen. So
Yeah.
I'm excited for him. I'm excited for Ian too.
I don't know, man. I think that this is like a world-changing. It could be a world-changing announcement. Like people have been saying, like cable needs to change, cable needs to die for like 10 years, and someone's finally doing a la carte cable. That's huge. Like lawyers or no, that's a huge thing.
Oh yeah.
like
I'm not-
that's
it
like
doesn't-
put
it doesn't-
Comcast out of business.
The fact that
huge.
lawyers do it does not take away from the bigness or the smallness of it, but it does make it a separate category.
Lawyers do all
Just
these
as
things.
in like things that I saw that had gameplay versus things that didn't. Different categories. It's
Yeah.
like I'm hyped on this. It's why we make those classifications when we do Best of E3 awards. Like we got to really narrow it into a specific camp, so we're not just bringing in new rules and stuff like that. Got to be stuff we played. Got to be stuff that we actually like got our hands on, so that like all our opinions are all kind of pooled into the same thing.
Oh.
Doesn't mean that stuff that I didn't play isn't cool. Like stuff that For Honor, for example, or Horizon. Probably not playing those at the show, but still neat, still hyped, but a different kind of hype.
Talk to me about For Honor.
For Honor came out.
FOR space HONOR.
Correct.
Okay.
You can spell, Kyle. Good job.
Sometimes.
So they set this thing up. We got the CG trailer beforehand. So we get this CG trailer of these guys running around the battlefield and smacking each other.
Yeah.
And they'll pick a moment, like right when a sword clashes, right when a guy pulls a sword out of somebody, and they'll transition instantly to a different set of fighters on a different battlefield, but
Yeah.
using the same.
I saw it. We moved to like a samurai.
Right.
We went from like a medieval knight into a samurai. Is the example I saw.
And I thought my early prediction actually was going to be that it was some kind of strategy game, because they did do like big long pans back, which actually I'm kind of wondering what they were signifying there. Like what really when they. I mean, this is obviously like gameplay that we're looking at here, but when they specifically like would pull back really far for you to see like the whole battlefield, and so I wonder like if there is a little bit of like unit instruction, you can like send guys in a particular direction, or the warnings will pop up when they're like, these guys are getting close to this, so you might want to go support your guys, just like a MOBA, where it's just like you want to pick like what lane you're in.
Yeah.
So you want to pick like where you want to be on the battlefield. But I really think they wanted to focus on the person-to-person combat. So so we're running up to these guys right now, and we Dynasty Warrior style, just kind of like clear the fodder a little bit, and then he meets one guy in the battlefield. You can clearly tell, like, okay, these are just AI roaming the battlefield, but this guy coming up here
Yeah.
is a very specific player.
So it's like 4v4.
Yeah, and then you square off against these guys, and then they fight for a long time. What we've seen later is that there's 3 battle positions. So there's up, down left, and down right. And so where you're holding your sword indicates like where you can block and where
Here it
you have
is.
openings.
Yeah, so you use your right analog stick to move where your sword is.
And then, yeah, I'm curious what actually attacks.
You maybe just lunge forward.
And it looks like, I don't know, maybe like it doesn't really matter what world you're playing at. Nice little dodge there. Like what world you're playing at, you can pick anybody. So even if you're in, you know, this kind of like medieval England looking vibe, you can all be samurai if you want to.
Cool.
So it's kind of fun just to have that. I mean that's a lack of context, but you know, still seems cool to you, Mr. Bossman.
Oh, in a multiplayer game, sure, whatever. You know what I mean?
But chivalry, strangely, is one of like the first things that comes to mind.
Definitely.
And the world of chivalry looked pretty cool. I think the movement was the the jankiest
Yeah.
part of it, but that was kind of necessary to set up the way that game was played. It's like you need to have this kind of shifting where everybody's just kind of like sliding around each other, so people can really pick that moment where they really want to get in and get that access. And it's not just the simple 3 pyramid system where it's like you're either one of 3 possibilities and you got to like kind of like, was it Soul Calibur or Tekken? Like what's the fighting game that really focuses on like your up or your middle or your down? And that's a big deal.
It might be Virtua Fighter.
Okay.
I think that's the one that where that matters the most.
And so that's kind of the thing running chivalry, and it seems like this is like much more patient, much more methodical, much more like presenting yourself to your opponent on the battlefield.
Chivalry is just like a nightmare free for all.
But it does matter where you hit. So you can't. So if you go at somebody and you just swing it, if I'm aiming at your head or
As long
aiming
as
at
you
your
connect.
feet or aiming at your arm, and you're currently not like
Not blocked.
Look, let's
but
fight
again,
the
it's
samurai. This
it's
is
just
cool.
kind of like it's a little wild in that
Yeah.
it's kind of like an Unreal Tournament where you're just like zipping around and aiming really fast. Whereas this, it definitely seems like a much slower pace. Looks freaking gorgeous, especially for a game that we're just seeing played for the first time.
Oh, you're dead.
And nice to get like a little more gameplay here. So I think
I'm very surprised by this game.
I think the big question going into this for me is just battlefield management. It's like, okay, I think I get combat, but like how much, if I kill all these guys on the battlefield, can I still lose? Like what do I really need to be paying attention to?
Like, what's your objective in the map and
And
everything?
the feats you unlock are strange. Oh, you got your head chopped. Dang.
And I'm curious if there are respawns. I'm curious what these are. Those names, I guess. So are those people on either side?
Yeah, it looks
Yeah,
like
so I guess there's like
4v4.
4v4. Okay. And so you die and you're out.
Yeah, I don't see these people respawning.
Is that like resources in the top left? Like how many men you have?
It's counting up.
Just the way he's running is so awesome.
Yeah. Okay, here we
I think This
go.
looks really, really smooth.
They have 2 members left. We only have 1.
Is that a little emote? Oh, you got a little airstrike there. I like
Yeah.
that.
That's cool, yeah.
Wonder if you can save those up. If that's like just on a cooldown or.
Oh no. Oh no. We're backed up on the edge. Push him off.
Yep, awesome.
Dead. Oh no.
Oh. It's so epic. It's cool because it's just like, like you can get really good at this game, but at the same time, like every time you score off against one of these guys, especially if it's 1v1, if it's just you and one other guy.
Super
Yeah.
cool.
And I'm
dude.
assuming like the rest of the people playing this are watching you, and they're
Yeah.
just like, come on, you gotta make
it's
it.
They
very,
are,
like,
yeah.
Like how
thrilling and
tense that
a lot
would
of
be.
pressure.
For honor. Yeah.
And I just like him just running
Super
right up
cool.
to that guy, but then stops before he gets to him, and it's like, okay, now we'll fight.
That's a cool game to see come out
Yeah.
of Ubisoft.
Really cool game.
It worked there.
And interesting because they wrapped it up with Ghost Recon Wildlands, which
Yes.
which some of us were not really stoked about because it didn't necessarily feel like Ghost Recon. But it's weird because they've ended the press conference last year with a brand new IP we'd never heard of that we were really excited about. They ended the
Division?
the Rainbow Six was last year, right?
Siege?
Was that the big thing at the end?
I thought it was the Division last year.
Division
No,
was
they
2 years
announced
ago.
Division.
Whoa.
yeah, a while
Okay.
ago.
All right.
So Division was 2 years ago. Watch
Sure.
Dogs was the year before
It
that.
probably
Okay.
was Rainbows.
Sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I guess if they did the same thing with Rainbow Six, like you can be expected to do that Ghost Recon. But like I think I would have liked the Ghost Recon For Honor swap. I think if they had wrapped the show with For Honor, that would have a little
Yeah,
more
I think
impact.
For
than
Honor is
Absolutely,
more
you're
Ghost
right.
Recon.
Yeah.
And that's just totally based on the reaction that we got in this room. We talked about Anno 2025 a little bit.
2205.
2205. Whoa.
That's a PC game.
That's a difference of 200 years right there. Yeah, 2025 is not that far away. 2205. Making the note. I'm sure chat has corrected me on that every single time. See, that's what happens when you got Daniel Bloodworth in the room. He just keeps it real. We talked about that. It just seems like a mostly cosmetic, like city builder
What's
kind
the
of game.
problem here?
So it's
Just looking at Ian. He's doing that thing. He's doing a
hands.
signal.
Oh, my hands.
Yeah.
Getting tired.
Brandon never looks over here.
You never look at Ian. He's getting so frustrated.
I try to get you between. There
is no between.
transitioning.
Betwixt.
He's Keely over here. He's never off.
Anyway, we have a factual answer to a question that you were all asking earlier.
Okay.
Factual.
Thank you to the chat and the Kickstarter Shenmue page. Sega has officially given them the rights to the Shenmue license.
Wow.
But the property rights for Shenmue 1 and 2 still belong to Sega.
Okay.
So they're not in the position to comment on things like an HD re-release or things of that nature. So Sega owns 1 and 2 forever so far, but they have the rights to use the license.
I guarantee Monday morning Sega's having a meeting about an HD
we should
remake.
do this.
Yeah. There's just like what? What do we own?
Yeah.
Yeah, we own Shenmue. Like, what is this?
It's interesting we're still so soon after getting our hearts ripped out by PT getting canceled, and we're still not a little scared about, someone like Sega potentially having involvement in shutting this thing down.
Yeah.
By being like, wait, no. This looks like it's going to make a lot of money. We look at this fine print here. You're not making it without our approval.
What was the company that does the good ones? Blue Point Software, is that it?
Blue Point's
Port?
legit.
Ports? Yeah.
But Blue Point is doing Uncharted.
They can do Shenmue after.
Oh, the Uncharted collection?
Yep.
Oh, boy, that's another one I probably got to play.
Why?
So my save file's about halfway through Uncharted 2 on the PS3. I should just start Uncharted 2 over.
Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah.
Wait, did you never finish?
Oh, yeah.
I did not finish Uncharted 2. I know.
Whoa.
And
It all
you never-
happens.
Did you play 3?
I did not play 3.
Oh, Brandon, you're in for a treat. You're in for a real treat.
Hey, this is Sony press conference.
You're in for a real treat. Great. As we ping pong back to Sony.
Uncharted. Let's talk about
Dude,
Uncharted, man.
look at this word here. This has bummed me out.
What did I do? What did I write?
There was no
I'm sorry.
Pokemon announcement today. Not one. I don't know what's going on there.
You got your little game in the fall, right?
I don't like that little game.
It's a little game for you, though.
I don't like those mystery dungeon games.
Maybe
I'm
you
a
learn
little
to
mad
like
there's no
them.
Pokemon.
Yeah,
there.
you're gonna learn to like it now.
Gotta learn to
That's all
like
you
it.
got.
They might be taking the year off. Pokemon is. Do we make that headline now? They're taking the year off.
They're going
What's
back
going
to the
on?
drawing board.
Oh my gosh, back to the drawing board.
Headline reads Pokemon taking year off, back to drawing board.
Yeah. Oh, it's a Need for Speed year for them. The next year they're just going to be called Pokemon.
Reboot.
You're gonna have them on stage, and they're gonna be like, yeah, to be honest, we never really liked what we did with the old Pokemon.
It really
games."
lost its way. Pokemon really lost its way. So we're here to. Why am I doing an impression of a guy interviewed? Do not do that ever. It's not professional. But I'm really bummed that there's no Pokemon
Chat
game.
says, Kyle, get with it. Yokai is the new hotness.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Actually,
Yokai Watch.
There's an interesting point that came up. Somebody in chat, I'm sorry, I don't remember who, but was noting that Sony had
Oh, yeah.
mentioned that they were going, or level
Oh
5.
yeah. Play that for Brandon.
You can
for
roll
sure.
that. I actually have not seen the entire thing. so.
Level 5 was supposed
The
to
Uncharted.
have a game during Sony. Apparently was the
The rumor.
Saving
word.
it. They're saving it.
Save it.
already had
they did
blue
Ni no
bombs.
Kuni as well before for PlayStation.
Mm-hmm.
And level 5 also did Yokai. So they did get a game into E3.
Yeah.
But I guess they had said, it had been explicitly said that they were going to be part of Sony, or that
Dang.
was
They're saving it.
heavily insinuated.
I want to play that food game. Just that food game.
What food game?
From Sony?
Level 5. They got a sick looking food game.
Tell me more.
Better than
I'm
Cookie
hungry.
Mama?
It's like, gosh, the characters are like, all looks like a sick like claymation. And all that's out there is a trailer so far. So the game itself.
Find this food game.
Yeah, what do you just do? Level 5 food.
Level 5 food game.
Yeah.
What's it on?
It is on. I don't know what it was even announced for. I only saw this one like cinematic trailer. So Brandon, sorry, we were about to talk to about Uncharted 4 until I saw the word Pokemon on a piece of paper. Got distracted. This moment right here is an E3 moment. You see the door, the steel door. We barge through it and then we come out here. And you know what's awesome is we saw that exploding tower, and I said we're gonna be there by the end of this demo, and we get there by the end of this demo. That's what's so cool about this.
You gotta start walking though.
Yep, you got to start by walking.
You gotta make the controller move.
You got to crawl before you can run. And so, yeah, I mean, here they're just showing off how you can shove bodies, which is, oh my gosh, this game's so gorgeous. Sorry, buddy. And he talks. He talks to everybody. That is something that hasn't been there in the other demos too, is the certain jolliness. That's what Sully brings. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. He's light this whole time, and it actually sets a tone for what Uncharted 4 is
And
about.
intentionally shows Sully first because we haven't seen him yet.
I think we
in
have.
Thief's End. We heard
Oh,
him
okay.
in the first teaser.
Sure.
And then the second trailer was just Drake, a bunch
Yeah.
of thugs, and his brother.
Oh, okay.
And then at the very beginning, the first thing you see is Sully walk in and turn
Yeah.
around, just
Come
kind of
on,
like get used to it. This is what Sully looks like now.
Loves that Sully. Sully's so
That
clutch.
PS4 solely.
Yeah.
Not to mention he's definitely older.
Yeah.
This is an older Sully, because everybody's
Old
older.
Snake.
He's not gonna shave that
He's
mustache
gonna
though.
die.
But yeah, sorry if I'm distracted, y'all. I
Yeah.
have not
He's
seen
definitely gonna die.
So the game is called The Snack World.
The
It's a
Snack
new
World.
franchise.
Great game.
Yeah.
But let me mention that when I was trying to search level 5 food game,
Mm-hmm.
I got a lot of results for something else. Apparently, there's a game where people take really, really close-up pictures of food.
Okay.
And from that, you have to guess
What
the
kind of food it is? That's very funny. We should play some of that later
we
this week.
should.
What do you think of the Snack World though?
I'm watching it right now.
Oh, okay.
That sounds like a good stream.
Snack World.
Do not change this to Snack World.
No, the other one where you identify food.
Oh, that's cool. You can actually see like the sugar streaming out of those bags.
Oh my gosh, the Snack World is getting Nintendo 3DS and mobile games, a CG anime, a manga, toy lines, and feature-length films.
Snack World, baby.
Feature-length film.
Look forward to it. Yeah, dude. This is the demo we've been waiting
I don't know if
for.
that'll ever get old, man. Like that, like leaping down onto someone and then their weapon flies up in the air.
Yeah.
That-
Oh, and he just like it
just
flips
grabs
around,
it.
he snatches it, and he just says something funny. Like,
Thanks, buddy.
yeah, it's so good. Sully come to the rescue there. Oh, too clutch. This is a great demo. It's the way to end the show. You made some great announcements, but here's a game that you've made and is coming to PlayStation 4 soon. I think this is March.
Yeah.
I like that they animate differently when they were both crawling up that ledge. Sully used his hands and Drake just jumped up.
Yeah, that is cool.
Sully's an old man.
He's an old guy.
It's good.
And then Brandon, we're in this car for a long time. They're just showing off how big this game is at this point.
And this is just one level, so
Yeah.
like this area probably started with a cinematic, like little shortcut there, but you probably didn't have to take it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's interesting that like the whole concept, you almost have to like really specify open
Oh
world,
my
like
God.
what open world is when you say that.
Yeah.
Because like Witcher's open world, but kinda, like it is open world of a bunch of different areas, but like basically what they were saying in Witcher is like the areas in between these areas, there's not a lot going on. There's not a lot of interest. You really just want to focus on going to these spots. So like some people were kind of moaning about like, well, it's not really open world.
What?
Like even GTA 5 has like areas you load to that like you only get to see in that one
That
instance.
still makes it an open world game. What are you talking about right now?
I'm talking about the fact you wouldn't consider Uncharted an open world game. They
Oh, I
wouldn't
never
sell
would.
this as an open world
No,
game.
no, no,
And yet
that'd be
this
wrong.
environment we're going through is insanely huge.
Yes. True.
You
I
know?
don't think they'd let you walk down this.
I wonder if we can
think
get out of
it'd
the
be
car.
like, turn around and get in the car or something like that.
Yeah.
So weird, but we were like jumping on those like balcony ledges. Like I wonder why.
I think you jump from that balcony into the car.
It just automatically steers you in
and
that-
then you're in a
steers
car,
that jump
yeah.
onto the car.
Like they funnel you so you have to land in that car.
Yeah, this part. We just use this as a ramp out of our own intuition, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah. I think it's just
Love
the
that.
illusion of choice.
Isn't life?
Yeah.
Whoa. Getting deep.
Thanks.
Getting deep here at E3 2015.
So maybe we actually didn't even need to take that shortcut. That's what's crazy, actually. I don't think we needed to take that ramp.
yeah, it looks like you can just take the roads all the way down.
Oh my goodness.
And you're the one driving. Sometimes they like to give someone else control, and you start shooting people in the street. Whoa, nice. Definitely would have driven right into that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, reload checkpoint.
Well done, Naughty Dog. Well done. Yeah, it's really, from my experience playing all of Uncharted 1 and Uncharted 2, action was really fun. The movement's really great between the characters. The script just beats all. I mean,
Yeah.
like his, Nolan North's performance, and you were saying like how off the cuff he is, and just like commenting on everything that's happening, and like even just making like I remember the moment I fell in love with Uncharted, and I was like, okay, oh god, this is really great. It's the first time I like reloaded a weapon in Uncharted 1, and he like took a breath, like he was like leaning up against the wall, and was like,
Yeah.
and then like I left cover to go in and shoot, and it's just like that little moment of like, wow,
There's our
I
tower.
am not playing a video game character, I'm playing a human being, and just happen to be fortunate enough to be controlling him.
We made it to the tower. How crazy is that? We saw that tower at the beginning, like we made it. We
Yeah, no
scaled
loading
that.
screens.
Love that. Love stuff like that.
Excellent position for a demo. It seems like we're controlling it now, but it seemed like they kind of steered us in that direction. So we're skipping that.
And we could have gone right there if we wanted to. This is just so cool.
Do we know where we are? Did they set that up?
They most likely did. I don't know where we are.
Thank you, audience, for watching this with me. I was unable to see this. Again, the last thing I saw from this press conference before entering the Xbox party last night was the controller not working and me just being like, I can't.
Yeah,
It's too much.
can't handle
take
this.
this right now. I can't watch this. Because at that 2013 Sony press conference, it was so mind blowing with all those amazing announcements. That was the one where Black Flag crashed. So it's like they just can't.
Yeah.
As close as Sony's come, as much as they dominate certain years, like there's just always going to be one thing.
Look how this ends, man. Here we go. This is the grand finale right here. Huh?
Whoa. Whoa.
So good.
Oh god.
So good.
Yeah, they did it. That's an E3 demo right there. Love it.
And that can kind of steer us into what I want to talk about before we finally prep for this PC gaming show, because we want to it's like the PC gaming show is going to be finished, and so we're like, okay, we've had all the press conferences, let's try to wrap everything up now. But like we got Guild Wars coming in, we got Divinity coming in, we got Ben Moore and Michael Huber coming in after the show. They're wrapping up. They're probably at their last appointments right now. So I really want to go through these press conferences and really decide like what is the creme de la creme.
Sorry, it's 1 point. Back to Uncharted.
Bring it.
Octopus wants you to know that there's a second half to this demo only available to see on the show floor.
Whoa.
Sounds really cool. Sorry, go on.
And
I
this
think
might,
Huber saw that today.
this might be.
Michael Huber
His
will
impressions
be
tonight.
by tonight to talk
Wow.
to us about it. That's cool. He'll fill us in.
It'd be cool if it literally picks up right at that moment. Like
Yeah.
you play the demo, and just you crash through that thing and then go flying off into the water or something.
And ride the crane for longer, yeah.
So we got about 40 minutes until we should start our pre-show.
Sure.
Talking about potentially, really racking the bottom of our brains as far as like, okay, what hasn't been mentioned, what could possibly be revealed at PC.
Yeah.
But do we want to start chronologically and go through all the press conferences that we've seen so far and maybe try to pick the best thing from each? This isn't definitive. This is not like an advanced viewing of the game trailers Best of E3 awards, because
right.
there's a lot that potentially was not at the press conferences that we are checking out at the show.
Let's do a best and worst. Let's do a highlight, low light.
All right,
Okay.
Bethesda. Let's start with worst. So the best was Fallout. I mean, there's just no question there, right?
No,
No.
but Doom's the best.
Not for me.
Doom's the best, eh?
Yeah.
Doom or Dishonored was my
Yeah,
favorite.
I think Fallout 4 looks the best, but I am kind of most excited about Dishonored 2.
Wow.
The
So we're
worst-
pretty split here, Brandon.
The worst
okay.
is the card.
Fallout. I'm on Fallout camp.
You're in Fallout. So
I'm
we
in
got 2 votes for Fallout.
camp.
So are
Bloods
we?
in
Doom
Fallout
didn't
camp.
do anything for me.
Well, I think it's like, it's dead even.
And wait, and Dishonored. We have
Dishonored, yeah, but not. I mean, as much as Doom, really? You would just give Doom the.
I love
Slight push.
Dishonored got me the most. I love.
How crazy is that? So we've got a Dishonored.
really
so
like
it's a legit
Dishonored.
Dishonored.
I really
So
like
I'm
that.
sorry, does it have to be a game or can it be a moment?
Well, Doom, Fallout, Dishonored, that's the show.
So,
my
like,
favorite thing
actual-
for the Bethesda was everything.
So I'm most stoked about this game, Doom, but my favorite moment, my favorite like E3 moment was the reveal of the Pip-Boy, and that it comes with an app. You click your phone inside of it, and that functions with the game. That to me blew my
Yeah,
mind.
that's
That,
cool.
that was
It's
my
only
favorite
for
moment from the
iPhones,
press
though,
conference.
right?
Sorry?
Only iPhones, though? Will fit in that
Really?
Pip-Boy? Is that what my
No,
understanding?
I guess
that one's Android as well.
that one's Android as
Okay.
well. Okay.
That they said for sure was both iOS and Android.
I'd
for
be
the-
disappointed
for
if
the
that were only
sister
iOS.
app.
I
Yeah.
would too.
Fallout Shelter currently only Apple, and I'm really sad about it.
Yeah.
It's coming to Android. They did say that.
When did they say that, and who said that?
I've seen other people
Todd Howard
confirming
said
that.
not too long
yeah.
after the conference. Yeah.
Okay, good.
I'm sad because my vault failed miserably and I need to start over.
That's
built way too
Fallout,
fast.
man.
It was like, you have no food, you're running out of water, but you need more resources to build stuff to get you more food and water. And I'm like, I don't know how to get those resources if I'm dissatisfied, hungry vault dwellers. Delete. I'll try it over.
That's what happens on Shark Tank, man. You grew too fast.
Yeah.
You needed to find a shark to fund your Fallout shelter, or you needed to buy some lunch boxes, I guess.
And like, it's one of those things where like the 8th person I'm dragging in my base, I'm noticing that like you drag them into a room and it'll actually show their bonuses, where it's like, ooh, you put them in this room and they're actually proficient at the skill required for this room. I was like, haha, whoops. Should have paid attention to that little metric there.
John Michael pulled up Battlecry. I'm assuming this is his vote for weakest moment. Is this your way of silent vote?
This Elder Scrolls Online with their card game announcements.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably this. Probably
Ben
Battlecry,
Moore.
right?
Dang. Battlecry was at least short.
And Elder
This
Scrolls
poor game.
Elder Scrolls Online is recently, available on consoles. Like there are some reasons to be excited about Elder Scrolls Online.
Yeah.
Whereas like not a huge play for Battlecry.
Wow, Battlecry, you got some tough work ahead of you. We'll be honest.
Probably one of the most competitive genres I think right now. Not necessarily for sales, but like just exposure. It really seems like like Gigantic, Battlecry, Overwatch, and Battleborn are all just
Battle.
There can be only one. I mean, it just doesn't seem like
Yeah.
this is really going to be this whole new exciting genre.
Overwatch
But
is
just
number
Overwatch is
I
just
know.
number
Number one.
one.
I feel like Battleborn learned of Overwatch and was like shit, but then Battlecry had already learned of Battleborn and was like shit.
What's the one we saw last year where it's like gothic horror? It's another free-to-play shooter.
Nosgoth.
Oh, there's Nosgoth, but that's the Hunt.
The
Horrors
Hunt.
of the
Oh,
Gilded
right.
Age.
Yeah, what's
But
going on
that
with
got
the Hunt?
canceled.
But that's
right?
co-op. But I don't think that they haven't done any PvP
Didn't
stuff.
something happen
Okay.
in that game?
Yeah, what's going on with the Hunt? We did
That
not
was
see it at E3.
Crytek. I'm excited about that game. That game looks rad. That's basically like Resident Evil, Evil Within, but
Yeah.
like in a steampunkish like gothic world.
This game looks
where it's
rad.
like boss, like the mode that we saw before of that game. But I could talk about the Hunt all day. I was really excited about
What
that.
happened
But
in that game?
haven't
We're
seen
trying to
anything
figure
from
out,
it.
status of the Hunt.
Yeah.
Yes, this is a
this is
Castlevania-esque
awesome.
game.
Yes, I played this before E3. I played this at Judges Week.
Was it good?
Yeah, it was really cool. One thing that this game is played this exact mode actually, like climbed all the way up that guy.
Cool.
But one of the things that's really fun is they have what's this grappling hook? This thing is so buttery to control. And this
Really?
can be really scary sometimes in these games because look at this craziness that this guy's doing. But like, you're fine. Like if you like disconnect and go flying in the air, like you will grab one of those things. Don't worry about it. Like, it's just
What
a question
game
of,
is
like, how
this?
you
So
guys
basically
can
what
find it.
This is
happened?
awesome.
This is kind of like the Shinobi version of Salt and Sanctuary, basically. Like
What's it called?
It's
Ronin?
called Death's Gambit, I believe.
It looks awesome.
Yeah, I'm assuming there's lots of different weapons. The weapon that I had in the demo was really slow, and I like to be quick. I'm like you in Bloodborne,
Yeah,
like I
yeah.
just like my attacks to be really fast. So I would prefer to have like a dual wield or like a short sword or something, just so I can like run and stab a guy a couple times. Or like I would
Death's
literally get
Gambit.
like one attack in and then like
Dude, I'm hyped for
like
that
jump out of the way.
Dude, yeah, that game. for
So
Awesome.
days.
Hunt kind of got like shifted around in Crytek's restructuring and
Oh,
then put
no.
on a permanent delay.
Oh.
Like with
I
I
no
just
one-
want that demo. The witch level in the bayou where they were playing. I just want that.
It's
Yeah,
gone.
they
I'll just play
they
that.
had a planned closed beta that got delayed inevitably.
Oh, no.
So who knows? It was supposed to get shifted to a different division of Crytek to continue being worked on, but I don't know. Sorry. So
I'm
that's
gonna say-
where we're
No,
at.
thanks for doing that research. That's
That's where
awesome.
we're at with that.
Earthbound.
I'm sad. Okay, the best Doom / Fallout / Dishonored, the worst Battlecry.
The chat did a straw poll, and Fallout 4 got 70%.
Obviously.
Wow.
Doom was 23, and Dishonored was 7.
Okay. I will add a different thing for C chat. Said
What are
Fallout
those
was a
numbers
clear
numbers
winner.
again?
Fallout was 70%, Doom
write
was
this down now.
23, and Dishonored was
I
7.
got some
Close to what we
Sony, yeah.
were thinking.
This is the best trailer Nintendo made at E3. This is a good trailer.
The best controller Nintendo didn't make at E3. Kind of. I mean, they made it at E3. Kind of.
The chat also did a straw poll for worst press conference so far.
Yeah.
They say Nintendo, 39%, EA,
Yeah.
33%,
I was
Square,
surprised by that.
16%.
I thought
Yeah.
EA or Square Enix would top that.
So far, Bethesda got no votes for worst. 3 jokers put Sony, but they can't be serious.
When I looked,
jokers.
Sony had none, no votes.
Oh, okay.
We should keep doing highlights, lowlights. I can't pick a worst yet. I don't know.
Of what?
We're-
Nintendo?
Worst press conference of the bunch. We should keep
I
doing
think
it.
Well, let's
Konami.
go through
Konami
them
would
one
just
by
off the
one.
top, or not Konami, Square Enix off the top of my head.
God, Death's
Yeah.
Gambit looks
I think everyone's down on Nintendo because of high expectations.
At least Nintendo, that pill was easier to swallow, just from a
Yeah.
viewing perspective.
It was
the
a show.
The video itself was like,
Yeah.
oh, it's kind of fun, and then you only like once it was
Yeah,
over.
that's
It was
true.
only really until Reggie's like, we're like, okay, everybody, we'll check in later, and we're like, ooh, that's it, Reggie. Like that's when it really started to dawn on us. We're like, the entirety of that Square Enix press conference was.
Ooh, it ended with that horrible DJ just crunching out the Mario
Oh
Brothers
yeah,
theme.
Brett. Just like.
Yeah. Oh man. Maybe it really was that bad.
So Xbox is showing all sorts of stuff: Halo 5, Recore, Fallout 4 again, Plants vs Zombies, Forza, Dark Souls 3, Division, Rainbow Six, Gigantic, all the ID at Xbox stuff, Tacoma, Ashen, Beyond Eyes, Cuphead, Ion. We got it. Was that a game? Ion?
Yeah, Ion.
I'm not making that up. Rise of the Tomb Raider demo, the Rare replay, Sea of Thieves, which was fun, Fable Legends, the HoloLens Minecraft demo, and the little taste we got of the darker Gears of War at the end.
And the Xbox game preview had a couple games in it too. As we've seen though.
I played Warzone. It's pretty fun. It demoed okay at the show. I didn't really get like the full breadth of what they were introducing there.
Oh, in their press conference? I think
we
that
can
trailer.
talk about that a little bit before we move on to our pre-PC discussion.
Yeah, that was a soft trailer, to be honest.
Yeah, everyone seems kind of like meh about the Division. Dark Souls is a fun announcement, but it was really just a trailer.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
it's
trailer,
It's
though,
hard
was
for
so
that to
good.
like
trailer,
on the
but
show.
yeah.
Yeah.
I actually talked to people at Xbox last night that were like, they just showed a trailer. The trailer was dumb. And I was like, okay, I'm curious.
All right.
Wait, what?
Just because it didn't reveal a lot unless you're
Usually every
really
time,
into the series or really paying attention. But
Usually they always show a CG trailer first.
I'm sorry, who said this about that trailer?
you want me to
Spencer.
mention the person by name?
Phil Spencer.
No, it's just,
It's someone somewhere within the Defy umbrella.
oh, okay. Like, that's indicative
It
of
was
everything
someone
that's,
from
like, wrong.
Smosh. They don't understand games.
That's so
Trolling.
wrong.
I'm
That's
just
so
trolling.
effed.
But they don't like the Souls games. It's weird.
All right.
So, I mean, Sea of Thieves we were really surprised about, but is Sea of
Yeah.
Thieves going to beat like Halo 5 and
Yeah.
Forza? And
I think what wins for me, actually, personally, is that HoloLens demo. I think I was
Yeah,
like,
you loved that.
that was pretty dope.
That
I
was
really,
cool,
really,
man.
really like
Yeah,
that.
That's pretty cool.
I don't know about the best.
sure.
Beyond Eyes was fun, but again, like just,
Yeah.
Some of those indie games are awesome.
Gears of War
Rainbow Six
Two
was neat.
Moons wasn't as exciting as it could have been.
Wait, doesn't it have an... Oh, it's Gears 4 is the actual name
Gears
of it.
4,
We
yeah.
had,
I've
like,
been
more
calling Gears of
gameplay
War
from
2
Fallout
Moons.
4, but a lot of it was stuff we
Yeah,
already
I've seen.
Yeah.
Um,
The same conversation with your robot. Why would they do that?
I almost wish that we could just group these indies together because they're kind of like what I came out. most
Ashen was
excited
cool.
about.
Yeah, we dug Ashen.
They were cool.
Ashen and Tacoma and Beyond Eyes.
We can group them
Beyond
together.
Eyes.
That's not
Man,
ID at Xbox
love
though,
it.
right?
They weren't included, but they might be under that umbrella.
like
Flame
first.
in the Flood was part of ID. Cuphead was part of ID. Game 4, which I'm super pumped about. Behemoth Below was part of that. Sony didn't really have that great of an indie showing.
They only had Devolver.
Yeah, I mean,
And No
which
Man's
is
Sky,
great,
if you
but
count it.
They had,
that's triple
They
that.
had some games.
Okay.
We have them written down somewhere.
So, HoloLens, that's your vote?
That's my vote. That's for my highlight of the show.
I don't feel like super great about it, but that really, I thought that was really fascinating because I just did not expect that to work. And there actually was like a little hiccup where the guy like had the camera and they're like, okay, cut to the camera that everyone's gonna be seeing the stuff on, and they had to wait for him to say the magic word like, okay, build, like, and then it started. But like that camera was holding for a little bit, and I'm like, uh-oh, are we supposed to be looking at something
Oh,
right
I think
now?
they wanted that. Yeah.
Yeah. But it did work on command.
Yeah.
Whether that was an actual voice command or somebody was waiting to like hit a button.
Yeah.
But yeah, it feels icky to have HoloLens be the best. What was your, out of all this stuff, what do you think?
Sea of
What are you
Thieves
feeling?
surprised me the most.
All right.
Sure. Good demo too. Good
Yeah.
trailer.
It like super immersed in me for some reason. The pacing of the trailer was awesome.
Yeah, it was cool. It came right after Rare Collection too.
Yeah.
Rare Replay.
Elise, anything to add?
The indies. The indie
Indies.
showing at Xbox is my pick for Xbox's showing. And whether you like it or not, Sony got us all really, really excited, but Xbox is giving us the most things to play in the immediate future, whether it's like Madden and Need for Speed coming out early access in August, or it's like Tomb Raider, Halo this year, Forza this year, like Dark Souls 3 early 2016. Like there's so much that's coming to us to retail in the immediate future, like from
Sony
Xbox. Rare Replay in August.
Sony just didn't have any first party really for this fall. They have games like
What's
third
weird is
party, but I
they
can't
do and they ignored it. So they have Until Dawn. It's coming out.
Yeah, but like, I'm
In
talking
August?
like holiday. That's like summer, right?
It's August. Yep. And they got Tearaway. They ignored Tearaway.
Okay.
You know that poor Tearaway game
Yeah.
that got no attention. That's
And
coming out.
Tearaway's here.
But
It's
you're
at the show.
going up against
Yeah.
like Halo
Yeah.
and Forza.
Yeah, so they do have like a few games coming out this fall, and they've like ignored them.
Yeah, Until Dawn and Tearaway got included in that like little tiny 10-second thing after Black Ops. They were
Yeah.
just like, here's a shot of Until Dawn, here's a shot of Tearaway. That's kind of it.
Yeah, it's funny, Brandon. They spent a lot of time on Black Ops during this press conference.
Yeah, and maybe we can talk about that later when we actually get to Sony. But I had played a lot of multiplayer for Black Ops 3, loved it. Didn't get to try any single player at all, and I heard that didn't play well. But I do believe in Black Ops 3 multiplayer. I had a good time. It was very fun.
Oh yeah, wait. So what's your highlight of Microsoft?
My highlight of Microsoft. Oh, my
Yeah,
highlight
You didn't,
HoloLens.
you didn't pick
HoloLens.
one. Oh, you're just going with HoloLens?
Yeah, just really selfishly. I mean, to be honest, that was the one thing where I was I wouldn't say edge of my seat, but I definitely was perched. Definitely was like, oh,
sure.
is this gonna work? And like there were just a lot of moments in that like got my imagination running. where I thought by the end of Sea of Thieves I'd seen it. I was like,
Sure,
okay,
yeah.
that's Sea of Thieves, got it. Like
Yeah.
that village we were in the beginning doesn't look that super complex. Maybe we'll see more of this world going down the road. But the worst,
Low
PvZ
light.
Garden Warfare, Division gameplay trailer, gigantic trailer, Rise of the Tomb Raider demo,
The Division does not do it for me. I just can't get into that game no matter what.
Rare Replay, Fable Legends. I don't know if I want to give it to Fable Legends just because Fable Legends didn't necessarily have that much hype going
You don't
into
want to
it.
acknowledge it.
Well, it doesn't. It is what it is. Yeah, I don't know, man. There was no point where we were putting our heads in our hands. There was no real. Boy.
Yeah.
Low light. I'm gonna give to the speakers of the Microsoft press conference. You're all cheesy.
Who is cheesy?
Every single person who was speaking a script came off as cheesy. Even Todd Howard. Like, it was so weird to see him like kill the night before and then walk out and then go into the same old press conference speaking.
I feel bad. I'm actually really excited for Division, but I can't. Anybody who doesn't like the Division, it's like, sure, okay, fine.
Oh, yeah, like, you
allowed
get it,
that
yeah.
opinion, I can't tell you how to think because that game just isn't really on the level where they're showing us something new and crazy yet. And that's E3. Got to bring that new and crazy.
I can get more specific. We do EA Access. What's funny is hearing the no claps after the announcements of the free games. Basically, EA Access is cool because you get to play the games early and you get discounted DLC for those games. It's just super funny that, all right, so I get to play this game early and I get the DLC for cheap, and then later on I get that game for free. It's like, yo, man, I already bought this game. That's why I have EA Access. So I think when he said Titanfall is free, it's like, we have it.
Yeah.
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 It was like $5. all the
Yeah,
time.
it's like we
Fortune.
bought that game.
Yeah, I think EA was my least favorite part of Xbox.
Yeah.
I think that was my most disappointing. Because he just kind of casually mentioned Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare 2.
Yeah.
Which like most people probably could have predicted, but it's just like, especially after like I demoed that and saw those modes, I'm like, oh cool, okay, the coming out party for this game's gonna be great. And then he just kind of like
Yeah.
stole the thunder
Yeah.
at Xbox and then like mentioned it later. I just thought I thought that was a weird showing. They talked a lot more at the Judges Week event that I saw where they like went through all of the new plants and like talked about them because we saw that like CG trailer where you see like this Robo Orange, but it's just like I don't really know. I'm not seeing that in the gameplay at all.
That's
so
a
I have
bounty
no idea
hunter.
who that is.
That's Bounty Hunter Orange.
He's cool.
Yeah.
It's a fun character. I don't remember his name, but like they were really clever. It was
Yeah.
fun to see it at Judges Week because the PVC guys were like cracking themselves up. You know, they were
Yeah,
like, and then there's
that's
this guy. God, I love this guy. You know, like, you can really tell. I mean, even Minions, you could tell. It's like, wow, you love this, don't you? You actually really enjoy. These guys crack you up. Like,
Yeah.
who am I to tell you what games you should and shouldn't make? You're EA. You know.
Wait, you
you'll
talked
be
to the
doing
Minions
fine.
people?
Yeah. They had the. Guys, I'm standing there waiting to play PvZ and it's
Don't
taking forever,
do that.
and like they're
No.
just
Don't
like
do that
right next
face.
to me.
I'm
and
not
they turn
mad at
around
you,
and they're like,
Brendan. I'm mad at them for thinking like, okay, Judges Week, we gotta bring in Minions. We're gonna win awards
Did
for
you
our
see how much
Minions
time
game.
they gave it at the press conference?
Yeah.
Of course they thought that.
We should. I mean, we'll get to EA. That's probably the low light of EA. But
But you
do
love the Minions. What happened?
no mobile games. Get those out of.
Get those out of here.
Even in Fallout.
Make your movies.
Get
Get
that.
the games
Get that out
out.
of EA. I don't want it. Do you have a low light for Microsoft?
Low light.
I currently have EA. You said the speakers, and you
Yeah.
mentioned the Division. Out of
Yeah,
those
the
on list.
Division.
Ouch.
Division EA. I just can't get in the Division, man. I've tried it year after year, and it just doesn't hype me up at all. Just like,
Meh. Elise, what's your low light?
I mean, I'm kind of with Brad. The Division's not my thing, but Daisy, just because for Dean Hall to come out and give us Daisy presentation, I feel like
That's the point.
That could have been in a montage.
Sure.
Daisy coming on Xbox One.
But I bet it was expensive. I bet Daisy
Yeah.
wasn't
Yeah,
cheap.
it's.
Don, do we have a straw poll going for this one? Should we set up a straw poll for each of these?
RHD, get on it.
I saw somebody just say straw poll is great. in the
Awesome.
comments. Worst press conference straw poll I see going.
I just
Okay.
found one. Second best press con. What?
Second
Best
Yeah,
press
specifically we're
conference
looking
until
at
now.
these
trying to
individually.
find-
But yeah,
Okay, do it.
I got comments on that. Let us know in comments. We should probably keep moving on. I'm just curious what the community thought for those. Okay.
Cool.
EA. Nice thing about EA and Ubisoft and Square and Nintendo. Actually, Nintendo had a lot of stuff, but we can get through these fairly quickly. Mass Effect Andromeda debut is pretty meh. It's fun to get excited for that game, but not a lot happening. Need for Speed was fun, so a little more gameplay, customization. I had not previously seen a Judges Week, so it was cool to get. We saw part of an Old Republic Fallen Empire trailer. I guess the full trailer is online. I've yet to see that. Unravel had its debut. PvZ Garden Warfare 2 was finally showed off. EA Sports had all their stuff. Minions Paradise showed off.
Hell yeah.
Mirror's Edge Catalyst had a gameplay trailer. and then Battlefront to the big demo at the end. Battlefront, right?
Battlefront.
Yeah,
for me.
with a strong honorable mention to Unravel. Great showing. I want to play that game so bad. However, Star Wars hit my heart.
I mean, I got hyped up for Mirror's Edge also, but Star Wars.
Yeah.
Star Wars.
It sucks. It sucks to be sellouts, but it's Star
You
Wars.
see Vader?
Yeah.
Just force choking that guy, man.
You see the
Done.
force choke first
Yeah,
is what makes it so
yeah.
genius, and then you look over and see Darth Vader. Yeah, that's genius.
They did do that. It took a little bit away from it for me because they did do that trick on Endor. So in the gameplay demo that they showed, when they showed the trailer of the gameplay demo that I showed, it ends with the AT-AT like crashing to the ground. They're like,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, we won, and then Vader shows up. And they're like, oh no. In the demo that I saw, they take down the AT-AT and then they keep going and they get to the shield generator.
Cool.
Open up the doors and then two guys go in and you're the guy following the guy in the lead. And you like go around a corner and the guy in the lead like backs up and you see him get force choked. And then you
Yeah.
like turn to look down the hallway and you're like, what force choked that guy? And Vader shows up and like hits you with a lightsaber and
Is
like,
it
cuts out.
is it an R2 unit opening the doors?
No, I don't think. I think he
Oh,
just,
okay.
or maybe he was there when we came in, but he just
Yeah.
kind of like ran into it. But
R2
I
unit.
thought
I
was
want
cool.
that. I want that so bad. Just like little.
Yeah. But they love that reveal. Yeah, talking about an escort mission. You got to keep this R2 droid alive while like all the stuff's blowing up and flying all over the place.
No, they're invents R2. Well, actually, only R2D2. The
Yeah,
other R2
gets
droids
shot.
get
Just goes,
annihilated. Yeah.
The worst. Mass Effect, PvZ, anything from EA Sports?
Oh yeah, Pele.
Oh, man,
Pele,
FIFA.
we,
Oh,
like,
FIFA for
lost
sure.
it.
Pele hour.
FIFA, moving on, end
Yeah.
of story.
Oh,
FIFA.
okay. All right.
Everyone checked out so hard on that.
Done, no question.
Poor
We
Pele.
we thought Pele Hour was pretty
That's
funny.
Unravel.
That was the worst.
Okay.
Ugh.
Yeah, I should have known.
The guy, and that love you showed
Hey.
the picture of the guy, like even he knew. Just kind of like, I think we might take a little too much time on that.
You guys all say Battlefront?
Battlefront the best, FIFA the worst.
Yeah.
Unravel.
Unravel is strong.
Unravel's on there.
Honorable
Yeah.
mention.
Yeah.
Honorable mention. Very honorable.
Yeah.
Great.
Um,
The guy that delivered like the presentation was killer also. So much passion with that guy.
you know, we knew Battlefront was coming. We had an
Yeah.
expectation for that, but Unravel just kind of came out there and
Sneaky.
and literally tugged at our heartstrings.
You know
I
what?
never saw that.
Unexpected.
That's what you did there.
Literally, yeah. You know what's the strangest thing is that this was one of 3 original IPs that they announced.
Yeah.
And then that was it. They didn't do the others.
A couple more things I can actually talk about Unravel while we're
Yeah.
like talking
Oh,
about
yeah.
it. They didn't show the intro. So there was an intro to the demo that I played,
Okay.
which was, I mean, it's a spoilers. Do you want me to tell you like the way
Yeah.
the game opens, I
Yeah.
guess?
Spoilers.
So it
Spoilers.
opens up and there's an old lady in her living room.
Oh.
And she's got a basket. She's got all her sewing stuff out.
She made us. That's our mom.
Very hyper realistic, much like the environment. Like
Yeah.
it's real. They can make this woman look clearly mocapped.
yeah. Oh.
and
wow.
and she's like, okay, and she's like going through her house, and then she's like cleaning stuff in the living room, and then she leaves her living room. She goes over to a staircase, and she sees a picture on the wall of a mother and her daughter, and she's like, oh, and the picture's crooked, and she like sets it straight, and then picks up her basket of yarn and walks up the stairs, and then the red piece of yarn falls out and rolls underneath the table. And then we might get like a scene between that and when the demo started, because the demo started at the door, what you saw, and then the guy just
Cool.
kind of like peeked his head out. So like I don't
Yeah.
know if we see, you know, the fairy godmothers or Tinkerbell fly by and like ding, like give the
Yeah.
yarn life, or if it's just assumed like that's what happens. You lose a ball of yarn and it turns into yarny. That's just physics. And another thing that we didn't really see from the gameplay that I thought was really fascinating is there were these weird kind of like background memory things. So like you start out in the yard and you're like walking through the front yard, and then you would go by this kind of like cluster of stars that like looked like a little girl, and the camera like stopped you. So like you can't move. This is like a cinema that's happening right now in the background. And like little Yarny would look behind him and be like, oh, there's like a little image of a little girl back there. I wonder what that is. And then that would kind of collapse into a little like ball of pixie dust, and he would just grab it and then like keep on moving. So there was like another part where you were going through like a little sewer area, and it was like broken concrete and like a chain link fence, and it was like rainy and moist. And he pictured like a really nice fence with a bunch of flowers hanging over it, and like maybe this is what this world used to look like, or maybe this is like a vision of what could be in this world, and he's just kind of experiencing that. But it's just cool, much like the best moments in independent games, where like no explanation, no context. He just, oh, what's that? Okay, moving on. You know, like no gameplay implementation.
Yeah.
It's not like you had to collect those. You know, it were just kind of added to seeing the environment.
Little Yarny is what makes me think they've already succeeded. You called him Little Yarny. little Yarny.
Our friend
little
Yarny.
Yarny.
Yeah,
Us and
yeah.
Yarny, we go way back.
That's so funny.
And he talked
man.
about, like tethering
Mission
all of
accomplished.
it's about love and the connections that we make in between people. And so I wonder if this is like, because he's connected to these things, he's able to see like what the world was like before. It doesn't seem like apocalyptic.
Yeah.
Because it looked like those poor people, those ran Yarny over. Like, they're just going camping. They're
Yeah,
not mean.
yeah.
Guy's driving recklessly, but it's raining, So yeah, there were some little notes there that were available in the demo.
That's really
But
sweet.
Unravel is fun. Battlefront beats it. Moving on to Ubisoft. South Park kicked it off. That was unexpected. I thought that was fun. I like that the titles. I love the play on words. The same thing the FF7 announcement did, where they're like one of the best RPGs from last year, and it's like, yeah, like it was definitely one of the favorites. Like,
I see.
it's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
award-winning RPG, and you're like, it was. I mean, really,
Yeah.
in a strange way, it won a game award, for best performance. For Honor was pretty dynamo. Crew we can probably pass on. Trials had a fun trailer, but didn't really see any gameplay. Division Dark Zone demo was kind of seemed like it was a little bit lost on people. Anno was, lukewarm. Just Dance, I don't really care about. Rainbow Six Siege, we got the CG trailer that introduced Angela Bassett, and then she came out on stage. And then we saw Tarot Hunt for the first time, which I played on Sunday.
Did you see a cool new stage? That's the most important thing to me.
From
Siege.
6? Yeah, the Consulate map.
What is the consulate?
That's just the map that we were looking at. Oh, you didn't see the
Yeah.
press
So what is
conference.
it?
Just a 2-story office building, but
Ooh, I wanted an office. Actually.
yeah, but
that's
so
cool.
there's like cubicles and stuff like that, but like a very posh. There's like marble floors and stuff like that because it's like because it's fancy,
Yeah.
It's
Ooh,
kind of
I want it
kind
to
of
be
like
a fancy
It's kind of a
office.
cross between an office and what's I want to call him Scarface, but what's Tony Montana's house from?
Cool.
So it had that kind of grandeur, but at the same time, it was clearly where people did business.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. I want to shoot where people do business.
and do some business. Assassin's Creed Syndicate had that disappointing trailer. Man, Ubisoft. I don't know. I'm looking at it. It's all
What
kind
the highlight is?
yeah, it's all kind of 7.8s across the board. Maybe
So,
6.8s.
obviously,
beginning is
it's-
the best.
Yeah, For Honor, man.
Yeah, that's. I've not seen everything, but For Honor, I guess, would be my pick. Okay, here we are. We're in the office.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is the consulate. And this is the map that I checked out at the pre-E3 event. A little bit clipping. What are you
A
gonna do?
little bit of clipping.
He be clipping.
Just a little clipping. Clipping's a little clipping hurt nobody.
Clipping love. So yeah, For Honor. We agreed. What's our
Yeah.
worst out of those? Do you want to give it to Just Dance, or is that unfair? Just
No,
Dance
it's
is what
not
it
fair.
is.
It's not even fair. I
what
want
it
to give
is.
it to an
They say
expansion for the crew.
Syndicate.
The
Oh,
Crew
yeah, the
Wild
crew.
Run.
Yeah.
You haven't even seen this, just
Oh,
based
yeah,
on the
that
name.
was weird.
Just on the very concept that exists.
What do you think of that?
Elise
What-
has a vote for Syndicate.
Just because we were kind of all underwhelmed by it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably give it to Assassin's Creed. Out of all of those, because Ghost Recon, we were a little bit surprised by, but like, boy, I'm gonna play the ever-loving hell out of that game. Yes, parachute into someplace and then run people over. Yes, I'm down. So there we go for Ubisoft. Good, we're making good traction, guys.
Okay.
I like it.
Highlights,
Sony,
lowlights.
lots of stuff to mention from Sony. Best was Final Fantasy VII. Are you nuts? Are you kidding me right now? Shenmue was great. Shenmue was great.
Okay.
Shenmue was great.
All right.
But I got to give it to FF7.
For me personally, it's FF7.
I'll give it to FF7 as the advantage because it wasn't a Kickstarter. Though, I mean, I'm real high on Uncharted 4, I gotta be honest.
It was awesome.
That's a good
That was
E3
great.
demo. I think that's my pick. And, it does all those things I love in an E3 demo. Starts small, has a surprise, has a continuity to it, escalates. Yeah, that's everything I love in an E3 demo.
Escalates.
Yeah.
And
that
as weird as it
context-
was, I even like that Arkham Knight thing. I mean, that got me. They had me in the palm of
No,
their
I'm-
hand, man.
Brandon,
and
I'm
not
still
o-
butthurt about that. That's one of my lowlights.
And not only that, like we can, we are a unique size. Sometimes GameTrailers.com is a big entity in the gaming universe.
Yeah.
Sometimes we're not.
Yep.
But because we have that luxury, we can drop S and F bombs and be like, we're not really gonna get in trouble that much.
Yeah.
But like they were dropping, lots of crazy language. They burned Joker's corpse alive.
Yeah.
In the Sony press
Well, he
conference.
wasn't alive. He
and
was
that
dead.
was that. They burned his corpse like
Yeah.
live.
Oh,
on,
I get what you're saying,
on,
sure.
I think live was the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
And it's like children are watching this stream. This is terrible. Like, why are
Children-
they barbecuing Joker, Daddy?
Stop watching, kids.
Yeah.
This
It's
isn't
at
for you.
6 p.m., man. It's dinner time.
When they showed Batman, the only thing is, I was like trying to recover my vision and breath from.
Yeah,
after
I'm not gonna
Shenmue
I'm not
and
gonna
Oh, yeah.
claim.
Fantasy, and I was like, I didn't even care.
I'm not going to claim that was top 5. I would actually probably put Dreams ahead of what we got from Batman. Also, Firewatch. We haven't talked at all.
Firewatch is
Sure.
cool.
Firewatch nudged that up on my. I think it was just that line where she's like, "You're not in your tower? Then who is?" You know, that was a
Shot of the tower.
That we had seen before in a trailer, but man, this game looks good.
It's
an
cool
Elise
because
game.
I really like open
Totally.
world. You know, I like open world games. I don't know if you guys know this, but
Here's some
what's
stuff you missed from Horizon, actually.
okay?
This
Yeah,
stuff is so good.
Chat's
Brandon.
vote is for Horizon. it
That's a good
seems.
vote, Chad.
Wow.
Oh,
from
really?
PS4.
Cool.
Yeah.
So we have 4 things fighting for the top spot.
I'm gonna go either with Firewatch. I already knew that I was gonna play. That was a done deal. No Man's Sky. Kudos to Sean Murray for just going out and randomly traveling to a level.
Yeah.
He's charming as always, and I wish that we could have just seen a little bit more of what you actually do in that game. Horizon First Dawn. I agree with the chat. This is awesome. And then I guess Last Guardian.
I thought this is Zero Dawn. Is it First Dawn?
And Call of Duty single player would be the worst.
Horizon First Dawn.
That was the low point. It was like Shenmue,
What did they show for
FF7,
Assassin's
World of Final
Creed?
Fantasy. It was kind of a fun announcement.
What did they show for Assassin's Creed again?
That was that's my sister Evie.
Oh.
Yeah, they had another trailer.
She fights for me.
But again, this is a game that's appearing at multiple press conferences where, you know, this
I
w-
guess.
this was the press
Call of
conference
Duty,
for
I
Call of
was
Duty.
Super checked out on.
I mean, just that single player.
I'll say Destiny, just because I feel like if you aren't still super invested in Destiny right now, that was a very specific
Flat.
announcement.
Sure,
Yeah.
yeah. Look at this. Robo dinosaurs.
Yeah, wow, man.
Robo dinosaurs. Robo dinosaurs.
There's something to be said too for like one thing I always hate in like anime or you know science fiction is when like a ship just blows up. Like it's just like, and then there was this one explosion that completely destroyed the
Or a
entire
car.
ship.
Sure, yeah.
But I always like it when you can actually see like what part of this ship blew up. And I
Sure.
really like the AT-AT at the end of that thing. You can see is like not in good shape. Like sparks are flying off of it, and there's all
Oh,
these like
yeah.
pieces. There's just really fun damage to not just like rip pieces away from something, but actually see the circuitry that operates it is going haywire.
Horizon.
And this guy just looks like he's falling apart piece by piece by piece.
Oh my gosh.
So this is why I heard a lot of people mention Enslaved, which I'm definitely seeing. You know, kind of has that vibe. Especially that it seems like this is a world gone wrong. Like she had like a little Road Warrior quote at the end of it, where she's like, "I don't know what happened to this world.
Yeah.
I don't know what they did to the robots to make them take over everybody."
So
Right in
angry.
the pelvis.
But she's actually kind of jovial too. She does just kind of like a dang, I missed. She does like funny Nathan Drake stuff.
Drake stuff.
Yeah. Throughout this
Love
too,
that
which
Drake
She
is
seems
cool.
really personable. Like it's really
Yeah.
tough to like announce a game and have you feel like really involved in the plight of the character. And like I didn't even watch this. I just heard most of it while I was driving.
Yeah.
And at the end, she says something where she's like, you know, the evil things are coming and I'll be ready.
Yeah.
And even just listening to it, I was like, you go, girl.
You
I'm
get
on
it.
your side. Yeah.
I just saw you take down a dino.
Love how she picks that piece up from him.
Yeah.
Just starts shooting it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, the more we keep getting back to it, I mean, Blood, you know, you and I are going to be producing the Best of E3 2015 awards from GameTrailers.com. Not to just like totally spoil our best press conference thing, unless PC's like, it's happening.
Yeah.
Half-Life 3. Half-Life 3, right? That's the only way.
Yeah.
That's
It's
the only
gotta
way
be
they can
Half-Life
beat
3.
it. Huge blowout gameplay
Team Fortress
thing.
3.
Mm-hmm.
Overwatch date.
But okay, so we got 2 more. We got the ones that we saw today. We have their Nintendo Direct.
Wait, did we do Sony lowlights?
Sony
Sony
Lowlights
Lowlights
was
was,
COD Blops and Destiny. Unless you want to offer one on top
No,
of that.
okay, you know
Mine
what?
was COD, I think.
I'll allow
Mine's
COD,
Brad
especially
agreed.
if we talk about how it's just like it's an announcement to say that now we have that thing where DLC comes out earliest on our
Like a
platform.
smug announcement, pretty much.
That's a smug announcement. Yeah, that's a smug announcement about DLC. You're getting DLC early. Yeah, all
cool.
right.
And as much as I hate to say it, Infinity, I saw a lot of people kind of sour on.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
not only like you know announcing this new figure and then saying yeah, you can't have it, but just you know generally the presence of Disney Infinity at that conference, like where it was placed. It was interesting. I actually thought at one point the press conference was going to be over. They like played a little montage or something at one point and then went back to making more announcements.
Yeah.
And so I put it down and was like, okay, I'm gonna go to the Xbox party, and then like I got like a message from Andrea, and she's like, Infinity. I was like, what? Whoa.
Yeah. We
I'm missing
said
the rest of the show.
we said it's gonna be one more thing, and then there's Star Wars, and they were like one more thing, and that was Uncharted. Yeah, it was cool. Cool ending.
But they showed a little more dialogue from the Rise Against the Empire. It's probably a smart playset to play those. It's the one that the older gamers attending the Sony press conference were probably the most nostalgic about.
Oh, yeah, we don't
Actually
care
seeing
about
like
it.
Han and Chewie and Luke and Leia.
Yeah.
And now Boba Fett. Nintendo Direct.
Yes.
Kicking it off with Star Fox, we have our Skylanders Amiibo announcement, Triforce Heroes, Hyrule Warriors Legends, which I imagine is going to be somewhere in the middle, Metroid Prime Federation Force, Fire Emblem Fates, Shin Megami Tensei Cross Fire Emblem, or FE, or F, Xenoblade Chronicles X trailer, Animal Crossing, Happy Home Designer, Animal Crossing Party Amiibo Festival, Yarn Yoshi, Yokai Watch, Mario and Luigi, Paper Jam, Mario Tennis, Super Mario Maker.
That is hurting Kyle just listening to it.
All of those things are all just kind of like,
The highlight was the puppets.
yeah, puppets. Was
Puppets were number
Okay.
one.
Fire Emblem looks cool.
If not puppets, I really freaking loved looking at that concept art of Super Mario Bros. Again, not a game.
We're like highlighting not games.
Yeah, so
That
Fire
makes me
Fire
sad.
Emblem would be my game. I'd put that. That'd be
Fire
Well,
Emblem,
that's the
yeah.
other thing too. Is like when
Xenoblade.
we're just talking about the press conferences now. So like when all our appointments are done, we've actually like seen the stuff at the press conference
Yeah.
stage. We've talked to people. We've demoed it. We've gone to the parties. We've gone to different events. We've had appointments where we like got hands on or saw other people play it, and then we're done. And then we can like, okay, we're not even thinking about press conferences anymore unless we're specifically talking about which the best one is. Which seems like that conversation's over.
Yeah.
But really talking about what were the best games of the show, and we can strip all of that away and really add up like everything that we've seen. But press conferences, puppets.
Sorry to interrupt. A piece of information coming in from chat.
Ooh.
Todd Howard has said that dog meat cannot die in Fallout 4.
Yeah.
Got to respawn though. You got to lose them at some point.
He just said-
maybe he's just like Ellie. Maybe he doesn't like attack. You know,
Yeah.
so he just kind of.
They showed him attacking a guy.
They did.
No,
He
he
was
doesn't
mauling
attack
some
when
dude.
he gets to a point where he doesn't attack.
Okay, sure, we'll do that. He's not OP.
He's like the dog in Fable 2. He just
He
gets
gets, like-
sad.
yeah.
Shows
Oh.
up like limping.
His just exact words, I guess, were dog meat cannot die. Simply, that's what he said.
There's a T-shirt.
Yeah.
Dog meat.
Anyway, I thought that
cannot
was worth mentioning.
And interesting that he called him dog meat.
die. Yeah,
It's interesting that that name just permeates.
because during the demo he was not called
He
dog
did,
meat.
yeah, he's like, hey, dog, what's up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dog meat.
Get that wrench.
If Super Mario,
Dog cannibalism right there.
if Mario and Luigi Paper Jam had been on Wii U, that might have been my game of this conference.
That seemed big. That seemed to land really big in
Had
this
it
room.
been on Wii
No,
U,
it didn't.
not
What with
3DS.
That made Kyle so mad.
It made me so mad.
Okay.
Kyle hates the
Never mind.
blending of the worlds. But otherwise,
Yeah.
my game of the conference is
That's
Legend
cool.
of Zelda Triforce Heroes.
Can't wait to play that.
That's a good one.
That's
That's, a
gonna
good
be fun.
pick.
Would have loved Paper Jam on the Wii U.
The worst.
Nope. Sorry.
Wait.
Amiibo Festival. We're finished
Oh, yeah.
here.
Oh, you know what? I don't think we gave Star Fox enough. I don't know.
I was singing with Starbucks.
Yeah.
Starbucks looked cool.
Brandon, which one was your favorite of the show? What's your pick?
Puppets.
Oh, puppets. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
what a
yeah,
show
I mean the
then.
puppets are.
Okay.
I'm gonna pick a game.
It's puppets, then whatever your next
So
game.
Star Fox for you, Star Fox for you.
No,
Mario
no,
Maker-
no,
Oh no,
not
Mario
Star
Maker for you
Fox.
because you like the
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You like the shadows.
I'm going Fire Emblem.
go Fire Emblem. All right.
That's a great pick, Brad.
Ian, you got a favorite game of Nintendo?
We haven't gotten to him yet. It's too late now.
Oh,
I'm just lying. I'm just kidding, Ian. What'd you like?
I can't think of anything from Nintendo.
All right, moving on.
Good.
All right.
okay.
Low light
Star Fox,
is
I guess.
Amiibo Festival, right?
Yeah, they
Like,
Animal
no
Crossing.
question, that's low light.
Yeah. That grossed us all out.
Yeah.
Square Enix, we're actually working on perfect time. We're about to get to our pre-PC show. Thank
Great.
you, everybody, for tuning in. This is what you could potentially call a lull, because we were waiting between these big events.
Oh, yeah.
So we're still wrapping everything up. But again, it's just
I like processing everything.
you know,
I love
like
process, the
I
process.
promise you we're not filling time because we were really trying to wrap our heads around all of this stuff that is going to become instantly significant the second Ben Moore and Mike Huber walk through
Yeah.
those doors. And they're like, okay, throw the speculation out the window. We played this stuff. We can actually talk about
Yeah.
it. Not to mention, I still haven't talked about Halo. I still haven't talked about this new Guitar Hero mode.
Yeah.
Kingdom Hearts from Square, right?
Obviously.
Oh, no, no,
No
no.
Yeah.
question.
Question.
No question.
Questione.
K.A. Trey. Is that like to call it?
Try.
K.A. Trey.
Okay, hey.
Anything a close second? Just Cause 3 I dug. It was kind of nice to see that.
Sure,
Mirror was weird. The Tomb Raider documentary was weird. The Lara Croft Go announcement kind of fizzled a little bit. Little Fantasy we got to see more of. Hitman we got to see gameplay of. So maybe
Yeah.
Hitman.
Yeah.
Maybe Hitman gets a close second.
Hitman should have been a demo.
I want that chessboard.
Next year, if they're doing another one, they
From
should
Kingdom Hearts?
Yeah, look at that chessboard.
with the
That
raised
chessboard's rad.
pieces. Yeah, they should do on-stage demos next year. Hitman would have very much benefited from an on-stage demo.
Star Ocean had a fun gameplay demo, but I don't have a lot of context on that series, so I couldn't really tell what I was looking at or how.
I played 4. It was fun.
Okay.
There's a lot of environments.
It did look fun, but just
Yeah.
what I was specifically supposed to be impressed with, I wasn't
Yeah,
really
yeah.
sure. Didn't really stick
I
out.
think that was just the first time they've shown it, like gameplay.
And we got some honest to goodness gameplay of Deus Ex. So we
Yeah,
put that
true,
on there.
yeah.
That was pretty cool. Deus
That
Ex.
leap, Kyle.
Um,
Bringing tears to your eyes.
This gosh, I freaking love this stuff.
yeah, so I guess Project Setsuna or Nier would be the worst.
Oh,
No.
Nier's not nearly the worst.
I don't think
the
Nier's
worst
worse
going
at
on at
all.
Square Enix. Actually, now that I look at it, maybe that wasn't the
Yeah,
worst
I'm gonna
press
say
conference.
Final.
Raider was
I
like
mean,
the
the
worst.
worst was
Tomb Raider Go?
Yes.
I
Or
just
Lara Croft Go?
didn't even care.
No. The documentary for
Oh,
me
the
is
Tomb Raider.
Yeah, that was bizarre.
insulting.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
say Final.
Oh, yeah, especially since they had, like, there was gameplay. I've seen it.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy Portal for me.
Okay.
But that wasn't anything.
There wasn't anything exactly.
Sure.
Exactly.
Good vote. Good vote. Absolutely.
But I mean, the worst was them just talking constantly.
Yeah,
I
just
mean,
talking.
they made Just Cause seem so boring.
Yeah.
Like, if you
Not
just
only-
muted that guy, it would look so much better.
Not only that, man, I literally want to do like a picture-in-picture where like on the left side of the image is him right when he started talking, and on the right side is like right when he stopped. And it was just like, yeah. Right when he started, and it was like, okay, I have a script. I only have so much time. I really need to wrap this up.
You know what we should do is we should get like one of those TV screen picture frames, and we should just have Kingdom Hearts in it the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Just imagine this playing on your desk all day long.
Absolutely.
Look at this. It's all so good.
I got it. One of the things that I really like, it's there's a thing called culture shock, and it happens when you visit another part of the world and you
Sure.
realize that that part of the world is different from yours. I grew up in Southern California. I went to Disneyland when I was 2. A friend of mine just brought her young boy to Disneyland at 4 years old. I'm like, what were you waiting for? A kid, 4 years of his life, he was deprived of Disneyland. I love Disneyland so much, and so it really just blows my mind. You see like teacups in there, and it's like, wow, we get really.
Yeah.
This
Yes.
is like
Yeah.
this is a thing that's 45 minutes from where I live, you know, and like is in this universal. Yeah. There's people in Japan
I
that
can
are
do
like,
this.
oh, teacups, you know.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like, yes.
I
I
think
love that, and it's like all of the, we get new Disney Infinity stuff. And they keep dumping Disneyland stuff in there. Like Disneyland is fairly well represented in video games.
which is very cool.
Yeah.
Kingdom Hearts hasn't really respected the theme parks before, so I think
They
that's
had
a
like
cool component.
Disney Town in one of them, which is kind of like Toontown almost.
Which one?
Birth by Sleep.
I gotta play Birth by Sleep.
Yeah, replay it.
Okay. We gotta play it once.
Gotta play it 3
This
times.
is Deus Ex. I specifically made a countdown where I told everybody how to pronounce Deus Ex, and I
Deus
mispronounce
Ex.
it every single time. I talk
Everyone
about it.
today said Deus.
They also said Square Enix.
Yeah,
So.
they
So
won't
our
do the
whole
ooze.
list is
They're all
invalid.
saying Deus. Deus.
Okay, so as we were approaching 1 hour before the PC gaming event, PC gaming show. That's the
PC Gamer.
PC gaming pre-show. Is that what we're
PC
doing, or that's
Gamer,
what?
I think, is the one putting it on. So is it called the PC Gamer Show?
It's
Called
called
the PC
AMD
Gaming
Presents.
Show.
AMD
What?
Presents PC Gaming Show.
And it starts
Okay.
at 6.
And it
Starts at 6
Pre-show
p.m.
starts at 5.
Pacific
The
time.
pre-show
Their
starts.
pre-show starts
Yeah.
at 5.
Pre-show starts
Our
at
pre-show starts at 5.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
do you want to talk about your Microsoft games first?
Right. Or
We can maybe put that on there. Yeah, well, just to wrap up, because I think we're gonna put these press conferences to bed, and we're gonna talk about more
Okay.
specific games.
Tuck them in.
Bethesda kicked it off. Doom, Fallout, and Dishonored were all tied for the best. When you
Yeah.
have all those ties, that's a sign of a solid press conference.
Absolutely.
And Battlecry was our least favorite from that press conference. The community picked Fallout. Please keep the community comments going on what you hated the most out of these press conferences.
They were really upset with Nier that you guys were hating on.
Oh, because it's like one of the best. Yeah, Nier's.
Yeah.
It's,
chat,
Platinum?
chat was
Come
not.
on.
I think it's
having
so cool that games
guys.
actually exist now.
it's just it kind of falls flat if you show us so little. Do you know
That's
what
what
I
I'm
mean?
saying.
Yeah.
I'm not
Oh,
I'm not
yeah.
down on Nier. I'm
Yeah.
not down on this project or saying that this project is bad. I'm saying what they showed was less than other things.
And then they said the subtitle is a secret. It's like all right.
Less than repeating a trailer for World of Final Fantasy?
Yeah, because we got some information of World of Final Fantasy afterward. At least at least they talked about what it is.
But yeah, repeating trailers. Yeah.
Come on.
You're preaching the choir play. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Sea of Thieves, HoloLens, and the Indies, which is probably not what Microsoft thought was going to be leading their press conference, were our favorites from Xbox.
Yeah.
Whatever the hell EA was doing there sucked. A lot of... the Division was kind of underwhelming pretty much across the board from all the events that we saw this weekend. Even though I played it and it was still pretty fun, I'm curious to see how that develops. And I wrote speakers down. I guess just...
Oh, that was
everybody
for
in
me.
general
Oh,
at
that
the
was Kyle,
Xbox.
yeah.
That was me. I'm not into the speaking voice.
From what? What was that from?
I'm not into the E3
Oh, the E3 speaker sound.
speaking
Okay,
voice.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Kyle didn't like that. EA, we love Battlefront, of course, but Elyse mentioned Unravel that she dug a lot. And
Yeah,
of course,
good-
Mirror's Edge
good
and
pick.
Press. Brad, put in a vote for that at the end. And FIFA, unquestionably, was the least part of that press conference. For Honor killed it at the Ubisoft press conference, and The Crew and Assassin's Creed Syndicate were not good. Kyle didn't even see that Crew trailer, and he's not feeling it at all.
I'm mad that thing exists.
Maybe
Yeah.
we can bring that up. Before we start talking about things, can we bring up The Crew? Just
Okay,
that,
yeah,
that
we
wild
should,
run.
We should look at it. Let me get
I
a
want Kyle to take a look at that.
dry viewing of it. I like these.
Sony, there are 5 things, 5 that are tied for the possible best thing at that press conference. Shenmue, Horizon, Final Fantasy VII, Uncharted, and The Last Guardian. All pretty damn close to compete for the #1 spot.
Yeah.
Clearly the top 5 best things that we saw at the press conference. The worst, Black Ops 3 single player and Destiny, which Destiny do what they do. I gotta mention this actually, just from a strictly editing standpoint. Maybe we can get into this more when we talk about trailer score.
Sure.
But it's weird that all the Destiny trailers, they like show all these awesome action shots and like bosses and doing crazy weapons, and then right at the end of all the trailers, they just show like Spartans. They just show like the fire team just kind of like strolling,
Guardians.
like walking down a hallway, being like, yeah, like that's like the big shot at the end of their trailer. It's like that's when you bring in the boss with the rockets on his back that's blasting green lasers everywhere.
I think their last shot is a big guy with wings.
Big guy with wings, you think?
Yeah, of the Destiny trailer. Yeah,
Okay.
it's a huge demon with like bat wings.
Okay,
It's
that's
pretty
cool.
sweet.
Wait, they're adding bikes.
So there we go. There it is. Yeah, there's a little festival.
Your American playground
Party.
is back.
And that's how many there are. 1, 2, 3,
Say every
4, like
time.
about 20.
Wow, Ren.
Yo, that's awful.
So there you go.
That's just awful.
They're adding bikes.
Put that on the worst. No question.
Monster trucks.
And
Yeah.
monster trucks, bikes, monster trucks. It's not terrible.
Those are cool additions, actually.
Yeah, they didn't have it before, so you gotta say at least they're adding new things into the game, rather versus giving you the same remastered cars over and over and over again, same crappy tracks.
Yeah, I guess. Like, why am I sour if they're adding things into a game I don't like? It's that. Do you think there's story? Did they add story to it?
Gotta get to that festival.
Yeah, I gotta get.
Bro, I gotta meet that girl there.
Troy Baker is
Drive
the
fast.
lead character of that game. It's so weird because he is a good voice actor, and so it's just like, but he's playing a guy with like thick glasses and a beard, and he's just like, my gotta save my brother, and it's just like you don't care about anything and that happens in
really
that
funny.
story. It's so weird.
It's for Dawn.
Yeah, I got to watch this with Don actually.
Dawn joint.
Yeah. We don't know what to expect yet.
Darksiders.
Oh yeah, this was incredible. Yeah, it's up.
Yeah.
So Nintendo, we saw this morning,
Nope.
our favorites, puppets, Star Fox, Fire Emblem, Super Mario Maker, 4 things it brought to the show, maybe not the game itself, and Amiibo Festival, clearly
The worst.
Yeah.
throttling
Can we get
Animal Crossing fans around the world right now.
Can we get a timeout for my favorite segment? Don facts.
Ooh.
Don, what's the Don facts
Don
on
facts.
on that Trials Fusion?
I'll just give you my reaction when I saw the trailer. I just thought, man, we're living in real strange times when you can see a cat riding a unicorn with a machine gun or whatever that was, and I just thought, man, what a cliche. But having said that, I'm
they're
extremely
doing that,
excited,
are they?
And Red Lynx can do no wrong.
Don, you love cats though.
Also,
The old cat
Dark
on a
Souls
unicorn.
3 is on the PlayStation stream right now. I don't
That
know
was
if
phrased perfectly. That was
they're
perfect.
playing it or not, but
I mean, cats and unicorns really own internet memes. It's, like they're fairly prevalent in the jokiness that happens on the interwebs.
he's excited.
Yeah, I really need to make time for the series, don't I?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. The first one is still good. This one goes a little over the top in weird ways, where you can imagine you're a general of an army, Brandon.
All right.
Your army has both men and women in this army.
Okay.
At the end of the day, after a long battle, you can go and talk to the people in your army,
All right.
and you can touch their face to tell them they did such a good job. You do this with the stylus. You just touch their face.
Good job.
How have you played this? How have you played this new one? This hasn't come out yet, right?
That was just in a trailer. It was in a Japanese
Oh,
trailer.
okay. Did they actually Did they actually show the pen in the video, going over and
Totally.
Yeah,
touching
so
on them?
smug.
Yeah.
I didn't need
And
that
then,
pen. Screw that pen.
That
Yeah,
opening shot.
and then they smile, and then they yeah. Huh? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Just that's so weird to me.
I would just make them line up.
Yeah.
I would literally just put me, like Ruby Rod from Fifth Element. I would just put my hand out and just run along.
Just touch all their faces really quick, and they're like, oh, thank you.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yep, and there we go. And then there's this crazy game. Square Enix had their press conference. Kingdom Hearts 3 totally dominated, but not to be outdone by Deus Ex and Hitman, which is cool because I think there were a lot of unpredictable, the things from Sony. We had no idea those were going to be there, but that's fairly predictable. I think if we had picked maybe what the best things would be, it's Kingdom Hearts 3, can't wait to see Deus Ex, and I'll probably see no Hitman.
Yeah.
So yeah, they probably again it was a business conference, so they showed up and they did business.
They did.
They
business.
did much business.
We did not like the business of Lara Croft Go or
hold
Final
on.
Fantasy
I
Portal.
didn't mind
No,
Lara
no,
Croft.
Lara
I would've
Croft
played
Go.
Oh, no,
Oh.
sorry, the Tomb Raider documentary.
Yeah.
The FF Portal, whatever that is going to end up being.
Lara Croft Go looks legit.
And
I'm okay with that.
80% talking, 20% game footage was not a smart play for the Square Enix press conference.
Yeah.
That was the one with the guy with the pop collar, right? Square
Yes,
Enix?
Yeah.
absolutely.
That was a highlight.
Which I kudos to everybody on Twitter. I think we got at least 4 images of people clip that stuff out. My favorite is one guy put like a sepia tone on
Right,
it and like
yeah.
some like film grain.
Oh, so with that
It's
we
just
were
like-
fancy
yeah,
old
yeah,
gentlemen?
we were all
That's funny.
like talking to each other and like.
Was that the Star
it's like,
Ocean guy?
I say I think it's a bad press conference. What?
It was.
Yeah.
I think it was the Star Ocean guy, right?
The pop collar guy. Do you remember who that was talking? I think it was Star Ocean.
So there we go. There are press conferences. That's us leading into the PC press conference. And again, to keep in mind, so we have the pre-show at 5 o'clock. The show actually starts at 6. Supposedly that's 2 hours long or 3 hours long. We don't know. A 3-hour show. So like we don't know what's gonna happen. Like we
How
might.
much graphics card talk is there going to be there, Kyle?
I don't think a lot. I don't think it'll be a lot of graphics card talk. I think it'll be a lot of casual conversations. 2 people on chairs is what I'm mostly assuming.
So we're gonna play fast and loose.
Yeah.
During the PC gaming show, we're gonna have Divinity: Original Sin coming in to show off their game on consoles. We're gonna have.
Is that happening in here, by the way? Or
That is
the other
happening
room?
in. Well, we don't know. So
Okay.
that's the thing. So we don't know. There's traffic. We don't know necessarily when people are gonna be able to get here to show off their games. When they do get here, we don't know if they're gonna want to be a part of our discussion for PC gaming show. That'd be rad. I'd be really
that'd be
curious
so
to see
good.
what
Yeah.
what ArenaNet and NCSoft has to say about the PC gaming show. What
Yeah.
what Larian. Is that are those the guys who put together Divinity? What they have to say about PC, or they might want to be like, we really want to put a focus on the game.
Yeah.
And then you just get your ass over there on the other stage, and you can sit down with them and really give the game its due.
ArenaNet has some people at the PC gaming show.
Cool.
So maybe
Cool.
they
Yeah,
can,
so they'll probably
they
wanna
can
talk about it.
comment
Cool.
on what they're showing is going to be there.
And then, man, if the PC game runs way too long, and Ben Moore and Mike Huber are coming back and just burning holes in those chairs, waiting to talk
Yeah,
about all of
they're
the
gonna
awesome stuff that they
freak
saw
out.
today, then
Yeah.
then we're definitely going to want to focus on that.
Cool.
But the pre-show, which we're probably going to want to put on the background, I'm curious. Do we know who's hosting that pre-show? Who's left?
So
Who's left in it? We got Pereira's down, Sussler's down, Keeley's down.
The host of the show is Day 9, who is a StarCraft 2 caster.
Sarcraft. I'm not familiar with this game.
StarCraft. Enunciate, Mr. Bossman. Enunciate. Hit your T's. StarCraft 2. So he's an e-caster. So maybe we'll see him or someone in his league doing the pre-show. You know what I mean?
His name is Sean Plott.
Sean Plott.
Plod?
Plott.
Oh,
Plott.
oh.
Plus.
Tease.
I'll prepare my
Sean
plot
Plus.
thickens joke.
Oh my
Nice, do
goodness.
it.
He's not
Do
he's not a
it.
heavy man, is he? That's bad. I should
No.
probably take that
No,
back.
no,
Okay, good. Haha, plot thickens.
It's safe for me to make my joke. Oh, I've not seen this trailer.
Transformers.
Okay, here we go. Can we
I
go
haven't
full
seen
screen
this
on
either.
this?
Yeah,
scene?
yeah.
This fall.
Hey,
Cell
Transformers,
shaded
you got it.
Transformers.
Okay.
Like you've never seen them before.
Oh no, this is good. This is
This
platinum.
is how Transformers should look.
Yes. There's little Bumblebee. How you doing, little guy? Oh, he transformed mid combo.
He's wrecking. That's what he's
Oh,
doing.
that's cool.
I like their little square. Oh, I like their little square that they're battling in, but the environment's not that big. Uh-oh. It is now. Oh my God.
I'll take you on Autobots.
Yeah, Transformers has been
That's
going.
not an Xbox?
Transformers has been doing pretty well in the video
That's
game
on
universe. Lots of Transformers games.
Oh, absolutely.
A lot of the, then the film franchise is still rocking, and like none of these are based on the film franchise.
If that game is as good as the Korra game, that was pretty good, I'll be fine. If that is a pretty good Transformers game, yeah. Thank you.
That's all you can
I'll
ask
take
for.
it. Yeah. That's like what Damiani had. He's like, yeah, that's pretty good. I'll take it.
So there we are. We are done with our press conference analysis, with the exception of the final press conference that we haven't seen before, which who knows how long that is. It'd be tough to kind of like wrap up all of the things that we potentially see from that press conference. So I saw Halo 5, the Warzone mode. Last night I saw the bear demo of Tomb Raider. I can talk about Just Cause 3 from Judges Week, and I can elaborate a little bit more on that, and I can also talk about Guitar Hero Live. TV.
Save Halo because I want to talk about that, but I have to take a short break.
Talk us
Okay.
up with Guitar Hero.
Yeah, do
Don't save Halo, save Shenmue.
Oh my god.
Shenmue
Shenmue's
has been saved.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
Shenmue's
It's
saved.
at like what 2.7 now. It's fine. It's fine.
So what am I talking about? Talking about Guitar Hero?
Yeah, Guitar Hero.
So Ben Moore's really down on Guitar Hero, which amuses me a lot. What's that?
No footage for Guitar Hero.
Oh no, it's fine. I'm just. What's that? Don't be doing that. Well, you can kind of imagine the stuff that I'm describing because
Yeah.
it's pretty straightforward. But because one of the big things that people were a little upset about when we saw Guitar Hero before was that like this new camera mode. They're like, okay, I'm on stage and I got to deal with these weirdos that are in my band, and I'm supposed to care if they're angry at me that I'm not playing well. And that was the single player portion that's coming to Guitar Hero. A week ago, I got to check out Guitar Hero TV. So when you boot up Guitar Hero Live, you're going to see two options. One that says live, one that says TV. You play live, that's single player. That's you going through and picking these songs, and you go into those stadiums, and basically it's like going to pick, what are we loading up? What's this going to be in the background?
Because why not?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, just anything Activision. So that's basically the single player mode. So that's you, like, you know, classic Guitar Hero Rock Band, like you're invested in this band and you want them to be better. You're going to go through and try to unlock better songs and more difficult songs, more venues and stuff like that. Then there's Guitar Hero TV. Guitar Hero TV is a series of channels that are constantly running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, basically like Pandora. And so you log into this channel that right when you log in, the song is playing. So if you jump in and like David Bowie's song is playing, it's not going to know that that's the song that's currently queued up right now and start it from the beginning. It's a television station that is constantly going. So you're just going to pick that track up wherever it left off. So potentially you could boot the mode up and then be like, oh, David Bowie's song, and start playing and play for like the last 3 seconds. Did you find it?
Yeah. So if you head to Guitar Hero's YouTube, you can check out the Guitar Hero Live TV trailer.
So this thing's constantly going on. You can just have that in the background. What I dig about it in a party environment is that when you boot this thing up and you put the controller down, it just kind of, there's no way to like fail out of this because it just keeps going. You're just basically accumulating points.
That's
so
true,
it
yeah.
seems like such an awesome party mode because there's so many different channels based on different styles. There's like, I want to play really famous songs. I want to play rock songs. I want to play hip hop songs. They talked about bringing a lot of things like Skrillex songs to the game where they're like, these aren't played on guitar, but this is a music rhythm game, you know, and we want to give you that option in case like that's a style of music that you really enjoy. We're not going to force you to play this stuff. They play the music videos on in the background, which is fantastic because a lot of these music videos, they played Higher Ground from Chili Peppers, and it's like, oh, it's been 20 years since I've seen this music video. They played Breaking the Law from Judas Priest. Like, I don't think I'd ever seen that music video all the way through. So again, fun for a party environment to have this music video stuff playing in the background.
I play corn at all my parties.
You can play any of this co-ops. If anybody brings up a second guitar, like they jump in and they can compete with you while you're playing Guitar Hero TV. And your score is tracked with everyone who is currently playing. I don't know if it's console specific. I would imagine it's like everyone that's playing that channel on PS4 versus PC versus Xbox One. And you can see how you compare with that person. So if while you're playing and your score is accumulating, you can see like how I rank and who's the player that's above me and who's the player that's beneath me. You know, kind of have that incentive that like if it's 3 a.m. and no one's on this channel, like, hey, look at that, I'm the head of the channel. Like that's pretty fun. It's like its own little leaderboard. It's all running live. And one of the things that they wanted to focus on is that it's all, and I'm sure this is something that Rock Band's thinking about. It's cool that you can import all your music in from old Rock Band games, but at the same time, it's like, what if I don't have any music?
Yeah.
Like, can I not get that stuff now? Like, how do I get access to all of those new songs you're bringing to the game? And I'm sure Harmonix wants to bring new music that has never been a part of Rock Band or any of the stuff that Harmonix has worked on before. So some of these channels are premium channels, and you can access them 2 ways. One, you can just throw in real money. You can be like, I want to just pay $3 or whatever it is. A lot of the numbers, they were like the currency, they were a little fuzzy on. They're like, we haven't landed on exactly how much this is going to cost yet. But you put in an amount of money, you gain access to that channel. That channel may only be live for like 3 days or something that you can get access to it. And then the music that you're playing in this channel isn't in the single player game, isn't available on other modes in the game. It is only in this premium channel. And so I said the word premium to Ben Moore, and he was like, so like we'll be putting up the Just Play today or soon, and you'll be able to get. He did not hold back. Ben is not a fan of the stuff they're doing to Guitar Hero. Much like Kyle in football was not expecting Ben to be as big of a fan of Guitar Hero as he was, and to have as many potential issues with this.
Yeah.
But so imagine there's some awesome indie band that you've never heard of before in your entire life that you get exposed to through this premium channel. And if you don't want to give up money, there will be 3 challenges for that premium channel that if you just beat those challenges, you get access to it. So it's just kind of like a mobile game. If you're like, I just want to spend actual money to speed this thing up.
Yeah.
The challenges that I saw were get 3 stars on these 3 songs in any difficulty, which is like, come on.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Yeah.
like that's
problem.
like 12 minutes of gameplay, and then boom, I'm in.
That's like the weakest paywall ever. What's his problem?
Maybe I described it wrong. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough to like bring when you go to these events. You have so much information, and then someone throws a question at you that you didn't think to ask them. And you're like, oh, good question. I don't know. Like,
Wait, I'm sorry. You have to do one of these challenges. however many times to unlock.
And
one
these are
song?
just premium channels.
Okay.
So remember, you go into a channel, it's constantly throwing all these
does
songs
it stay
at you.
unlocked, or is
It
it just you get
stays
for a
unlocked
day?
for a certain amount of time, and you can
Okay.
tell. So when you see the premium channel, it'll say like 3 more days of this channel. So if it's like 2 more hours of this channel, like maybe don't spend money on that, because you're only gonna be playing for 2 more hours. But then you get access to this brand new stuff. Like this is like the first time that this is appearing in a Guitar Hero game, and it's cool because like a lot of there were 3 new tracks that they wanted me to play that were available on GHTV. I had never heard of these bands before. And I'm like, oh, this is kind of cool, and it'd be really smart for them to maybe have like on their respective platforms like a direct link to maybe the music service that's available on Sony, available on Xbox or Windows 10. So you can just like, I want to get that album. That's a cool song.
Yeah. So if I understand it right, so it plays even if you aren't playing it.
Yes.
Okay, that's fantastic.
And you can't fail it. So if you're at a party and everyone leaves the room and you're like, oh, and you just put the controller down and you just walk away and it keeps on going. And then you come back and it's still going and you pick up the controller and the second you do a button prompt, the highway appears and you go.
I love that because we used to do a lot of like rock band not Guitar Hero, but we do a lot of rock band parties where it's like have people over to come play rock band, but or it's a big party, but then rock band is set up. But some people hate that. Some people hate going to parties and like, oh God, rock band's here. But if something like this was happening where people can choose to ignore it, like everyone in the room can ignore it, but there's still music.
And it's not tough to get back in. So a lot of times they'll pick up the controller and they'll like, start, and like, oh, it's on the wrong difficulty. How do I get out? And you're like, hold on, let me show you. Okay, now I can go back to do what I was doing at this party to help my friend play the game. You just pick the controller and you go. And you just hit options and the difficulty switch is right there. So you can change that out. Mr. Ian Hink would like to comment.
Question. Do they have, I think you probably said this, but wait a minute. I love this idea. Is it like Pandora though, where like is there like an indie rock channel and like a hard rock channel?
Yep.
Okay.
That's so
A
cool.
like heavy metal to rockish channel was the one that we checked out.
Because that could be really terrible if you like you're playing like some song that you like and then the next one's like some country song that you don't like or whatever.
And I'm sure you're going to have some favorites and non-favorites depending on what channel's playing. But that's another thing that can potentially be a buzzkill at a Rock Band / Guitar Hero party, which is like, what do we play next? Even at the Rock Band event at pre-E3, we're journalists here to focus on this game. It'd be like, what's next? And it would take us like 90 seconds, just like, I don't know, like Tom Petty? Like, we just did Tom Petty.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay. like to go through. And the thing that's the cool about the channels is just like, I'm in control, man. I'm just, you get what's next. So it's kind of like, it may not be your favorite song, but it's nice to just take that out of the equation. You don't have to think about what the next song is going to be.
Yeah.
And I imagine because it's set up as a radio station, you won't hear the same song in the same hour, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Like, I only got to demo the game for a couple minutes.
Did you get an impression of the scope of this? Like how many channels and maybe how many songs per channel they'd be cycling
Again, the
through?
numbers, like what the currency's called,
Yeah.
how expensive stuff's going to be, they're a little fuzzy on
They're-
that. And one thing that was kind of cool, that again, like Ben was like, ugh, and I'm just like, that sounds cool to me. You can give a certain amount of money, it might be like $5 or something like that, to get everything for like a day. So if you have friends coming over and you're like, I just don't want to deal with this, just you lay that down, you have a huge party, everything in the game is unlocked, and then that lasts for 24 hours.
It's like
or
a
48 hours or
pay-per-view
something
event.
like that.
Yeah, it is.
What is it, Ian?
Can you do that forever though? Can you
I
play like 30?
I
and
don't
just
know. That
buy
would
the
be
damn
smart.
Game?
And I wonder if they're going to explore, because they said there's more information that they're gonna slowly trickle stuff out. Because I don't know if we have a launch date. I think they might have said October.
October 20th.
Okay, cool. Yeah, they said October. So okay. God, you never know, man. Just tiptoes, eggshells the whole week, bud. It's crazy.
So
It's
are
like,
we doing-
should I say this?
Doing dailies in Guitar Hero now. Unlock songs.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, with the currency, like I don't know. Like so there's the currency that you get with real money. You buy points. You put like $10 in the game, you get so many points. And then there's a in-game currency, and it was a little back and forth between what. You also earn plays, which is what you use to access the channels. And again, like these channels provide music that is not in the core game. So it's kind of like if Rock Band had all these downloadable songs you could play, and while you're playing Rock Band 4, again, this isn't true, or maybe it is, they haven't announced it, you can earn a currency that you can just use to like, I just want to try that song out. They're like, I don't own this song, I just want to try it and hear it, and if I like it, but if I play it once and I'm over it, whatever, I'll go back to the single player offerings. So that is Guitar Hero TV. Guitar Hero TV and Guitar Hero Live are the two splits of the game. Those are the main modes you're going to play. And yeah, specifically the numbers, I think, is what they really have to. I mean, numbers are a big thing for music rhythm games. How many songs? How much does it cost? How do I gain access to this extra stuff? And there's just a lot of different things I like about it. I like that it gives you the new songs. I like that it plays the music videos. I like that it's easy to jump in, easy to jump out. I like that it seems like a really great no-brainer thing to, you just go, like I go home, like I know I want to play this game, but I don't really care what I play, and it's fun to be connected, to jump in and like, it'd be interesting to see if they rank the channels by popularity. So you can see like among the Guitar Hero community on PS4, what is the most popular channel? Like what is the piece of music? And it may be something weird. It may be like techno. You're like, why is techno the best channel? And then you jump in, there's just all these crazy songs you never heard of before. So, but really the barrier to entry, how hard it is to earn this stuff and gain access to it is going to be the big question.
Picture
that singer
this.
is not upset.
You come home from work after a long day. You're going to start cooking some dinner. You put on a little Guitar Hero TV. Music starts playing. You know, you're making some food. While it's on the stove, you pop on over. You start playing a little bit of a song on a Guitar Hero TV. Oh no, the food's cooking. There's smoke coming. Oh no. You can drop that guitar. No questions asked. No problem. No penalties.
So I don't know how that leaderboard
Take your
works.
food
That
off
like
the
if it's like
stove.
streak based, to where like if you put the controller down and it recognizes you're not playing, if that just like erases your score, it's like you're no longer on the leaderboards anymore, and it only counts like when the controller's actually in your hands. Those are the points we're accumulating.
So
I don't know how that works.
My dinner
That's how I
dream
assume.
might die then.
No, you can do what you just said, but if you
Okay.
want to compete on the leaderboards,
Oh.
I don't know if you're going to be shooting yourself in the foot by stopping playing over and over and over again.
All right.
But if you just want to rock out, Elise, I think that's a
Let
good plan.
the house burn down, Brandon.
Right.
That's what I'm talking
Benson's
about.
begging you for dinner, and you're like, I'm rocking right now,
Yeah.
Benson.
Benson's on the drums.
So there we go. So I checked out Guitar Hero. I also checked out. We can talk about Just Cause. We can talk about Tomb Raider. We can talk about Halo. What do we want? What do you want,
Just-
Blood? What next?
I got lots of good Halo footage. You want to talk about Halo?
Didn't Kyle want you to save Halo?
Yeah, what the hell, Kyle? Where's Kyle? Okay, so I guess we can talk a little bit more about Just Cause.
I'll take Tomb Raider too.
So I talked a little bit more. I talked before about the C4 in Just Cause.
Yeah.
Such a genius move. I think one of the major things I love Just Cause 2. I played Just Cause 2 way more than I possibly should have. And one thing that was frustrating in Just Cause 2 was these seemingly essential items in order to complete basic objectives in each of these areas. So you would go into a little village and it would be percentage based and based on stuff you had destroyed and stuff you had found and objectives you had finished in that area. So getting 100% on an area was nice, and it would put a little like check mark through it so you'd know like, cool, I never have to go back there unless I'm like flying over in a jet and I just happen to parachute into that area. But one of the big things were statues. So you could destroy these statues, but you had to have a grenade, or you had to have explosives, or you could tether it to a vehicle and then drive that vehicle and like pull the statue over. But you couldn't just do it with a little hatchback. Like you had to have a big sturdy car. So there were lots of statues in the game I just walked away from because I was like, I can't.
don't
Be
got
too.
it.
I'm in the middle of forest right now. There's just no vehicles around me. Like I'll just go someplace, get supplies, and then maybe if I'm lucky, come back with like a helicopter and blow it up from the sky or something like that. Infinite C4. You can put up to 4 of them in the environment and trigger them all at once in the game. As many times as you can be parachuting and just dropping C4 on vehicles. So that's a quick solve. So any structure that you see in the game that you want to blow up, just boop, you just put C4 on it, walk away, detonate it, blows up. Even more impressive than that, and something that I didn't even think of despite the ridiculous hours that I put into Just Cause 2, is you can retract the cables that you tether in between things. Okay? So you can set up 6 total connections, 3 wires. So you can do a point A and a point B for 3 separate wires. So I can connect this to here, that to there, that to there. And then if I hold down the left trigger, it contracts them. So if I'm in a building and I look out and a helicopter flies up, I can tether that helicopter to the ground, pull the left trigger. Boom, helicopter.
Bam.
If I'm on a truck and there's 2 cars behind me shooting at me, I can tether them both together, retract. They slam into each other. If there's a statue, what he did was he tethered the statue's hand to his face and he made him slap himself. You know, and like,
cool.
and again, that's what I was talking about, just kind of the aloofness of this presenter when he was doing it. He was just kind of like, yeah, you can go around, you hit this statue, and you can slap him in the face, and then we'll just blow this thing up or whatever.
Could I tether a car to the ground, scare somebody into driving away, and they get in the car and drive, and then can I make it snap back?
Oh, yes.
Cool.
And so it's just that access to destructibility that I can just like run into an area and just annihilate it. And one of the things we were talking about before that I pointed out, a little spoilery, was you mentioned that there were lots of gas station explosions. The gas stations, they previously added to the percentage of an area. So the gas station was one of the things you had to blow up to get 100% for a specific area.
That's funny.
Now it just blows up. Now
Sure.
it's not, and it'll always respawn. So if you're in an area, you blow up the gas station, you go away, you come back, the gas station's back. Purely for the reason that they were like, it is just fun to blow these things up.
That's nice of them.
The wingsuit.
Right there.
Game changer.
The wingsuit, you guys.
Snooki, what's his name?
So you could fly around it with the with the parachute open, and then they really raised the question if you got good at using this parachute in Just Cause 2, like why am I getting in a car? Like why am I even going to bother getting in a plane? Because I can just like, if I'm close enough to the ground and I have my parachute up, I can just tether to a tree in the environment, pull myself towards it, and then just fly that way. And I traveled to a lot of places in Just Cause 2, and like I probably should have gotten a vehicle, but I'm like, well, I'm airborne, I'm in my parachute, might as well. In this game, they're like, we really wanted to reserve the parachute for combat. So when you get to an area and you're like, I'm in this area, but I just want to stay airborne and drop some C4 or like gain like, verticality so I can get on top of a building, like that's what the parachute's for. If you want to travel somewhere, that's what the wingsuit's for. So you have like a little bit, it's kind of like the cape in Super Mario World where like you do have to like, deal with the air resistance, like to travel a long distance. Like when you actually shoot at something, you have to kind of aim down to like hit a tree or something like that so you're not shooting straight up. And if you're aiming down with the wingsuit, you're gathering speed, but you're also going straight towards the ground. So it is this new skill set that was kind of getting frustrated. I spent like 3 hours playing this game at the Square Enix event, which was terrible. They're like, we got Lara Croft Go, we got Hitman Go,
Like, no.
we got Dragon Quest Origin, we got Dragon Quest Heroes, we got 5 stations set up. We're trying out all the classes for Final Fantasy 14, Heaven's Ward, and I'm just like, I'm good. I'm just gonna sit in this chair.
Nice.
I'm gonna learn these controls in and out.
Is this what you described of him using the
retracted? Give it to me,
retractable
Elyse. Give it to me.
cable?
Possibly.
Is it something you have to unlock, by the way?
No. That was
it.
retracting cable right there.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Yeah, there was when he's like pulling the different things together. No, that was a classic thing you can do in Just Cause 2 where you could they had little fuel containers that if you shot them they went straight up in the air, and you just connected that to a soldier and the soldier like went off with it. But yeah, this wingsuit, and it's literally, it takes you a little while if you play Just Cause 2 religiously like I did to adapt to like what the buttons do now. But like once you get that, the switch back and forth between the wingsuit and the parachute is just really great. It's really fantastic. And the one concern that I had, because they definitely wanted to set Just Cause up, that they're like, like I mentioned, they had the cheat menu. They had a thing called Jesus mode, which was, they're like, it's like God mode, but you take damage. So like in God mode, your health bar doesn't even budge. But they're like, your health bar budges in this, but you don't die. So it's like Jesus mode. But they really wanted us to focus on the cheats and like really just make this be a playground and run around and like try challenges and stuff like that. And I was a little nervous because I'm like, there was an element of strategy where I really had to be careful in Just Cause 2 about like, okay, what items am I bringing into this game? What weapons? Do I want to bring a vehicle in? Do I want to bring in a tank or something like that? And I'm like, are you nervous that this accessibility to all this cool stuff is going to make it less difficult? And they were like, nope. They're like, the AI is really smart in this game. When you take over a base, you can go up to terminals and you can call in other soldiers. So like guys that are on your side come running into the base, and it's like a little bit of what we saw with For Honor, where you kind of like have like little guys on your side that if you protect them, they can back you up, or like maybe just be targets for potential fire. But like I definitely died pretty quickly in this game, even having like, I didn't have Jesus mode on, but like even having all of these things unlocked. There's him flying around in the missile. I have no idea what's going on there.
Love on top of the missile.
I don't know if you can like summon those. There were airstrikes you could bring in. There were all sorts of just really silly logistical things, like there were water towers in villages that you were supposed to destroy in Just Cause 2, and I remember thinking, like, these poor villagers, I'm destroying their water tower. So they're like, we only put water towers inside the evil bases, so you're only denying water to the bad guys.
I feel bad for gas station owners. I feel like I've never seen that many gas stations blow up.
Yeah,
the insurance policy.
Yeah.
Yeah, insurance is definitely going, out of control in this area. There's also challenges which you can see a little bit of here, but you just get to a spot and they're like, hey, here, hop in this tank, unlimited bullets, destroys as many things as you can, go for it.
I want to talk about upgrades. What's the deal with that?
There are mods which you can add to. Actually, we just saw one. You can add nitrous to any vehicle. So once you like have that mod, anything you get into can have a little nitrous boost.
That's fun.
Anything?
You can add any vehicle, including like an ice cream truck, like ambulance.
Sure.
They had a hop, which I don't know is going to be one of those mods, but you can make your car bounce.
Like Speed Racer?
Yeah, so if you're like going in an obstacle or something like that, you can just like hop over.
I want that, yeah.
But again, like I don't know where the cheats that they gave us at this preview event end and the mods that are actually going to be in the game begin.
So it's not like life up. It's like they're cool little weird
little
upgrades.
skills that he has now. And that was upgrading weapons and vehicles. Was a big thing. You had to get like weapon parts in Just Cause 2, and they're like, guns are guns. You can't level up guns. You just level up you. You just get like more skills and stuff like that. And it seemed really like they didn't want to sell why this was just kind of this natural evolution for Just Cause, and this is just like the next chapter in this all-important franchise that they're working on. They're like, we just want to take everything that could potentially get in your way from just having a bonkers time in Just Cause. That even though Just Cause 2 was super fun, there were still some barriers to entry in the experience. We just wanted to rip all of those out. and just make this super accessible. You can move around on vehicles. So in Just Cause 2, there were specific like spots that you could hang onto a car. So if you were like standing on top of a car and you moved the right analog stick forward, you would like do a flip to the front.
Yeah.
And then if you moved it back, you would like do a flip and land in your position on the back. And then you
Okay.
can kind of rotate like where you were standing. And in this one, you move the analog stick and you just walk around the plane. So if you're like on a plane and you want to walk like right up to the front of it, or if you want to like way over to one side of the wings, you know, and like sneak over and like shoot at the pilot from there, like you can do that. And it just did a really good job of like, I was in a tiny little truck and I was able to like walk down to the bed and like walk to the back of the truck. Because it just knew like you're on this car. Like I'm not, no matter what you do, I'm not going to knock you off. Because that's one of my favorite things to do in Just Cause. Get on a random like car of just somebody that lives in this area, shoot another car, have that car that I'm standing on freak out and just like take off speeding, driving somewhere, like trying to get away from the carnage.
I have a question. Did you get an indication from everything you saw from your 3 hours that there's more? That there's more to the game than what you saw?
Yes. Big things that I didn't get into. I don't know if that's because they weren't available on the slide. I mean, the map. There was a lot of stuff that I didn't see. And thank you, Cox. You reminded me of two things that I think are cool about the game. One, interiors. Didn't really focus on a lot. Like you went into interiors of bases and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But they said there's like whole huge cave systems and stuff like that they built into the environment.
I like
They
caves.
said that the map, you can actually expect it to be the same size map, just real estate wise, as Just Cause 2, but they're like, we're making it way more detailed, way more diverse, adding way more elements to that actual map. And that map is still bonkers huge. I mean, like, that is still, you know, just, there's so many places that you can go to in Just Cause. There were really fun landmarks in Just Cause 2. Like there was a nightclub that was like on an airship floating in the sky. And I just kind of like, they kind of like gave me a wink before, and I'm like, that nightclub was really great in Just Cause 2. And they were like, yeah, we got stuff like that.
No,
Like,
describe that to me. That sounds so cool.
It is an airship with a nightclub on it.
Oh,
Done.
man.
Sounds like Setzers.
Just two big balloons, and you just like, as you're flying towards, you can hear like,
So
like the disco music, and then you get close.
And then you hop onto the top of the plane and
there's
jump onto the
bartenders,
airship?
there's ladies like dancing, and there's people dancing and drinking and
That's
hanging
so
out and
funny.
stuff like
That's
that.
so cool.
And it's always in the same spot. I think it kind of like circles, but it's always like generally in the same area. And you like gotta get in a plane to get up there and just parachute up. There's no like loading thing or something, or like, you know, ship that'll take you up there. Like you gotta get up there the hard way. And not only that, with just seeing more of the environment, you know, did like this whole snow-capped mountains. I couldn't get over there.
Yeah.
One of the things, so as I mentioned, like I got addicted to checking off all the different spots in the Just Cause 2 map, but that was just me as a completionist. Like I would literally just see like a little white circle with an icon on it, and I'm like, I want a check mark on that icon. I don't care what this area looks like. I don't care where, you know, it's like, okay, there's other people in this little like straw hut village, but like I'm just looking for that weapon part, and then I'm done with this place. Where they recognize, like, yeah, the areas were a little bit repetitive in the game, and that's one thing that actually you guys commented on when we first saw gameplay of it, I believe at the Square Enix press conference. We were like, oh, these areas look great. You know, like, these little towns really look awesome. And so they really wanted these little towns, even if you're just running in, doing a couple objectives, checking off the map and moving on, they're like, we wanted that to feel unique. You know, we wanted that, like, this is the town that's next to a giant military base. And so the town is kind of overrun by the military. You know, like there's a big military presence in this town. But like, well, this little town is like really far away from everything, and it's like right on a cliff, so it's kind of Mediterranean. And like, there's like some old ruins that are in this area, or there's a lot more billboards. There's much more of like a metropolitan area. And it seemed there were just kind of like small villages, a big city, or like straw huts. And that was like the amount of diversity that was in Just Cause 2. And like, we really wanted each area to feel organic, that when you got to a new place, you weren't just like hunting for items or trying to destroy everything that was marked in red, much like Mirror's Edge. Anything that has red icons on it, it's like, yeah, blow that up. And I saw that from what I could see. And there was, you know, we've seen like big fields of sunflowers and stuff like that he's driving his car through. There's lots of points of interest, and just this beautiful area. You know, like really pretty map. Everything looks better. Explosions look better. Particles
Look at
look
that
better.
water.
You can go underwater everywhere across the entire map. It's an island, so you can just like. At one point, I took off. I was there with Andrea Renee, and Andrea was just like, get in a jet, fly out, and just go as far as you can go. And so I'm like flying out overseas, being like, I wonder as far as I can go. And a guy came in like, what are you doing? And I'm like, oh, I just want to see the end of it. And he's like, yeah, you might not want to do that because I don't think there is an end. Like, I don't know if we have that built into the game yet. You can probably just go until the map just disappears behind you. And
awesome.
You have this big ocean area.
Look at that F1 car. You know, one of my favorite hubrisms is pretentious.
Yeah.
This game has zero pretension. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's totally cool with being what it is, and I really like that about it because it gets it focused. This game is focused on what is good about this game, and that I think is what is cool about it.
Yeah, I just gotta wonder where that factors in. Just like going on a missile that's flying over someplace.
I mean, I'm sure it's part of a mission, but then like it's probably an interactable thing that you'll be able to use several times.
And I mentioned briefly, like, if you guys care about story, if you want to, like, follow the saga of Rico, this is where he grew up, so this is his hometown. So it is kind of nice. What?
He's just smashing up his hometown?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the name of justice.
In the name of justice.
He's smashing up the things that. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I love Metropolis. So like there may be some familiar characters from old franchises returning. They don't really want to get into that specifically, even though I recognize one name. But
there'd be 0 names I would recognize. And I don't care,
Well, there's not that many characters that you check in with on a regular basis in Just Cause 2. But yeah, this game's just nutballs. I mean, there's just so much stuff going on. And it seemed like a game that they legitimately loved to play. It's like, I demoed Rock Band again last night. And like, I love those guys, but you could tell. I'm sure there's some songs in that library that they're like, no. That they actually tweeted. They're like, everyone wants to play Uptown Funk. I cannot take it right now.
Yeah.
Whereas like the guy, I mean, like they did the presentation, and then the guy went around to all the different. So there was the director that we saw at the Square Enix press conference, and then there was like some other guy that it's terrible because I don't remember his name and I don't remember his position, but he might have been like one of the lead gameplay testers. He's kind of like in charge of all the guys that are testing the game. And
sure.
At one point, he made the game crash, and I was like, "Oh, crash!" And he's like, "That's my job." It's like, "That's my job."
I found one. Yeah. I used
So that
to love
guy
that
demoed
too.
the game while the director was talking about it, and then we all got a chance to play games. And he came around and was kind of telling everybody the controls. And then when the Square Enix events was still winding down, the guy was still on the couch, still playing the game, and not talking to anybody. He was just like, "This game's fun. I just love running around this world." The whole like tethering to something and then moving and then switching to a parachute and then into a wingsuit. The guy was butter. He was like Spider-Man. Like he just really like there was no place he couldn't go. It was rarely like he missed. He wasn't like, I want to do that and make that thing happen, and like didn't make it happen. And they placed jumps like perfectly. Like there's this kind of big tower base thing that we keep seeing collapsing in all sorts of like gameplay trailers.
The red and black thing.
Yeah, where that thing was supposed to be like radar dish on top.
Yeah.
Where that thing was placed was right on the edge of a cliff where there was a military base, and right in the middle of that military base on the edge of the cliff was a clear ramp. That if you wanted to, you could just put like C4 on a car, drive it, jump off, parachute, watch the car go into this thing, land at the lowest point on this giant structure, hit it, whole thing blows up, collapses on top of other things. Super fun. So like somewhere in there, the question is like, is there a game that has a progression system that I can really be obsessed with? Is this game that I could, potentially get bored with maybe because there's so many crazy things to do? It's kind of like Grand Theft Auto. A lot of people say they get bored with the story missions because they're like, I just kind of got bored with the world. Never happened to me.
That's not a big. That's not an issue. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
But just gorgeous destruction going on there. And Ian Hank wants to say something.
I was just wondering if the bill you were filibustering for has been passed, or not.
The build has been passed? What do you mean?
Bill. We were joking in chat that you've been filibustering about Just Cause.
Oh yeah, on the floor here. Am I holding anything back? Someone else from talking?
How do you mean? What's the joke of the filibuster?
Do you know what a filibuster is?
Yes, that is when you are.
You just talk forever and ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always telling us about
to
the
keep
game.
everyone else from it. It's just some mild, good-natured trolling. There's also a very problematic straw poll that's been going on.
What?
It's pretty funny.
That's it? That's all we're getting?
Favorite game trailers employee.
Oh yeah, you should not do that.
Now we're talking. We were gonna check in on Thursday on that one.
No, don't look at that. This is the first time in my life.
It's gonna be buttons. Let's be honest. Come on.
I've heard good-natured
He's
trolling.
not on
I've never heard that phrase before. There's no such thing as good-natured
good-natured.
trolling.
That's the only kind of trolling I do, man.
By the way,
the old GNT.
I would like to take this.
GNT.
I would like to take this opportunity while we're live streaming,
while we're derailed,
non-stop marathoning. Everyone, when you're home, take a break, stand up, walk around, make sure you stay hydrated. I was honestly about to faint a little while ago. This is my second bottle of water.
I had that picture of a window that the Wii puts up, like, go outside.
Yeah, exactly.
For a couple of minutes, why not? We were dancing.
Maybe Twitch should have that inherently. When Twitch automatically recognizes you've been watching a stream for 2 hours. So like,
yeah.
I mean that with sincerity. Yeah. Take
oxygen,
take breaks.
Yeah. It gets hot in here too.
Mm-hmm.
Woo.
Woo-wee.
We're having fun though.
Yeah, I was absolutely
I'm surprised
losing
with my
it.
neck. I haven't had a migraine yet, so that's cool.
That's it. Things that will shut me down real quick. Migraine. Having my nose run as much as Elise's sinuses are acting up today. Brutal. And migraine. Did I mention migraine? That would be bad if that happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be a forced quit. Really serious. But the funny thing about migraines is that could literally happen, and I'm just like, I'm out. So I'm gone. And literally walk away and come back 35 minutes later and be totally fine.
Yeah.
Like, all right, I'm back.
Yeah.
That's how human brains are.
Sometimes
Just
it's
take
like
a nap
that.
and the brain resets.
Hey.
It's like the old NES. Just
Hey, I didn't hurt your feelings with that filibuster thing, did I?
You did.
no, I'm proud to filibuster.
Proud to filibuster?
I
Proud
consider myself rather loquacious.
Oh, true. Your perspicacity is
You?
unmatched.
Loquacious is a gross word.
It does. Loquacious sounds like very like.
Aren't you supposed to be a
it's
good
very
host and be like,
visceral.
what does loquacious mean, Brandon?
What does loquacious mean?
It means you're talkative, right?
It means you can.
I'll be
talk.
kissing the blarney stone up here.
Wait, what is that? Are you being loquacious?
Are you being loquacious?
Oh my god.
I've heard of the legend.
Ireland?
I've heard of this, yes, but I don't know what it means to
They
be
hang you upside
loquacious.
down and you gotta kiss this stone that's underneath one of the battlements of this castle.
Sure, but how does that
Blarney
make me
Stone.
loquacious?
It's if you kiss the stone, it makes you loquacious. That's
No,
what they say.
I'm not
no.
doing
That's
that.
what
I'm
they say.
getting water.
I
Hang
can't
on.
bear it.
The real question
They say if you
is
talk a lot, they say you got to kiss of the blarney stone.
the real question is if you could change your fate,
Would
you? It's an important question. Would you though, for real?
It's a way to change my fate.
If you could change your fate, would you?
What fates would we get? What if they had that in the Fates trailer? What was it? We had one game, Fate.
Oh yeah, one game had fate at the end
was
of it.
There were no fate games this year.
No,
Not
one of
enough
them's
fate
called something,
games.
something.
Yeah, there was some
Fate.
Fate. No, it was the Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem Fates.
Oh, wait.
Sure.
Other breaking news now that Elyse is back.
What's wrong?
Don informed me that chat caught earlier that Elyse drank out of Huber's water cup at one point
Whoa.
yesterday, and perhaps he is patient zero.
Eagle Eye viewers, man.
I know.
Chat knows
They don't
everything.
miss anything. What do you think
That's
of that?
awesome. Hey, man, video or it didn't
All of a
happen.
sudden, I'm really excited for Shenmue 3. I don't know how to explain
She's got Huberitis! She's got Huberitis! Shenmue fever! I've got it too! I've got Shenmue fever. It's running through my veins. We've got Shenmue fever. It's driving me insane!
No. I'm just saying. Like warning signs. Singing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Irish accents.
Yeah.
Like,
Open weeping.
We're derailing.
Let's talk about Warzone.
Yeah, Warzone ruled.
Okay. All right.
Warzone is really fun. Okay, so Warzone is one of the modes. I don't know if they gave us a tally of the total multiplayer modes that are going to be available in Halo 5 Guardians.
Sure.
But yeah, so this is one of them. So Warzone is a giant environment that you are trying to control. I was on the red team. I was trying to take them blues out, and this was I don't remember the name of the map. I actually have information here. Hold on, let me bring up my. I think I wrote down what the name of the map was, and then I was just too busy actually playing Warzone.
Ooh, look how smooth. We got a good frame rate here.
So yeah, they're taking a little bit from everything. There's a little bit of Titanfall in here because there is AI. So these little guys that we're looking around, most of these guys are AI driven, and these guys are going to spawn from locations that you currently control. So you start off with your own little base, and you control that base.
Okay.
And then there's the enemy base, and they control that. And then there's one, possibly more, structures in between those two areas. And as you run through these structures, you'll bump into these, red or blue enemy guys that are running around, that are just shooting guys. And these guys are pretty formidable. I don't know if they had the difficulty turned up, but like, if two of these guys got the drop on me, like, I'd be in trouble. Like, I would actually have to like find cover. One of these guys you could probably take down by yourself with not a lot. If you're like a seasoned Halo player, you're probably not gonna have a problem with one of these. And so you run through, and basically what you want to do, there's two ways you can win Warzone, at least two. One of them is to just get 1,000 points, period. First person to 1,000 points wins the whole thing. And you get points from everything. You get points from securing areas, you get points from killing enemies, whether they're actual players or whether they're just dudes running around. You probably get points for other random things that I was not paying attention to.
I like this ship. Look at this thing.
If you control a dominant or up to a certain percentage of the map, if you dominate it, then, or maybe just all of the bases, if you actually control them, then it will open up your enemy's core, which is like a little energy source, like within their base. That'll open up, and then you destroy that thing and you take it down.
Whoa.
So, if you lose, then like all hands, back at base, and then you can actually, if you're good at this game, you can make a push to like get people out of your base and then reclaim some more of the map. My favorite thing about this is there are reclamation stations. I don't know if that's exactly what they call it. I think they're like rec stations or something like that.
I like reclamation station,
You can maybe
of course.
see one of these things pop up. They have a little green HUD. These little
Okay.
terminals that you can walk around. Rec terminals, maybe they call them. There's one, that little green icon on the side there.
Get to the rec terminal. Oh, we died.
And if you walk up to one of those, you can spend a currency that you accrue throughout the match And you can get weapons, or you can get vehicles, or you can get maybe other mods and stuff like that you can pick up. But weapons and vehicles are the big thing. Obviously, the cooler ones are way more expensive. So, and when you die, you can also choose when you come back to instantly have one of those things. So when you're dying and you're waiting to respawn, give you like 10 seconds to respawn, it kind of like gives you an automatic rec menu where you can bring up and be like, okay, when I come back, I want to have an energy sword or a rocket launcher, or I want to be in a ghost. And then it'll respawn you and you're automatically in that.
I'm sorry, what's the currency for that?
You just slowly build it as you kill people and do good things in the environment.
So it's the same currency I'm trying to build to 1,000 I'm spending?
No, this is your own personal currency.
Got it.
I think it's real short. I think like 10 is the max number of points that you can possibly get.
Okay.
So you're cashing those 10 points immediately on the coolest thing that you can get, which would be not a ghost. The ghosts are little guys running around. That's sparrows. What are the flying dudes in Halo?
I think those are ghosts.
The ghosts are the hover
Banshees.
Banshees. So Banshee is like the coolest thing that you can get. These mechs that I don't know if you've seen them. There's like little walker mechs.
I don't like the walker mech. I gotta be honest.
Are a step up from a ghost. I was really gratified at one point because I took down one of these walker guys with a ghost because I was just like strafing around him so fast.
Love
ghosts.
ghosts.
Time to like catch up and take me out.
Yeah.
So you have to ask yourself, if you die and you look and you have like 4 points, you're like, I'm gonna save it. I'm going to save it. I'm going to run through, try to get some more points this time. And then the next time I can get to a station, or the next time I die, I'm going to bring in one of these big mechs. And the cool thing is it's not like Titanfall where like one of these things drops in the environment and you got to get to it and somebody else can steal it. It spawns you at a very specific spot in this vehicle. So if you like go to a station, you buy a ghost, it ports you right into the garage, you pop up out of the garage with the ghost, you shoot right out into the battlefield, and then you're in. So I really liked the concept of, because a lot of like item requisition in multiplayer matches in Halo was most of the time based on if you just knew where that rocket launcher was, and if you got lucky that no one had picked it up in the last 5 minutes.
Yes.
Or if you just knew generally where these locations would be on the field where you'd be able to get these items. And now it's like there are no locations. The coolness of your item is based on whether you kill the guy that just dropped it in front of you and you managed to pick it up.
Okay.
Or if you save up enough points, you're like, I want to buy the rocket launcher. It was just so gratifying to like save up for that rocket launcher, spend it, walk out of my base, have a ghost go right by it. I'm like, nope, get out of our base, and take the guy out. And got absolutely destroyed. Only played one match. I think we had like 560 points when the enemy team managed to get to 1,000.
Oh, that's bad.
And we
That's
lost
a bad
instantly. Because it was only really until about the halfway point that I'm like, I get it. But to me, I think the most successful thing about this mode
This thing is weird, by the way. Did you get in one of these?
I did not save up to get in one of these, unfortunately. I apologize. But I think the coolest thing about this mode for me is how easy you access all of this cool stuff within Halo, and this kind of give and take, between saving up for something or just spending it to get that like moderate item every single time, so you can be like one step ahead of the curve. Or as I mentioned, just like saving it for a couple minutes and then like going all in on one really cool thing. And the potential of you buying that really cool thing and then just turning the corner and walking right into like, 5 warthogs. You're like, oops. Like,
no, that'll happen.
I spent all that and it just, luck did not work out for me.
So like, how much is a sniper rifle? Would that be 1 point?
No, that would probably be like 2 or 3 points.
Okay.
And you can see really easily, you can check at any time, like how many points do I have? If I was to get to a station, what could I buy at this point? And there are Destiny
there it is.
style.
This is that kind of. There's the menu right there.
Yep. So he just went and he was waiting to respawn, and then boom, he just respawned.
And they actually call it level instead of points.
And Destiny style. Bungie making something and the 343 picking it back up from Bungie, there are random enemies that will pop up in the environment and they will tell you, they'll be like, Skarg the Unburnt has shown up. And they're like, this will be a random guy that'll show up maybe with some friends around him. Yeah. And then if you kill him, you get points. If you so you and like a buddy might be like, let's do it. Let's go take this guy.
That's MOBA style, for
and
sure.
it's literally just that last shot takes the kill. So there was one time where like me and another guy, like he was in a big mech and I was in a ghost, and we were both like whittling this guy's down health, and he just managed to get the last shot and took the kill and got the points for it. But it was close.
Yeah, that's MOBA. That's MOBA for you.
There's so many things going on. Like it's a lot of times, like in Halo, not a lot of times, but like it would happen that I would be playing a Halo multiplayer match, and it would be tough for me to like get to where the action was or really feel relevant. Like then I was just like, okay, I was able right after I respawned to just jump right back where I needed to be. I knew where I needed to be. I knew where the action was. I knew that like that spot. Like if you're on Sidewinder, it's like, where are we? Are they up there? Should I get in a vehicle, go around the corner? Like, yeah, I want to be selfish. And like, it's kind of hard to be selfish because you're not if you take a vehicle, you're not stealing that vehicle that just spawned in front of the base, and now we can't get to that. You spent your own points on that vehicle, and now you're using it.
I get what you're saying, yeah.
You know, so it's not like even in Battlefield, it was always frustrating when like, oh, cool, helicopter spawned, and some like jerkwad would get into it before you would crash it immediately. And you're
That's
like,
me,
thanks.
man.
Me, yeah.
That's me.
Yeah, I confess, those helicopters are hard to control.
Yeah.
So it just seemed like this just like sensory overload. Every time you would walk out into the environment being like, what do I want to do? Do I want to go after that guy that just spawned on the map and see that boss and see if I can take him down and get some points for my team? Do I really want to find out where the bulk of my team is and kind of join this big firefight? Do I want to whittle down some of these guys and some players from afar, maybe with a sniper rifle, so I can build enough points to then spend on the map on the next run around?
Yeah, that's me.
Or do I just want to, run around and shoot stuff? Do I just want to anytime you see, like I was in the red team, anytime I saw anything blue, pew, 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 I'm having a good time.
So the only time I can spend money before dying is at those terminals, correct?
If you walk up to a terminal and access it,
Okay.
or you
Cool.
can do it from the respawn.
How many are there on the map?
I think there were like 2 or 3 within the base that I was in, and then maybe like a dozen total on the map.
Because that's what's funny to me, Brandon, is
It's not
that
too close that you can just grab one right away, but close enough that if you know the map and you know where they are, you're never too far from one if you make that decision.
it sounds like you're kind of encouraged to die in order to get new weapons. You're like, okay, I'm ready for my weapon, time to die.
Yeah, you're not encouraged to die, but there is a flow to it. So like
Yeah.
when you get, and it's an interesting like evaluation of the performance you just did. So if you like bought something, like if you bought a rocket launcher, and then you go in and you're tearing it up, and then you die, and then you go back to the item screen, and not only can you buy another rocket launcher, but you've earned enough points with that rocket launcher to buy the next best thing.
Yeah.
And you can maybe have that momentum of constantly getting better stuff because you're making the most of this, whether it's a cool weapon or a cool item.
So wait, you don't lose points if you die or anything?
You lose points when you spend. So if it's like 5 points for a rocket launcher, I spent all those in a rocket launcher, I go back to 0. But I kick so much ass with that rocket launcher that I'm getting points back, so that when I eventually die, you can never die, potentially. You can run into this thing and be earning points the whole time and then just keep going to those stations and getting more stuff. And keep in mind, you unlock these things, so if you're communicating with your base and you have a guy or you respawn in a base and like, you know what, I have so much cool stuff, I don't really need these points. I can buy a Warthog, warp into it, drive it out, park it, get out, and then one guy from my team can jump in there. So that you can buy something for someone else. If you want to keep it, they give it to you right away. But if you know guys, like if you really know people on your team, like these are all your friends, you could just destroy this mode, man. I mean, if you're really communicating and really talking about like where stuff is, that classic League of Legends communication. And
Hey, what's the deal with that slide?
Yeah.
There's all sorts of crazy movement options that they've added to the game.
Go on.
Yeah, the sprinting and all that stuff. They talked about that. I actually can't speak to that. Because,
So that's in the beta and everything, the sliding? I don't know what to think about a slide. That's probably because you can do crazy stuff in like Call of Duty going prone. Maybe that's the idea is lower your hitbox.
And it just felt like a Battlefield. It did not feel like a multiplayer video game match that I was having. It felt like this Battlefield that I was at in Halo. That I think Titanfall, had in some of its best moments. That like this is just bonkers carnage. I just said bonkers for like the 5th time in the last hour, but
Nobody
I
minds.
played lots of bonkers things yesterday.
word.
Yeah.
Bonkers bad fur day. Speaking of Xbox, but
This is how that Metroid
it was
game
really
starts.
fun. I've seen a lot of people say really great stuff about it on social media that checked it out. A lot of people were saying good things about it. It was clearly like the appointment to have at this party. Everything else, which Tomb Raider, which I can also get into before the PC game thing tonight. Pre-show starting at 8 minutes, correct? The PC pre-show.
Starts in approximately 8 minutes.
So maybe I'll talk about
Great.
Tomb Raider for 8 minutes.
Okay.
And then, because I talk about Guitar Hero, Just Cause, Halo. Tomb Raider, Bears.
Bears.
That was a bear.
Where are you? Where does it start? What's
It
going on?
looked like it was the beginning of the game because it kind of got back to that. Remember that first campfire she has in the original Tomb Raider?
Yes.
There was like clearly a stopping point where you were like, okay,
Oh, and she's shivering.
you
She's
know, like,
shivering, which is
she
cool.
like finally gets at least one homestead, and then that's just kind of like the building point. Like
Yeah.
I think I think that's where we started it off, where she's freezing and like rummaging through the snow. Snow looks amazing. I think like the gameplay I actually wasn't surprised in. They were talking a little bit more about customization and then like it's easier to get supplies for these things. It's not as confusing if you want to like build things. Like build a better bow. You can get the little components of it. It seemed less like really revolutionary systems and more just kind of like just making a little bit deeper the stuff that you had available in the game. The way she moved her arrow and the way she like aimed with her arrow and obviously like there was a little reticle that indicated that like the longer you're holding this bow down, the stronger this attack's going to be, but the more your aim might wiggle a little bit. So it's kind of like that give and take.
Yeah.
The bear was massive. This was definitely like not a Bloodborne level boss, but definitely something where like this guy's going to mess you up real quick if you don't like get away from him. And kind of seemed like the bear was kind of like your introduction to this world, that like once you kill this bear and survive, like that was kind of like, okay, now you've moved on to chapter 2 of this game. So it seemed like kind of like the shark from what I saw with Abzu, that like, you know, this like, this is the last I've seen of you, you bear. You know, like kind
You
of
don't
like,
kill the bear?
Okay.
well, you do kill at the end of the demo, you did kill the bear.
Oh, okay.
And, like go into his
Confirm?
cave and like get
Confirm
some
kill?
last items. But like, it seemed like you like bump into the bear and then the bear kind of knocks you away, and then you're like traveling along, the bear shows up again, and then like the bear knocks you off something else, and then there's that clear point where you're like, okay, I've got a bow now, I've got arrows, I've leveled up a little bit, so I'm a little sturdier, and then you like find the bear's lair, and then you can like hop down from a cliff, and now you're trapped in this area with the bear, and just, there's like a tree that you can run, a couple like rocks that you can hide behind, you know, and just pop up and like shoot your bow. But so again, like gameplay seemed like the same. I'm not underwhelmed because I loved Tomb Raider. I was fascinated by that game. I loved survival. I thought just, you know, the way that it went through the world, the way that you were able to return to prior areas, and like now it's like sunset instead of middle of the day, and how like the whole environment would feel totally different. I remember there's like one area in the first Tomb Raider where you would like take this super long zip line run, because you could like drop off of a zip line and then hook onto a new one. So it was this like 20-second zipline ride that you would take by the shore.
Oh yeah.
And I remember like I did one like in the middle of the night, and then I did one another at like sunrise, and I was like, this environment looks totally different. This is beautiful. So gameplay pretty much looked the same. Looked like they're just kind of building on new systems, but this game looks unbelievable. Like just knee deep in snow, like trudging through the snow and like making marks. Like she had like a little glow stick on her belt that was like lighting up things in her environment that she would back up to. You know, her hair, like just the snow, like slowly. I mean, we made fun of like how underwhelming it was for Square Enix to show that in the press conference and be like, you know, she's slowly getting dirtier and blood patches are slowly appearing on her face as she goes through. But it is really those little elements, and it's kind of something that's frustrating. We may not see HD remasters in the next gen because it's really those minute details that we're really noticing, you know, smoke when things explode, and really the distance, you know, like really seeing that lighthouse in the distance, or that tower in Uncharted, and like getting there and realizing, wow, it didn't load, you know, before I got to this point.
Yeah.
And, you know, like, yeah, there's lots of people. We saw that in Dead Rising. Those were lots of people, all these zombies running around, but really seeing like how Nathan Drake reacted to that guy. Oh, excuse me, sir. And like, that didn't feel just, you know, Assassin's Creed 1, where just like, you knocked my pot over. You know, it's like, no, it actually feels like I'm in an environment. Yeah, the textures, environments really felt cold. Really felt like, Lara, what are you doing here? What on earth? She's like lighting a fire, and it's just like, that's amazing. They actually got a fire going, considering how like cold everything is.
Was her buddy in there, in the demo?
No. This was, I get a feeling this was before. This is probably the beginning of the game. This is before you. I don't know if it's going to follow the same plot where you like show up with a bunch of people and then you get separated from them and you have to like collect them again.
I'm trying
afterwards, but
I think most of her buddies don't survive the first game.
Maybe. At one point in the demo, too, you also stumbled upon a military base, which they didn't show. And they had like a big reveal moment where she walked to the edge of the cliff, and this helicopter came flying in and landed, and she was just like, okay, here's a new base.
Cool.
And I love that. It just, the environment, they did such a good job, and it reminded me of Alan Wake in a way where, again, context, you know, where it's like I really feel like, you know, I can tell where I am. It's not like I'm loading to these different areas and, you know, like I just memorize them based on, you know, what that one individual area looks like. It's like when I fast travel from this area up to the mountain, I on top of the mountain can look back and like, oh, I can see that beach area way on the distance. Or at least I get a feeling of like, I know it's over there.
Yeah.
I can just feel that, and I can really feel this environment.
That's some of my favorite stuff, man.
And so it felt like there were a lot of vantage points where you could get these big grand vista views of, you know, how beautiful that environment is. And so it's just a question of, you know, how big is it? What is she actually looking for? Still no tombs, you know, like the little cave that the bear had. There were a couple supplies in there, and that was about it. Or
they
maybe
promised
it was like the
tombs.
beginning of a tomb. But yeah, tombs confirmed for Rise of the Tomb Raider. Still not sure where the rising came from. She seemed pretty risen when the game started. Seemed pretty capable.
Wait till you see where she's at the end of the game.
I like that she's not wearing some sexy outfit, but is legitimately wearing like she came prepared. She's wearing like a parka and you know, like a snow outfit.
Oh, don't worry, she'll lose it later.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's the inevitable her getting arrested and thrown in prison, which every third-person, first-person shooter needs to have.
We're gonna break through that wall.
You get captured. If it's a Wolfenstein game, it needs to have it 5 times. But there we go, right in the nose. It is 5 o'clock. We are an hour away. Can we maybe queue up? Where do we go for the live stream? Is it we go to Twitch for this?
PC Gamer.
Twitch.tv/PC Gamer has
Twitch.tv/PC Gamer Show. This is the last time that we are going to have any sort of predictions for what we are possibly going to see. Everything else will be confirmations.
Half-Life 3.
I am out of my element at the PC Gaming Show. I must be honest.
I mean,
I have a pen that fell on the floor.
there are some games that like
Recon
Frictional's going to be there, so we think Soma might be seen.
Mm-hmm.
Which
Okay.
would be really cool.
Sorry, Soma?
Soma, that was that weird like horror game.
Yeah.
That was announced, I think, about a year and a half ago. It's coming out this September. It's like sci-fi
Did you call it a horror game? I thought it was like a scary game.
Stand for this.
horror game.
Yeah, spooky.
Spooky game.
What's spooky and not horror?
I mean,
Like-
they make horror games. Their other games are horror,
Shogun.
Yeah.
like
Total War.
Amnesia.
So it's gonna be that kind of scary.
It might be a softer, like creepy, like Penumbra or something, but
That's interesting. So I'm out if it's like
Yeah, you'll
if it's
never play.
Amnesia scary, I'm out. I'm hard out on that. Do you think it's gonna be like that, Elise?
Yeah, that was my assumption. Was
Oh,
that it was
no.
gonna feel more like a mix between like Alien Isolation and The Evil Within. That's kind of what it seemed like to me.
What
Maybe
is-
I
okay.
have totally different vibes.
Soma.
Oh yeah, definite scariness.
Get spooked, Kyle.
Oh, I'm
lots
out.
lots
No,
of
I'm
guilt,
out.
lots of
we
people
can-
talking about like you don't know what happened. I can't even describe what happened. It's so
My
terrifying.
computer's chugging, but
Dear Diary.
But then again, I might be getting Soma confused with caffeine. Soma, caffeine, adrift. Lots of in space. Nobody
Yeah,
can
I
hear
don't
you
know if I can
develop
play
horror
this.
games.
Low resolution.
What were you trying to bring up? A
I
Soma
was trying to
trailer?
bring Soma
All
so we
caps,
could
right?
Okay.
Capital S,
praise
capital
it.
O, capital N, capital A.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Wait, why did
Blizzard.
you? No, hold on. Why did you write down Half-Life 3? Why did we do that? No.
Believe.
No. I won't allow that.
Write down Overwatch.
Overwatch. Is
Legacy.
that, what
Oh
that,
my
is that
gosh.
likely works to Heroes? Maybe some
I don't know
more?
if it just came out. Maybe Legacy of the Void.
Okay, so Legacy of the Void likely.
For Overwatch, they've been releasing, I feel like every 2 weeks, a new character trailer. Is that correct?
Or like every day.
Yeah.
Or
Every
like,
day?
Or like
Every
five.
probably one a week.
No,
One every
more
2
than
weeks.
that.
Wow.
Like 3 or 4 weeks.
Do you think we'll get a beta announcement for Overwatch?
Hopefully.
Or they're saving that for BlizzCon?
I think they're not even saving that
They
for
said. I think they
an
said
event.
the beta starting in fall.
Yeah, I think
The
they're just
BlizzCon's
saving that
around
for
then.
when it's going to be good to go. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? I don't think Blizzard cares to announce that at an event. Is my opinion of how they work.
So also, in terms of who else is going to be there, Cliff Blazinski is going to be there,
Mhm.
which
Oh,
he
Blasky.
hasn't, yeah, he hasn't
Fortnite.
announced anything
Fortnite.
about Project Blue Streak, except it's like
Yeah,
FPS
he doesn't work
Arena
for Epic
maybe.
anymore, man.
Oh, right, you're right. That was
I'm
a
sorry.
long time ago.
Elise, did you say no Blue Streak?
No, he might not say anything about it.
Okay.
Right now, we know that it's like an arena, like FPS game, right? Is that
Yes.
what it is?
Yeah.
But I mean, he could just be giving his thoughts on, gaming entirely or teasing what he's doing. Do you think that he'll announce what his game is?
That is like we should, before we even say like make our estimates, we should say like our estimates for what the show will be. That's probably the first conversation we should have.
Allegedly
'Cause, yeah.
3 hours.
That's
So I have a
very
feel
long
like so
time.
like okay, so like I'm trying to think of like what could possibly stretch that out because it can't all be amazing announcements.
Yeah.
Can it? So my predictions are maybe like just super long gameplay demos.
I would love
Like
yeah.
really do it like a Battlefield, 464 player skyscraper
be
toppling
awesome.
thing, but like
Yeah.
a 20-minute, like let's really get into this. Kind of like a Treehouse vibe, where
Yes.
it's just like let's just show all of these games the best you will ever see them look. Like I wouldn't even be surprised to have Witcher 3 there. It's just like, have you guys seen this game on PC? You should check this out if you haven't seen it yet. Boy, a comparison would sure be balls, wouldn't it? If they like actually showed Xbox One and PS4 and PC on top of that, just to be like, screw these other guys. What are you doing? You nuts playing these games on consoles?
They
here
surely
at E3?
could. Yeah, that'd be fun.
So yeah, super long demos, or maybe like a DICE conference TED Talk vibe,
Yeah.
where it's just like a bunch of people getting up there and really, like I
Talking
bet
about the-
Carmack could kill it at something like this. Like that guy
Developer
can talk
for
for like a
PC.
day,
I think
That's usually screw Keeley. That's a Carmack is who we should look up to, man. That guy can just go and go and go.
Yeah, because like there are gonna be a ton of people appearing. Like if you go to the Twitch page, there are at least like 15 to 20 participants listed and more.
Yeah.
So give us a name. Let's speculate.
So ArenaNet, who's coming by here, is also
Right.
going to be there.
Right.
What are they're showing off?
Guild Wars 2.
Guild Wars 2. So do you think there will be a long Guild Wars demonstration?
Potentially.
Sure.
Let's put that down on there.
Blizzard Entertainment is going to be there.
No, Brad, don't.
Best in the biz.
Don't do this to yourself.
I don't know. People are always so down on Blizzard when it comes to E3. They don't think that they're going to show much or do anything
Anything is
Interesting.
possible this evening.
This is a
Oh,
confirmed
absolutely.
appearance.
Everything is possible.
They're
Everything's
getting
Yeah.
on that stage to say something.
Yeah.
They're gonna be there.
They're not just gonna like do the Queen wave from the audience, like Ed Blizzard's here. Like,
Hey.
AMD's gonna be there. I don't really know.
Talking specs.
Talking specs. Let's talk specs.
Yeah.
Don't they have a new card? I think the rumor is they have a new card to show off or something like that. The Sims. Look at the original Sims. It looks great.
yeah, still holds up. I think it'll be a good stream. Full
But-
playthrough Friday, The Sims.
Bohemia Interactive.
All the expansions.
Bohemia Interactive.
Yeah, what does Bohemia do?
I'll look him up. My
Cool.
computer's chugging.
Has anyone played Sims 4 here? The newest one?
Sims 4.
No, Huber did.
You reviewed it?
Hmm.
When he comes back, he's like, "You guys, today I put." We're like, "No, let's talk about Sims 4 for a second."
Yeah.
I don't think he'll be down.
I'm going to ask him about it. He
Bes-
liked The Sims.
Yeah. He was down on Sims
But
4.
he didn't like
though.
Sims 4.
A little bit further down the list is Fulbright, who is gone home, but then they have Tacoma coming out.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Electro Spoiler says Star Citizen. Great call.
Yeah.
Ooh, I would
Awesome.
love to see
That'd
some
be
Star
great.
Citizen. I would love to see that for 15 minutes.
That was one of my favorite speeches, actually. That's somebody I really want to get on GT Live, and just that's a fascinating story about how that game came together.
cool.
That is rewriting the rules of how a game gets made.
I'm going to say rum.
In a world without, yeah, it's like loot or something.
Gold.
Yeah, it's like in a world without gold, we might have been heroes.
Yeah. It's gotta be gold, right?
Do we want a spoiler?
Oh,
Do I wanna spoil this?
gold.
Gold.
Do we want to spoil this?
What? What do you mean?
I don't want to spoil it. It's fine.
Spoil what?
Oh.
That's a very important moment in Assassin's Creed Black Flag.
Oh, yeah, spoil it, dude.
But-
Who cares
Game's
about
like 3
Black
years old.
Flag?
That is his last words.
Bohemia Interactive does
He
Arma.
recognizes his death coming.
That's a very
Okay.
funny quote to put on this.
You think we'll see like
Trivia.
Minecraft? Do they have Mojang on there? That list?
I didn't see Mojang on there.
Is
Mojang,
Microsoft-
Oh yeah,
call it
we
now.
know Microsoft is.
Is
you know,
Microsoft
helping
gonna be
produce
here?
this thing,
Microsoft is
so
there. Yeah, they do
Oh,
own
okay.
them
some
now.
more Windows 10.
Sure.
Windows 10.
VR.
Sure.
We're going to see
Yeah,
some VR stuff.
Oculus. Maybe Valves?
Creative Assembly that did Alien Isolation will be there.
Okay.
Wow, what if they have a new game?
That'd be pretty cool.
That would be
Proudly
cool.
sponsored by AMD, PC Gamer, Xbox, Bohemia Interactive, Tripwire.
Cloud Imperium games.
Oh, I do not know who Cloud Imperium is.
Oh, Ian's not here. Oh, Ian,
Oh,
how many
there he
people worked on KRZ?
One.
Kentucky Route Zero.
One.
Ian says 3.
Oh, so
The two guys are like in charge of most of it, but they might have brought in a third. I know that the two
Survey
main
says.
people are the two main people.
Ian, you're so smart.
thanks, Brandon.
What else,
You
Lisa?
did it.
So Cloud Imperium did Star Citizen.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Dean Hall is going to be there, and he is the DayZ creator that we saw at the press conference, and he announced Ion at the press conference as well. So he'll probably be focusing on Ion.
They said Bethesda's gonna be there. Are they on the list?
They're not on the
No,
list
okay.
here, but that's cool then. That they're going to be there as well. Square Enix is going to be there. Paradox
Pushing
Interactive.
at 14.
Chat, why don't you guys let us know what you are excited about the PC gaming
Let us know.
show? Total Warhammer.
Total
Graphics
Warhammer,
cards.
Warhammer Total War.
I want to see some sweet graphics cards.
Some sweet graphics cards.
Do you though? Like, how do you show off a sweet graphics card?
I don't know. I was just kidding.
But I mean, that's like a real issue that they have with this
I mean,
show.
it'd be cool. I don't know. They could show like, frame rate tests or something like that, like some kind of polygon simulator. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I'm no scientist.
We should do a side bet on
I'm
how.
a TriCaster operator.
I'm a
Let's do a side bet
I'm
on
so
how many
much
times
more
we'll
than that.
hear
Is
the
that all I
word
am to
frame
you?
rate. On how many times frame rate is mentioned.
I believe
so,
that's 2 words.
So I know. So maybe
Frame rate?
sometimes they'll say 60 FPS. That counts.
Serious
Oh,
Sam.
okay.
Yeah. How many times frame rate is mentioned?
6.
6 throughout the entire 3 hours?
That's the entire 3 hours.
25.
What do you have?
25.
Okay.
I'll do 10 then. Fine.
30.
15.
Hold on. We're going too
Oh,
fast.
you
Jones is 10.
you top floored me. God.
Price is right.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, Elyse, what was yours?
30.
She said 24.
Ian was 25. I was 30.
I changed mine.
I've got
Brad,
Shenmue
15.
Fever.
Maybe Jones can win the bet. Everyone wants you to win that bet, by the way, of the password.
Oh yeah.
I saw everyone was like, oh, I gotta help Brandon win.
What's
Oh, the
that?
password
Going
bet. That's fun.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Oh, cool.
Excellent.
Actually, should we just bring them up now?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We should just go till they start. But hold on, let me bet. I think they're gonna mention FPS 8 times.
Going low.
Yeah. Lock
That
those
low
in.
number.
Brandon, what's the password bet?
No one's gonna put sounds on that later.
Yeah,
you
no one's putting
did it
sounds
towards
on that.
yourself. Too, that was weird.
It was because it could be hard for me to with the microphone. Brandon, you did win a bet from GT Time. I didn't tell you this. A while ago, when Roy and Ryu originally leaked, I was like, and when they finally do announce it, they're going to be, we've read all of your survey results. We've been looking over the surveys, and we've seen that Roy is a very popular character, so here he is. They did not do any of that.
And I said no?
So, yeah, but you said no,
There you
no,
go,
they're not
Brandon.
going to do that. The terms of that bet are you are to buy me an amiibo I don't want, and it has to be on my desk and in every Game Trailers video I make for 1 month. That's the term.
won that?
You, Brandon.
Sounds like
You
you
get
lost.
sounds like you get a free amiibo out of this.
no,
What?
That's the term Brandon set up. He was just
yeah,
like,
you
oh,
did.
and if I win, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna buy you an amiibo.
I'm gonna have a word with me from 3 months ago. What was I thinking?
We will probably see King's Quest, right?
The next,
No
the
way.
next bet terms are you're gonna
Yeah.
buy me a Disney Infinity figure.
You have one.
That's it.
That's fine.
That's the end of the terms.
I'll buy you I'm gonna buy you a crystal. I know you don't like the crystals, so I'm buying you one.
I actually do have 2 crystals now, and I'm thinking about getting crystals.
Oh God!
Because they didn't do any crystals for 2.0, and they're not talking about crystals for
Moored
3.0, so it is a finite number.
They've been more.
So it's like, okay, I didn't want this thing to get out of control, but it's like now that there's only like 8 of them.
Word on the street is in 4 minutes, Square Enix Presents is doing a spotlight on Kingdom Hearts happening on their Twitch channel.
Nobody cares.
Brad,
I'm rubbing my
cares.
hands
Nobody
together.
cares.
I mean, the spotlight's going to be we have the team here to answer some questions
Yes.
with the same B-roll that we
So
already
my own
have.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got our own team coming in with our own B-roll.
Yeah.
Hopefully a game demo.
Yeah.
Do we know what they're
Depending on
demoing the
where
game
you're
on?
Do not know.
Do not know specifically. We'll find out when they get here.
Look back though, so I imagine if you got something laptop or something.
It's Divinity first
Yep.
on consoles. Yeah.
Yep, consoles, correct.
Was that announced today? When was that
That
announced?
was not announced today. That was announced a week or 2 ago.
That's huge.
That is pretty cool. Yeah, and Ben was really surprised. He was
Yeah.
like, interesting.
really
He's like,
surprised
that's
by
not
that.
something that I would have thought would have worked out on consoles.
Yeah.
And I know this is the company line that they have to give, but when I was talking to people about coming down the stage, they were like, it's great. It really works. It's really fun to, and could potentially be a game that people will check out. Good for Divinity, man. I mean, like
Yeah.
this game is really, it's really getting out there. It was Kickstarter, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
And I think it was nominated for RPG in our
Yeah,
team.
it was very
yeah.
good. Ben loved it.
Bring it on. Come
It's
to
crazy,
consoles.
man. You never know with these RPGs with Ben because like these are massive games. These are games that even when we start Game of the Year deliberation, because we have done that before, where like we start Game of the Year deliberation and it does Talos Principle, classic example. Like here was a game that like, okay, we all have to play this. So we clearly need to have like so we went home for the weekend, and just like hammered out this game and then came in with like as many hours of impressions as we possibly could. But Divinity, there's no way.
Can't
we
do
really just have to trust Ben.
Yeah.
And just it's so surprising. Like Dragon Age, when we were talking about that game, I was surprised that just didn't clean house. But he was like, no.
Didn't cling to me.
Divinity, and there's the other game from last year that I keep forgetting the name of. That was the other RPG where you could like talk to the cat, and the cat like sent you on a whole mission, and Ben was freaking out about it. He kept bringing up this damn cat that you talked to.
What cat do you talk to?
No, it's a dog, and I think that's Divinity.
Yeah,
Dog.
it sounds like Divinity.
Yeah, you help. You're like researching a murder, and the dog like knows who did it because he can smell the remains or whatever.
Oh yeah. I think
Pillars
that-
of Eternity, I think, is the game.
Oh
that I'm
yeah, that's
confusing
the
this
one with.
with.
Yeah.
I thought
There's
we were
a
talking about
dog
Pillars
that
of
you talk
Eternity,
to
and
in
Divinity was the name I couldn't remember, but
Divinity,
Divinity
yeah.
Original Sin. Okay.
Okay.
Good. All right.
We're all straight.
Yeah.
We got
okay.
it. Y'all got it?
all good.
So is there anything else we want to cover before they come in? And it's pretty cool because actually we can be joining us. I'm really curious to see like what they have to say.
Yeah,
about,
get their perspective.
they're gonna do classic like called it.
Called
They're gonna know.
Yeah.
Like, I know this whole lineup.
Oh, you guys are gonna love this.
Smug Kyle part.
I wonder how like big of a presence Microsoft will have. And do you think that they take feedback from their E3 presentation and they're going to put it into this show, or do you think it's like their PC show has been locked? It's locked.
Oh, yeah,
They're
I think
just
it's
going
locked.
with
It's
it.
locked in.
Well, it depends on how casual this is. I hate being an overanalyst, but I love the graphics they have up right now. This looks pro.
Yeah.
This stuff looks like they put some effort
Some
into
time
this.
into that.
Yeah, this might be like a very professionally produced show. It might look all right.
They've got the power, the processing power to put it together.
They've got that classic out of focus background loop.
Oh, you got to have a background loop that's out of focus.
How long does it take for a human to starve to death? I'm gonna say 2 weeks. No.
Wow.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's
2
not.
weeks. It's not 1 month.
Yeah.
No.
You'd be toast.
If they
You
had
die
said,
of-
if they had put 1 week in 2 weeks, maybe I'd be on.
You die of
Well, yeah.
dehydration after 3 days.
Yeah.
Well, that's the see. It's without.
2 months?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go a long time without food.
No.
It depends on how fat you are
Yeah.
and how muscular you are.
Explain that.
Water is much more.
Because your
important.
body will break down your muscles and your fat. If you're like skinny, like Daniel Bloodworth would starve to death in about 20 minutes. But like, you know, I would starve to death in about 45 minutes.
I'm pretty good. I'd
Yeah,
probably.
Bosman would last like 4 months.
I'd give those 4 months.
4
A lot of
months.
muscle to break down, so I'm good.
That's not a diss on Bloodworth, by the way. It's a well-known empirical
science.
fact that he's
It's
very
just
thin.
you
I
didn't
would
have
like science.
It was on. You were the one who really drew that comparison immediately. Is the thing.
I wasn't the only one. He's a thin guy. He's thin. I like Bloodworth.
I know we
He's
can be
thin.
able to hear this, Mr. Hank.
Me?
Yes,
This
this,
one's the
you
half
guys?
pint. D.
This thing while it's happening
You want to hear it?
in the headphones. Yeah.
Yeah, I can make that happen. You want?
That might be
you want me to
fine.
make that happen?
We don't
I'll
necessarily
also
have to
go
set that
wake
up
up
now,
the
but,
computer. Oh, now Bossman's gonna wake up the computer.
Get out of here, Bossman.
Bossman.
So are we done picking things that might possibly show up? I got like 10 here, but other like specific titles, things that are big. Anything big launch? I mean, Witcher 3. I'm gonna
Ian,
make
you
a
think
call.
Hyperlight Drifter will be there?
I don't know.
I mean, I hope that there's some indies showing. If Tacoma's there, that's a good sign.
FTL2.
Yeah.
Curious if there'll be an Arkham Knight demo. Like comes out next week to really make that push.
Oh,
like
yeah.
you should consider buying this on PC because look how good that looks.
Yeah, that would happen.
Last time Rocksteady potentially gonna make a Batman game, and
No,
Doesn't
it's
look
on the laptop.
I think we'll see Fable Legends.
Did you capitalize the first one?
You bet I did.
Check your typing, bro.
No, it's 69 now. Oh, gross.
What?
what?
Yeah, why?
It's knockers.
Eh.
69 because we're dealing with a bunch of babies.
And somebody's gonna
yeah,
hack into that
what?
machine.
Now everyone knows our password.
Hey, Disaster Piece did this music that we can hear.
Wah,
Cool.
wah, 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 wah.
audio for you there, Brandon.
Yippee! Okay.
Go ahead and change this audio for you.
Go ahead and
change
change
the
that
audio
audio.
now,
Go
Ian.
ahead and change that audio.
Audio for you, Brandon.
I'm gonna do a little audio change.
When you're done with that, if you could change the audio in really quick, I appreciate it. We're getting tired. It's just starting slowly to happen.
Yeah. Chat right now. No Half-Life 3s. What game do you want to see at the PC Gaming Show? Oh my gosh, somebody.
No Half-Life 3.
What's
We
wrong?
wanna see Half-Life
No, I thought somebody made a username called Deadbeat Casanova, but I don't think it's a reference to Dawn. I think it's a different Casanova.
Yeah.
Great name either way.
Casanova archetypal.
XCOM 2? XCOM
XCOM
2?
2.
Oh,
Yeah.
XCOM 2. That'd be cool if it shows up.
Left 4 Dead 3. I could get behind some Left 4 Dead 3. Probably not going to happen.
I'd play it. Definitely.
Yeah, new IP, brand new IP. Not just a teaser, but like an established thing that they're showing off, holding it until the end of the first day of E3 is going to happen.
Cyberpunk 2077.
This answer to this one is A.
Arma 3 expansion, which we would very well see.
No, it's a mohawk.
No, I'm afraid it's A.
It's a mohawk.
Colin
we'll
knows
see.
the
Oh,
answer,
the
he's just
Eve
being
Valkyrie.
weird.
Eve Valkyrie.
definition of a mohawk?
Shovel Knight Plague Knight thingy.
Mohawk.
Oh my gosh, that would be
Knight.
huge if they show some Shovel Knight
Love
stuff.
Shovel Knight.
They're all good answers.
I could really
When do
go
we
for
get that? Do we know?
No, and they don't know. They've not been
They
announcing
just
that
kind
yet.
of okay.
Hey, PC Gamer.
But-
bring back
Ready.
the- never mind.
Just learned recently that I didn't know they were in Los Angeles.
Yacht Club Games.
Yeah, we were talking to the
We need to
guys.
Get them in here.
You know what I'm saying?
I
Yeah.
know what
Um,
you're saying. Let's get them in.
get 'em
The
in
Adventures
here.
of
But that would
Pip
seem
guys.
like the perfect
Yeah.
opportunity. We were talking to the Pip guys, and they're like, I have lunch with those guys all the time.
They're like, we can hook you up.
Please do.
Where do you think they store their yacht?
At their club.
Ooh, The Witness. The Witness.
They're up in
could
North
be
Hollywood.
an
Witness
indie.
is
There's no
old
docks up
hat.
there.
Yeah.
Oh wait, Witness. I was thinking of The Witcher. Never mind. Witness is PS4 only. I thought.
I don't think it might be Oh gosh, we
knows
should look that
anymore?
up. That's what.
J-Blow does what he's gonna do.
No, there's been some weird E3 stuff, with like console exclusive launching first on. That got hard to keep track of during those montages.
Witcher 4.
Yeah. Oh yeah. PlayStation 4, Microsoft Windows.
The answer is C.
Just imagining if you're the guy who's spell checking all of these questions and making sure all of these.
Another point.
Dang it,
information and everything
Bosman.
are correct. So this is a countdown, I believe. Yeah, 68. There we go, Arkham City. Which phrase was not used on the Batman TV show? Holy priceless collection of Etruscan snoods.
That one's real.
Etruscan.
Holy purple cannibals, I'm going to call.
Yeah,
Okay.
that sounds right.
Holy purple cannibals. is
I could
correct.
see him say holy hot.
Holy Purple Cannibal seems like a funny thing that some guy's trying to make up.
Yeah.
Interplanetary
this-
yardstick.
This is my random sense of humor.
We're holding everything right
Yeah,
now for this
come on.
answer.
Oh!
potatoes!
Got us!
Now I got to dig up that purple cannibals
Correct.
episode.
Yeah, we got to see that Purple Cannibals episode.
I wonder. Just Google holy purple cannibals.
It's funny how distracting that has become.
I love
Empire.
this.
Total War.
This is a lot of fun. It's like before a movie
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or a
it's
press
So
conference?
entertaining.
or a press conference when you're like, oh, that's
Because they do. The
Michael
Nintendo's
Douglas.
done this a lot before.
Michael
They throw out the
Douglas
trivia.
was in the
Yeah.
game.
I actually know most of what I know from PC from the quiz show before the PC gaming show.
Starring
Where I
Ray
got most of my PC
Fiennes.
knowledge.
I'm very educated in PC. What'd you say?
I said starring Ray Fiennes. Isn't he the star of the film Quiz Show?
He's oh gosh.
I believe he is.
Also the guy from Northern Exposure.
Love that movie.
Doing
I
a
love
New
Quiz
England
Show.
accent.
Is
Yeah.
Robert Redford in Quiz Show?
I don't think
No.
I've ever seen Quiz Show.
Robert Redford directed Quiz Show, perhaps.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
What kind of weird dumb knows the answer to this question?
I love Quiz Shows. Maybe.
Look at this question right here.
115.
You know what, Brandon?
How many champions?
C.
Yeah, whatever the maximum number is, 147. Nah, yeah, probably.
Holy crap!
Look at him go!
Ian's a real
guessed.
dum-dum.
I just
Yeah.
totally guessed that.
I need more sugar in me. I'm gonna go get a soda. I think.
A
I think
soda?
that's a good way to get sugar in the system.
Get it so.
I should have done a Red Bull.
should've
Get
done
some
Red Bull, then.
candy bars.
I'm
Sugar
trying, to
Red
be,
Bull.
I'm trying to be healthy.
Eat
What
some
at Red Bull's at? Did you like pick that one up?
bars.
Cafe Alexander.
Yeah.
It was
We are
directed
all
by
going
Robert
insane,
Redford,
don't
and
we?
it is Ray Fiennes.
Tis.
Robert Redford directed that?
No. Yeah. Yeah.
Quiz Show?
Yeah. Quiz Show.
No. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Yep.
Eve Online.
Shooter McGavin's in that movie.
Icelandic boredom simulator
Shooter
that I wish I
McGavin.
liked.
He's the. The
Don't
host.
stir.
Love that guy.
Are we good on games? This is
Hey,
it?
here's
These are all the
Jay
games
Br-
we're
Jay Blow.
expecting? This is all the stuff that's coming out.
No, it's gonna be a lot.
It's
I
so
just
hard
can't think of anything
to
right now.
tell.
I just got really excited about Shovel Knight though.
be like 3 games. You know what I mean? It could be 3 games in 15
Doom for 3 hours.
Time and Mystery.
You know, I think
Missed.
Microsoft is going to show their cross compatibility.
Right.
For
Check
sure.
about Windows.
Streaming.
Lame.
Do you think they'll do another HoloLens presentation?
I have,
Have
to
be
yell
something
if they
different.
don't
can't
hear
show
me.
Minecraft again.
Right.
But I
do
suppose
you
it's
have,
not fun to listen to.
Oculus on there.
Yep.
Okay. Maybe they'll have like a Steam box kind of thing.
Is Rift still a word? Is it still the Oculus Rift, or is it just Oculus now?
I thought
I
it was
don't know.
Oculus Rift. But maybe
Is that
they
the
just
name
call
of
it
the whole
Rift.
thing, or is that the Rift just name of the model that's going to be releasing when everything comes out?
We don't know anything.
Everyone just says Oculus. The logo just says Oculus. You know, people on stage when they talk about partnerships,
Yeah.
they don't say Rift
Yeah, maybe
anymore. They
they
just say
changed
Oculus. Just got to cut out as many words as you can. You,
Clear
just-
sub chat.
you don't need that of war. It's just Gears.
Gears 4, baby.
Gears of War, Two
Too much to
Moons.
say.
A game they might show that Dawn is really into, and I don't know if you're into it, Ian, but City Skylines has kind
that
of
game's
become
good.
like the most popular city building sim in this office. If it does show, Dawn would be a great person to come talk about
Yeah.
it because I know he plays
It's
it
the
a
official
lot.
city building sim of Game Terms.
Yeah.
Endorsed.
Ben and I did that stream of it where we built
Yeah.
that town out of mostly roundabouts.
That was good.
Roundabouts.
It was a poor town. It didn't do well. But the people were happy. I like
That's
to
all
think.
that matters.
I like to
That's
think
all
that
that
the
matters.
people were happy.
Ian, is there anything that you'd love to see at the PC gaming show?
I want to see some stuff that's like released and playable right away. I have a Mac at home, but I can run Parallels, so if it's not too heavy, I can usually run stuff. Anyway,
That was the one thing I was hoping for in any press conference. And I guess Nintendo
Yeah.
kind of did it with Earthbound Beginnings, but for a game to just be announced and be available, didn't need to be a big game.
You got Earthbound, maybe.
Did they do that
Stoked
in
on
the
that.
press conference? In their digital event?
They did it on Sunday.
Oh, okay.
They
'Cause
dropped
I was like,
Earthbound
I
Beginnings.
watched that whole event and I don't remember Earthbound.
But
It seems likely to have little tiny announcements across the whole thing. You know, to, like they're going to make a big presence and talk about a game that's already been out for a while, just to add that, like, oh yeah, and then here's another League of Legends character that we're just announcing, or like, oh yeah, you know, here's another little special giveaway, and then if you guys all check under your seats, there's codes for free stuff that you can get. I anticipate a lot of games that we're maybe not expecting on PC. You know, a lot of people to be like taking this opportunity to do this PC gaming show and be like, let's specifically talk to that audience. You know,
Suzuki's gonna come out and gonna say it's on PC. It could easily be on PC.
it can be on whatever damn console it wants to now. The guy's made almost $3 million.
Yes.
Yeah, I imagine the sky's the limit. But hard to tell if we can, you know, we're almost like halfway through all these trivia questions, but like hard to tell if this means anything, these games that they're talking about, or if it's just like they picked 100 popular PC games.
I'm sort of shocked that a convention like this is only happening at E3 now.
Yeah.
Like, this is the first of its kind.
Be
It's
great
kinda
if the number one
surprising.
question is like, Half-Life 2. It's like, will Half-Life 3 come out? A, no. B, no. C, no.
Yeah.
D, maybe.
D,
Put
never.
Shadow Warrior 2 on there.
Shadow Warrior 2.
This guy's the limit.
Is that big on PC, yo? That first
Yeah,
Shadow
it's
Warrior
started
game?
on there.
Oh, man. Oh. What is the answer to this one? I don't know.
I want to say Pirate Playland.
Yeah, it looks like Valve will not. It's not listed as a participant today, but basically every media outlet is like, don't expect them there. Don't expect them to talk about the HTC headset. Don't expect them to announce any games.
We didn't expect Gabe at that one Sony press conference, and there's Gabe.
That was
That's
crazy,
true.
yeah.
That's true. I guess like other, like GDC and CES kind of serve some of their needs better, and they get more of a like industry oriented. Because
This is just like the opportunity to talk to your fan base, though.
this is,
Which
especially
you should
when
be doing.
there are actual like non-industry people attending E3 this year. You could buy a pass for like $400 last year, but this year it's like there are 5,000 people that just got passes. Bless you. So that kind of takes the thunder out of Valve sales. Arcanum 2.
Did you just say Arcanum?
That's what chat's talking
Oh,
about.
dude, I would love a new Arcanum game.
New Rockstar IP. What do you think the chances of that are, Brandon?
New Rockstar IP?
Agent. It's
No,
coming back.
that's extremely rare. If they made a little Red Dead remastered announcement or announced a new Red Dead, I'd do backflips. That'd be crazy. I'd be kneeling on the ground holding
Your
both of
Shenmue
hands.
moment. Yeah.
We
Weeping.
did it! We did it! We did it! All the dreams came true.
Yeah. Famous scene quote.
Yeah, for me personally, I just want them
They
to
did.
do a big indie window where they're like, here are
Oh,
just-
absolutely, yeah.
Or even if they want to do just big publishers, you know, kind of interstitials of indies, let's see them. Especially since, you know, Sony didn't really have a big showing for indie. Microsoft did, but we haven't really gotten much of an indie experience at E3 as far as I'm feeling.
Sure, yeah. I wonder if they'll talk about like esports at all. Kind of like that
Oh,
whole
they-
scene.
Yeah, sure.
Like League of Legends, Dota.
That's huge. I think that would be a mistake not to, right?
Yeah.
That'd be fun to have just a big match, bring in professional commentators, you know, coming in and bringing the best in the
Oh,
world.
I haven't. Yeah,
A
I guess
totally
I didn't-
impromptu championship.
Yeah, yeah. This is for
Boom,
it all.
here they are.
Resident Evil 7. Yeah. I
Yeah,
don't think that's
PC
gonna happen.
exclusive.
But it's interesting. It's like, you know, out of all of the press events that we've seen so far at this E3, we have the most questions for this. I mean, we're just really spitballing here, like, well, I don't know.
Yeah.
They can maybe show this. Because, you know, we know maybe that somebody's going to be there, but we have no idea if they're going to actually show anything, if they just walk out and just
Yeah.
like, hi, what's up? I'm Michael Morheim. I
support
just want to say
this.
that that's cool. You just saw. Thanks, everybody. You know,
Yeah.
it's like, are you actually going there to show something from your company?
Yeah.
Is that maybe going to hurt viewership that people just kind of don't know? So just like, guys, it's 3 hours
don't
long.
know,
I don't know if
man.
I'm going to tune into this. I'm just at E3 all day. I'm just going to like go to sleep and get ready for E3 tomorrow. Or because the sky's the limit, because they could really show anything, does that like raise anticipation and make people guess?
I think a lot of people will tune in just out of sheer curiosity, like you said. Do you know if Andrea is heading to the PC gaming show?
I don't think she's gonna. I don't believe she's gonna be at that tonight.
Yeah, it is kind of at a weird time where everyone's sort of burnt out on being at the show floor all day. Though I guess it does give some developers a good opportunity to like hightail it and to get an opportunity to be on the show floor during the day.
And speaking of, I was talking about Andrea Renee before, actually, and I don't need that pen anymore. And originally we had planned for Andrea to check in with us before and after the press conferences, and tech-wise, unfortunately, did not work out. But Andrea's super busy this week. If you guys are actually at the show or checking out other coverage across the interwebs, I invite you to check out the stuff that GameStop TV is doing. Not that GameSpot. Don't get those words mixed around. You don't want that. But she'll be doing lots of coverage for GameStop throughout the week.
Yeah.
And so that's why she's so darn busy. She cannot come by the stage.
She's not gonna be here all week.
We might on her lunch break or something. She's like, I might try to phone you guys in later. But very busy, that Andrea Renee.
And she did make it to like all the press conferences, so she's been tweeting about them.
If you follow her on Twitter, she took some fun pictures with her selfie stick.
Yeah. Oh, she
And,
has a selfie stick.
That was she had a light and everything, and just there's just so many different tech components. And again, this is the first time we've ever done a show like this. First time we've ever done it on this stage. There's just a lot of tech.
Fast
things
and loose, man.
We didn't know until right before we were going to set it up. Like, oh yeah, there's that other thing that we need that we don't have.
Somebody in chat hit me right
where it counts.
Where it counts. Frogware Games developing another Sherlock Holmes game. Follow up to Crimes and Punishments.
This is Elise's Shenmue.
Follow up meaning it's just like on the next game they make Sherlock Holmes in the title, or like directly continuing the story from Crimes and Punishments.
No, there isn't enough of a through story in Crimes and Punishments that it would warrant a follow up to be continued. I just mean like their personal follow up to get the tissues ready. Oh no, Brandon, no.
Yeah,
how dare you, Elise?
Next. It's like the Thing. One by one, we're all going to be taken out.
It's that damn Shenmue. That damn Shenmue hype.
Thursday evening, it's just going to be Brad with a big red nose. It's like, I got the bed trailer to be covered. Everyone else is sleeping on the floor.
Sherlock Holmes would be great.
That would be awesome.
Thank you, chat.
Still want to get into those.
Would you up on the chair, crying?
Up on the chair, crying on the front page of CBC.ca tomorrow morning. New Sherlock Holmes game, Kickstarter, $2 million. Let's see if we can get that Sherlock Holmes Frogwares Kickstarter funded in 24 hours, guys.
CBC.uk, is that the URL for
what?
The Canadian Broadcasting Center?
CBC.ca.
Oh, .ca. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I never.
Yeah, all those .ca
Never typed in
sites.
a Canadian website before.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What are the best websites in Canada, at least? What?
CBC.ca, Amazon.ca.
What is the Game Trailers of Canada?
GameTrailers.ca.
There is an answer to that. This is Electric Playground, baby. Isn't that up there?
Oh, Electric Playground?
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to love Reviews on the Run. Victor Lucas when I was young.
Vic was great. I saw Vic at the Xbox. We watched.
Really?
We watched a great deal of Cuphead together.
Oh man.
And, oh boy, that game. Cuphead.
Reviews on the Run was my favorite show when I was young, like favorite gaming show. And when I was at the Xbox One reveal, I saw Victor Lucas, and I was a little bit taken aback because I thought, oh man, I used to watch him so much. And I thought that was the perfect show. It was so simple. It was just them walking around Vancouver and showing trailers and giving their comments, and it's like that's like the basis for Trailer Score,
right?
Pretty much. Well, not. Trailer Score is a good
a much better
idea.
show.
Yeah, much better show.
Well, that's Ryan Stevens' idea, so I'm not claiming credit for that either.
But yeah,
did you talk to him?
No. Jeremy talked to him, and I was just kind of like, "That's Victor." After I said
like
Jeremy,
behind him.
After I was like, "Jeremy, that's Victor Lucas."
You could have just had such a great name. Be like, I liked your show, eh?
Yeah.
And he's like, oh,
Are you making fun of me?
I like that show. I do with the video games there.
A little bit of technical difficulties.
Okay.
So they're still going to come in here and chill for a little bit.
Cool.
We got to wait for the PS4.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. They should come up
So
on the
it's
desk,
taking a little
too.
longer, but the setup is the same as usual. We can expect things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Where's Kyle?
Ready for the system.
Okay. We are waiting to get it set up to check out Divinity Original Sin, but we have 28 minutes to do so. 27 minutes.
Yeah.
45 more trivia questions until the PC gaming show brought to you by AMD and all sorts of other cool people.
Can I see the developer
Voice of the people
list on there again?
Box
Yeah,
Popular? Yeah,
absolutely.
lots of people.
Let's see.
And more.
I got one right.
I think the key is that and more.
more, yeah.
Who's going to surprise us at the PC
Yeah, do you
gaming
think
show?
2K will show anything?
And Moore? Who's that? Is she a director?
And more, Ben's mother.
And more.
It's coming on the PC gaming show.
My
She's
boy
going to say,
Ben really
stop
likes
making...
PC
yeah,
games.
yeah.
He
Stop.
really should play as much Hearthstone as he does.
Hearthstone cards. No more Hearthstone cards.
Ben, yesterday morning, I think like the press conferences were like about to be underway, and Ben's at his desk because there was like a new Hearthstone pack. I was like, Jesus.
It was the mode. It was no, but that was okay. I mean,
Brand's
keep in
backing
mind.
him up.
And keep in mind, this is horrible for me to defend Ben playing Hearthstone because I'm Ben's boss. And even at like an E3 prep meeting, we were like in this space. And he's
Yeah.
like, okay, so here's the order set. I look over and Ben's just like, right, okay.
Yep.
It's like, really? At this moment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't put that down. But at the same time, Tavern Brawl was just added, a whole new mode, which is a huge deal. This is the 4th mode now out of 3 modes being just playing the game, doing solo adventures, and doing ranked.
We're gonna lose Ian. We're gonna
What's this?
lose Ian.
New mode? What?
Tavern Brawl. So every week, or I don't know if it's a week by week, or if it's like 2 days or 3 day periods, but for a select amount of time, if you go into Tavern Brawl, and I think you can do it once every 2 days. So once you do a Tavern Brawl, you can't just like keep doing it. They'll have very specific rules. Like it's like, every time you play a minion, it copies it. Or, you draw 2 cards every turn instead of 1. Or both those sound awesome, something like on the other end that would be very debilitating. This is PC relevant. We're talking about
Yeah.
Blizzard.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, that's Tavern Brawl, and that just updated last night. I noticed
Whoa.
it update on my iPhone. And so, yeah, it was kind of the thing. It's kind of what we were talking about a little bit about, Halo having this very specific mode, about what I'm hoping from Battlefront, having like very specific modes. We were just like, I just really like, that one objective, that's a very focused thing that focused on this one element that you can do in a multiplayer match that's really fun. And so it's kind of neat, like having these new fresh surprises where it's like, oh, did you play the Tavern Brawl? It's like, yeah, the one last week was kind of boring. Like the one this week's really fun. It's really creative, and they give you like 20, up to 20 essence or mana or whatever that you can use. What are they called?
What?
Just
Mana?
the mana,
gems?
just mana, and mana gems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, there we go. So we got Mr. Kyle Bossman training the stage. How you doing, Kyle?
Feeling all right?
Did you get enough sugar?
No, I still need to get sugar.
Still need to
Get
get
a Coke.
sugar.
Would you like a special guest? Would you like Dave?
Oh yes.
Would I like a special guest?
Special guest.
I would kill for a special guest right now.
Are you good to be guest right
I guess so.
now? Okay.
Do I have any say in this?
Of course you have a say. But you're right. We're here. We're talking about video games.
Fine.
So yeah, sooner or later, whenever you're ready, you can come up. We got a free chair.
Well, oh.
You want to duck out? And
Yeah,
you
I'll duck out.
can get couch control.
Yeah.
Come on here. You can hop in this chair over here, sir.
Okay, cool.
We got a mic ready for you. We got headphones here, which we're going to put on right when the PC gaming show starts. We can comment on stuff there.
Okay.
What's really funny is nobody knows what the PC gaming show is.
Right. and we were just saying, like, is that you can put it on now. So we're not gonna. You don't need to put it on technically. But they're not going to play anything through there until the show starts, and we can watch it on these monitors. But if you want to be prepped,
I actually already hear stuff.
I think that's just the music.
Yeah,
that
they're
they're
playing
Yeah.
music
And
and,
myself.
you can hear you.
Oh yeah, exactly.
yeah, there you go.
It's nice to hear yourself. At
Hi,
least.
Brandon Jones.
Hi, David Walgrave.
Hi, nice to meet you. And what is your position within your company?
I'm the executive producer at Larian Studios. I'm the executive producer of Divinity Original Sin, and I've been with the company for over 10 years. So when I started out, I think the company was like 10, 12 people, and that's more than 10 years ago.
Right.
And now we are, I don't know how many people. More
That's a
more
good
than
thing when
more
you
than
lose count.
40. Yeah, it's a good thing.
Weren't you saying like Russia and Canada?
Yeah,
You're
we
just
have
all
a-
global now. Yeah.
We have an office in St. Petersburg in Russia with programmers and QA. We have an office in Quebec which just opened this year with I think like a dozen people there. And we have an office in Dublin, Ireland.
Quebec, Elise.
Yeah.
Quebec.
I mean, Montreal, Quebec is huge for game development.
That's true.
Of course.
It's also one of the reasons why we went there, of course.
Yeah, the whole network there.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
congratulations on the success of Divinity Original Sin. It was
Thank you
one of
very
the-
much.
We were just mentioned before you guys got here is in contention for one of the best role-playing games that we played last year.
Thank you.
Ben Moore, who reviewed it, took him a little while to get to reviewing that game.
Yeah.
It's a big game.
To play through it.
Yeah, to actually like
Yeah,
get,
yeah,
like, really get at everything,
Yeah.
and really.
It's
like,
one of the first questions we always get at shows and presentations is like, how long does it take to finish it? We don't know.
Yeah.
You might finish it in 30 hours. Other people spend 80 hours or 100 hours in it. It's an RPG. It's a big old school RPG. So it might take you whatever you want. If you want to have a look in every nook and cranny and lift every box and do everything in the game, it'll take you more than 80 hours.
So we also have some of the guys from NCSoft and ArenaNet coming by to show off Guild Wars 2. So we had some PC brethren, some people that are familiar with the PC community here. Hopefully you guys are okay. You're not like bitter rivals with.
No, we're not right. I don't
with
really
NCSoft.
think we're rivals. For instance, we We're planning to do a community thing with Warhorse. They're also working on an RPG.
Oh, cool.
We're always in contact with our people that are making RPGs. Actually, maybe I shouldn't say this, but in the
That's
background,
what we want.
yeah, in the background, we're working together so that not all our RPGs come out on the same day or in the same week. So we are in touch with everyone that's making RPGs actually.
And do you get a sense a lot of these people? Thank you so much during a huge event like this PC gaming show to come out here to Game Trailers and hang out with us and
Okay.
show stuff off. But do you think this is kind of a fun collection of PC developers, guys that are really believe this is an amazing console, believe in a lot of ways this performs better even other than the amazing Xbox and the PS4, that it is still one of the most prominent pieces of hardware in the gaming community.
We're actually here to promote the fact that Divinity Original Sin is coming to PlayStation 4 and Xbox
yeah.
One.
Correct.
And we actually had a question from our chat about that.
Okay.
Basically just how the console version differs from the PC version and what challenges you faced.
And we're going to be demoing that game, so you're actually going to see that game play.
Yeah, I would actually, for the answer to that question, I would stick around. To see the demo because we're calling it Divinity Original Sin the Enhanced Edition, and it's been enhanced in so many ways. So the differences between the current PC version and the Enhanced Edition, there's just too many to list. I would just give a list, and that would be it, and you would be none the wiser. So, of course, one of the first challenges was to get such... It's a very typical PC RPG. You need a mouse to control it. There is so much interactivity going on. The first challenge was, of course, to get it working with a controller. So interacting with the environment, interacting with all the little items and all the objects, because there's nothing in the game that you cannot interact with. So the first challenge for us is on a PC, it's simple to point and click. On a console, you need to be able to interact with the entire environment. And we actually now have like 3 different ways, so you can choose the one that you like best. So that's one of the first and probably biggest things. And for the rest, please stick around for the demo.
So with the announcement of that new Xbox One Elite controller, that is, I don't know if you saw it. It was
No,
announced.
I haven't seen that yet.
I got my hands on that last night, actually.
Yeah,
that was interesting.
It's a $150 controller, and you could probably describe it more since you used it. But I was thinking that this would maybe be great for anyone that's moving from PC to console.
It sounds like it, but I don't know what it is.
Hello,
I've
sir.
been preparing for the thing, though.
I'm Faring Under, lead game designer at Larian Studios.
Thank you so much for coming out and showing off your
sure.
game on PlayStation 4.
No problem.
The conversation was a little bit PC swayed because we're about to check out the PC gaming show.
Okay.
But of course Divinity Original Sin originated on PC, and I think that is the excitement around consoles, because I think this was not a lot of people were anticipating this, that we were going to get be able to play this game. Much like you said, it's a game that you would typically expect to play on a PC, and we're really eager to look forward to see how that translates well to consoles. But specifically, this Xbox Pro, this Elite controller.
Yeah, you kind of got like a concave D-pad on the side here.
Well, there's multiple D-pads.
Yeah.
And they're magnetic, so you can just take that right out and put a new D-pad in. And it comes with 2 different additional D-pads.
I've seen this.
You've seen
and
this.
comes with 2 different additional sets of analog nubs. So there's one that isn't concave, so your thumbs don't go into the button; they go out, kind of like the old the PS3 controller from last gen. And there's one that they're a lot taller. So if that's your groove. Like I said, everything's magnetic, so it feels like you're breaking the controller. Actually, it's really weird if you take them out. And they have 4 buttons on the back. So they have these 4 little tiny buttons that again are magnetic. So if you want to just put one back there, you can.
So what's the deal with the thing, right? Because I was holding it and I was thinking, like, first thing I saw that disc as a D-pad.
Where did you get the time to actually? What the hell?
I know, David.
He disappears on the weirdest moments.
I regularly disappear for a couple of minutes, but I saw the thing, and I like playing fighting games like Street Fighter and stuff, and I had I still have nightmares of using the Xbox 360 controller on Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat and stuff like that. It just doesn't work. And then I saw this disc, and I was like, what the?
Well,
and that was kind of actually shocking. But then somebody told me you can actually take it off.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, that's useful. But what's the point? With
My
the
first
on the back?
my first thought when I saw it was like the Valve Steam controller. I was like, this looks really similar with the way that they've got the dial on that. My question was, coming from PC development and then moving Divinity to Xbox One, PS4, developing for that. Do you think that this would kind of appeal to your PC audience, like that's used to having ton of keys?
Well, the thing
mouse
is,
buttons
I think they're not used to holding a controller. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I must say, I am a PC guy. I have a console, but we only use it to watch Netflix. So I have a console to be able to play Ikaruga and Guanji, and that's about it. These are Japanese shooters, and they brought them to 360 arcade. So I got a 360 just to be able to play it.
But you actually need an arcade stick to play that.
But I have that too. Anyway, but I'm a PC gamer. I just play PC games, and now that we're porting the game to PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, I got used to actually holding a controller.
But what are they calling the buttons on the back? Because like we're customizing the controls of the PC version to like function perfectly on a PS4, on a Xbox One controller. But what are we gonna do?
I mean, it's ABXY, so it's not like you get 4 more button inputs.
Oh, it's the same stuff.
Yeah, it's just that you can basically assign. You're like, okay, I mean, think about this. So one thing that I think would really fit is if there's buttons that make you hold down the trigger and press a face button at the same time.
Right.
So if you're like really, like your fingers like all the way hunched down on one of these triggers, and then you're like, I gotta hold down one of these buttons, like I might not know what it is.
So now you gotta squeeze, like tear the thing apart.
But if you're like, okay, I'm gonna make the B button non-functional, and I'm gonna change that B button input to one of these little tabs on the back, and then maybe I can just get used to holding that down and the trigger at the same time, and it doesn't feel so uncomfortable. I think it really works on a game-by-game basis. I actually checked it out with Trisha Hirschberger. She was like just about to check it out. And she's like, I'm going to shoot a video. You want to join? I'm like, okay. And I mic'd up, and we went through the demo. And she asked me like 2 or 3 times. She's like, what game would you want to play this with? And I'm like, it would be a case-by-case basis.
Yeah.
It would really be one of those moments where I feel like my fingers are totally getting tied up trying to do combos or trying to press 2 buttons at the same time that maybe I would need that in the back. But it was kind of weird. It was weird, like putting your hands on the back of a controller and be like, wow, what are these things back there?
Did anybody really ask for this controller? I mean, like, honestly,
certainly not.
Like, at a certain moment, you were like, finally, they got that 360 controller sorted by having a decent D-pad in there, and then suddenly they said, we got a new controller. It's like, nobody asked for it, but we got a new one.
What I find the strangest thing, but I've seen this evolution. I mean, my very first controller was an Atari 2600 controller. It had 4 directions and 1 button, and you could do anything with those 5 functions.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then now I'm 38 years old, and the controllers look like a keyboard. They have 17 buttons, 2 fucking thumbsticks. They have a D-pad. You have like one thing that goes like.
It's GT Live.
It's you pull levers all over the place.
But you remember the Double Dragon? Like you could headbutt, grab people, jump, flying kicks, everything with A and B and the directional buttons. I mean, nobody does that.
That's why I think this controller is trying to appeal to the PC audience that has a mouth with like 8 buttons on it that I don't even know what to do with 2, or my other thinking was like for people that have disability and it's difficult for them to hold a controller a certain way, this could maybe be a little bit more accessible to them.
One final functionality of it that I thought was interesting. Again, I'm just curious. Like the only thing I can think of is maybe Bloodborne that I would apply this to. Although I would not play Bloodborne on Xbox One.
You don't
play
that with a
I'm just talking
Xbox controller, Brandon.
So one thing, no.
You don't do it.
One thing, it's not the controller. It's one thing that actually turned me off from getting into the Souls games, which was I thought it was kind of tiring, like slamming that trigger down every single time I wanted to attack. I was just so used to in action games having
Sword
face
fights
buttons.
are hard, Brandon.
What?
Sword fights are hard.
I beat the game twice, bro. I'm
No,
just
I'm
saying,
just saying,
in
real life.
I'm not saying that this
In
impeded
real
me from not
life.
playing Bloodborne.
In real life, sword fighting and stuff.
guy
It's
behind the
It's
glass?
not easy.
It's true.
He runs our TriCaster, but then he has a camera in there so he can comment.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you notice the monitor up there, that is our
Okay.
that is our feed. So what you see up there, that is what is going out to the web. Long story short, what you can do is you can flip up a switch on back corresponding to each control button. So there's a switch for each of those triggers on the back, and it basically halves the press. So you don't have to hold the trigger down all the way. So if you're playing a game where you're using that trigger to do something really fast, if you want to like tap that trigger really fast a lot, you're basically like reducing the distance that you have to take before it registers the controller
Okay,
input.
this would help us.
Depending on what game you're playing.
I guess it would.
If you're playing a game where you're really trying to spam that
There-
trigger super
There
fast.
are a couple of things that we tried to link to that left trigger,
Yeah.
but indeed it's always like.
It's really so deep, so you're like you just want to switch a tab in an inventory, and it's
You
like
just
you're
want to go
You
like
just,
that.
thing.
can't quickly like
switch
press
it.
No, no,
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
always like
Yeah.
pulling levers
Yeah.
over.
Right.
Yeah, it feels weird.
Driving a tram in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Which, for a shooter, it's so gratifying to have that trigger. Like it really simulates that motion.
Yeah.
But for some games, it doesn't necessarily work. But we will find out. What do you think is our ETA on getting this set up? Are we waiting for someone to arrive at the console, or are we just waiting to set that up? Okay, cool. We got plenty of time. Apparently, the show's gonna be 3 hours long, so we got plenty of time.
Another comment from Tongue Surgery. This is Tongue Surgery who's watching the stream. They say, I just wanted to say I love Dragon Commander, and are there any plans for expanding that universe?
Wow, that's like the at least the 6th, 7th person today that.
Yeah.
said that.
So no plans then. Okay.
It's like the
Got
thing
it.
is like it was a really hard game to make, and every once in a while Sven pops in and says like, yeah, so you ready for
Dragon Commander?
How about? And then it's like, it's basically, if you know Dragon Commander, it's about 4 or 5 games in one, and it was really hard trying to get that right. They still have nightmares waking up like on the 3rd week of production, like, how are we gonna do this?
I also don't think that a lot of people know that we wanted to make something like Afterburner, but with a dragon. It started out like that,
very
and it
simple.
became, I don't know,
and it became this experience.
It
of
became an
conquering
RPG
the world and being
with a
a
head
dragon
for it.
and
A beast.
RTS,
A
and
literal
it's
beast.
turn-based map. Jeez.
But indeed, it does have its hardcore fans, and these guys are waiting for
They don't
the
stop.
sequel.
They just pop up, and you're like in the booth. They just pop up. So like, hey, is there a
So
Dragon Commander?
There's like no chance that someday you guys will like Predator like hand clasp and to say like, yes, we're making another game.
it's still on my mind. So
We're trying to figure out what
I would
announcements we're getting at this
never-
PC gaming
never
show.
Never say never, but
We're getting new IPs. We're getting sequel announcements. So we can check that one off my list.
there's
Dragon
no
Commander
official
6.
announcements. But I would really love to work on a new one.
Yeah, me too.
So yeah, that was
There,
great fun.
there was another question about if you guys are at liberty to talk about what you're working on next following.
No.
Sorry.
How time consuming was bringing this to consoles? I mean, how is it something that you wanted to do, no question, and so then you did it, or was it something that just fortuitously kind of like, oh, this might be an opportunity for us. This might be something we can actually
You know
do.
how Unity is always advertised as like it runs on every console, it's a
Right.
blah blah blah. It's complete bullshit, man. It's really, it's like we don't use Unity, but like transferring a game from a PC to a console, or from any console to any console, it always has its trouble. It's not like, hey, and we
Yeah.
flipped the switch and it worked. No, that's just marketing.
Well,
crap.
the
That's
cool
impossible.
thing is, we did Divinity Original Sin, and it sold really well on Steam and GOG.
Yeah.
And we used to have trouble getting to talk to people, and now they were inviting us over.
Yeah.
So for the very first time, and this felt great. So people were asking us like, "Hi, I'm from Microsoft. Would you please bring this game to Xbox One?" And then another guy called and like, "Yeah, I'm from Sony. Would you please want to?"
Yeah, exactly. Right? You
And
remember?
this is really cool, and we were like, "Well, we'll think about it."
Like at a certain moment,
It's a good place
like,
to be.
Yeah, it's nice.
packages
I'll call you
would
back. Talk
arrive,
to my
you know?
people.
Like packages would arrive from Sony, and it would be like, what? It's like we used to have to chase them down, like, come on, give us a slot, blah blah blah. And then you would actually get like, hey, we're having a new controller. Maybe the VR set might just, be shipped to you the coming month. It was like, really?
Do you get that feeling? It's like these publishers want people to develop for their VR sets so badly that they're trying to give you incentive to
Of course,
develop
but
for
the-
them.
Yeah, they are.
This is
but
good. Of course they are, because I also think that they approached us. For instance, I honestly think Divinity Original Sin is the only type of game of that type on a console. I don't know a party-based, turn-based RPG that is a Western RPG that looks like this. That is like,
There
that
aren't a
type
lot
of
of-
game with so much
yeah.
interaction and such freedom. I don't know
the
of
whole
any other
Baldur's
game that
Gate
has been
classic
on
RPG
console.
style
Yeah.
is not really, it's not really on the console. So,
So
like,
I also
yeah.
think they saw that it was good and it was selling, and they thought, well, this would be a nice addition to our catalog, and that they're trying to sell their new technology. It's only natural. And also, if we would not invest in the new technology, we would still have controllers with one button.
So we naturally, you got to try to implement the stuff in your game because it will make it better, right? I mean, I don't know if you've seen Original Sin, but it's like it's got this isometric view and you can rotate it. So the moment it goes 3D in VR, it's like you're controlling little puppets.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would
It's
be
awesome.
super
It's not another shooter, and so obviously, but it's a kind of different experience instead of like the first
Well,
person.
that's
view.
kind of what they showed off a little bit with HoloLens,
Yeah.
which is like world spectating.
Yeah.
It's like this isn't like a PvP match that we're having. I get to just kind of like look over this world. So yeah, that actually was going to be my next question: is VR something that really interests
Or
you guys?
augmented reality. in the
Yes.
vein of-
Yeah, it is. I mean, eventually we'll probably implement it.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got nothing on the planning yet, but it's a natural thing to do, right? I mean, why not? It doesn't block anything. Like,
Why not is a good question.
Yeah. It's with 3D movies. Look, if the movie is shot in 3D, why not watch it? It's ridiculous. You have the people that say like, no, I love 25 frames a second. No, you don't love 25 frames a second because reality is about 60, 70 frames a second.
Right.
So the best thing would be to watch things with actual depth in 70 frames a second. It doesn't make the movie worse. It actually makes the experience better because it's closer to reality. So
a lot of people call us old school.
yeah.
They're like, well, Larian is so old school. Why? Even people asking us, why is this not in 2D? And we might be old school in our design decisions, but we want to use new technology.
Cutting edge.
Yeah.
That's what you're pushing for, right? So you always want to, go for the latest tech, so that at least the longevity of your game gets increased.
What? I'm sorry. Just what is it?
What's
what's
there
the
we
answer
go.
here?
There we go.
Ian, what's the answer?
It was a 3D.
It sort of depends. C is thought to be the first human, so it's probably that.
What?
He's obsessed.
Which
Right,
is not
Brad?
a good- Oh, you're
D,
wrong!
the witch. Well, I thought it was either the
Obsessed
witch or the
with
furtive pygmy. Because the
software
furtive pygmy
games.
also stole a.
You're
the
running out of
flame.
opportunities to prove yourself as a From Software
Huh?
veteran.
Aficionado.
It's all right, man. It depends on how they count it. Because the witch. Oh yeah, I guess.
So we're getting into some big games here in the countdown. So they've done 100 trivia questions, counting down to the beginning of the show. Originally sold in the orange box. Hello, that's a very easy question.
Obviously.
Potato
Come on.
box.
What is
I see what they did there. Do you think this is actually like a top 100 PC games thing by AMD? Like, is number one going to be the best PC game of all time? It's going to be like a Half-Life 2 question or something? Or
Portal and Dark Souls are good games. So
Yeah.
They might deserve to be top 10.
just wonder if they're actually counting a Mass Effect 3.
It's officially not the top 10. It's officially. that theory is gone.
So what have you so we will have plenty of time, hopefully, to talk about your game and talk about the exciting things that are happening with your game. But what so far, PC related or not related, at the show has excited you guys so far? That you
I
have
haven't
seen.
had time
Have you
to
seen
do
anything? Have you seen
anything.
any of the
No,
press
no.
conferences?
Yeah,
I know you've seen
What do you guys
some
say?
stuff.
I don't do anything.
for yourself, David.
No, Frank had time. Faden had time to do all this stuff. I was just preparing and helping out everyone, and
Well, yeah, I was sneaking
helping
around.
anybody,
Yeah,
man.
I,
You're so selfish, running out and checking on these people, checking out the
no,
Elite
but
controller.
the thing is,
E3, everything's close.
he could do it. I don't really
it
care that
doesn't
much.
matter. It's like
I'll
But,
see it after.
yeah.
I'll see it next week.
Yeah, I like Street Fighter 5. It really had an
Oh,
excellent
okay.
feel. Yeah, it was really good. Even
You like the Street Fighter 5 you played.
Oh, Street Fighter.
Yeah.
This is not like its presence at press conferences, but the game itself that is available on the show.
Look,
floor that
man,
you
they were
played.
setting up the booth, and I just sneaked in and played the game. And I was
Yep,
like,
so you do it.
I'm a developer. It's fine. I was like, yeah, okay.
I
And
made
then-
this
And
game.
obviously, you'll always come across somebody that says like, "What, Divinity?
Yeah.
That's from Divinity.
I love this
This
game.
is awesome." You remember,
From the strangest people.
yeah, you remember the guy that we met in the elevator yesterday?
Yeah.
Apparently he tweeted about it and he had like a shitload of followers. And he was in the elevator. He was like,
never know who you're talking to.
You guys are the developers." They were like, yeah.
Even at the airport.
Yeah.
It's like, welcome to America, sir. What are you here for? Coming for E3. Okay. What game are you making? I'm making Divinity. Oh God! And they turn
Yeah,
into
really.
this blubbering mess.
Like customs, they're like, "Oh, really? That's awesome." Border security.
And then they were like, now strip. This is America.
Get down, buddy.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was really funny. So you do come across a lot of people that appreciate the game. But yeah, Street Fighter 5 was nice. I saw the the Mario Nintendo Maker level maker thing.
Oh,
That was also pretty interesting.
I saw 15 minutes of the Nintendo presentation this morning.
Yeah.
They were Muppets and they changed into the Star Fox
Yes,
characters.
yes.
That's what I saw. This is what I saw of E3.
How did you feel about it?
I love Muppets.
Me too. Him too.
Who doesn't love Muppets?
It's an easy sell.
It.
What if puppets are everywhere next year? What if literally we get like Aisha Tyler Muppet, Yves Gilmo Muppet,
Oh, man.
that'd be really great. An
we
Adam
were-
Boyes Muppet. I'm so down.
I wish you guys were Muppets right now. I don't.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
I think
Great, thank you.
Foding is good at voices, so maybe he can do a Muppet.
Are you
Do a Muppet.
seriously?
Do a Muppet.
Hey,
Muppet?
ho,
I don't
neighbor.
know.
Do Kermit.
Hold on. Yeah.
You do so many other than Kermit. I can
yeah,
do
no,
Kermit.
Or do Rolf.
Hey,
or
Kirby.
Yeah.
I can do a Miss Piggy.
Welcome to the Nintendo press conference.
You can bring home the bacon.
Yep.
Disney Infinity 4.0. Muppets.
I love that this is what we've been reduced to.
Yeah.
You made this like incredible.
We're just charting signs of fatigue. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's really what we're going for. We really want people to chart the desperation of the game trailer staff throughout E3s. We're streaming all day, every day. Singing was one. Accents was another one. They're like, oh, they're slipping. They're losing their track on reality that they're now doing weird
What do you
accents.
mean accents?
We were Irish doing what spawned that? What were we talking about? What on earth? Oh yeah, I said I was rather loquacious, and I
Yeah,
mentioned
you
the
said
Blarney
the word
Stone.
loquacious, and we all became Irish. Or
Right.
Scottish.
Well, I kissed the
It made
Blarney
no
Stone,
sense.
and so then we were like Irish for
our,
5 minutes.
Our publisher is Focus, and whenever we talk to them on purpose, we talk like we are from France as well.
Oh no!
Or Germany or
But
whatever.
they're really awesome, right? So they really did a good job. Like there's this guy,
they're really
Michael,
good.
and we started calling him
Michel.
Michel.
Because he's from the UK, but now he lives in France to go work for Focus. So every time we talk to him, it's like
Michel.
How are you doing? And tomorrow it's going to be Jean-Michel, you know, it's well, expanding on
yeah,
it.
and by Friday he's Jean-François.
Yeah, exactly. It's
We have a Jean-Michel who's working with us over there. He's on the left side. Jean-Michel. Oui.
Bonjour, Jean-Michel.
Is that difficult to have so many international teams? I mean, you mentioned you have a team
No,
in
I
Russia.
love
Like,
it.
is it
That's
tough
really
communicating
awesome.
with them, or
No, it's really
are you guys like most intelligent Europeans and you don't just speak one language like us dumb Americans? Like you're actually able to communicate?
Yeah, we do
with
speak
people?
some
We
French,
don't
German.
speak Russian.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, we speak a bit of French and a bit of German, and a bit of English,
Italian
and a bit of
occasionally.
Flemish and a bit of Dutch, and
Yeah.
we can, but we don't speak Russian.
Yeah, that's true. But the cool thing is, like, like the how do you call that? The cool thing is that you have all these countries, like, in a stone throw distance from each other. So you really have a lot of cool crossbreeding. How do you call that? The crossbreeding.
1 minute countdown.
Do you guys?
Curious what cracks it open?
Is Gamescom a big showing for you guys?
It's
Yes,
bigger than
it's-
E3,
it's,
actually.
That's what-
It's a lot bigger than E3.
For Europe, it's the most important one.
Yeah, but it's surprising. E3 is just 2 halls, and you're like,
That's
yeah, you know what I mean, right? It's like an E3. And ever since you've been a kid, it's like E3. And then you get there, it's like, what? It's 2 halls? Are you kidding me? What is this?
No.
And then Gamescom's big.
So could we hear this right now if we put the headphones on? Would you like to
Can
just
you
keep
hear what?
talking, about stuff, or do you want to tune into this PC gaming show and see what they have to offer?
If I don't like it, I'll just leave.
All right.
Thank you, David, for
We can do a little bit of both. We can see how the gaming show is
Your headphones
going.
are? You
And
wanna
then
listen to the
leave.
show?
Thank you.
PC gaming show. 6 seconds and counting. Let's see what is going to open.
I
the
don't
show.
even know what this is.
I have no
None
clue.
of us know what this
Me
is.
This is,
We don't know
It's
what
the
games
first
they're gonna
one
show. We
ever.
don't know what the set's going to look like. You got a video starting now.
Is this like the Eurovision Song Festival?
maybe we should give
Screwdriver
people
in.
points.
10
points
go to Ireland.
Celebrating building your own hardware.
I really hate doing
Oh
that.
man.
Some classical music.
You know how many times the PS, the power supply unit burns out and you gotta replace the goddamn thing.
What are they going for with this?
The love of building your own PC.
It's all about building your own PC.
So sensual.
Yeah. It's
As
like
building a PC is.
Yeah.
The only time
It's like
you
making
build-
love to a woman. You put the RAM in the slot and
I always have to ask my wife to do certain of these things because my
Exactly.
fingers are too big
fat
to
fingers,
fit it
you
in there.
can't
And
get all
Yeah.
that stuff in there. Yeah.
could you
That's all.
push that thing there and then?
you got to put the heat sink on the power supply, or she'll overheat.
Don't forget the thermal paste.
Yeah, the thermal paste. Need that.
Yeah, don't forget the Mountain Dew.
Don't get a good connection.
What the hell is that?
Are they just trolling Keeley right now? What is this?
What is happening, PC gaming show?
This is getting like weirdly, actually sexual now.
Delicious.
Is this supposed to be water cooling?
Why aren't they showing beautiful games? Like, we
Yeah,
built a
your
new
frame
PC.
rate's a little.
This is
There you
on
go.
Fallout. This is the
Fallout.
history of whatever.
Yeah.
Was that
So they
Gary's
built the
mod, I think?
PC, they poured themselves some Mountain Dew, and now they're flame catting.
So are we
I
going to
think
see
that was
Divinity in
GTA
this
5 on
montage?
PC, right? Wasn't that the
Who knows?
cat mod?
I don't know.
Whoa. Left 4 Dead with Stay Puffed?
Yeah.
Oh my
Deus
God,
Ex?
look
Little
at that.
FTL?
TL.
Little Sims? SimCity, yeah. Yeah, Wing Commander. Little Max Payne.
Dwarf
Yeah.
Fortress? Is that Dwarf Fortress? What is
No, it's mine.
Oh, Minesweeper, yeah.
Prince of
Prince of
Persia.
Persia.
You can see Divinity in this montage?
No.
Usually they forget us. It's like
Spelunky,
Shovel
Shovel
Knight.
Knight.
We are gonna have to watch it again.
Are we?
Name that game.
Yeah.
Oh, you got a good announcer voice.
No.
No.
You're not going
Fine,
anywhere,
that does the
David.
voices.
All right then.
Oh, he's
Terrible.
crying. He's
Terrible.
crying. It's the loading times. It's making him cry. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
I enjoyed that.
Yeah,
It's
good
fun.
stuff. Nice.
Because it's not often you have to guess in those montages. It's just like, yeah, okay, Ratchet and Uncharted, and you got it. I knew more of those games than I was expecting. They made me happy. And now it's time. There we go.
So I have no idea who this person is. I don't know if you guys do.
It's Sean
He's like a
Plott.
StarCraft commentator or something.
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
That's a lot of cards.
Yeah, that is a lot.
That is a
Chris got a book, man.
of cards.
That is 3 hours of cards right there.
Lord.
Usually this is a joke. It's like, yeah, I came prepared.
Yeah, you just called it out.
Okay. Uh oh.
No booyahs.
This guy's losing me.
We got a woo-ya.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
So yeah, it seems like I'm calling it really procedural.
Yeah.
You just bring a guy out, he talks about it. Kind of like that, what was that infamous Activision train wreck press conference? What was that actor?
It's
was
it's
in
like
The
a
Mask
talk
too.
show. Look at this.
Who was that guy? Jamie Kennedy.
Oh, yeah.
It's like that Jamie Kennedy, but like a good one. You know, like this guy. Well, who knows? We haven't heard these guys' jokes yet.
It's like a late night show.
Only in the middle.
No,
of
he
the
doesn't
day.
have a cup and a pen to
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
This guy's
a
got to do the
microphone.
Letterman thing, like throw it in that. Yeah, we all try to not screw it up. Generally, from the beginning.
And then 1 year later you make it enhanced.
So, so this is the first time we got the PC gaming show. If they had a PC gaming show last year, would you guys want to be a part of that? Would that be something that you're like, oh yeah, we got to be involved. We got to show this game off.
we don't really have much say in that.
Yeah,
if the
really.
PR guy goes like, yeah, you gotta do
Here's a gaming
PC
show.
gaming
Go
show,
there,
yeah.
show your game, laugh.
But would you
And then we'll go like, sure, we'll go, and then he forgets the PS4 and
Smile away.
So what you're
boys.
saying is you don't want to be here right now.
what PR guy talked to you this?
Yeah, what? Fire your PR guy.
The
There-
same
there's a
PR
different-
guy that didn't give the PlayStation 4 to us when we came here.
Yeah, yeah.
there's a difference between you want to go to GameTrailers.com or like this show that it's there. For
Right there
first
is.
hand.
You're right there is.
Yeah, no.
You heard it here first. Confirmed.
I'm sorry.
We're sorry.
So yeah, so I'm not seeing monitors there. I'm not seeing TVs around him that we can maybe be watching this game being played.
There was a big projection screen in the center, but that was it. Yeah.
I'm not seeing like tables to maybe demo stuff because I'm assuming mouse and keyboard for most of this stuff that we're gonna see, and it's not really like in front of him. So it definitely looks like a guest seat.
Do you
And
guys- do
they're
you guys-
just talking about this game a lot. I mean, it's
Was it like a breath of fresh air?
What?
Like adapting Divinity for console?
Like, well, yeah. I mean, look, I'm actually a console gamer, so I'm not that much of a PC gamer. I've played
Yeah.
a lot on the console.
interesting.
Until I got a life, but that, you know. That,
Oh.
so, you know, yeah, if you're busy with stuff, you don't have time to play.
When that
right?
happens, do you feel it?
Yeah.
But did you notice it when it happened, or was it like
Yeah.
months later you look back and then realize you had been
notice
living?
when it happens because you want to boot something up and you're like, ah, shit, I got to do something and stuff. And then
Yeah.
you're like, okay, never mind. Turn Counter-Strike off. You know, like the last thing I bought was Wii U, and I actually finished a lot of interesting games on it. I kept my Donkey Kong Country level, like, you know, the end boss. I've kept it for like the right moment to finish it. So that's because it's the only game still on the Wii U. that
Tropical
I
Freeze?
Still, yeah, exactly. I love them. But yeah, apart from that, yeah, you notice, man. It's like you don't have time to, you know, put the iguana in the bath, feed the parrot, you know.
Force feed the parrot.
Yeah, force feed the parrot.
Yeah.
He was sick, so yeah. So yeah, it's cool to put it on.
We
the
were just
console.
talking about this when we were driving over here.
Yeah.
I
Parrots or Killing Floor?
Feed for life
Killing
taking
parrots.
over, life taking over your. I used to be a gamer and then I started working at Larian Studios. You know.
I used to be a gamer and then I became a video game journalist and then I stopped playing
For some
video
reason,
games for
I told
recreation.
Farang driving over here, like, it takes me 45 minutes to water all the plants in my garden.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. And it takes me 1 hour in the morning to walk the dogs. And then I have to rush home. And you know, and
Yeah.
before you know it, everyone goes like, yeah, but haven't you seen how they did it in that game? No, I haven't.
I have it, man. Show me. I watch game trailers.
What are
to
you,
figure that out.
16?
Right?
Anyway.
That person is known as Michael Huber. You may be seeing him a little
Yep.
bit later this evening. He's the guy that's, you didn't play this? You're like, no, I'm sorry.
No.
Well, I've played a lot of stuff from before 1998.
How old is Michael?
That was it? That's when you grew up in
Mike's
1998? That's when it officially
28.
happened?
Yeah, Michael
He's
Huber's a
about 20
time
years.
lord, I think. He just can do whatever he wants to. He watches every TV show, plays every video game. He's always on us to watch Vikings on the History Channel. We're like, nobody's got time for that.
Yeah, my friend Brent Phillips, who currently builds Sifted.net, if you guys want to check that stuff, he built that website. He built GameTrailers.com 3.0, 4.0, I can't remember exactly, but it used to be working in Game Trailers to handle all their tech stuff. If you're a fan of GTP back in the day, earning currency,
Yeah.
which unfortunately is not around, I apologize, he built that system. We'd come in and we'd be like, hey, did you ever see Justified? I'm like, no, I haven't. Did you watch a couple episodes last night? And he's like, I watched the whole show. It's pretty good. I'm like, when did this happen?
Yeah.
Because we were talking about House of
You watched
Cards a
5
week
seasons
ago,
of a
and then
show?
what?
You were sitting next to me all night.
Yeah, no, he's seriously.
I watched
He either has Hermione's time turner or a singularity or something that he just steps into. I don't know how he does it.
And he just thinks we all have that, so he forgets to
I
mention
watched
it.
Battlestar Galactica for a second time, and I really noticed in one episode. I'm like, how?
Yeah.
I get so much shit for walking my dog, and I'm like, I have to take care of him. He's a priority in my life.
You're obsessed with walking that dog. You think, yeah.
It's like our CEO. You haven't read that book? I don't know how much
Dude,
books that
yeah.
guy read.
I even have audiobooks I haven't
Yeah.
heard.
Audiobooks are the way.
I can read a book at 1.5 speed from audible.com.
Yeah,
I'm
they're great.
doing King Killer at 2 times.
Oh, 2? I
Yeah.
might pump that. I
Whoa.
might pump
Pump
that
it up,
sucker
my
up
friend.
to 2. He reads slow.
As
He
long as
does.
there's stats, people will keep reading. I'm faster than you.
Oh, I know. The stats on Audible are crazy.
So 10 minutes. We have sat down with this man from Killing Floor 2. We've seen
Have
a
they
little B-roll.
shown? They just showed that trailer. Yeah.
The B-roll seemed pretty generic, kind of stuff
Yeah.
that we've seen before. Maybe they're saving the big announcements for last, but it looks like about 10 minutes. Maybe we'll get with each person. So 3-hour show,
30 people.
6 people per hour. Yeah, 3 times 6.
I don't know how to do
around
math.
20,
Don't
18,
talk to me
about
about it.
18. So between 15 and 20 demos here at the show.
A lot of cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the thing is, not.
He's down 1 card.
Let's hope that's a
Oh my God.
that's a thick card stock though. I
smokes.
think
That's a 72-hour show.
Yeah, they're
Like, yeah, that's
like
these
a
guys. That's
0.5
these big ones.
thickness, Yeah.
that's like a
The ones they
Bristol
use for GT
board.
Live.
And I think he glued a page atop the thick card.
World
stock.
exclusive.
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
It's just
okay.
killing floors.
There we go. Oh.
There's more Killing Floor guys.
Maybe
No,
not.
Killing Floor in the jungle. Yeah, there we go.
Dinosaurs?
Nam, baby.
Oh.
Yep.
You're so American. It's amazing.
He's really into it. He's like,
Well,
yeah,
just-
damn.
Just haven't seen a
We
lot of games of
totally
Vietnam
fucked
lately.
it up.
And then suddenly everybody turns into zombies. What? Or just
Does anyone know anybody that doesn't like CCR?
What?
I've been wondering.
What is CCR?
Credence.
Creedence Clearwater Revival.
through the jungle.
I just
I
think of
haven't
the
met
dude every
anyone
time.
yet that goes like, well, CCR, well, they don't move me. I don't like them.
I'll find one for you.
Really?
Somewhere in Los Angeles, there's got to be
Really?
somebody like
Yeah,
that,
but not someone that just is saying that to be special.
But
I wouldn't hold out too much hope for the tape deck or the Credence.
Chat's holding out that this is Half-Life Vietnam.
is this a
Every
standalone game or is this a mod to something?
Every trailer is going to be
Gordon
Half-Life
is back.
whatever.
With a crowbar in the jungle.
He fell through time to numb.
Oh, it's Rising Storm 2.
Oh, classic.
Oh.
Wake up, smell the ashes. It was the napalm he was talking about.
This guy's doing a good job. He's doing the best.
He's
he
quick
can.
about it, which I
Yeah.
really like. Rising Storm 2?
He's a talker. That's his job. Rising Storm 2. And then the hat said Vietnam. Unclear if that's part of the.
It's not. It's the.
So who are the people in the crowd? Like, and why weren't we invited? You know what I mean, right?
Enthusiasts.
Where'd they
PR
get them?
guy.
Are these extras? What? Seat
Yeah, here we
fills.
go. Here was
Oh,
actually something,
wow.
our first prediction coming true. A
Does
game
this
that we
exist?
had expected to check out.
Yeah, where are you spending your money?
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm too damn busy.
never heard of the show, so
I'll be going to
Passed up
Gamescom
the
later this
opportunity.
summer.
However,
What do we think about Star Citizen? I'm excited by this project. Maybe this game won't necessarily be for me, but just the whole idea of like how they raised
Wait a
money,
second.
how they talk to their community, how long it's been in development, and yet it's not one of those things where you're just like, we've got no updates. We get updates all the time about this game.
Star Citizen was from the Wing Commander guys, right? Is that it?
I believe
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's that guy. You know,
Yeah.
he made.
They kickstarted it and then they just never stopped asking
Yeah.
for money, so they keep
How much
getting
did
more
they
money.
raise now?
It's
Like
in the
100
it's
million?
like yeah, in the like very
Ridiculous.
high
Half
millions.
a billion.
Very much.
Chat
million.
says 80 million and counting.
Yeah, I think it's 70, 80 million.
Yeah, well,
Well, I was a really big fan of Wing Commander 2 when it came out, and actually parts of the reason why Dragon Commander is called Dragon Commander is because
Wing
we
Commander, yeah.
we
We're
were
big
like
fans.
you need the RPG element from Wing Commander, and you know, so it was Dragon Commander as a joke. Like we'll
Yeah.
change the title
yeah,
later.
we'll change it later on, and then
And then you forget to, and then
That's funny.
The
Then you
first
made
logo we
t-shirts.
had, the temporary
yeah,
Dragon
we had
Commander
like the Wing
logo.
Commander logo, and then we replaced Wing with Dragon.
Dragon
With the same
in the
font.
same font.
Because yeah, I was also wanted to make a,
So-
a Wing Commander.
I love
I
Wing
really
Commander.
want to see
Oh,
this thing. but-
Bossman.
I got it.
This damn computer.
So why are they doing all that stuff in the outfits? And you know, it's like
This is what they've been
Motion
spending that
capture?
80 mil on.
Yeah, why are they mocapping
why,
something?
like humans? Isn't it about like spaceships?
Yeah.
and shit?
Yeah, but then you get out and you have to kick
There are
someone's
jumping
ass.
spaceships in this game.
There's no human element in the actual game right now. So
Really?
that's pretty huge.
Okay, okay.
So they're gonna have it. You actually get out of the.
Oh, great.
Craft.
That'll be
crafting.
cool.
Right. Yeah. Mm.
Well, you can win a rig.
well, like being on foot, running around.
No, there's no on foot. It's all space, all in cockpit. There's no like all that stuff they just showed is
Yeah.
just brand new concept they're trying to bring to the game.
Yeah.
They showed a
Brand new
mode
content.
where you did shoot. They had like a first-person shooter segment where you went in and you like had your gun on a station and you shot people. I saw a speech that he did at Dice and he showed a little bit of that.
Oh. I thought it
Um,
was just big like
This guy's
space
got
battles
so
like
much-
Eve kind of thing.
I think it's got everything. That is the theory. You get out your ship.
Yeah,
You go
I could be
everywhere.
wrong. There could be another PC game, and I thought I remember that being.
Does it
Star
have a
Citizen.
dragon
Go
with a
on mic if you're
jetpack?
It's a space game.
Yeah.
So designing this game for PC, having designed so many projects for PC, AMD is that in what stream of consciousness? When I say AMD, what do you guys think? It's like okay, hardware, whatever.
Thunderbird 1400 overclocked it to like 1800 megahertz. I used to be a nerd.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Still on.
But you grew up.
I used to be a
Don't kid
nerd,
yourself.
says the game developer.
But he grew up in 1998. He got past all that stuff.
98.
No, AMD, I mean, it used to be like the constant battle between Intel and AMD, and the only reason AMD is now still around is because they bought, the other guys. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
ATI.
ATI, thank you.
But the thing is, like, when
With
I think
processors.
AMD, I think cheap. I can build you a $300 PC that can actually do some gaming with AMD components. So
I don't know.
that's really good. But
For-
but normally, I don't know.
For some reason, I haven't built a PC anymore for the last 10 years without an Intel in it. I don't know.
Really,
I
I
don't
built
know.
one for my mom. Like 3 weeks ago. It was like 30 minutes, and
Was
it was
she
AMD.
planning on playing The Witcher 3?
She was planning on playing Divinity, and I
Okay.
had to actually talk her out of it. Like, really, like, trust me, it's gonna take a long time. These are PopCap games. And it's just like, I know all of them. It's like, yeah, I know. I'll get you new games. Like, I want to play your games. Yeah.
Are AMDs good anymore? Because I remember they used to be.
Sure,
for a
yeah.
while, they were like the
Look how
hotness.
look how
They were-
shiny that shit
Yeah,
is,
they were
man.
better than Intel for a
Yeah.
hot second, I thought. But now Intel's the
It's
thing.
still pretty good, right? Like the latest GTA runs better on AMD, though it has specific NVIDIA drivers for it. So that's kind of a shock.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
And then again, who spends maxing out your PC doesn't really matter these days. I don't have a feeling that it really matters. Anything between ultra and extreme, like, who the hell notices?
Just feels like the mediocre graphics cards and processors are good enough. Like, you know what I mean? It's good
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah, it's good
Yeah,
enough.
they're
Just-
okay. Unless you have a 4K screen or
Yeah.
something.
8K.
8K, look at that.
We're getting into 8K now.
8K. and IMAX is like between 2 and 3K. Laser 3D is 4K. So.
Really specifically getting in the numbers. At least they didn't start with this. At least
Yeah.
they did get,
This is
they allowed some
exactly
games.
what Bossman said, though, right? Bossman is like graphics cards.
Lots of
yeah.
product placement.
Yeah, I mean, they're paying for this. AMD is paying for this event, you know?
Yeah.
They got to get their money's worth.
For my money, it's like, if I'm AMD and I'm paying for this thing, like, the classy move is to not do this.
Yeah, probably, right?
Because, like, right now I'm just thinking, like, okay, now we have to sit through their corporate shtick.
Yeah, but gamers are still interested in this stuff.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
If you're like, oh, I need a new graphics card.
Yeah, because I when I build a PC, most of the time I don't go to Nvidia, but I go to AMD for the cheap stuff, because they most of the, I don't know what I have right now, but it was like a 200 euro card, and it was as good as an Nvidia card that was twice as expensive.
Yeah.
So, and I don't know about their processors, but our programmers, for instance, they go like, no, you should stick with Intel because of architecture.
Yeah,
and then they lose it and they start speaking Latin.
Yeah, I know these all have Intel i7s or whatever, so.
Your laptop
Yeah,
that you
the
were tapping
MacBooks.
for people.
MacBooks.
Ah.
MacBooks.
I think it can potentially, as someone who's in danger of this every minute of this stream this week, I think this potentially takes a little bit of the power away from the host. Because it's like you have this guy from Killing Floor, you definitely get the vibe that this guy's like, wow, thank you. This is so cool that I'm here to talk about this and demo this. And thank you, host. Ask me whatever you want. You kind of get this fun, off-the-cuff conversation going back and forth between the two of them. It's like, what can the host really do right now to this AMD guy? Like, what questions can he throw at him that are like, what, like curveballs? Like, well, you weren't expecting that one. It's like, it just seems like the balance of power has shifted, where it's like, okay, now that's why he's got the cards, because like, here's question 1, here's question 2.
He's Peleing him.
This is a total Pele situation.
Total Pele.
Did you guys see that? It's that was not a highlight today of the press conferences, which is horrible because he's an amazing person, an amazing opportunity to get to talk to him, just not at a gaming event.
Seemed cool, but
it was the football convention.
Yes, I was wondering how are they planning to excite people during this thing. So as you said, like there's one screen, there's not a lot of stuff going on.
Small area, small stage. It looks like.
Like all the extras and seat fillers, and then
people are watching us though.
Are they?
Yeah.
Oh no.
How many people are watching this? What's the count?
3,400.
Yeah, the last time I looked, it was like
that's
35,
nice.
39. That's a
3,900?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, just 39.
Wait, no, but meaning 3,900 people?
Yes.
3,400 right now.
The earliest number today was 4,800, and that was right before we.
Yeah, we're like beating the gaming show right now.
I hope not for their sake.
Guys, you gotta watch the gaming show on GT Live.
Get better numbers than the gaming show. I mean, really, this is probably a great opportunity just to say thank you for everybody that's been watching this week. I mean, like, I will confess, sometimes we've been really on point. There's been some amazing. We had arguably one of the biggest Shenmue fans in the world right when they made that amazing Shenmue announcement at the Sony press conference. So, like, that was a real treat.
That video's got a lot of
Shenmue
views
3,
too.
baby.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, there was a Kickstarter announcement.
Yeah, I remember
yeah, like
that. Sven said that yesterday.
Yeah.
That's
Not technically a
Sony said
game
that
announcement. We're really trying to figure out the
Yeah.
legality there.
If Bossman pushes on that, I swear to God, they do this betting show before E3, and one of the bets that Huber, the big Shenmue fan, made was that there'd be a Shenmue game announced, and the other guy, Bossman, who was just sitting over there, but he skulked away somewhere. He's gonna try to like finagle him on technicalities that he's like, well, it wasn't a game announcement, it was a Kickstarter announcement. And I'm just like,
just because he knows he lost. Okay, I think this is the line. I think actually holding the product on stage, being like, this is really
But
what you
how'd
want.
that get into his hands?
The one with the claw marks on it.
Just lowered it.
This is the guy.
Like a giant version.
He
needs
just
to
brought
come
the
down
box out with him. It was really weird.
You know,
Hey,
Tossed him off
Bossman.
stage.
Bossman's back now.
Open the case yet?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I missed it.
Oh god, did they?
Oh, no, they're opening
There's
this
$1 million
case.
in that case.
Wow.
They're applauding.
So
They
wait,
should
has he had the case the whole show?
No, he brought it out.
It's been
He
cuffed to
brought
his
it out to
hands.
reveal that there was a box inside of that.
Oh, that's where that thing came
Like
from.
that's what.
2 weeks he's been carrying it around,
Case
cuffed to his
set.
hand.
Yeah. I thought it was gonna be like Neil Patrick Harris's horrible Oscar joke this year, where he did like the magic trick,
Oh yeah.
and then like he had the lady watch the box the whole show,
yeah,
and then he
yeah,
like
yeah,
pulled
yeah,
his
yeah,
like
yeah.
jokes out of it beforehand, and it's like,
Some
how'd
of
I do
those-
that? And it's
some of
like,
those jokes were
there are
pretty
about
funny.
80 billion ways you could pull that off in PH. I don't know. That's not.
Also,
that
like-
ain't magic, buddy. Sorry.
Wasn't it funny?
The
Why are
camera
you
just
being a
cuts away.
hater?
Yeah.
No,
it was
it's not.
it was
Brandon likes-
mildly
No, that was
entertaining.
Brandon
not-
likes
no,
to hate
no,
on funny
no,
things.
That's not funny. No.
It was
Nope,
funny.
sorry.
The jokes were good.
it's Doogie
They
Howser,
called,
man.
They
Come
called,
on.
the nice thing about that was they called themselves on all the stupid weirdness.
Yeah,
Like
it's
John
self-
Travolta being super like molesting that
Uncomfortable,
lady
yeah.
and like really being awkward. They like made a joke about it. Like that's the way to handle it.
So okay, so what are we talking now? What do
Do
we
you
got?
think this press
Who missed it?
conference has a kill switch? That if things start to go really bad,
No,
They
I'm,
just
I'm
dropped
waiting
Half-Life
for
3?
like this NVIDIA graphic card, like this huge prop to come out of the ceiling, like like 1,000 times the normal size, and everybody goes like, yeah.
Gabe Newell's riding it.
So, David, what do you think of this guy's tattoos here? What are you feeling? Like,
I think
looks like we got a little
he's
like,
just started
like
out
diamond
and-
thing on his wrist there.
He's just started out. He's got a long way to go.
He's gonna come to
It's a
you
work
and
in-
punch you,
work in
man.
progress here.
Amateur.
He's got in 10 years he's gonna go. I wish I hadn't. Done
Do we know who these guys are?
I wish
Do we
there
know
were
what
lowers.
they're showing
for
right now?
them. I wish there was a little graphic.
We
to let
probably
us
missed the
know
lowers.
who-
We're too busy
We
chatting
might
away.
have- We're being silly.
There are.
Busy making fun of
I
Boston?
did not see any logos.
They had it up on the big screen. For
Oh,
just a sec
that's
as
how
they
they're doing
walked
it.
by.
Oh, so not for us plebes watching at home.
Yeah.
People in the audience can tell who they are, but not us.
Well, in 15 minutes when they show what game they're talking about, then.
Oh yeah, by the
it's
way.
Jean-Francois Dugas.
Dugas.
Our chat
From
loves you
EDOS.
guys.
Montreal.
Rising Storm 2,
Oh, it's
Star
Deus
Citizen,
Ex.
and an AMD conversation. That's the tally so far, right?
Yeah.
Is it about DSX?
They're talking about Deus Ex.
Okay, cool.
Oh, nice.
okay.
Then I want to listen.
I cannot hear them.
We should start speaking with an accent because we're from
I mean,
Belgium.
you see,
You're from
it's-
Holland.
I could do the whole Dutch accent. And,
Yes, but
go
so
for-
could I.
So could you.
Yes,
Yes,
this is the
that's
funny thing.
definitely
thing.
nice.
Sorry, this is so difficult.
No, it's not that difficult if you're from
Yes, it is.
Amsterdam. It's kind
No,
of,
then it's not difficult, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then gets old. So
So many accents.
My favorite is developer. I love that word.
Developer.
That's the
Developer?
French. That's Ubisoft. They are the Dakota. Sorry, I am the developer of the game. You know.
Developer.
a friend
Oh,
of
yeah.
ours,
Is this new stuff?
went to Dakota,
Yeah, North Dakota.
North Dakota.
Dakota?
Have you been
yeah,
there?
Oh,
yeah,
Dakota?
actually, that's-
It took us a while to
It took
figure
us a
out
while,
where
yeah,
the hell
yeah.
he went.
I believe the next morning you woke up and said like, did he mean Dakota? I was like, son of a bitch, you're right. He meant Dakota.
What are you doing in my bedroom? I don't know.
Wow, this is like a straight up
That's-
tech demo of their depth of field engine
Vodka.
and stuff.
No, it's
Exciting
Dakota.
stuff, guys.
Oh.
Exciting.
That bokeh.
I mean, that's like a classic noir moment where you just got Jack Nicholson's there like Dakota. The whole
Job?
time was in front of me.
It's like in Mission Impossible when he just the focus is on the Bible and he just goes, Job 3:16.
Yeah.
No, the other Job.
Yeah.
Who the hell's called Job these days?
Oh yeah. Are we counting frame rate? We're not even listening to these guys. We had a bet on
Yeah,
how many
Kyle,
times
how
they say
many-
frame rate during the conference.
We're counting pixels.
I think I
guess,
said like
right
8
now.
or 10, and that was a bad idea probably.
I said 30.
That's
I
probably
shot the
closer.
moon.
Yeah.
Oh
Listen.
yes, it's finally here. Something exciting.
There we go.
Oh my goodness.
My
Hey, whoa, hey,
got it.
whoa, guys. You guys are excited.
I'm digging this show. I don't know.
I'm digging you guys being here. This
I mean,
is
playing
making
this,
the
playing this
PC
game on
gaming
PS4,
show pretty
you know,
entertaining.
That's gonna be a bonus, but really having you guys
Well,
is what, you know.
actually, I really like the art style of this thing here, of DSX. This is
How's it going?
sorry.
It has
Colorful.
lighting and air density. Like
It
there's
has
a
volumetric
slider,
lighting.
air density.
Yeah, that white
Previously
beat, I
called
love that.
fog.
That's really great. It's really effective. And cool that, I mean, we have yet to see this B-roll. They brought this
Yeah.
B-roll to the PC Gaming Show. I really like, you know, that it's not only games deciding to be at this event to honor it, but, you know, bringing content they haven't seen before. Ah,
Keanu Reeves with a beard.
yeah.
He does
Rock
look
and
like Keanu Reeves.
It does,
Wow.
doesn't it?
Yeah, here we go. Wow, we're going in.
So Octave, are you sticking around?
We are playing this game.
Get on the show. Okay?
Get on the show.
It's a producer.
First uncut footage of Deus Ex Mankind Divided.
Yeah.
PC Gaming Show. Good job, guys.
Yeah, that's
Only took you 27 minutes to get there.
Should
exclusive.
have led with this.
Exclusive.
So he's like totally invisible right now.
Wow. Oh, yeah, that's his gun. All right.
So yeah, so we're gonna set this stuff up. So what, Ian? What's the plan here, tech-wise? So we got to lose the PC Gaming Show to
Yeah,
get
we
to.
basically have to make a choice. Either we keep watching this, and then you guys show the game after the PC
we
show,
want to get to this game, right?
or we could show it, or we could record it in the other room and roll it in like the EA thing. If we didn't want to interrupt the PC gaming conference,
Muppets. Statler and Waldorf guys that
I
are
say we
in
get to it. Yeah, this is the first time we've done a demo on the stage, and
We can probably do Statler and Waldorf.
it looks like even if we talk about the game for 20 minutes, they'll cover maybe 2 games from the PC show.
Sure, yeah.
So maybe keep the PC show up on there,
We'll
just so we
keep
can
the
maybe
PC
chart like
show
what
up
game they're
on
talking
that,
about.
on that laptop, and then we can, if something crazy happens, we'll just switch the HDMI.
Or just give me a heads up when a new game's on stage, and I'll mark it. I just want to have a list of like all the stuff that they're showing off. But I want to see some Divinity on PlayStation 4. I want to see how this works. So that is coming.
Or the bag.
Hold on to your butts. So how much thought do you really give into what you're going to wear to a press conference?
I put a
None
lot of
whatsoever.
thought in it. I've got like a shitload of. I got 5 pairs of shoes. I got all my flower shirts. And yesterday,
All the
my
flower shirts.
yeah, come on,
It's like best in show. Like,
right?
really, you're bringing 8 kimonos. We're gonna be there for 3 days.
Yeah. How many tea ceremonies do you have to do?
It's ridiculous. Like I got my evening outfits, and during the day, and like everybody at E3 is wearing like a black T-shirt
with a
and
logo
jeans.
on it.
And I've got like I'm wearing walking around with short pants with parrot and flower prints and everything.
That
and,
means people can find you.
Nikes that are freaking out. Yeah, and then
Right.
all the women that come across you say like, "Hey, those are cool shoes. I love your outfit." And all the guys are looking like, "Who the fuck is that weirdo?" And
That's that actually might be a really good way to get behind closed doors. You could like sneak up to the exit or something and be like, "Oh no, I need to go in." And it's just like, "No, I'm sorry, you're not on the list." And it's just like, "Doug told me I can come in." Like, which one's Doug? It's like blue jeans, 5'10", black shirt.
Yeah.
I'm just like,
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, black shirt guy.
I know that guy.
What's
I actually
this?
got my E3 pass. It's a new Rome. Is the Rome? It's Sega. It's got to be a new Rome. They don't make anything else.
No, they were working on Warhammer game.
Oh, really?
You
Oh
mean-
no, we got this for Assassin's Creed already. You can't
You
do
mean
no, you can't do
creative?
that. It's just too soon. It's too soon.
This isn't the
For what?
This was the CG trailer for Assassin's Creed Unity last year.
Just told, yeah.
Well,
This is the song that they use. You can't hear the song. It's
Oh.
the what's your name with the raspy voice?
Lana Del Rey?
Yes, Lana Del Rey, right?
oh, look at
It's
that.
hard to hear her.
There they go again.
Oh, it's not Lana. What's her name?
Macy
Start with an
Gray?
M. It's like one word, like
Macy
Madonna. It's
Gray?
like
Oh.
Montana.
she's got like a really scratchy voice.
Chat will know.
Yeah,
Chad, who did song?
but it was the Tears for Fear song that they did for the CG trailer for Assassin's Creed Unity.
Lord.
Lord.
Oh,
there we go.
Lord.
Lord.
It doesn't start with an M.
It doesn't. I was wrong. It was close though. It was one letter off in the alphabet.
It's
okay.
like a half of an M, and then rotated, and then like straightened out. That's an L. It's kind of like an M though.
You said
I
you
wish.
knew.
I wish I
Brandon.
just had a cup full of
are you
pens.
just gonna throw it? Cause
I could get it. There's a
I'm
little sliver right
shrouded
there
in
in between the glass, and I
No,
could.
it's-
Oh no, it's
it's-
not. It's
it's
totally
like-
secure. Yeah, you're right.
Throw
It's
it
like
over.
caulking or
Yeah,
no,
it's got a
there's
ceiling
roof.
up there.
He does.
Oh yeah,
There's
I'm
gotta be some
entirely
way.
encased. I can lock the door too.
I can get it open. You showed me how.
Yeah, I did show you how to credit card the door to the TriCaster room open.
How warm is it in there?
It's womb-like.
Womb temperature.
Womb-esque.
Yeah,
He's
womb-
reporting in
womb-esque.
fetus.
Ode
I mean,
de
yeah.
la
Let's.
womb.
Yeah. So we're good. So Ian, let's make the transition. Might be a good
You
time
ready?
since they're going to start talking about Rome Total War 5 or whatever.
Don't
All
worry,
right.
guys. I'll hold this stream down.
Rome,
you can just
Total
go ahead.
War 43.
This will take a little prep to get the game going, right? We need the USB drive and everything.
No.
Oh, so it should just straight up work.
We'll just.
Oh, just a celebration of Total War, I guess. Yeah, they do have Warhammer coming out.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And they did release actually kind of a retro-ish, a retrospective trailer earlier in the year that I did appreciate because we do retro projects every now and then. It's fun to really dive into a franchise that you're not familiar with. You guys were talking about Wing Commander, and
Yeah.
it'd be really great to just blow those games out for a lot of people that haven't played them.
I was a huge fan of Medieval Total War. I really liked it a lot.
Yeah, really.
I think it was the first strategy game that I played on a PC that was not Age of Empires, no way, or not Warcraft, no way. Okay, it was not the first strategy game that I played.
Stop lying, David.
I forget.
I'm getting weird audio in my ears from the PC Gamer Show. I don't know if audio is coming next. Ian.
It's a weird show, man.
Yeah, sure. There we go. That's nice. All right.
First.
Maybe take a break.
Oh yeah, Jesus.
Back on for the demo.
Is there a profile I should log in as over here?
No, it doesn't really matter. Just take one of them.
Cool.
Should I go there?
So,
how are we gonna do
What
this
are we
then?
gonna do? Are you gonna?
Yeah,
Is
should move on over to the couch.
Move on over to the couch. Let's scoot.
Well, one of you guys should stay up here. You can talk about it because you're gonna be able to see the game demoed up on the screen. So.
Oh, really?
You can
Then
observe
we can
it.
actually play it while we do it.
Yeah, you
No?
can.
Yeah.
One of you can observe it from here and stand up and talk about it, and the other guys. You're gonna be mic'd on there as well. So it's totally up to you guys.
Well, you gotta do it together.
What looks cozier, these chairs or that couch? I mean, that's really the question that you want to ask.
couch looks really cozy.
Yeah, sure. Try the couch out,
Yeah,
guys.
the couch
I'm
will
not
look
gonna stop you.
cozy. That's fine.
No, stay here. Sit down.
No, really.
All right.
Can we control it from up there? Then?
Yeah, because we can see.
Yeah, there might be like a slight delay. I mean, it's really
Yeah.
it's really up to you if you dig it.
How this works. Go ahead and select your game. Is DHCP on?
Okay, we should.
Oh, HDCP? Yeah, we gotta see if HDCP is on.
So we need another controller as well.
Yeah, it's still plugged in. So, tap up.
You think the console is plug and play, but it's not. There are things. So, enhanced edition. Why that adjective?
Because
It's not definitive.
It's basically well, no, it's not.
It's not elite edition.
Yeah, no, because basically enhanced really, pretty much tells you that it's the enhanced version. I mean, there's a lot of things that have been really upgraded and been made better. So enhanced was really the best way to put it. Definitive. We have like Ultimate Sin or Final Sin.
Right. Yeah.
Renaissance.
Well, it's like Borderlands: The Handsome Collection. It's like a take on Handsome Jack. So
Yeah.
it's like I was curious if there was something in the game that
we
you could
tried
apply.
it, but like you do this, you probe around a little focus group testing, and it's a big word. But you go around, ask people, it's like, what about Divinity Renaissance? And they're like, no. It's like, okay, so what is it? It's a better version than it was. Like, well, enhanced. It's like, yes.
All right, got it. Great.
And that's about it. All right, thanks.
And speaking of, focus groups and stuff like that, it is important to give the title a different name. So it isn't just Divinity Original Sin, and then you'll just know it's like, oh, hey, look at that, it's on consoles. Like, no, this is a new initiative.
But it is the ultimate version. I mean, a lot of things have been improved. It's crazy. We did like voice recording on everything. Like the original version didn't have a lot of voice recording. We recorded 88,000 lines. And we started in January and it ended last week. So
You'd be better off on the
that was some crazy stuff.
You have audio again? We're fine. Yeah. Cool.
All right, are we
Colin
cool?
is gonna do most of the talking.
That's great. So what-
Yeah.
we don't have any
Just like
delay
in
on the
real life.
screens. It's running perfectly.
Yeah.
Where and when have you demoed this before? How many people have seen this on the internets?
Whoa, nobody.
On the internet.
Is this the
no.
first time
I think
that this is
you
being
guys
played
are-
on the internet?
Yeah, that's
on the
you guys
consoles?
are definitely the.
We got an exclusive?
I thought it was exclusive. I thought it was the first time you were checking that stuff out, but
But Twitch had the thing that they played with. What was his name?
Yeah,
I
but it
don't
was
want to
not
get
a
his name
proper
wrong.
Presentation because
No.
they,
That's
they
true.
started playing
Uh-uh.
themselves.
Yeah, that's true.
And when you let people play, they murder everyone.
That's the problem with
And
this
you can't,
game.
you can't
Like,
show. So you talk to that guy, he's dead. Okay. You ship. Oh no, he's dead as well. So.
okay, so let's
Is this
load
working?
this up.
You can check it
yeah,
out.
yeah, that's perfect.
All right. Here we go. Divinity Original Sin being played on the PlayStation 4.
Yeah, this is it's gonna be awesome.
You got your control set up
It's gonna
right
be
there.
awesome.
Oh yeah, I don't jump in onto one.
That's right. That's right. So for anybody that doesn't know the game, basically, so the story is that your two source hunters sent to the seaside village of Sicile to investigate the murder on Counselor Jake, who has been killed by source magic. And the goal of source hunters is to actually, expel any source magic from the world of Revellon. And basically, in about 20-25 hours later, you get to this area called Lucala Forest. So your chase actually gets you there, your adventure.
So we're in this game. We've put some hours in to get to this point.
Yeah.
So we got skills. We got levels.
skills.
We got points.
We got a black screen.
Does one of us, Kyle, over there on your laptop, or at least you still have the
PC game? Yeah, Phil Spencer is on the PC gaming show right now.
Okay.
Somebody hit home.
It stopped. Somebody hit
I
home.
didn't.
Player 2.
Nobody hit home.
Player 2.
I didn't hit home.
Is there a controller over there?
It
Yeah.
wasn't me.
You might have stepped on it.
Really?
There's only two controllers at both on the table.
All right. Well, let's.
They would have stepped on it with their finger.
Why are we blaming me? I don't know. It's the thing that broke. All right.
It's okay. We'll just boot it up again. It loads fast enough,
Octave, you want to do this?
Meanwhile, Phil
You wanna do
Spencer's
this,
on the PC gaming show just talking.
You want to be on TV?
So yeah, so you're source hunters, and you're basically heading down to, and of course you find out that you're meant for, a bigger thing than just hunting sorcerers. But that's part, all part of the story. We did upgrade the story and everything quite a lot, right? So the enhanced edition has actually a perfectly blended story. All the companions have their, backstories and actually their character arcs nicely written into the game. So the problem with the RPG is like you make an RPG and you mention something, and then like 40 hours later you're like, we mentioned it, and nobody remembers it because it was 40 hours in between, and life, kids, whatever the hell. So all those places where there was quite some confusion or it wasn't clear enough, we actually cleared those up by staggering the information more. And making it a smoother experience.
Did you have to bring in the voiceover actors to come back in and record new dialogue?
Yeah. Everything was re-recorded.
Everything is re-recorded.
I don't know if we actually reused stuff that we released last year.
No, we didn't,
because
the context weren't right and stuff. And
wow,
you can't really use bits and pieces because logistically also it's quite a hell to say like we recorded this bit, but we need to put this in there, and it's like nobody keeps track of it. Why isn't it working? What is this?
Killer Instinct on PC. They just.
Huh?
Yeah, it says user 2. Who's you? No.
No.
Who's user 2?
That's
doesn't. Me.
Is that you?
Yeah, but I never pressed this thing.
And who am I?
Maybe disconnect the other controller.
I don't know, man. It's rebooting after the main menu, which is really
switch
weird.
to your screen. Press the PS button. Is that you?
That was probably you touching the thing.
Is there another PlayStation controller in the building?
Somebody's in the bathroom, like doing all this shit, like watching the stream on the phone.
Oh, you're just checking to see if someone else is hitting the home button?
But it's happened on the load screen both times.
Doing Fable Legends on PC.
Like booting us straight out of the game, you know what I mean? Like most of the time when you hit home again, it would just take us right back in.
Go back.
Yeah.
Alright, hold on. Let's wire this joypad. See what happens.
Okay.
Maybe we should wire it.
Yeah.
You're Bossman. Yeah. Reconnect the PC while we're fixing this.
That loading screen's looking good. Got that menu screen. Got that load screen.
That's a good looking loading screen.
Yep.
It looks like there's Killer Instinct coming to PC.
Okay.
From what I can tell.
Fable Legends as well.
And Fable Legends being demoed right now. I can only assume to demonstrate cross compatibility.
I don't want to because then it'll like switch. I'll have to switch back to 720.
Fixing stuff. Getting it to work.
As you click, we press load.
Yeah. Load the city.
Yeah. And then it goes to the home screen.
I'll stretch with y'all.
Hey, man.
So it looks like Killer Instinct
Yep.
was just announced
Right.
for Windows 10. Is that what just happened?
Mm-hmm.
And they talked about Fable Legends a little bit, I think.
As we expected, but Killer Instinct is like one that they're proud of, so that's kind of interesting.
Yeah,
isn't
it's
it?
kind of a big thing. People were
As
excited.
opposed to
in the
Fable
chat.
Legends, which they just hate.
No, it's like it's a B. They know it's B tier.
You're putting Killer Instinct in the A tier?
Yes.
Ooh.
No, you're right. Killer Instinct is probably also B tier.
It wasn't a full game when it launched. Yeah, it's kind of rough.
Okay, so we want to cross our fingers at this
Happy
loads.
thoughts, everybody. Happy thoughts.
Happy thoughts. Come on, get that load.
We'll take our time. As long as it takes, damn it. We still have, what, an hour and 19 minutes left in the PC Game Show?
Still have 5 hours left.
Sub hype.
Oh, nice.
How far down the stack is he now? Do we know that?
Thank you and love to everybody who has subbed throughout the E3 week. We really appreciate it. Thank you for tuning in.
Loading that forest.
Share the load. As Samwise Gamgee in Lord of the Rings would
Oh,
say.
so we're all loading the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we did it.
Okay, so this is weird. Like, why
This is what happened last time.
Oh.
It's like after the load, it's completely black, and then it goes to the.
The savings are not compatible with this build. Did you load the savings?
This is the same build. Nothing changed at the house. See?
Okay, I will.
Should we start new?
Gigantic PC gaming show happening right now.
Yeah, we know it's a gigantic show, okay? We don't have to talk about that.
No, Brandon, but you don't understand.
Oh,
There's
the
a
game. That's a gigantic game.
All right, we're doing a reboot.
And Huber and Ben Moore inbound any second now. I mean, the doors closed at 6 p.m.
They're here.
They're here? Ooh, never mind. They are back.
Oh, Ben Moore should totally be in here. For
Absolutely.
Divinity on console.
Whenever he's ready. So yeah, we may check this game out on stage. We may shoot this off stage. Maybe boot you off.
Okay.
Get Ben in it. Maybe it might happen.
You want me to go grab them and see what they're up to?
Sure.
Chad, I am curious how many times his frame rate has been mentioned. Do we have an update on that?
I don't know. I don't know if he's been on that.
Let us know, guys.
Some poor person counting that for us. We don't deserve that person if they do. So
Chad seems a little bit disenchanted by the PC gaming show.
it's pretty chill. It's like a boring tech talk show.
It is
for 3 hours.
Kind of more like almost an investor's presentation, it seems.
It's an update
Right.
on stuff. Yeah, these guys are pretty casual.
Yeah.
Just gonna come in and talk, and do stuff and show off a game. I mean, just a lot of talking.
So these guys are from the creative director of Gigantic, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Motiga, I remember the little dragon loco, spinning. Gigantic fun, very stressful.
Have you played it at all?
Yeah, I played it at Comic-Con, and it was one of the most stressful gaming appointments I've ever had in my entire life. Because I just didn't know how to play the game.
Oh.
And the guys that were demoing it, nothing against them, but like they seemed like if I didn't understand the mechanics on the first pass, that was a total failure for the appointment. So like every time I went to do anything, they were like, no, go here. No, don't use that ability. No, okay, run. You got to catch up. No, that way. And I'm just like, just stop and just let me play it and do it wrong. And then I'll get it. It's like, that's the thing that was great about Halo when they showed off the Warzone thing is they were like, just go. I mean, you'll figure it out, And if you don't, tough, and you'll talk to somebody later, and they'll help clue you in. They were there to ask any questions, of course, but like, I'm not gonna like intercept your gameplay, session and just correct you at every single turn. And the guy was like yelling at me, like to do something. He's like, "Come on, you almost made it! Oh, come on!" I'm just like, "Sorry."
He believed in you, Brandon.
Is this ranked? Like, I don't know. Calm down, man. And it's just a very particular. You play something like Smite, and it's like that guy, go kill him. You're done. Okay, you killed that guy, go destroy that thing in their base. Yeah, you won. Where it's like really conditional about like when the monster shows up, when you can hurt the monster, when it's benefiting you. Like, so there are lots of instances where I would die just because I was doing a random skirmish, and then I'd be waiting for my character to respawn, and then a new opening would pop up, or it'd be like, now is when you attack their opponent's monster. Everybody go, and I'm like, I can't. And so like 5 seconds later, I'd spawn in and like try to get over to that area as fast as I could, and they're like, oh, you missed the opportunity, and it's like, okay, it's just kind of weird to like, I want skill always to determine like how I'm doing good in a multiplayer battle arena, and not like, well, now you're not supposed to do that skill. You got to wait till okay, wait, now do it. And it's like, it's just weird to like. The momentum shift. But then again, it's something that potentially, if you get really good at, the Gigantic trailer that we saw, one of the press conferences had a trailer for Gigantic. Might have been Xbox.
I think it was Xbox.
They featured it heavily at the Xbox party,
Yeah.
so I think it's something that Microsoft is pimping heavily at the show. But potentially something that if you really get to know that system, the trailer was really exciting. At the end, they had a bit where like your monster like was like, okay, let's do it, and then like flew across the battlefield to attack the other monster, and everybody came running in, and that was the big logo shot at the end of the trailer. And that's exciting in concept, but again, just like exactly like how that dynamic works of like when you can use the abilities of your hero, when you can attack the other hero was a little confusing. The barrier to entry might be a little rough to like get in there.
Yeah. Do you think that just because maybe it was like a really, almost linear demo that they wanted you to hit those specific elements that's why it was so stressful, and maybe if you were just playing it now, you'd feel differently?
Maybe, yeah, like on a second pass. Oh, we're ready? Here?
Yeah, you want to do it?
We got to figure it out. If we can, yeah, if we can do it, for sure. I want to do it. Also played...
Just ask him, man. So David's thirsty. Can you have
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Played Gears as well. Really good looking Gears.
Yeah.
It's Gears. You can imagine how that controls on an Xbox controller.
I'll be
For
right
Xbox
back.
One.
I'm going to go grab these guys water and get Kyle.
All right.
I'll be right back.
We sent Kyle out to get somebody else. Now Elyse is going to get Kyle. And for the first time in our E3 2015 stream, I am here alone on stage. I'm cool with that. I'm fine. There are actually other people
here I am in the
room
van
walking around
talking
right
to
now.
myself.
Oh, there we go. Oh, and I have a friend coming up. Yay, David, my friend.
Yay.
Thank you, David. I was getting really nervous there for a second.
Pleasure.
So I got to be honest, man. I really just got to get out there. there is a part of me that just loves it to death when this stuff doesn't work, because it's just so exciting to be here with you guys and be here, like trying to get this stuff. And I know it's like nerve-wracking to go and you want to demo this game, and make it look as good as possibly can. But this it is in development. When do we have a launch date for this? Do we know when people
Fall
can
2015.
Yeah,
aiming for October.
so we got months. We got months away. So it's fun to be here. In the early stages of you guys bringing this. And this is a massive game that you're bringing. It's really getting in there and finding all the weird hiccups and weird things, like you were saying, like you can't just snap your fingers and translate this to another console. Is it almost impossible to figure out all of the things that could possibly go wrong in a game of this massive size?
It's impossible.
It's impossible, right? Statistically, you do the best you can.
Every time you think you're done, you find something else.
Yeah, and every time somebody fixes a bug, something else breaks. There's really no way of safely saying okay, we did everything. It's impossible. Even QA, it takes 5 days to play through the main quest. That's like 40 hours, man.
Because some people you picked up Witcher 3 and immediately they find a bug, 30 minutes into the game, and it's like, well, this doesn't make sense. It was really early into Witcher 3, and I found this bug. How come this bug didn't come up in testing? And then you respond with well, you're a part of a 6 million player beta test right now. It's like we've never gotten the game into this many hands before, so. Congrats! You jumped in the game and found something weird happening.
I find it. Thank you. I find it very sad as well that people immediately, when they find a bug, they go "How could this have passed through QA?" Blah blah blah. It's indeed. Sometimes it's not that simple. Of course, you notice that when something goes wrong, especially for us on PCs. On a console, it's different, but on PCs. There are so many different combinations of all the hardware. My game turns to a black screen immediately. I wonder why.
I need so much information from you to tell you what happened. I need to know lots of different things. Hey, Elyse, looking good.
Thank you. I'm pumped the game's working. We're going?
All right, so we're in.
Yeah, let's roll, man. Let's do it.
Cool.
Okay, so today we're presenting you Divinity Original Sin, the Enhanced Edition. Basically, it's the enhanced version of last year's Divinity Original Sin, which was pretty well received, so it got quite some awards and it really sold well. So we thought, let's make the transition and fix all the stuff we always wanted to fix, considering story and all that stuff, and get it going on a console. So the new one will be available on PS4, Xbox One, PC, Mac, Steam OS. And Divinity is a fantasy RPG with turn-based combat and a lot of systemics, which create an amazing amount of freedom and a crazy amount of permutations in every quest or anything you actually really do. So right now I'm going to show you some basic stuff, so you know what's going on. So in Divinity we have quite some elemental interactions going on. So for instance, you got this ooze puddles there. Ooze catches fire, so I'm going to shoot a flare on it. After I shoot a flare on it, I'm going to expand the burning surface to the other ooze there. Once that's done, I'm going to also make it rain. If I can look past David's head, thank you. So I'm going to make it rain so that we can actually douse the fire there. And once we make it rain, obviously puddles of water get made, and we can cast electricity on those puddles to actually electrify the water surface and create static clouds. Now what we can also do is we can use our ice shard to freeze the surface and walk across it. Now this is basic, basic elemental gameplay in Divinity. So in every combat, every fight, you can actually do all of this stuff. Of course,
the biggest change is that he's doing it with a controller.
Yeah, so the crazy stuff here is that we actually mapped all the things you can do on the PC to the controller. Including a 360 cam. Like it used to be locked on a 45 degrees cam, but the first time we, they actually made the setup I designed for the controller. Immediately, the first thing you did was hey, why is it locked? This is not gonna happen. So we started, lobbying a little because our artist, usually the art was actually made for that camera angle, and it took a lot of, bribing and if you'll do this for me, there's a lot of discussing to finally, nudge the entire art team in the direction of, we'll do it with some assets. Once they did it with some assets, they were like, yeah, this actually does really feel better. So they did it with the rest as well.
This also meant that we had to go over every level because you could not see past every corner, for instance. And now any way that you turn the camera, there should be something there.
Yeah.
So some things were some spots were totally empty because you would never see it. So there, on the PC version currently, there is this this cheat that you can change the config file somewhere and change the 1 to a 0 or the other way around, and then you can have a 360 as well. But the people that do this, they know that some assets they won't see properly, or the level might feel empty at some bits.
So here we engaged in combat with these guys. As I mentioned sooner, Divinity is a turn-based combat RPG. So we have like our action points there. You can see those little green balls on top of my action bar. This is the amount of action points I have. And action points are actually the currency that we use to perform every action in every turn. So you can either save these points up if you end your turn, or you can use them. Like if you look at the cursor, it says 2 AP, which means that I'll use 2 action points to move around. And right now, this is my archer, Bear Daughter, and that's one of the new companions in the game, together with Wallgraf. That's our rogue here, but you'll see him in a second.
In the Enhanced Edition?
Yeah, in the Enhanced Edition. That's the big difference there. And what I'm going to do with her is I'm going to use one of the skills I really, really like, and that's Rain of Arrows. And basically, we actually rearranged all our skills to have a better progression through all the skill trees. So we introduced things like master skills, and these are basically overkill awesome skills that you can use that really are jaw-dropping. And of course we did revise all the graphics and the sounds on all the skills.
We also I was heavily involved in revamping the skills. This is why I like to talk about them. There is a huge difference between the skill system in the Enhanced Edition compared to the current edition that is on PC. Like Farang said, the progression feels more so every time you get a newer, higher level skill. It feels kick-ass. It's better than the previous one. It's better than the previous one. Wow, I really want that one. And we also just deleted everything that felt the same. We used to have small fireball, medium fireball, and large fireball. We don't have any of that anymore. You just have one fireball, and we replaced the 2 other fireballs with totally new skills.
Like what?
Farang will show you a couple of new skills in a second.
I'll show you in a second. So.
And another thing we changed was from the community, we also, and the QA, we got the feedback that certain skills they would never invest in or never buy or never use, because they said, I would rather go over to someone and smack him in the face than use this buffing or debuffing non-damaging skill. So the buffing and the debuffing is now cheaper in action points to use. So I think that the dynamic of and the tactics of combat have changed because of the devaluation of the action point cost, because also the enemies now start using those buffing and debuffing skills on themselves. Go.
So.
Sorry.
Go.
Derail.
So, something we also added on the Enhanced Edition that previously wasn't possible on the PC, and funny enough still isn't, is the Examine button. So you can actually examine objects and enemies, and when you actually look at it, you'll get the sheet of resistances and stuff, but you can only see this if you have enough intelligence or lore master. Otherwise, it'll show you question marks. So in this case, you can see that these evil-smelling flowers are not resistant to fire, so they can take a lot of fire damage. However, they are extremely resistant to poison, and anything above 100% actually heals them. So they got shot, they bleed poison, and actually because of bleeding poison, they're healing themselves. So what we really need to do is to bomb them, but I don't have enough action points for this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use, hold on, I'm going to examine this guy. Okay, so you can see that he's not very resistant to air magic, and I have a electricity spell, which is like a blitz bolt, and I can use it on this guy, and hopefully I can get to stun him. If it doesn't stun him, it'll do a crazy amount of damage, so that's a good thing. Did he
stunned?
Oh yes, he's stunned, excellent. And I'll end my turn to save action points for the other skill. Now here we have Wallgraf. He's our rogue. He does a lot of sneaky things. He's got awesome skills, invisibility and stuff like that. And he's holding 2 daggers. For the people that know Divinity, this is another improvement. We actually have dual wielding in the game now. There's a lot of people on the forums, they just wouldn't stop. And then you're like, okay, yeah, they're right. You're right. There's no dual wielding. Like, okay, stop it. And then you sit around the table, you start discussing it. How can we do this? Because you can't hack it in. It's not like you need a system for it so it runs well, because the entire game is based around these dynamic systems that work perfectly together. If something is off in any of them, you'll notice it a couple of systems down the line. And so we decided to make a good dual wielding setup. So any one-handed weapon that's available in the game can be combined with another one, even wands and shields and all kinds of crazy stuff. So that's actually some new stuff there.
Don't just say wands. Wands are also new.
Wands are new. Grenades are new. So we got quite some. There's really a crazy amount of content there. So what I'm going to do with Wallgraph is I'm going to move into the backstab cone area. And once we get behind him, we can do instant critical hits by backstabbing. So that's should finish off this guy.
That guy's toast, yeah.
Oh, nice. And I'm going to move Wallgraph out of the range of the poison. And it's turn. Obviously, the flowers are retaliating with their little projectiles. And the good thing about Wallgraph is he's got a talent that kind of makes him very resistant to poison. But you get to pick your talents yourself, so that's all cool. Now I'm going to try one of the other skills we have, like Barrage, on this guy here. Excellent, which takes care of him.
Nice.
So the only thing left are the flowers, and technically speaking, I should have enough skill points to do one of my favorite master skills. What's it called, David?
Meteor Strike?
Meteor shower. Close enough.
This is one of the new ones.
So you know what it is? It's like, you create the skill names, and then and then it goes through the localizers, and then the writers say like, yeah, Meteor Strike, and it doesn't feel as good as shower, and then they change it. So at the end, like in the last couple of weeks,
all the grenades were renamed.
Yeah, exactly. So you have no clue whenever like.
You sound a little upset that they renamed the grenades.
No.
You do.
Yeah.
No. The problem is, so you have the temporary working name.
Yeah.
And then you start presenting the game, and then everyone starts calling it the internal name, and it's too confusing. So they have better names now. They have fantasy names.
They have
story names.
That's
sure.
right.
Because when I call
flashbang,
flashbang, taser, it doesn't really
smoke
sound very
grenade. It doesn't really sound high fantasy, right? So anyway, we killed these guys out there, and we can see that Scarlet here has an exclamation mark on top of her head. So that basically means she's got something to discuss, and she's got something to discuss with Roderick. I don't know if you guys have sound on this, but technically speaking, you should hear Scarlet speaking now, which is, as I said before, it's a new thing. Because we actually voiced 88,000 lines of the game. It's completely voiced now. We started in January and we finished last week. And
Whoa.
It's got 40 plus voice actors on it, and it really did a good job. So this should really increase the role-playing feeling of the game with these conversations and these story developments. Now, David, my lovely assistant, I'm going to need you to jump in here, buddy. Because then we can show you that you can play it multiplayer on one console. So you could always play Divinity, because it was always meant for a co-op experience, right? So all the quests, all the situations were actually designed to be played in co-op, and to have a lot of cool additions. No, you need 3 letters, David.
Really?
Yes, David. It's a TCR. It's in case you know what a TCR is.
I don't. What's a TCR?
These are technical certificates of requirements. So Xbox and Sony have these things, like when you press the home button, it should always go to the home screen.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them is that names should always be longer than...
I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that either.
What if my name is Al?
Yeah, or whatever. Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's the first thing I said. Like, what the hell kind of TCR is this?
Yeah.
But yeah, no. So we have David here walking around, and so we're playing it here locally multiplayer, and we can hang around each other and walk around. But this is where the amazing thing kicks in, right? David, move in.
I'm moving.
Bang! It goes to split screen. So what you have here is a classic RPG, which you have very little of on consoles, playable in split screen co-op, which does not exist. I mean, this is a world premiere in gaming, and I really dare you to find me a CRPG that actually plays in co-op in a split screen. You can.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah.
Oh, that probably
Go.
that sounds like way too much work.
Trust me. So yeah, this is a pretty cool thing. So now we're gonna move into the village here, which is called Sacred Stone. No, this is Silver Glen. It's a mining village, and there's a cult here that's active, and we're trying to find out what these Immaculates are actually doing. That's the name of the cult, and I think. We think they're using source magic, and we basically want to infiltrate their base of operations. And there's a couple of ways of doing this. So you got the legal way, which legal way being like the intended way. It's the couple of ways that we designed as designers that you could actually take. But you have a couple of other ways as well that were found by testers and QA that use the systemics of the game to actually complete the quest without actually following the right path. Which is, really interesting because it all worked. And, Sven Finke, our CEO, he always keeps saying, whenever we want to take shortcuts, it's like, no, everything's got to be possible. So literally, if there is an item that's in somebody's pocket and he's going to give it to someone, it's not like you trigger a dialogue and it gets moved. No, the dude has to move to a location, transfer the object, so that any time you can actually pickpocket, lockpick, do anything you want, right? Because that's what makes the game interesting. We don't really have quest structures. It's more like situations that are connected, and at any time, if you have the right items, you can do anything in this situation. Which is again the freedom that we were talking about. So David, I'm going to assign Wallgraph to you.
Okay.
So we're gonna go in here.
8 total?
No, you can only have one at a time. So like,
hold on, could you
4
disconnect
total.
and reconnect, David?
What?
4 total per person.
No, I think we switched over. I think
No.
can one person have 3 and the other person have 1? Is that what's going on here?
that's
Is
true.
he- is
So
he
4
switched
total
people
characters
over?
between 2 people.
Yeah, that's possible.
Okay.
Could you reconnect again?
Sure. Guy.
Yeah.
There you go.
So now I'm going to assign, and hopefully, here, go to the left.
So we have online multiplayer, but this is the first that we have couch co-op with
Yeah,
split
exactly.
screen.
And what David's going to do is he's going to take his rogue and show you, the
One of
alternative way.
So
Non-legal.
Non-legal.
It's the shortest way actually. So if you if you've played this game, you know that I can sneak around. But as soon as someone spots me, I automatically stop sneaking. So if you missed it, I am a boulder now. So
Tiptoeing
this is
around.
like very snake-like. I'm a boulder, but as soon as someone sees me, they go like, "Hey, don't do that." Also, in any Divinity game, you can move around and interact with anything. But if it belongs to someone, they'll start saying like, "Hey, don't interfere with that."
That's
what
my
are
stuff.
you, an
Yeah.
interior decorator? So what interests me the most is this Loic character that's standing here. He's a high priest of the Immaculates, and he's got this altar, but he's got this hatch, and I'm really interested in it. And if I interact with it, he's gonna say like, "Hey, leave that thing alone." So I'm going to try and sneak here, but of course they immediately see me because there's a lot of people in here. But I am a rogue. If I am invisible and I then go into sneak mode, wait for it. So I'm invisible, I'm sneaking, they can't see me. So I'm pickpocketing Loic. I'm gonna take all the keys that he has, and I'm also going to take his Immaculate Amulet, because if you have such an amulet, the people will think that you're an Immaculate already. So I'm going to stop sneaking now, because I just successfully snuck into the hatch that he has. And this hatch is actually his shortcut to the Immaculate Village. He's got this waypoint shrine here, and these waypoint shrines teleport you from one location to another. While I'm here, of course, if you in an RPG enter a new area, and there's no one there that can see you, the first thing you do is you start interacting and looting with everything.
Looting the shit
And
out
in
of
a,
Yeah, this is our
and in a
stuff now.
Divinity game, this is a lot of loot. Whoa, cool. Healing potions. And there's a lot of stuff to interact with. And just to make everyone comfortable doing this with a controller, you can just look at stuff, or you can toggle with the triggers. You can toggle between the items.
Nice.
You can also click the left thumbstick, and then you get this little guy here, and you can just like point at stuff like, hey, can I interact with this and with that and with this? Or we implemented the active search by holding the X button. You highlight everything that is interactable, and you get a nice list. And hey, there's a bloodstone. Let's pick up the bloodstone. I want
this
to
is
read
really
Loic's
nice.
note.
This is cool.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, right?
I'm reading his note immediately from the active search. So you have 3 different ways of actually interacting with everything, and for a Divinity game, this is really important, especially like chests like these. Jesus Christ.
Well, the thing was also like, you could play the PC game any way you really wanted. So we had to make sure that flexibility was also relayed to the console players.
So I just took his waypoint shrine, and our mission was to infiltrate the Immaculates, and the village is only a couple of, I don't know, just a couple of minutes away.
Yeah.
So I already succeeded. Now let's show another way.
Yeah, so the other way, which is the legal way, as he said, like this high priest here, he's actually in this village trying to get, win souls for the Immaculate. So basically he needs to get initiates. So what we can do is talk to Loic and get him really excited, like we want to join. And then he says like, okay, if you want to join, you'll have to read the Immaculate Bible. And then I'll ask you 3 questions. And if you get them right, then you'll get my blessing to do the real trial. So we're saying like, I'm ready, let's do this. And he says, okay, let's continue.
How long's the Bible if we want to do it the legal way? What am I reading, studying?
I think 4
couple of pages.
3 pages.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not that
So it's not
crazy.
too bad.
It's not crazy.
Let's get into the good stuff.
All right.
Yeah. So in this case, like the first answer, I think is incorrect.
You clearly have not read this Bible. It's correct.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. You're really sure, right?
Yeah, I'm sure.
All right. We'll do it your way. No problem. All right. Okay. The second one I know for a fact is incorrect, right?
Yeah. Wait. Yeah, it's incorrect.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And the third one, this is definitely correct.
I don't know.
What do you mean?
Yes.
Dude, we rehearsed this. What are you talking about? Okay, so do I really need to beat the right answer out of you? What's going on here, David?
What an aggressive man you are. Dude, if you want to pass this test, just follow my lead. Think about it.
Yeah, no, that's not going to happen, buddy.
Ooh. So what is this? What do we have here?
Basically, we're in disagreement.
Yeah.
David is claiming that it's one answer, and I'm claiming it's the other. And seeing the fact this is a co-op game, nobody's calling the shots, man, unless you both agree on it. So all major decisions and stuff need to be agreed upon on both parties, or we'll enter rock, paper, scissors.
Mm-hmm.
Which
So
basically...
if the 2 main characters are close enough to hear each other, and one of the main characters is taking a really huge decision or having a big dialogue with someone,
Yeah.
and they say, for instance, like, yeah, I'll rescue your puppy from the tree. No, wait, they don't do that. But anyway, the other guy can go like, no, we're not rescuing puppies from trees. And then if you disagree, you get to charm, intimidate, reason. You can have stat points in charm, intimidate, reason, and if that still doesn't work, you have to do the rock, paper, scissors thing.
That is very good. So let's do it.
Yeah.
Oh, did I miss it? Did it already happen? Who selected
what-
already?
I already selected, man.
Okay.
Don't you look at my buttons, David?
I'm not like, how can I see your buttons
I don't
from here?
care. I don't know, man. Just don't watch.
Oh.
Okay, nice. Yeah.
It's not just one.
So it's like first to 4, basically?
Yeah, no, you see the balls on top? Like,
Yeah.
if the whole bar fills up, then one party wins. But depending on your stats, you get either 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6
Is
of
that
these
your
things.
charisma? Which
Exactly,
one is it? Cool.
Yeah,
exactly.
it's charisma.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, we both had paper.
Bastard.
Do
it, David.
I
Really
love
think
this.
of it.
I don't-
No,
oh,
I love
oh,
it.
yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm looking at it.
I'm not. What? No. Oh God, you're cheating. You're such a cheater.
It's on a mental
Oh,
game.
you're in his brain right now. You're in there. All right, so one more.
I already picked. I hate.
Oh
this
my
game.
God.
I hate this game. I don't even have any points.
Over, David.
You were in his mind. Oh my God. Okay.
So yeah, we won the argument, and luckily, it was the right answer. So
I'm out of here, man.
he's going. Screw this game, man.
Screw you.
So we can
Gotta
ask him
raise
like,
some hell in the village.
what's this trial you spoke of? So basically, Loic the priest tells me to head to the north, and in case I find a checkpoint that's blocking me, I'll have to tell them he gave us his blessing so we can pass it safely. David, on the other hand, is
Do a
going
little
to.
telekinesis over there.
That's right.
Yeah, thank God. I could. I'm a wizard. I cannot lift an anvil. So
David,
I have
come on.
telekinesis. Yeah.
Tell him. Tell him what you're doing.
So yeah, Varan can stuff it. We had the hatch, and we have this trial, and someone on the Steam community forum said like, yeah, but the easiest way is to get caught doing something, and then you're sent to prison, and the prison is not in Silver Glen. The prison is where the Immaculates live.
That's funny.
And we were like, Oh,
Son
it's
of a-
true. And maybe some other developer would fix that and build a prison in Silverglen or whatever, but
That
we
was
were
awesome.
like, hey, well spotted.
Yeah.
So this is now probably officially the easiest way. Of course, the problem is then you're stuck in prison and you still have to get out. But so in Divinity, if you do something wrong, like this is off limits to me, this room, it's their, I don't know, it's their office or something. They call the guards, and you either have to fight the guards or pay a fee, or they catch you and they throw you in jail. So I'm going to tell these guys that they can escort me to jail. So I'm getting caught on purpose because I want to end up in the Immaculate Village. When you are thrown in jail, they strip you off of everything you have, and they actually throw you in jail. Can't get out of here. Maybe the lock can be jimmied, not if I don't have any lock picks. So I guess I can wear the bucket on my head, of course, because this is a Divinity game. Bam. Sight minus 55.
And hearing too.
Bucket.
And
man.
hearing, but you got 10 armor, so you know it's eventually it's not that way. You can't see your enemy, but at least you're protected. So in the meantime, right? So oh yeah, David, you need to go.
Is there a limit to how far apart you guys can be from each other?
No.
In the game world?
He's literally at the other side of the map now, and everything's
what it's
everything in
awesome.
between is running. It's doing its thing.
So yeah, now that I'm in prison, I'm gonna use Walgraf here, who has the amulet, so none of the Immaculates will react to him. This is also something that we fixed now, or changed. It used to be so that if I had a quest item and someone on the other side of the map needed it, we would have to actually go over there or send it to them, but now this counts as, so there is some sort of party inventory. So if you have a quest item and someone else needs it, like or even a key, these things are automatically shared now. So
Yeah.
everyone will think that everyone has the amulet. So if you're wondering why I can roam around freely, it's because of that. So I'm gonna try and rescue my friend Roderick from prison.
So here I am heading to the path to the north, like on the left side of the screen. I just came across a Immaculate that was running away from their base, and he was telling me like they're doing awful stuff to people, and I'm so happy I'm seeing a Source Hunter here. You should continue down the road and actually check out the village. But Bear Daughter, my ranger, actually has an exclamation mark on top of her head. And when I speak to her, she's actually referring to the dialogue and the name that got dropped in there that has to do with her past. And basically what she's trying to do is get back to her stepfather to find out what's going on. And that name rang a bell. So she's telling me, like, we should go there. We should definitely check this out. I got a feeling that this has to do with my past. Now here we have the checkpoint where the Immaculates stop me and they refuse my passage. And basically I can tell them I got the blessings of the priest, I can intimidate them, I can charm them, I can reason with them, or I can just basically cast a fireball and kick everybody's ass. And of course, you know, this isn't a solid barricade, right? Like in this case, there's a tree here, I can turn invisible, I can sneak by, somebody can drop a pyramid, a teleporter, anything really. So, you know, the thing we mentioned about the systemics, just really anything, any situation can be solved any way you creatively think you can. That was the whole point of the game, right? Because it's fun to mess around with these dynamic systems, especially in co-op, right? It's like somebody keeps a guard busy, the other one sneaks behind him, empties his pockets, stuff like that. That's really quite enjoyable for players.
Speaking of stealing, and I found the key to the prison door.
Really? You locked it?
It was in the pocket of one of the guards.
Really?
So there's how many guards are there? 4 or 5?
There's 4 or 5 guards.
I always have to guess who's got the key.
And 2 of them got the key, so we actually pickpocketed the right guard. Holy shit!
No, I got the right one.
Yeah, that's excellent.
But now
get him his gear. Get him his gear.
What?
Like so, once you get thrown in jail. Oh Jesus.
Yeah,
they're telling you to not touch the thing. Oh no! God,
Oh, fight.
You started combat.
We gotta fight.
Oh shit! And I'm at the other side of the desert. Jesus Christ.
No, but now that I am here and I linked myself to Roderick, are you in combat? You're not, eh?
Not yet, man. But I'm in the desert. I'm slowed.
So we got here.
What do you want me to do? You want me to join
No, nothing,
you?
nothing. Stay put.
Okay.
So we have teleporter pyramids. These have been in Divinity games from the first one. These teleport where the other teleporter pyramid is. You can use these in combat. You can drop one in a village and then teleport safely there. But what we often do is, if we break up, we just make sure that we can go back to each other in case stuff like this happens. So I'm using my teleporter pyramid, and I will end up right next to. Why is there a fight? Yeah.
Because you started the fight, so at the end of this round.
So I now end up right next to my friend, and we broke out of prison.
However, David, you are naked, buddy. I mean, all your gear is still in that chest.
Oh yeah. I forgot the chest.
So at a certain moment, do we have some second-hand clothes we can give you?
Yeah, wait. I'll see what I have.
At a certain moment, we gotta break back into the jail to get your stuff.
Give me some clothes, man.
Jesus. So yeah, basically this is actually really in a nutshell all the crazy stuff you can really do in the game. I mean, we got Pet Pal, you can talk to creatures, every animal has something interesting to say. There's really all kinds of stuff. I mean, the weather effect is slowing my characters down because we're in a sandstorm. So being stuck in combat with less action points forces you to play more creatively and stuff like that. But it's basically role playing, to the extent that you can stretch it actually on the PC. Especially with the dialogues in between the characters and agreeing, disagreeing, all that stuff. That's basically what you do on a couch, but now it's enforced by the game when you're actually playing it.
Yeah, I love that part of it. And that you can all just, you know what, I'm going to go do this my own way. I love that you can break up and split screen it.
Yeah, you can just say, you know what, screw you, man. Look, I was playing it like last Friday for 4 hours to check the stability of the game with one of our programmers, and we ended up murdering everybody. Like, we just entered the village and said, like, okay, overkill. Let's test the frame rate. Just kill everything. And it was crazy. At a certain moment, we split up. We had our master skills. He was, like, murdering a village in the north. I was murdering a village in the south. And it was really, like, do you need any potions?
Together.
Okay, send potions to him. Like, can you heal me? I need some backup. And everything was working fine. I mean, we were really having a lot of fun because, the play session finished at 1 a.m. And the plane leaving to Heathrow was at 4 a.m. and I still had to go home and pack. So, and after being awake for like 32 hours, we arrive in LA, and Sven, our boss, CEO of Valerian, says like, okay, now we need to prepare the presentations. It's like, are you serious? We're like jet lag. We're awake for 32 hours. It's like, yeah, it doesn't matter. It's 12 in the afternoon. You need to get to midnight anyway, and then go to bed. So we ended up playing it some more and showing you guys like the most diverse thing we could find. Really.
Yeah, because we can prepare presentations all we want. We're not cheating here.
The
game is pretty reactive. It has a lot of systemics. It's there's so many rolls because it's an RPG. There's so many dice rolls to see who goes first and what'll happen. We don't know the saving throws that'll happen. So we can prepare something, but every presentation is different than the last one.
I mean, the thing as well, right? I mean, they invited us over to Twitch so we could play the game on the stream, and we'd prepare this thing, in the morning. We'd run through it and stuff. So we arrived there, and the guys from Twitch like, yeah, but we want to play with Sven. And Sven's like, what, really? It's like, he turns back to me and says like, what are we gonna do? I was like, yeah, you want to play with him, just play with him. The game works. It's the build is stable. So they ended up sitting on the couch and they played it together for about 15 minutes, and they really had a blast. I mean, the guys from Twitch, they were going crazy. They really loved it. And of course they were fans of the PC game, but when they saw the enhancements and everything and the console controls, they really enjoyed it.
What I dig is that it's not a traditional couch co-op game. Do you know what I mean? When you think of couch co-op, you think of just Mario Kart or Smash Bros. You just think of like a quick game.
Yeah.
Here, I can absolutely totally see going through it with a friend for a long time.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? It's a long-term investment, because the thing was, we initially started the game with the whole co-op experience to be like something you could play with your girlfriend or your brother, or your mom or dad or something that could be, but people that like to play games that you can actually spend longer than 2 hours playing something with them. And it all really boiled down to the fun that you can have, the stuff that disappeared, like playing Double Dragon together or Final Fight, just Secrets of Mana, stuff like that, things you could play with each other over a longer length of time. That's really not that's not a part of gaming anymore. So we really thought we should somehow bring that back as well.
What's so funny, David? you cracking about?
Nothing. They're just going like. Wow.
Oh, hi.
Oh, that means they want to say something.
Yeah,
Oh my
you
God,
gotta
what can I help
look
you with?
here from time to time. Got a bunch of questions from chat. You want to hear some questions from
Awesome.
chat?
Let's take some
Please.
questions from chat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Question 1. Which of these features? Yes. Question the first.
I'm sorry. Which question is this?
Question the first.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Which of these features, if any, will go to the PC version?
All of them.
All of them.
If you have Divinity Original Sin, you will get the enhanced edition as an extra title added to your Steam library or GOG library.
For
That's
free.
cool.
Why? That just costs you money. Why do you do that?
It doesn't cost us money. Why would it cost us money?
Why?
That's
Why?
you're
People
giving.
have already bought it. They
You're-
have given
but
us the
you're
input
not-
that we needed for making the enhanced edition.
I
They
love
were
this,
asking
man.
for dual wielding. They were asking for all
What are you
kinds of
accusing him
things.
of, Kyle?
Yeah, this is
like nobody
ridiculous.
fixes my clothes when they wear out. Like, why are you giving these things away for free?
It's an improvement. Nothing's
But it's,
broken
it's
in the
digital
current.
as well, right? I mean, the thing is also like, it actually started with like, are we going to charge them for this? And then somebody else would say like, come on, man, that's a dick move. They already bought the game, and it's like, yeah.
Who's that somebody? I gotta know
I
who
don't
who's that
understand.
good person in the
I think
office.
that was you, David.
But
I was saying like we're gonna charge the shit out of it.
Yeah.
Up and up,
Yeah,
$10 on top of this. It's enhanced. Let's
Yeah,
get
yeah,
this
yeah.
shit on the road. But then rightfully, Sven also said like, no, we can't do that. People supported us with this game, and the least we can do is actually, give them back the love they gave us. So, and it really seems fair. It would be ridiculous to ask
Yeah,
more cash.
these
for a
are
game.
also people that backed us on Kickstarter.
Yeah.
So thanks to these people, we can do this. Thanks to these people, we're successful. We get to make it for console. I mean, I don't see people are always going like, "Well, that's generous."
It's not. It's really like
It's
we
officially
owe
generous.
them.
No, it is.
Oh,
That's
I don't
generous.
know.
Come on.
Yeah, it is.
You're generous.
This is probably why I won't be a businessman ever. But
Ever,
Right?
Ever.
Jesus.
Just keep on making games, guys. You don't have to worry about it. Ian, more questions.
Question the second. Real quick one. Cost and release date they're wondering about, obviously. If you can tell that yet. If not, that's fine.
Cost?
Fall, you said, was the release date?
gosh,
Release
no
date.
idea.
Release date
Release
is,
date. We're going for October
October.
2015. Might be November or December. I don't know. October, November.
Fair enough. Question the second.
The
Third.
third.
The third! The third! My
You
God!
had one job.
Pay attention,
I
man.
had one job. I'm pretty drunk. Question the fourth. Can you customize the controller in any way you want, or is that all you guys took care of that? Because it's probably pretty complicated.
Console people.
I'm not asking. That's someone else.
You can do that anyway in the PlayStation 4 settings. They released that.
Bam,
update
now
that
that's
you
a
can
producer
customize
answer.
your own controls.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
yes.
yeah. You can customize your
All
controller
right,
on
all
PS4.
right.
Yeah.
Let me look for another one. Bullshit for a second.
Okay. So I had actually one more question. You said one of the changes you made was to story. Well, like something
Yeah.
between them. Like, what in the story did you say? Oh, we should change these things. Which?
Well, the thing was that we always felt, you know how it goes, right? You got an RPG, it's a 100-hour game, and we don't really often have 100 hours to spare when you're making the game. So usually it's around the time it gets released, you actually have some time to play it, and then you start noticing, like, Jesus, like how are they supposed to know this? We dropped a name like 20 hours ago, and probably if you stop playing nonstop for the last week, you have no idea what to do. And there was a lot of things like those that that didn't really fit in. Like some characters were maybe a bit too flamboyant, or really didn't have anything to do with the overarching idea of the story. So we made sure that these guys actually really had a business to be there. Had the right motivations to be there, and had the right character arcs to make it better. And specifically near the end, now there's a beautiful gradual ending with the whole heroic, reception and stuff like that. So the whole,
Sorry.
yeah, it's the last.
Did you spoil
10,
something
20
just then? Did you spoil the ending?
No.
No,
okay.
no,
Only
no.
the way
It's
it's
actually
supposed to
very
be.
funny, but it now has the ending that it deserved.
Cool.
Yeah, so that's the thing we did there. All right. Yeah.
Okay. Question the ninth.
Yep.
I'll just ask a few in a row, and then you can. Okay. So hello from Holland, says one person.
Okay.
Oh, hello.
Hello, they say. Okay.
Goeiedag, jongen.
Who thought of the animal talking skill? Is that stealth section still in the game? Can you put a controller on the PC version?
Wait. Hold on. Is that a follow-up to the animal one?
These are 3 separate questions. I'm just
Three separate
front-loading them.
Is that stealth section still in the game?
Everything's-
I said
everything's
forced
in the game.
stealth section. It
Yes.
sounded like a troll, but they
Yeah.
keep
No,
saying
but
it.
it's
So.
there.
Yeah, no. So you can decently stealth in the game, so everything's still there. Controller-wise, you can hook up controllers to the PC and play it co-op as well. And yeah, the animal talking. We always have some crazy shit in every Divinity game, and you know,
reading someone's mind within
Yeah.
Divinity 2, and it meant that we had to write a line for every character in the game.
Yeah.
We now had to write lines for every animal in the game. This is always Sven's idea.
yeah.
And
What do you
it's,
do
it's
this to
crazy,
yourselves?
but it does do something to a person when he comes up like,
Yeah.
what if
And then it's
you
like,
can talk to animals? And everyone goes like, oh, that's brilliant, until someone thinks of, hey, but wait, this will introduce 12,000 more lines in the game.
yeah, usually so that someone is usually either you or me, because then it's like, okay, we should talk to every animal in the game. It's like, do you understand what that means? It's like, yeah, everybody needs to say something. Yeah, every animal we add ever needs to say something. We can never just add an extra animal in the goddamn game, because they need to say something that matters. They need to have choices that matters. It's a chicken. It's a chicken for fuck's sakes. Like, but yeah, it does add role playing to it, so that's really cool.
No, Ben, our guy who's the biggest Divinity fan, when he was describing to us why this game is good, it was because he solved a mystery by talking to a dog.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's couch
And like,
co-op.
you know what I mean? Like, it is. Those are the things people do get attached to. They're worth the time.
Because
that
he
you put into it.
appreciated, not
Yeah.
only the access to do that. Hold
Yeah.
on a second, Ian, but the fact that he could have totally missed that.
Yeah.
Like he could have been talking with some friend and they were just like, oh yeah, that was the dog mission. Like, the what mission? Excuse me? And it's just like, and that's really cool and something that you don't always see. Is making that choice to like, I'm gonna have this part of the game that I'm just gonna accept that people might not.
But
check
this
it
is
out.
also something. For instance, one designer had the idea like, what if? Most brilliant
Oh,
decisions start with what if. What if the rats
words.
are actually the most intelligent creatures and they give you hints on all the games? So
This is a good idea.
That's
there
funny.
are 123 or something rats in the game, but
Yeah.
you just, if you make a seller and you click like rat_A and you click it there and it gets added to the game, someone goes like, did you just add a
Did
rat?
you just add a goddamn rat to
He
that
has-
seller?
He has to say something
know
about.
what this means? We already did logo, we did voice recording.
Yeah, that's the thing. Every time we do something like, hey, maybe we could. Yeah, but then, and this is making an RPG.
Yeah.
We should just make racing games or something. That's a car.
Shooters,
It's a
racing
car.
Well, not to
games,
mention, not to mention everything we've been talking about. Like, you guys really needed to update the controls.
Jesus.
You're done. You know what I mean? You're
That's all
figuring
you
out,
had to
like,
do.
Okay, how do we,
You
how do
could've
we
just
make
done
the
that,
aiming
yeah.
and stuff like that work with the analog stick, make the abilities and your shoulder buttons? Okay, done. And you guys, clearly went above and beyond. Ian is also going above and beyond with his questions.
Real quick, yes or no questions. Do you like Belgian waffles?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't.
Nice.
Okay, good.
Split.
Yes and no.
Belgian
Roxy's
beer.
a bit
Belgian
fucking-
beer, man.
Do you? Is it possible to adjust the font size so if you have a small TV or you have bad eyesight, you can read things?
I don't know.
I don't know. If you have a small TV, you have no business having a small TV. If you want to play video games,
Okay.
get a goddamn huge TV.
Frank, seriously.
Or sit close to it. I mean, I sit close to my TV that was small. You gotta.
How
you
small
gotta sit
is it?
close. It was like, I mean, it's not my TV right now, but it was this. It was
How
this big.
big?
That's like 27,
How big?
25,
Yeah.
How big
27
is
inch
your
is okay.
How big?
Can they couch co-op on 2 different monitors on the PC? That's a weird question.
Why would you want to play a game on 2 different monitors on the
Like,
PC?
can one character, instead of split screen, can they do one character on one screen and one character on the other screen? I think
If
that's
a programmer wants to do overtime for that, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
alright.
right
I'll
now
see
we
when
can't.
when
I
we
figured
get
that was
back.
a stretch.
Write it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's these sometimes these ideas we go like, well, who the hell would want that? And then we get like 50,000 emails like, I would want that.
Yeah.
And then we do it. It's the same thing with 4K. When someone asked us the first time, like, are you gonna do 4K? We were like, who's got the money for a 4K? And then 1 month after, everyone's got a 4K monitor. So then
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's so. We listen a lot. Otherwise, this enhanced edition wouldn't be there. So we might actually end up doing that.
Don't.
There you go.
Don't.
Were
You heard it
you-
here.
We might.
You heard it here.
Don't say things like that, David.
Were you all Ultima fans?
Yes. Well,
Yes.
I was.
Okay.
Yes. Sven was also, yeah.
There was one other one here. Did you guys change the visual character customization at all? for this version, or is it the same?
Yeah, it's still in progress. So the character customization is still being worked on for the console, just to make sure that everything feels well and works well. So in essence, it's still the same, but yeah, obviously the visual style and everything has changed because you got to do it with a controller.
Yeah. This is a question I actually had. Because to me, talking to animals, when I was playing it on PC, I was like, that's clearly awesome. I have to get that. What would you guys say is like the most important skill?
What do we put our points into first?
Or effective, I guess.
Yeah, or like just what gives you the most fun stuff, maybe?
Fun stuff.
Or like whatever.
Yeah, personally? So I usually make the traps and like the dungeon designs and stuff like that. So I really like to mess with people's head. But what I really like are the teleport pyramids, because you can throw them around as well. You can throw them through bars and stuff like that. So that really pushes the limits of creativity. And we specifically have like this new mode in the game, which is called the tactician mode. And all the fights have been revamped, new enemies have been added, so it's basically the same game, completely upgraded, and all the traps and puzzles have been made slightly harder.
The AI reacts a lot smarter because it's already a pretty difficult game, but some people were still saying like, well, when you get the hang of it, it's okay.
So easy.
And so now in the tactician mode, wizards react to what you're doing and they clear the surfaces.
They kick your ass.
They mute
they
and
really
they
kick your
charm
ass.
it. Yeah, it's. We also have on top of tactician we have honor, and then you only have one save game, and if both characters die, it gets deleted.
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
You delete the save file?
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you
Hardcore.
gonna do with it?
How did that pass
You're dead.
TMG? What is it called? TRG?
Well, maybe you can
TCR,
still
yeah.
on console. You'll probably be able to load it, and then you'll just see the game over screen. You die.
Bam, bitch. TCR my ass.
Funny story. I don't know. Maybe you guys have played the game Arcanum.
Yes.
Of
Yeah.
Steamworks and Magic Obscura, whatever. But they didn't have a safeguard against that, so my
Yeah, that's
character.
true.
One time, my character died, and I went to load a game and I hit save instead, so I could just load in and look at my corpse sitting there as all the village people like wandered around. I was like, God, it was like 60 hours into the game. I was just like, God damn it!
Damn you!
I was like, why did you do this? It was hilarious. Let's see, some more questions. A
Let's
couple
have-
people have said October, please, bugs be damned.
That's looking good.
Yeah.
Honestly, like bug-wise, it's really looking good. Like
Yeah,
I mean, we've been playing for a couple of days straight. There's small stuff, but it's nothing game
there's
breaking.
tweaks.
Really.
I mean, I'm not saying we're finished, but
No.
there's still tweaks to be done. But the voice recording and the sound effects, I think, are the last bits of data that need to be done, and the deadline there is June 30.
So yeah, it's it is really looking
So
good.
it's possible.
Here's another question that I think I already know the answer to. It sounds impossible, but someone was wondering if it's possible to take your PC save to the PlayStation.
No.
Are you kidding me? Why?
No, I know.
No,
I was
why would
like,
you
I
wanna do
knew
that?
It would be
Also-
impossible.
Just
Just
play it-
asking what people ask.
Wow.
No,
Just
see,
play it on the PC or play it on the console, man. What is this shit? It's like it's always with internet. It's like, what do you
Frank,
want?
dim-
This
dim
or
it.
that? It's like I want it all.
Did you do coffee?
No, I'm trying to keep away from coffee.
You shouldn't do coffee.
You're gonna need
This-
coffee
this
for
happens.
this week. This is an intense week.
No,
bad for
the old save games of the PC are also not compatible with this game because it's completely different. I mean, the story has changed, the quests have changed, the loot has changed,
The
items have
abilities,
changed,
the characters.
the skills have changed. It's completely.
Did you
not
change the
doable.
dialogue of any animals?
Probably.
Yeah.
How many rats did you add?
How many new rats? This
shit.
is
I
important.
don't know.
I think we added about.
I don't know.
I think we added about 15 rats.
Oh my God.
Yeah, because somebody said there's no rat in that cellar.
Oh yeah.
Add a
You
rat.
need to put that on the box. It's like one of the bullet points. 15 new
more
rats.
15 plus new rats.
Last two questions.
Okay, last two questions.
Are you taking any interns? Someone wants to
Uh-huh.
know.
Yeah, we always are. Yeah.
If you're good enough.
Yeah.
Nice. And is there trophy support? I suppose there has
Yes.
to be, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there has to be.
Crazy trophy.
What's the hardest trophy?
Finish the game in honor mode.
Oh, in honor mode. And that's one where you delete your save file.
Yeah.
Okay.
So after you finish it, we delete your save file. You never get the trophy.
It deletes it right before you get the trophy.
Whoops. No.
Thanks for answering all our questions.
Yeah, no
Thank
problem,
you for
guys. It was
coming
fun.
by.
Yeah, we got Mr. Ben Moore and Mr. Mike Huber that are waiting in the wings that checked out E3 all day, and they're here to tell us all of the stuff all day that they checked out. But this is obviously a huge game. This is a game we could spend not only all day, all evening, but all week playing because there's just so much stuff to check in. So that was a great slice of it. It was really fun for you guys to play 2 different locations. You can put up the your pyramids between the couch and the desk, and you guys can swap positions back and forth. But I really dug that, and this is a game. I don't need this game in my life. I don't need this. This is so great. You know what I mean? Like, don't sell this to me. Don't make me want to play this.
I have dogs
this
to
game.
Plants to water.
Yeah, this is a really exciting thing coming to consoles. Thankfully, I have a couple months to clear my gaming schedule to maybe make time for this. But be sure to say hi to Mr. Ben Moore on the way out, definitely, and let him know. Or let him, or have him let you guys know that he really appreciates this game, and it sounds like there's amazing, exciting things coming.
Tell me how much
version.
you appreciate me. Is how
give
you
me
should
love,
address
and then
Ben.
we're out of here. But that was super fun. Thank you guys.
All right, sure, no problem, man. It was nice to be here.
And we have some food here, Kyle. So what do you say? I'll make you a deal. So what do you say? I'm gonna go get some food. We'll grab either Ben Moore or Mike Huber. They will come in, and you can quiz them on what they checked out in the day, and they'll swap.
Absolutely.
And I'll check out somebody else. Do you prefer? Do you have someone? This is character select.
Get them both. Let's get
Ben
them
Moore.
both.
You want to get them both?
Let's get them both.
Okay, all right. Well, bring them both in. Thank you guys so much. We will wrap up. We're still going to be streaming. Mr. Kalbosman will not leave the stage.
I will not leave the
So
stage.
entertain the pants off these people watching. I'm going to get a brief food break and say goodbye to these fine fellows that came in to demo this game. And I will be right back to talk about what in the heck they saw at E3 today. This is a big deal.
It's a huge deal.
And we also have Guild Wars 2 coming in to demo some stuff later today, and maybe they can talk about fun stuff that they saw at E3.
Yeah.
So definitely more fun stuff to talk about. We have at least 2 hours left in our live stream today.
Great,
to
probably
chat
more.
about everything from day 1 of E3 2015. I will be right back. Thanks, guys.
You should see what happens when you're explaining this to journalists. And then the moment David walks out of the screen.
Thank you
it's
so
like,
much.
"My pleasure."
That was a blast. That was really fun.
What? Is
Yeah,
this
absolutely.
Question someone asked that I didn't.
Yeah, I imagine.
The dumbest
Is this okay? So it looks like we got the PC. Everybody in chat, let me know if we missed anything huge from the PC press conference. If anything, if there were any megatons, let me know. Obviously, we have a very classy backdrop. You see a city made out of computer circuitry, which, if you ask me, just fits the theme just perfectly. Why am I so mean and sarcastic? Anyway, we're waiting on Ben and Huber to arrive. But, oh yeah, we got Ben with his great mug.
Great mug. I need coffee right now.
Yo, dude, me too. I need coffee so bad.
It's been a day.
Ben, how are you doing, man?
Man, I am so many emotions right now. I'm excited. I'm tired. I am optimistic.
Mm-hmm.
I'm cautious. I'm all of these things. E3 brought them all out of me.
So it sounds like the biggest news story we missed from the PC press conference was a Pillars of Eternity expansion.
That's big news to me. I care about that a lot. Yeah.
Okay.
I love that game. I rated it very highly.
So you might have to check that out.
Yeah.
And then Michael Huber
Someday.
joins the table as well.
Michael Huber.
Run down at the Just Play.
Michael Huber.
Okay.
It's been a long time coming.
It's been a long time.
That is my favorite moment of E3.
Oh man, Michael Huber, Ben Moore.
What's going on?
We're not going to talk about any
I
of
missed
these.
you.
We're not going to end up talking about any of these games for 20 minutes.
I missed
These are all
you.
off limits. But then
Which ones?
it looks like all of the games you saw today.
I mean,
We saw some things.
One's not on there.
Okay, what are we talking about?
The Tomorrow Children.
Let's talk about the Tomorrow Children.
So I hopped into that demo.
Okay.
And I don't understand anything.
It's so intense. It's too intense. It's way too intense.
Okay.
To be on the show floor, you need to play this game in isolation with hours to spare. They just drop you in. You're in like no man's land when this thing starts. No idea what's happening. There's a computer terminal there. You go to the computer
You're a
terminal.
little girl, right?
You're the little girl.
Yeah.
You go to the computer terminal. You talk to like Jigsaw from Saw. Like
No.
villainous.
Yeah. I know him from the trailer.
character.
Yeah. He's like a Russian Jigsaw.
Yeah. And then shapes start like coming in and appearing, and then you get a tool, you start digging. It's too intense.
Did you choose to play this? It wasn't a meeting.
Yeah.
It was something that you were just like, oh,
So
I gotta play
I
it.
want to play it, yeah. Because they showed it, was it last year?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It looked delightful.
If you dig kind of the right way and you interpret the clues correctly, you end up in this metropolis. Like you just
I was
end up
in
in another
hell.
place. Yeah, you start in basically this Minecraft cube that's just nothing but dirt and rock, and apparently you can just bust open a wall with your pickaxe and suddenly you're somewhere completely different.
The inventory seemed really cool. You have your backpack when you open it up. She kind of like shakes it like, oh, I don't have anything in my inventory. The pace of this game is very much my style.
Did you get the goggles that when you put them on, it looked like you were in a Virtual Boy?
No.
What?
This game is crazy. This game is crazy.
So it's that crazy. It's that level of crazy.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Ben, did you choose to go sit down and play it too?
Well, so I was on the floor with our camera guy,
Yeah.
and I had an hour where it was like, okay, try to get as much from Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo as you can. And I was talking about it, I was like, whoa, wait, Tomorrow Children? That's playable? And I hadn't seen it really since GameCom last year personally, and I just wanted to play it, so.
Was it on your radar, Kyle? I remember when it showed you were into it.
Yeah, because Dylan Cuthbert, is that who is Q Games? Yeah. He introduced it as just like, all right, I want to try making a new kind of game. Let me give it a shot. And then here it is. It's like a bunch of weird little girl dolls that are mining into huge noses. And like there's lines, there's communism.
There's some kind of Matrix thing going on.
Okay.
Like, I went into a wall and my character had like
So
Neo
I know what that is.
lettering.
I know what that is.
Okay.
You are a clone of something that I don't think is human. I think you're a. Okay, this is all speculation. It's a very
This is
weird
what he
game.
thinks
This game is
Street
nuts.
speculation.
Because when you go into the darkness, your character becomes just a bunch of like matrix numbers, as Huber was saying. And so what the game is telling you is that you need a source of light. If you stay in the darkness too long, you will have this energy gauge that will deplete, and you'll get kicked back out of whatever you're trying to explore.
Did you let that happen?
No, but I saw somebody else do it. That's how I learned.
Yeah.
And
You
so
learned from their
I learned
mistakes.
from their mistakes.
That's
so
good
you can
line
go,
waiting. Yeah.
and you can get light, source of light. You can get light bulbs. You can get these sort of fixtures that you can plant down on the ground, and that will help you as you're digging through these cubes.
And then what do you get? What do you find in those cubes? What do you pick up? What is your resource?
So
Nothing?
the
I didn't
items that
find
you have, the
anything, Kyle.
pickaxe.
I had a hell of a time.
This game, especially on a show floor, is very overwhelming. But the pickaxes and you get shovels as well that let you build stairs both up and down. As you use them, they're consumable, right? So in Minecraft, you can kind of keep picking away. Every single time I broke a wall, I lost a pickaxe, and so it wasn't just like willy-nilly, I'm going to dig everywhere. I had to be like, okay, I think this wall will lead me somewhere.
Yeah, like when the giant... I was pretty much in the beginning, I think. I don't really know. I just jumped in. There's a giant faceless, textureless building with stairs going up that just ended. And then I just like bashed it with the pick hammer.
Sure.
That opened up into some cozy, quaint, futuristic bedroom.
Uh-huh. Did you start smashing that stuff?
No, I was just looking around, just hanging out. There's like lights in there, a little bed. I was like, oh, I'd sleep here.
Well, what'd you do with that bedroom?
I just hung out in there, and then I went down, and because there were terminals all over the place, I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah.
Went to the other terminals. This guy was saying, you must listen to the void and the light and the dark.
And then what?
And then I pulled a Kyle. I'm like, I'm gonna try to break this. Try to break this game.
Break the game.
Try to figure this out.
Yeah.
There's just like distance. I'm like, what happens if I go over there?
Yes.
I just kept running for like 90 seconds, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Nothing happened.
Whoa.
I felt like I was in a David Cronenberg movie.
Yeah, it was
like,
bizarre.
Yeah, dude. Like, so that's
Just nothing
honestly,
happened. I just kept running. Nothing happened. I was like, am I in an infinite loop?
That's the biggest hurdle to me, honestly, is how creepy the game is.
It's terrifying.
How can I get over that? How can I like learn to love this game?
Put the lights on, listen to podcasts.
Is that kind of game?
Awesome technique.
Yeah.
I don't think it's supposed to be though. Honestly.
But it's
maybe because it was just so unfamiliar.
I will always appreciate games that deliberately mess with you, right? And that's how I learned how to appreciate it. Is what crazy thing am I going to see next? And that kind of is what pushed me forward.
What crazy things did you see? Did you see this weird house, this
No.
futuristic room?
No, I just saw goggles that actually put you in what looked to be a virtual boy. It was
That's
just
really cool.
it was just all of the objects were black and they had red like neon outlines.
Then did you take them off and just
Yeah,
like,
and
no,
then
no,
it's
no.
just normal. So I think those goggles help you discover resources that you otherwise wouldn't be able to.
Yeah. So did you play the rest of the game with the goggles on?
No, so I played the game for about 15 minutes before we had to run off and see Tomb Raider. So
Oh, okay.
yeah,
We can't talk about that game yet.
that's okay.
Teasing the crowd.
Yeah, I gotta tease the crowd. Wait, did you?
Wait, no, you guys actually can talk about Tomb Raider and Halo.
Oh, Tomb Raider not on the list. Okay,
hear
let's talk
about
about
it.
Tomb Raider. By the way, we don't know what's going on with our lower right monitor.
I don't know if Ian knows.
I think the HDMI cable is shorted out. I
Alright.
Is this
checked
Brink?
it. We can
This
try to
looks like
fix it
Brink.
later.
This looks like Brink right now.
Was that Dirty Bomb?
Oh,
Yeah, it's-
Dirty Bomb.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh God, look at the heavies. Heavies are my least favorite class. Like every guy with a Gatling gun is the exact same guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
I want to see a stick-thin, tiny person be the heavy.
Give him a Gatling gun.
Give him a Gatling gun. Come
Give
on.
her a Gatling gun.
Yeah. Hey.
Overwatch.
Overwatch. Yep. Overwatch hype.
Overwatch not seen yet at the PC. They must be saving it for last.
When I got back,
Uh-huh.
Brett Ellis, PC gaming streams slog, losing steam.
Yeah.
Brett Ellis is standing there, staring off into the distance. 10-second pause, just says, "Where's Overwatch?"
I was watching the stream.
Demands it.
You know what I think happens? I think someone said yes to too many people.
Yep.
I think
Way
that's
too
why
many.
this is so what it is.
Stuffed.
This is being run by PC Gamer, right?
Yes. And AMD.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Is
no.
anything big?
Honestly, I think AMD footed the bill and PC Gamer is making it happen.
I see.
I think that's what's
Must
going
be
on.
Nice.
Yeah, it must be nice. I wonder what their Twitch views are at right now. Who knows? But or sorry, repeat that?
55.
That's what they have for their press conference?
Yeah, it's a PC game. Yeah, 55,000.
No, that is not
All right.
pretty good in comparison to what like Square had earlier today.
Or Bethesda at
Square's huge.
500,000.
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
talking about PC Gamer stream?
It's a good
They
show.
have
Yeah.
156,000 right now.
Oh,
That's
It's a good showing.
Sounds accurate to what
Yeah,
I
they had
just saw
180
straight.
and then they dropped several hundred or several tens of thousands because it was boring.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
we
mean,
just need to call up NVIDIA. We'll be good.
How would you do this?
what Day 9's doing right now?
If they asked you to
I think
host
he's
the PC
he's a
gaming-
slicker dude than I am.
I
Cousin of
have a
anything about
personal
PC
affection
gaming.
for Day
That's why
9.
it'd be
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
like,
love that guy.
He's been a gentleman for the stream. He's been a good host. I think he has the hardest job of anyone at E3 this year.
I agree.
Like
He's got to keep this going.
he's got to keep this show
He's got to
going.
keep the energy
Look
there.
at his stack of cards. Take a look at his stack of cards right now. Oh, it's gone.
No, don't mind me.
Oh, don't mind me. No, I'm just gonna step into the shot. Don't mind me. Okay.
Okay.
Hope so.
Must be nice.
Wait. So which one is this? Is this Soma or is this Tacoma?
Tacoma.
Okay. Soma Tacoma. Well, how dare you? How dare you make those two different games?
Looks really cool.
Yeah. This is a trailer we've already seen. I think at Xbox. Is that when they showed this?
Yes.
Cool.
Ben, tell us more.
About Tomb Raider.
Yeah.
I can talk about No Man's Sky.
This guy's coming up later.
No, you cannot.
Cannot.
Okay.
Look
cannot.
at us.
Oh, man.
It's good we got blood here. It's
Yeah.
very good we have blood.
Hurting the audience.
Talk about Tomb Raider.
Talk about Tomb Raider.
Let's
Yeah.
hear this.
So, Kyle, I don't know if you remember, back in the old Viacom days, we had couches in front of our capture stations, and
Loved
that,
them.
that kind of
Oh,
was
the
a
best.
hangout area for
Yes.
us, right? And
Intimate.
Yeah.
I don't remember what the game was somebody was playing, but you were out there
Yeah.
lounging, and somehow this conversation came up about Tomb Raider.
Yes.
And I think it is one of the most intense arguments that you and I have been involved in. You were defending it,
Yeah.
and I was speaking out against it. And Tomb Raider, when they announced it, it was the game I was most looking forward to. I thought,
Whoa.
what an incredible direction to take Tomb Raider.
The original reboot we're talking about at this
Yeah,
point. Yeah.
yeah. And the problem that I had with it is I felt like Lara's jump from a regular person to a hardened survivor was way too quick. I just had some story issues with it. I didn't really like the supernatural stuff. I saw Rise of the Tomb Raider today.
Yes.
There's a hands-on demo.
Uh-huh.
I feel the way that I felt when the reboot was first announced.
You're back there.
I'm back on.
Reset.
Yeah. And it's because of their focus. They're taking it in exactly the direction I think they should be taking it.
Why were you so angry at Kyle? What
So
was the argument?
Our relationship was different back then. I think you know how I like to troll people's opinions
Okay.
now.
Right. And
Do you know what I mean?
Bossman takes a shiv and stabs it just right above the liver.
With a grin.
Yeah, with a grin.
I'm honestly the worst. I am
you're
the
fine.
worst. Yeah.
You're fine. Just a little jab.
I think that's what it was. I was getting so angry because I
Yeah.
thought you were serious, and
Yeah.
you weren't serious for a single second. You
Yeah,
were just
that's
like
the word. I honestly don't remember the argument. I feel really bad about that.
I think you called me a big idiot at some point.
Well,
That
now we know
sounds
I throw that
accurate.
word around. We know I
That's
throw
what we call
around.
him.
I call
Yeah.
everyone a big
Did
idiot.
you like the original?
I'm so sorry,
reboot, I
Ben.
mean.
I'm
I
sorry.
think it was a good game. It just wasn't what I wanted it to be.
Okay.
But talking about Rise of the Tomb Raider.
Yes.
Okay. From everything I saw, this game is about raiding tombs and using the environment to your advantage.
Here we go.
And I
raiding
think
those tombs.
that is awesome.
Tell us about raiding a tomb.
The very first thing they show us. Sorry, I'm going to talk about the survival stuff first.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
The very first thing they showed us is Lara is stranded. She's by herself in a snowstorm.
Yeah.
And you have to kind of go through this process where if you don't find shelter and food and warmth for the night, you're going to die. And so you were going around looking like, okay, I think this wood is dry enough to burn and all of this stuff. And I'm like, wow, that's awesome. This isn't just kind of something like this linear adventure game. You actually have to go and try to use the environment to your advantage. And then we get into this tomb. They kind of fast forward in time. And it's this glorious Indiana Jones. Do you remember the end of Uncharted 2 or Uncharted 3 where you kind of see this majestic city?
2.
Yeah.
Actually, 2 and 3 both do that.
Do that,
Three,
yeah.
3 has the most majestic city, actually. The one with the genie, where the genie's home is.
Shangri-La.
Yeah.
And
Is that 2?
Laura is trying to figure out how to get into this sort of hidden area in this tomb.
Cool.
And what you can do is there are these glyphs. And if you go around the environment and you read all of the glyphs, you'll be able to learn enough information to sort of translate this giant monolith. And the only way that you can do it is if you explore every nook and cranny of this.
Because you need all the points of data.
Right. If you don't want to do that, if you just want to plow ahead, you can, but you'll miss out on valuable treasure that will lead to better upgrades for your character. And so I think it's cool. I think as someone who thinks Tomb Raider is at its best when you're kind of really getting in there with exploration, I think it's a good compromise.
Tell me about the survival.
Mm-hmm.
Can you, like when you said if you don't go out and you hunt during the night, you die? Do you have to reload? Are you?
I don't know if you die.
dying?
So the impression that I got is that even if you are absolutely god awful at video games, you can make it through Rise of the Tomb Raider. They said you will get one of
It's
every.
a strong impression.
It is. But that was what they were trying to sell it as.
Sure,
right?
all right.
They said, anybody can make it through this video game. You will get one of every base weapon type, right? So you have a bow, you have an assault rifle, you have a shotgun, you have those things. But only those that explore the environment will be able to upgrade those weapons. So at first, they showed us in the very beginning of the demo, this bow you had was a very crude object. It was just twigs tied together with string on it.
Yeah.
But if you go and you explore the environment and you find better wood and you slowly over time invest in the bow specifically, you can get a recurve bow.
Oh, yeah.
And it's much better.
That's one of my favorite things of the first one is upgrading my gear. And eventually the bow was it had wheels on it, like one of those. Did you see your thing upgrade to not to that point, but
No, so it didn't have like a composite. We didn't get to that. We just got to the recurve bow.
Cool.
But the new thing that wasn't in the reboot is in addition to upgrading the weapons, you can also upgrade your ammunition. So she was going around and she foraged some mushrooms, and those mushrooms, along with some other materials that I don't remember, allowed her to make poison arrows.
Yes.
And so you could shoot those, and it was cool because Before, the bow was only single target. With these poison arrows, you got a huge area of effect. And so there were a lot of instances where they're like, yeah, we can have more enemies because you're more capable of dealing with them if you're willing to kind of go and explore and get these items.
So, like, I'm taking on a bear.
That was one of the things they did. You can take on a bear. And what they showed us, it was a critical path thing where you had to fight this bear. You had to have this encounter with this bear.
Sure.
But in these hub areas that they were very cagey about, they said these hub areas are where you're going to do the bulk of your exploration. They're going to be kind of, parts of the main story where if you don't want to progress further at the moment, you can just kind of go and explore. They're going to put these really, really tough animals like bears that are going to be guarding some of the most valuable stuff.
Yeah.
Love this.
Excellent.
Love
so,
that. Good news.
I used a poison arrow on the bear. Does it die?
I don't know because he didn't use a poison arrow. Oh, wait.
How did he kill the bear?
He did use a poison arrow on the bear. The bear did. I think the bear took around 10 arrows, including one poison arrow to take down.
Did the bear get any hits in?
The bear got several hits in.
Excellent. So it went down with a fight.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Bowser.
The presenter almost died. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Quick timeout. Huber. Bowser is in Skyland.
I told him, yeah.
I saw him with the hammer.
He's so intense.
I know.
It's so weird, man.
I'm buying all of it.
He's got a chest plate.
Yes.
It's so freaky.
He's called Magma Bowser, correct?
Yeah, Bowser.
His upgrade is called Magma Bowser.
Okay, his upgrade is called
Bowser
Magma.
saved Nintendo today.
I don't know if he saved
Mario
Nintendo.
Tennis Bowser. Phenomenal.
The mushroom.
Wait, did you watch Mario Tennis?
I played Mario Tennis. Ultra Smash.
Oh, let's talk about it. Let's talk about Mario Tennis Ultra Smash.
Did you use Bowser?
I was handed a controller and I had to pick Peach, so I played as Peach.
I'm not
I'll let
buying
you
it.
do
I'm not buying it. I had to pick Peach.
I wasn't gonna play it, and then the lady just handed me a controller, and suddenly I'm playing as Peach.
Okay.
All right,
I'm sorry. I'm
All right.
sorry.
Fire. Did you play against Bowser?
I did.
How was he? Tell me about it.
We lost.
Yeah.
So he was
Good.
Honestly, there's not a lot to say about Ultra Smash. The only thing is the mushroom makes such a huge difference. Because I feel like in Ultra Smash, compared to other Mario Tennis games, it's easier to do more complex shots. And so if you're not very good at tennis games, there can be a lot of situations where it's hard to get to the ball. Not if you're big. You can pretty much, if you're giant in the mushroom form, you can pretty much hit the ball from wherever you are on your side of the court.
That game comes out this year.
Yeah.
What else are they going to do with it? What does Ultra Smash mean?
I don't know.
It's gonna be more items.
Yeah.
More modes.
Was there any other items in
More
it?
Bowser.
I just saw mushrooms.
Honestly. So, I mean, you missed our post-show analyses and all of that.
Yeah.
But we were pretty down on Nintendo today.
Boy, I was too.
Okay.
I expected nothing and got less.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Like
Well,
what?
yeah.
No, okay.
That's
I
what
say
I
that. I
said.
say that because I'm a lover scorned, right?
Yeah.
This is not Metroid. What is going on?
I'd love to dig into Nintendo
Right, we
way
got
way
other
more,
things.
but it is officially time to begin. Officially, Bloodworth sanctioned.
Are we gonna wait for this to end?
Oh no, I don't think so. I don't know, man.
Another what hour?
Yeah.
Just running in the background?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
haven't seen anything crazy.
It's cool background.
We're running in the background. Let's start with the second one.
Start with the second one. Okay, and should we get Brandon up here?
Yeah, go for it.
It's up to you. Swap you out if you want me to come in there.
Yeah. You're the just played man.
Go get some food.
Yeah, Brandon,
Oh, yeah.
you got a real Phil Spencer look about you today. I think it might be the haircut.
The green tie.
Yeah, and the green tie.
tie.
Yeah. Okay, here we go, and officially begin.
I don't know if I've ever sat
On that side,
in
yeah.
the seat. It's like sitting in the passenger seat if you're
Yeah,
like
the Elyse
driving
seat.
all day every day. Well, hi guys.
Hey.
Welcome back to Game Trailers.
Brandon Jones, first, I've been waiting for this moment to make you jealous.
To make me jealous.
Yeah.
Okay.
You've probably already done this, though. You've probably already done it. But today, I played as Darth Maul in Disney Infinity 3.0.
I've played that playset. I played Twilight of the Republic, but I was Anakin running through there.
Okay.
So
Yeah, you got.
I've yet to play Darth Maul.
Darth Maul.
I think
He's
Huber
got
wins
some
that.
moves. He's
Yeah.
got some moves, Jones.
So now this was
Sorry.
not an appointment that you had. You were going by the Disney booth and you're like, let's do it.
Wide open, had to do it for you.
Thank you. I
Brandon
appreciate that,
Jones.
Huber. So I'm going second on the list. Second from the very top. number 2. Okay. Yeah, you could say Last Guardian's a big game. You could say this is you could say this was like an announcement that was made at the show that people listened to and remembered and are thinking about possibly. And definitely a question. I mean, there's like so many tiers of Last Guardian. It's like, are we going to hear anything new? Okay, if we hear anything new, are we going to see anything new? If we see anything new, is it going to be actually gameplay, or is it just going to be like some weird trailer? And miracle of miracles, if we get gameplay, are we actually going to play this game? Did you hold a PS4 controller and play The Last Guardian? Okay.
Did not play. Ueda played, though, in the room.
Yeah.
Super
Wow.
intimate demonstration. It was just a very grateful presentation. The vibe was that we are so humbled and honored to be making this and that you want this. They kept talking about the reaction last night at Sony. So he played. He played an extended demo from the one at E3. It began roughly 10 to 15 minutes before that demo started. So it was a prequel to that. The Trico, the animal, they don't have a name for it other than Trico.
Okay.
You're in this confined space with it, and it's just lying there, and it has spears in its side. So the boy climbs up and pulls the spears out, and it, yelps in pain. You just feel this yelp. It's so much power. And then the best part was that there were barrels lying around all over the ground, and the boy can pick up the barrel and throw it up in the air, and it bites and eats the barrel like food. I guess there's food or water in the barrels. So the way it unfolded just felt so natural. That was my biggest takeaway, was that you're in this space, you don't really have a clear objective, clear direction at all. You're going around, you're clearing the barrels, and he's eating them. And then he's kind of snooping around, and then he kind of climbs up to this window, and then you climb up him, and he was smelling like more barrels that were up there. So then you feed him all the barrels, and then now you're separated from him, and you have to find a way to open this giant grate for him to get through. So the biggest things that Ueda was saying were that they've taken the lessons from Ico, the boy and the girl, how they interact to solve puzzles, and they've taken the scaling of the creatures from Shadow of the Colossus. So he kept driving that home, that we're taking both of the best parts from Ico and Shadow of the Colossus to give Last Guardian.
And so you had this kind of setup, you're getting to. This seems like a tutorial, or it seems like maybe the beginning of the game.
Yeah, it seemed very early.
If you're just kind of learning how to feed, Trico, that maybe this is you. Introducing to him. So did that? Was that kind of like in the interest of time leading into the demo that we saw, or did that lead directly into it?
So then he, the boy is separated and he finds a switch. Oh, that was cool too. So he goes up to the gate. He goes up to the gate and he calls for it, and it just tries to ram the gate down, and it just keeps trying to ram it over and over. And then there was a giant switch, and he finally pulled the switch, and then it charges through, and then that hallway led to where the demo started.
Does this game need to look better for you?
So I was really concerned with what we saw last night. Granted, it was on a stream. It looked like PS3. That was the initial reaction. During the presentation, it looked great. It was obviously on a projector on some 90-inch screen with the best sound system that rivals IMAX.
Must be nice.
Yeah, must be nice. But it looked really cool. The lighting was a lot better than you could tell on the stream, and everything looked really good. The scope of it all. You see something, and it just has this size and this weight. Trico himself.
I can believe it. I played Shadow of the Colossus. It was really interesting. We're talking about. Just games like possibly the next Shenmue can not have like a ton of detail to it because it's based on this game that was released in 2001, or like could be containing that story. And really questioning, like, do we really need that in a lot of games? Because there was kind of this like vacancy, this emptiness to Shadow of the Colossus in that world, and yet there was so much detail. It really felt like a place where you actually were and could visit. And so like it is a fine line, and it is something I think that team does really well. Same thing with Eco.
But kind of talking about that vacantness, in so many games they try to sell you like, no, our world is huge, it has so many things in it, but it still feels empty. I feel like Shadow of the Colossus and Eco use that feeling of emptiness to enhance their storytelling, and I feel like it has a very profound purpose, and that emptiness in a way how you feel about it changes over the course of the game.
Memoir, I can't even put into words from this 15-minute demonstration the amount of feels and emotions that were coursing through my veins. Nothing is happening. You're chilling around with this giant beast and you're hopping on platforms, and that spoke a million words. It was
I
so
think we're
intense.
so used to commanding animals. I think that's really the big thing. Like play Ark Survival Evolved in that launch, and it's just kind of like, you just shove food at this thing, and then eventually it'll become your friend. Or we saw the dog in Fallout, and he's like, here, you just point at this thing and you click a button, and it just does it because it's a dog. And there's something really enticing about, like, you don't really know what this guy's doing, and it sounds like that's not something they really got into, or maybe some commands you can give him or cues that you can do that he's going to react to. Food, it seemed like the main impulse. If you find one of these things, chuck them at him. It'll might make him happy or make him feel better.
It seemed like during the press conference, one of the things that they were emphasizing is a key part of the game is you'll constantly be learning what you can do with this creature. Did you sort of get that sensation that you just sort of had this aha moment? Like, maybe I can go this way?
Yeah, you don't know. Exactly, Brandon nailed it. You don't know what he's going to do because you have no control over him. The boy, obviously, you're in control and has a brain because it's your brain trying to figure things out. And then Trico has the brute force, the muscle, the wingspan, the ability to jump gaps. There was this moment in the demo too when you remember when he jumps and lands on his tail. Ueda missed the tail, fell to his death. The vibe in the room for him, the apologetic vibes. I'm so sorry. But he was playing right there.
You can't make a jump every time.
And then it went back to the checkpoint. It was when he pushes the giant trap over.
You talked about the lack of the control with the beast. What I was kind of curious about, did you ever feel like there were times when the beast, like you were calling, or Ueda was calling for it, and just the beast was like, no, I don't want to do that. Was it ever resistant?
It's never resistant.
Okay.
Not enough space. That's going to be really interesting when that game opens up. The room was very small that it began in. The hallway was very claustrophobic, and then it led into the demo, which is that path as well. So I'm interested to see what happens when things open up.
So I think this is, to wrap up the conversation. Although I could talk about this, I have a lot of questions about Last Guardian. But I mean, you are the final piece of the puzzle, Michael Huber, for the game trailer staff. It was like speculation leading to confirmation, leading to elation. But then we need the confirmation now. Of really knowing, like, okay, this was cool, but is this a game that feels finished? Is this a game I'm actually going to want to play?
They brought it
Because
up.
I think that's like the new thing. It's like, okay, we've gotten past the emotional point of us knowing whether it existed or not. Now we know it exists. Am I really going to play this? Is this something in 2015 that really stands out, that really is going to hold its own on the PlayStation 4?
It ended with him saying, we could not thank you enough for waiting. Thank you a million times for waiting. My core team from Eco and Shadow of the Colossus, my most trusted employees, and the force behind both of those games and myself are working extremely hard to get this into your hands. That's how it ended. That was it.
Well, you are not my most trusted employee, but I really appreciate you checking this out.
You're just mad about Darth Maul.
I am mad about Darth Maul.
The Force, the double blade.
Yeah. I haven't tried the double blade. I'm curious, what that adds to combat and stuff like that.
It's good.
So we're going to be recording a bunch of Just Blades right now. In between them all, we're going to be talking about Disney Infinity. I'm just prepping everybody. Should we move on? Just rolling down the list. Who am I talking for this one? Who played this one?
What you pointed at 3 things.
That one right there. Who's that? Also, again, Mike Huber. Man, Mike Huber.
You had a good day today, Michael Huber.
It's a great day. Place to start.
Great day.
Okay,
it was a really good day.
Composure.
Didn't play a lot though. Not a lot of playable stuff.
Me too.
Yeah.
Huber, I'm envious of the things that you got to check out today. Uncharted 4: A Thief's End.
Oh my God! Right. Just brace yourself. I'm not even joking.
I actually didn't see until a couple hours ago because I missed parts of the Sony press conference because I was on my way to another event, and so it only was today that I actually finally saw this entire sequence.
My heart is racing right now.
Yeah, just
Because
so many questions on so many different levels. Impressed. So, I mean, my first question, and I'll just give you time to talk. Was it different? Did you see something different than what we saw at the show?
Again, it was Last Guardian style. This went after. So do you remember when the demo ends and he slams into the rail?
Right.
There was another 10 minutes after that. I don't know why they didn't show this because it was the most insane action sequence I have ever seen in a game. I'm not even joking. This is the most insane action scene ever. So it picks up. He throws a thing. He starts getting dragged in the water. He's dragging on. He's in the water. He's like freaking out. He gets lifted up. There's like this big boat. He goes over the boat. There's people in the boat. They like duck down. The momentum and the rush throughout this entire thing is what I cannot stress enough. It felt like watching this was better than any action movie. It was so intense. So he's going, and then he's getting dragged. So then the water ends, and he starts getting dragged up this mud hill. The mud is covering him. Then he starts shooting. He's hanging on with one hand. People are driving by, shooting him. He's trying to climb up the cable.
And you're not playing this. Someone else is playing this for you.
Neil Druckmann himself is playing this.
Where did you get all
that?
that?
Presence of legends.
What the?
He's playing himself right there in the chair like it's his living room. So he gets up, climbs onto this giant, the truck with the giant hook that we saw in the trailer. So he's on top of that. Motorcycles are going by, Jeeps are going by. He's ducking down, shooting everyone. The energy is at a fever pitch. This thing starts coming apart because now they're shooting back at Drake. So he jumps off into a Jeep that's right next to him. Indiana Jones moment. He's wrestling with the guy in the car, knocks him out. Now he's driving the Jeep.
Jeez.
All these other motorcycles are coming up. They're jumping on the Jeep with knives. He's kicking people off. He's shooting left and right. Motorcycles are going by. The whole time you're chasing Troy Baker, you're trying to catch up to him. He's in the lead on a motorcycle, also shooting off the villains. Villains led by a man named Rafe. That's all we know about him. So,
deep breath.
Yeah. God, it's so intense. So then you finally catch up to him, and he's like, "Hop on," and Drake's like, "No, you hop on." So you're both like arguing over him getting on in the Jeep or you getting on the motorcycle. Then your Jeep gets hit by the giant APC. That thing rears its ugly head. So then it gets really intimate, Last of Us style. Okay, now we're in the overturned Jeep, and it slowly starts catching fire. It's lighting up. Drake's freaking out. The graphics are ridiculous. So then he slams out the door. He pops out of the door, getting away. The enemies are like, he's still alive, he's still alive. Drake starts shooting them. Troy Baker rolls up on the motorcycle. He says, "Told you to hop on." Like, really good banter and dialogue the whole time. He hops on. Now it goes classic Uncharted 2 style, running at the camera. So now you're on the back of the motorcycle. It's coming at the camera. And you're shooting at the APC behind you as Troy Baker is just all over the place on this motorcycle. Then you finally kill it. You destroy it. That's it. It's nuts. So then we think it's over. Then they added, there was another like 2-3 minutes.
I thought it was over too.
Yeah. Everyone thought it was
You
over.
fooled me, Hubert.
Everyone started clapping.
Everybody on GameShows.com just went to load the next video. They're like, wait, no, what? Wait.
So there was an extra 2 or 3 minutes story details. You, your brother and Sully are talking about following this man named Rafe because we found it, the Pirate Island, which is probably the first E3 demo they were there. We found the Pirate Island. We need to go there before Rafe. And then Drake goes into his hotel room, and who is there but Elena? And Elena turns around and is like, "So, how's this Malaysian excavation you're on? You're pretty far off course." And the look in their eyes, Drake and her eyes, it's emotional.
Jeez.
Like, and then it just ends, hard cut. I was, whoa. No, I said whoa out loud. I was like, whoa. And that's what I'm saying. That crazy, crazy action has that whoa, And then also the emotional moments with Sully and Drake and Elena, these characters we've really grown with.
Also, whoa.
Also whoa.
Double whoa.
Double whoa. We got the action and the story. That's what it's all about.
2 out of 3 woes from Ricky. So you saw a lot of stuff at E3 today. You're gonna see more stuff. Yeah, you could do a one-man show of the Uncharted 3 E3 2015 demo. There's no question. But have you played Uncharted 1 through 3?
Yes.
And you're saying like this is, I mean, this action sequence rivals films. So that you hadn't seen anything of this caliber.
I've never seen anything like it. There was so much freedom. The part that the Jeep part in the beginning that was the E3 demo, they took a couple different courses to show you how varied it is. There was a moment when he went right instead of left, which he did last night. He goes right, and there's a huge traffic jam. So he's like, what are we doing? We got to get out of here. So then he backed up and went a different way. So just showing how many different ways and you can go about accomplishing a mission is insane. And they even showed that off briefly in the first demo in the caves. It was like, wow, how big are these caves? This is expansive. It's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing.
So do you get a feeling this is coming from guys that, you know, I mean, obviously the answer is yes to both questions, but I'm just curious what you, like, get the raw feeling that, you know, was responsible for this amazing demo that you played today. Is it just the PS4? Is it just that, like, this is stuff that they could have put in Uncharted 1 through 3, but we're not capable of with the hardware? Or are these guys that have made these 3 incredible action games and are just, like, just the pros at what they do,
I mean,
and they've just, you know, pooled all of that experience and all that creativity into...
I think it's both. You have the tech, you have the evolution, you have the... With more tech comes more possibilities. The doors open up, and you look at the evolution from Uncharted 1 to 2 was the biggest leap. 3 gets criticized because it wasn't as huge of a leap. It was a lot like 2. Also an incredible game. Then to The Last of Us, and then now to this. It's just they keep raising the bar. I was speechless. I was blown away.
So, I mean, and not only just the demo you played today, but just Uncharted at E3 2015 across the board, all the stuff that we've seen.
Yeah.
I think it was a good coming out party.
Yeah, I'm really surprised they didn't show this action scene because I think it would have left people way more jazzed and hyped because the Jeep thing was really cool. Everyone was super into it, but there was Shenmue, Last Guardian, there were huge announcements. We had already seen Uncharted. It was like, okay, more Uncharted, cool. Wow, that was incredible. But if they had shown this part too, people would be talking about Uncharted right now. It was ridiculous.
Can I just say, despite them not showing it, you did an outstanding job.
You painted the picture.
Well, not only that, but
I have not been this excited for Uncharted 4 until right now. Holy cow.
They were like, if you have any questions, cool, but we're just going to let the game speak for itself. I wanted to translate that. The game just speaks for itself.
And I obviously we're gonna get more stuff. You know, like we're gonna get when we see that motorcycle shot in some trailer coming up. Like, oh, that was it. That was that scene that Heber talked about. And maybe we'll never actually see that scene played out, all, you know, in its entirety until we actually get our hands on this game. But I think there is kind of a secret sauce to that. So like, I'll show you a little bit. I'll show you a little bit else behind closed doors. I'm sure what Blood saw of The Witcher at last year's E3. He's like, why aren't we seeing this? You know, like even they kept releasing more trailers. He's like, we still haven't seen some of the crazy stuff that I've seen. But at the same time, like, didn't that give you an itch every time Blood would mention that? Just be like, there's still stuff. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
You know, we were still holding out hope, holding out hype, and just day one, man. I mean, are you gonna make it through the week? are your appointments getting progressively more boring as you go through, and you just like kicked it off with these amazing games right off the bat, or is it just?
I mean, it's pretty hard to top Uncharted and Last Guardian.
The hits just keep on coming.
He's got a day tomorrow.
I have another.
Like he can't take a cameraman with him. I can't send a cameraman with him because he's seeing all this stuff that we can't show. So
but you can talk about it expertly, I might add.
Thanks.
You know, it's about the hype, it's about the heart.
Yeah.
Do you guys
it's
have
about
any questions?
the passion.
Any questions?
No, dude.
I got no questions, man.
So just like
when are we playing it? That's my question. When is this game coming out?
Okay.
Do we know? Do we have a launch date?
Next year.
Next year.
Next
all right.
year. Yep.
Damn, that's a long time to wait.
Yeah, next year.
But hopefully we'll get some more tidbits soon. Thank you
Yeah.
so much for the passionate portrayal of that demo, Huber. I appreciate it.
Get to the end.
Thank you for not being overly distracted by the fact that Hero.
Dude, I was watching it too. I was like, oh.
What is
Yes.
They just announced the
Dude,
monk,
Legacy
the
of the
Lich
Void right
King.
here. Legacy of the Void right
Legacy
here.
of the Void. Like,
Wow, Blizzard has actually shown some stuff off at this show.
Legacy of the Void is the culmination.
it truly is.
Impromptu Legacy of the Void just played right now. So we're going all the way to the bottom of the list to GR Dubs. Oh, okay.
Sure,
Oh, this was
King.
Ben. Oh, I got it right here. Oh, I can see.
Skeleton Kings.
I can see who played what.
Skeleton King. Here's the storm.
Yes.
Yes! Dude,
Yes!
he does this move where he like puts a graveyard like around them. They cannot get out, and he just like
Everyone
Oh
in
my God.
chat was making fun of you because they were like, Ben can't keep his eyes off.
Yeah, I was like,
They were like, not like this,
it's because
Ben.
Ben
not
was like looking
this."
around.
I had to do a double take. I'm like, wait, did they just? Yes. I couldn't look away. So I'm sorry. I was probably.
I literally
distracting.
just saw.
All right, is Overwatch after this? Because I'm not talking about anything if
Yeah,
Overwatch
we-
is after
we
this.
have-
I'm
Let's
sorry.
get Ben on stage.
I'm sorry.
Should we blindfold Ben or just like wait till we get through the sequence to start talking about the next game? And not to like overhype things, but like I want to talk about this next game. I'm actually really curious to
Okay.
see what you guys checked out. Hold on, we'll get to it in a second.
Okay.
So we got Dustin and Chris from Blizzard on stage right now, finally getting to some relevant information from. How much more time do we have from the PC gaming show?
40 minutes. 40 minutes, I think.
So 40 minutes potentially. So yeah, they're getting to the good stuff now. They know what they're doing. I saw Cliffy B on there when we were talking about Uncharted earlier. So
show
kind of
Fortnite?
curious. No, well I mean that's Epic,
Fortnite's not
and he's not directly associated with Epic.
Yeah,
He'll hype it up. But
every
yeah,
time, he's so epic.
he's a very epic man.
You know?
They did show.
It's hard to
I
disassociate.
don't know if they showed more, but I saw the just random like environment demo that they'd shown from Project Blue Streak that we'd seen before. It was just like a bunch of weapons on the wall, dojo, trees.
Yay!
Please be excited. Like, all right. So yeah, I don't know if they showed more than that. I'm sure he talked about all sorts of crazy stuff because he's Cliffy. But yeah, who knows when this Blizzard hype train's gonna stop? Are you listening to this at all, Ian? This the PC gaming show? You don't have to. It's fine. No. You don't have to put on 2 pairs of headphones. You crazy person.
Let me know.
Yeah, let me
just
know.
curious what they're
Any
talking about
Legacy
right
of
now.
the
Stop
Void
the
news,
Just Played.
right my way in any Legacy of the Void.
So yeah, that was Legacy of the Void beta next month.
Yeah. Heroes of the Storm, two new heroes. They showed both of them.
But
Yeah.
you have played a little Legacy of the Void already.
Yeah, the beta. Alpha? Beta.
Probably
Beta.
beta.
Closed beta.
Closed
Apparently,
beta.
the, apparently the
Okay,
beta is
shake-ups.
free to everyone,
Was it what?
no matter what.
Yep.
Yeah, that's cool.
Shake-ups.
Open beta.
In StarCraft 2. Shaking it up.
It is. Yeah.
Legacy of the Void.
Yep.
Throwing dice in there. Just like we're shaking things up.
I think you summed it up perfectly. You're like, I can't keep up. It's so fast.
It's too intense.
All right, so we'll move on to another Just Play. We'll do our best.
We'll do our
If
best.
they just start rolling, so they announce like another new IP that's coming, next year or something. from
Oh,
Blizzard.
I'm looking.
We'll do our best. Just keep your eyes forward, your blinders up. Put your horse blinders on, so you can just focus.
Okay.
Because I'm going to need some information here, and I'm sure that Mr. Mike Huber's going to want to hear about this.
He is.
Oh, God.
right.
Here we go.
We are watching the Ubisoft press conference, and Ubisoft likes to bring the secrets. You always wonder, I mean, this is going to be like a new tradition now, I guess, the Ubisoft press conferences, 3rd year running, that just like, okay, that last announcement, what are you going to show? Didn't get that from Nintendo today. That last announcement wasn't even an announcement, they're just a thing that they showed. But Ubisoft decides not to announce a new IP, but to bring an IP, seemingly back from the dead, an IP that we haven't heard much about, an IP that's gone all over the place and had lots of different games and really seems to be reaching to the periphery of where we have experienced Ghost Recon before. Ghost Recon Wildlands.
Okay.
You checked out today, Ben. Did you play this game? Did someone
Nope,
play it for you?
This was basically a theater presentation.
Okay.
So keep that in mind. The one key thing to start off this conversation is Ghost Recon Wildlands is all about co-op. And it is about each of you and your comrades fulfilling specific roles and however you want to kind of culminate in a final objective, if that makes sense. And in the demo they showed us, there were 2 guys by themselves, and then the other 2 were kind of buddied up, and they wanted to find this guy. They wanted to kidnap this guy and take him. He was a bad guy. They wanted to get him. And the way that they did this is the different groups went to different locations to accomplish different things, to gather intel. And I think that is a really cool idea, because when you think about co-op, right, you're always all accomplishing the same thing at once. I love the idea of being like, look, we have this very vague objective. Huber, go all the way to the other side of the continent to figure it out, and then let's meet up here.
Love that.
Because that creates really cool moments. And the demo is very scripted, so you didn't get to see a lot of this, but they kind of hinted at it, right? So let's say I send Huber to the other side of the continent to gather information, and then he gets on voice chat and he says, Ben, it went bad. It went bad. You need to get in the chopper, and you need to fly over here with Brad on the gun and we need to figure this
Probably
out.
would happen. I'd be down. I'd be bleeding out.
And so the process they kind of went through, they showed different vehicles. They kind of showed this Jeep. They showed a dirt bike, basically. And you could kind of acquire these things on the fly. And that was really exciting. There was a lot of flexibility to missions. You had an objective marker where you could just kind of go and you're like, okay, I know the guy is here, but I don't know exactly where he is or what the situation is. Is it heavily guarded? What kind of weapons are they using? And so they said, if we go to this gas station where this sort of snitch is getting beat up.
Snitch, yeah.
You can go and you can interrogate him. You can kind of kill everybody in the area, go and interrogate the guy, and you interrogate him and he says, look, that place is heavily guarded. This is the situation. This is the information you need. And so now you have that intel to be able to complete the objective maybe a little bit easier. And it seems like that's one of the big things they're focusing
But
on.
it was all pertaining to the mission you were on.
It was all pertaining to the mission you were on.
So all of these things are going to change. Is there did you get the sense that there's like a free roaming mode? I'm assuming like you're not always on a mission.
So
So
they
can you
didn't
just kind of like tool around this
They
world
didn't
and have fun?
show any of that. It was the entire demo we saw. It was in the context of this one mission. But I will say, they said it, and you hear this a lot at presentations, but from what we saw, it was actually very convincing. They said this is the biggest open world we've made for a Ubisoft action game. And when you were in the helicopter, it was gigantic. Like, it just
Jones's
stretched on
ears
forever.
Yeah.
I'm down.
Yeah. You had
when I
these-
saw it, I was down. When they
Yeah.
said, this is a crazy open world action game, the guys are parachuting in, I was like, go on.
Yeah, and I think what surprised me the most is the problem that I have with open world games, especially like taking Ghost Recon into an open world, is that you wouldn't have sort of the tactical decision making that the franchise is known for. But the way that they approached every objective, they scoped out the situation, they marked enemies, they used every tool they had to complete a little bit more thoroughly. It wasn't just go in there guns blazing, okay, we've cleared this waypoint, let's get in a Jeep and go over here. There was a methodicalness to it that I didn't get from the reveal trailer that I was happy to see in the demo.
But you can still do that. You can go in guns blazing if
Yeah,
you
you
got,
can.
if you got
Yeah,
the right
you
guns
can.
and you're good at the game.
You can, but the way that it seemed in the implication that they gave is, you could very easily fail the mission that way.
So you mentioned you beat up the guy, you got intel, he gave you information on how to get in there.
Mhm.
Did you then apply that, or was that the end of the demo? Did you then go in and kick ass and finish the mission?
So
or?
it seemed like it was applied automatically,
Okay.
that it wasn't you had it necessarily. It's just when you got to the area where you were trying to extract the bad guy, all of the enemies were marked for you.
Okay.
And so it was like, okay, this is a nice bonus because I did this other thing.
One of my number one wants, I don't know how they've never done this with a game. Maybe they have, I don't know, but ever since Gears of War 1 and Resident Evil 5, I've always wanted voice chat to go dark sometimes.
Mhm.
When you split off or you're in different locations, like cut the voice chat, just cut it, and then your co-op buddy's out there, but you're isolated alone, and I'm just surprised developers haven't experimented with that. I think that'd be really
Well, it'd be cool if they
Ghost Recon.
yeah,
I agree.
If they could hear you, if you actually talk through voice chat, you're gonna make noise in the game world, so you can't be like in cover and shadow right next to a guy.
Yeah,
Just be
even
like, what are we doing?
That's a good idea too.
It would be cool if it literally register your level, so you're just like Huber, hello, and you're like,
I couldn't play this. I couldn't play this game. I'm too loud.
Speaking of Ghost Recon, that's one of my favorite memories actually of any Ghost Recon game was playing Advanced Warfare Fighter and playing almost said Advanced Warfare, but I corrected myself. Where you would go into these modes and it was one shot kill, but if you lost somebody, they're out, and you didn't, so it was not like Rainbow Six Siege where it's just like 4v5 now. Like I would literally, just be like, okay, Brent. You there? Okay, Brent's gone. I didn't know. Like he didn't shout before he died. He just got sniped by somebody. So that would be fun. I wonder if they're bringing that stuff back.
That was something I noticed. It did seem like you could take, and maybe they just had some mode triggered for the demo specifically, but it seemed like you could take quite a few hits.
Okay.
Which
Whoa.
I'm
Were there
not,
respawns? Did you see somebody
No, I
respawn?
didn't see any respawns.
I bet that's just demo purposes.
It could just be demo purposes.
Sure.
The other concern that I have, right, is it's very easy to make a demo seem like the mission is super focused and kind of has that very tactical feeling. I wonder if each mission will feel like that, or if it's just the core missions. How meaningful is this world outside of the critical path? They didn't even hint at any of that stuff.
That's always been the biggest problem with me for a lot of the Assassin's Creeds lately, and Far Cry 4, was that all the side stuff felt inconsequential and didn't have nearly as big of an impact as the core stuff. Recently, Witcher 3, all the side stuff has so much meaning and so much impact, changing games. Like, hopefully Ghost Recon can have, completely side objectives where you have to kidnap, some drug smuggler, and that feeds into the main missions. Like, have them kind of correspond to that.
And it comes down to, and you've said this to me, I think, a dozen times, the writing. The writing in The Witcher 3, they put the same effort in to the side quests as they do the main quest. They make you care.
Yeah.
And I think that's really important.
So to wrap things up, there's different kinds of E3s. We have these press conferences. We get to see these games announced for the first time, and then we get to go behind closed doors and we see this other slice of it. What are big things you want to communicate to somebody who is like, hey, I saw that Wildlands thing. It looked kind of cool. But you're like, no. I saw it behind closed doors, and this was portrayed in this demo, and I didn't really get that sense. You kind of touched on it a little bit before from that trailer that you saw before. If someone wasn't hyped, is there something you could tell them that, like, just wait until you actually get to play it and check it out?
It depends on what kind of person I'm talking to. There are people that I think just like open world games, and then I think there are diehard Ghost Recon people. And I think this game is trying to be a little bit of everything, and I think you can see that in a lot of Ubisoft games. But I think it's doing it well. I think the thing that got me excited is there's more Ghost Recon in there than I thought there would be, and hopefully that can carry through to the final thing.
Exactly how much Ghost Recon there is. That's the question. Like, how many missions we have. You mentioned the world is really big, but like, how much is there to do? When you get to a location, is it the only time you're going to be doing something in that building, or it's just like, okay, there's that mission for that building, moving on. But yeah, definitely curious to check this game out. Was this surprising to you when this was announced that like Ghost Recon was going in this direction?
Yeah, I think I got on the stage and was very cynical about it. Yeah, but I think the final thing I want to say is I can't imagine playing this game non-cooperatively. Like, I don't think I would have any interest if I couldn't play co-op.
Did they say that was an option that you could do if you want? Or?
Yes, I believe you can play through it entirely alone if you want to, but just at least in the demo, the way the mission was structured, you're not getting the same game if you're playing it by yourself. You need that communication. Yeah. You need to have sort of those asynchronous moments.
How big was the squad? 4?
It was 4 people.
Cool. All right.
Hey,
let's do it.
We're in, man.
Yep. Team
Mission
GT.
accomplished.
Thanks,
Ben. And scene. So there we go. That's how JP's work, everybody. First time we done JP's live. That's fun.
Yeah.
There it is.
Are we supposed to have some other people here?
Then we all just like pretend we like each other like during it, and then we're
show up.
Okay.
Oh, you guys suck.
No.
What the what now?
Am I supposed to have some other people show up?
Yes. Guild Wars 2 is scheduled to come by. I don't know if they are contacting John, and there is after hours. There's traffic in Los Angeles. You never know. People are wrapping stuff up after the show. They have John's contact information. They are scheduled to stop by, but fingers crossed. We've had some things happen this week that were supposed to happen that didn't end up happening, but we're here, damn it. So are we ready to...
Let's head back to the top.
We're heading all the way back to the top. All right.
You're looking at Ben Moore. Me? Ben. Me? You're looking at me.
Locked in.
I think I know what it is.
So I'm very jealous that you've got to check out a lot of cool games today that I haven't checked out.
Real Joe. I know exactly what you're about to bring up.
But I played this game.
Oh, okay.
Black Ops 3.
Oh, Black Ops 3.
And
curveball.
No. Black Ops 3.
Cool.
And this is a game that I actually have yet to see the single player demo that they showed at the stage.
Here's my footage. You can see me get wrecked.
But it seems like multiplayer.
Oh, I'm excited for
yes,
this.
this is
Multiplayer, I'm very excited about. So this is you playing multiplayer and getting your ass handed to you? Great.
Okay.
So I really dug multiplayer, but it sounds like single player people are not really digging, and it's interesting that there's this kind of like two sides to this game. That's like maybe the 4-person co-op is not necessarily where a lot of people want this direction to go. Mm-hmm. But after playing a lot of Advanced Warfare and now going into Black Ops 3, there are so many things. I mean, the awesome replay videos that they are showing in gameplay cuts for this game are unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. It is.
There's one particularly on this map actually that we're looking at right now where a guy goes running into the cave, kills a guy with one weapon, machine gun guns another guy with another weapon, goes running to jump on the wall outside of the waterfall and gets almost shot with the guy who sneaks up behind him, but then uses like a blink ability, which is like kind of from Overwatch, where you can just like rewind like 3 seconds. and then like right when he gets shot, rewinds behind the guy and headshots him.
Yeah.
With like a pistol.
When I was done,
that's
I
nuts.
immediately texted Ben and I said, Black Ops 3 is Overwatch. Because that is the vibe I took away from this game. There are 9 specialists classes. So a class now is a specialist. And they all have a persona. They all have a backstory. They all have a lore. You care about these characters already.
What did you say?
And I believe we checked out 4 at the
Persona?
event. Right. And I checked out 4. So how many of these characters
We
were
saw
available?
6.
6. Okay, so I saw the guy with the spikes.
Guy with the spikes who's straight up Titanfall Titan.
Yeah, just boom. Yeah.
Yes.
Or Destiny, you mean.
Destiny, yeah.
Correct.
Destiny,
He's
sorry.
got like the ground pound.
Both
so
of
just
those
classic.
games
Feel
are in
like
this game.
King of the Hill, brutal. You know,
Yeah.
any mode where it's just like, oh, let's all hover here and protect ourselves. You just come flying in over a building and funk.
Yeah.
And you were mentioning before a lot of the not to talk for you, Huber, but I'm just curious if like all this stuff still lines up. They have a specific weapon that you can pick, or they have an ability, but you can only pick one.
Mm-hmm.
When you're picking your loadout going into a match, like I want to pick that character, and then I want to pick his skill or her skill or their weapon. You have the archer, who's got like the big bow that you can wind up. It does more damage the longer you pull it. But of course, like a bow in Call of Duty is a little brutal because it's like a very
Brandon
very
Jones,
fast-paced game.
That bow,
when it hits,
was love at first sight.
That's what I want to use the most.
I fell in love with this thing. I felt like Turok out there on the battlefield.
Turok.
The sound when this thing shoots and lands, it's got this Minority Report like shockwave sound gun vibe. Nails into him and then explodes. Their whole body explodes into bits and it kills people within range. It's just incredible. It's so satisfying.
When you hit, you know, and it's just tough
hit.
because you're cashing your chips on this one giant move. So it's really good if you know like these guys are coming from this one specific direction. I'm not going to get flanked.
Yeah.
Good character to have. I'm trying to remember the 4th character. The 3rd character is one I couldn't stop playing as, which was the robot who has this like huge Gatling gun. It's just fun to own, especially when people are jumping and it's just like you're not hitting the ground. Okay, you're dead. And then so they got the bow. She was the stealth lady. Her skills were like to scan, so she could like sense the environment.
Yep.
The crazy guy with the ground spikes, the robot. What are the other 3?
There was... I have the names right here. Oh, my phone's not here. I forget his name. I think it was like Recon or something. He has a trap gun that was really good for the control point maps because when you got it, you put those on the control points and it was like mines. People would walk over them, except it was like nano machine bees that just swarm all over the guy. That was really satisfying. And then there was Prophet, who has like a Killzone style electric shock gun that it's like chain lightning. So it chains to people.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Do you know why Treyarch has become my favorite Call of Duty studio?
Just going for it.
They're not afraid to get weird.
Yeah, it's
they don't
so
treat.
cool.
They don't take themselves too seriously,
Yeah.
and I think that's so important for a game.
For
like
me to
this.
go into this event after Last Guardian, Final Fantasy VII, and Shenmue were announced, I'm saying, okay, I'm playing another Call of Duty. Obviously not going in cynical at all. It's like, cool, get to play Call of Duty, but it's like,
you just had your dreams come true.
Yeah,
right.
I'm like, oh, I bet it's just going to be another Call of Duty. It blew me away. Then there was the other character. It was, I forget her name, but she was like an Asian assassin.
And she's got the blink, I think. Like she's got the one that you can.
Yeah, the
back.
blink and this one-shot magnum revolver, like John Marston style.
Yeah. Which again, Destiny inspired possibly. The Hunter's got his pistol.
Yeah.
But the difference I think is that in Destiny you charge it up once and then you have as many shots as you can before it runs, or you just have 3, right? Just have 3 shots in Destiny.
It's ticking down time.
Yeah, usually you have 3 shots.
Yeah, 3 shots or the time limit.
But it's really focuses on the time limit. So like a lot of those abilities, there's different costs, and like the one with her was that it was like a clock. So like if you trigger that at the right moment, you can take out a ton of different people with this gun. Whereas like Destiny felt a little more limited. But how do you feel about that? How do you feel about a shooter like Destiny? You're like, what about this mode? And Call of Duty's like, thank you. It is the same genre, and they are, it is just like a fundamental skill, that's being added to the genre that they're, being inspired by, or maybe potentially taking to the next level. Is that uninspiring when you see something like that happen, or does it just make sense? Like, why wouldn't you? This is really exciting to have classes in this game and having the skills and new abilities and weapons.
I mean, we're getting a new Call of Duty game every single year, right?
Yeah.
So I think The worst thing they could do is stick to their guns, right? I think it's encouraging, and it fills me with hope that they're looking to other games. They're looking to other sources of inspiration. They're seeing what works and trying to put it into their game.
There was a point when Assassin's Creed was one of my favorite franchises, and Call of Duty and Assassin's Creed are in the same camp. They're doing the same thing. You get one every single year. It feels like it's less than a year, because by the time you're done playing it, and the next one comes out, it's like 9-10 months. Yet each Call of Duty, like Advanced Warfare was fantastic, and now Black Ops 3 it feels fresh somehow. Assassin's Creed, I try to get excited for. Call of Duty, they just keep surprising me.
So his name is escaping me right now, but the guy who came out on stage during the PlayStation conference to introduce the multiplayer, that guy's hilarious. That guy, when I went to the demo event before, was just like, he would not, like, he was just so brutally honest.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is one of the best things we really appreciate about E3. You know, we just the Divinity Original Sin guys on stage, and like they were pretty upfront about, like, you know, designing their game and the pluses and minuses.
The Treyarch guy reminds me of Huber in a lot of ways. Like when he's on stage, you can tell he's legitimately excited to talk about how a shotgun kills people. I like those.
Shotgun.
I like those kind of people.
Huber likes to describe these things, but I mean, incredibly unapologetic about what they did, because you can get on one hand, I'm like, whoa, this guy's, you know, not budging on the creative decisions he's made going into this game. But at the same time, I definitely get the vibe, like, you care so much about balance. You care, like, this seems so important to you, to not only, you know, you're representing the Call of Duty franchise, but you're representing your studio, and, you know, Call of Duty multiplayer isn't something to take for granted. You know, it's and it's really interesting with the just completely divert back to what we were talking about before, but like with the different classes and the different abilities work really well. Like we're talking about King of the Hill, works really well for those ground spikes.
Exactly.
You want to get people collected. Yeah. Whereas there were lots of like cool sprinting abilities that you can use for, we're watching Kill Confirmed right now. Yeah. And it's really great to have that little extra boost or one ability you can just like zap in there, grab it, and get out.
That's what I want to talk about, is how much is going on. I feel like so many Call of Duties recently were, you have the quickest hands, let's go, you know, see him, shoot him, kill him, done. This has a momentum meter, first of all, which was the biggest thing. So you have your power gauge, which depletes when you double jump and power slide. So you can chain so many moves together. You can run on the wall, power slide, double jump. You can run on the wall and then double jump back and run the other way. You can cue your slide while you're in the air, so you have that queued up already.
This almost sounds like a fighting game to me, where you're like you're
It felt
buffering
like
animations,
that.
where you're kind of chaining together combos.
Yeah, so you're chaining all that. You have your kill streaks, which is standard, which has always been there. There's a ton of those, and now you have your Destiny-style super meter, which you can save and bank and keep until you want to use it, or just burn it immediately.
And it has that risk-reward system where, like, you don't want to wait until threat comes at you and then you trigger it because it might be too late. But you don't want to trigger it when there's nobody around, because, you know, you'd be on the completely other side of, like, where the action's at, and then you just wasted that ability. Yeah, it was, like I mentioned, I dug the robot. I like to play with that. You mentioned the bow guy, and that seems like somebody, you know, a character you want to get your hands on, Ben, when you eventually play the game. And it sounds like there's 3 more. So we got 9 total characters. There's 3 more. So we've seen 6 now. 3 more characters that they haven't released.
The weapon customization was big. It's pretty much unlimited. It's make your dream gun, like paint wise. Well, you can do anything. There's
I'm a big fan of aesthetics
layers.
over anything, and I dug that every single part in the game, has 2 versions purely aesthetic. So you're like, I'm adding this, you know, suppressor onto my thing, and it's like, you want the fat suppressor, or you want the little tiny one, you know? And
yeah.
Like, oh, I kind of like that. Yeah, make it pink, sure. I'm like,
some of them too, though. It was like different kinds of grips. One grip would be you aim down the sights faster. Another one was less recoil when aiming down the sights. So there's just so much customization. You're leveling up your main profile, your weapons, and your classes. There's just a ton of stuff, and it felt somehow. It felt fresh.
The question that I have for me is, I feel like I really love the customization, and I always love that. I feel like Treyarch especially has kind of like made you put your own identity into your like having the profile pictures, and now with the way you can make your gun look however you want. But to me, did you feel like all of the options were a bit overwhelming, and because there was so much, it kind of made all of it less meaningful? Like, to me, I feel like Call of Duty got to a point where there was so much stuff that I was getting at the end of every single match that I just didn't care about it anymore. I didn't feel like I was working up to anything.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and I don't want to bring up start a war here, but the reason I always have preferred Battlefield over Call of Duty is because you have defined roles and every weapon is viable. So many times Call of Duty SMG just run in, the fastest gun wins, the faster fire rate, the faster draw. There's no suppression, so big, heavy machine guns are almost pointless.
SMGs make that game not fun.
Yeah. I would like for if Call of Duty gets to a point where every single weapon is viable, sniping, shotguns, assault rifles, heavy machine guns, it would be in a better place. This seems like it's on the right track because of your
the skills.
Class skill weapons.
So you got the guy with the faster weapon, but if you're not good at using your class, then I'm going to sneak up behind you, or I'm going to bring out my gigantic Gatling gun and just completely owns, or like you're going to turn a corner and get an arrow to the face, and all your friends around you are going to blow up. We still haven't played single player. I didn't get to play single player at the event that I went to. That was just multiplayer. I saw it played, much like we saw a demo of it today. So you can saw how it's swapping between the 4 different characters. But it sounds like really like what we need to see about Call of Duty is how, what are the other single player missions look like? How does progression happen in the game? How do I unlock new stuff? How do I customize my character? Did it have any of that? Because I know we could if we all pick the robot, all the robots look the same.
Yeah,
in the multiplayer match. But they mentioned there's going to be customization.
Yeah. My biggest question is for you, Brad and Ben and Jones. For me, I'm saying, wow, this is great. Am I going to buy it? And if I do, am I going to play it longer than a few weeks? Like, no matter how good this game is, are you still going to buy it even though we have a Call of Duty every single year?
There was this weird thing that happened, right? Where Advanced Warfare came out, and it was well received.
Yeah.
It reviewed well. I think it was well received by the fans. It was definitely a step above Ghost.
Yes.
And I felt like it had no longevity at all.
Yeah.
Like, it kind of had its week in the sun, maybe even a month, maybe a little bit longer.
Yeah.
But I feel like the community for Advanced Warfare isn't there. Have we truly reached the point of saturation? Like, regardless, as you said, of how good it is?
Yeah, Brad, if this game is incredible, would you buy it? Because Brad goes all the way back, Call of Duty 1, but is checked out as of Modern Warfare 3 probably.
No, before that.
Yeah, even before then, it was already enough. Yeah, it was already enough for you.
I was
then.
done, yeah.
Now we're getting them every year. If this game is like 9 point something.
No, I won't play it. I played the single player. I played the campaign if I did play it, but multiplayer.
But that's the interesting thing. They started with Kevin Spacey first and foremost going into Advanced Warfare. So we knew this story, whereas like we're kind of seeing these characters like, who is this guy? I don't really know. We're hearing voiceover in the trailers, like who's talking? Like we don't really have a lot of context to set up, why we'd be really into the story and why this single player could possibly one up other campaigns in the past. Sounds like multiplayer is the real driving force going into Black Ops 3. Maybe they know it. Maybe that's why it had a better showing at E3. And maybe that's why you played it and not the single player.
Hey,
yeah, maybe.
Team GT, 4-player co-op. Here we go again.
Yeah, no kidding.
You guys ready?
And when some of us might get our hands on other Black Ops 3 stuff throughout the week, so maybe we'll get a chance to actually play that single player and compare them. But I'm stoked that somebody else got to play Black Ops 3, and I'm stoked that you liked it because I liked it too. So
super fun.
Looking forward on killing you like these guys are behind
I
you,
know,
Hubert.
jeez. Massacre.
Well done.
Correct.
Hey, there's that pistol. Do I use it? I probably die immediately. Oh, I think I get some kills here.
Waiting for
Yeah,
it.
there it is.
Nice.
There it is.
Wait.
John Marston style with
We're going
this
until he
thing.
dies. When he's gonna die.
There's
Wait.
another one.
Oh.
Hey, got two.
Rough.
A
Not
for effort,
bad.
Hubert. A for effort. That was a good ending. We can stretch that out. That was great. So cool. Do we want to? We got other Ben stuff, or we talked about that?
Ben Moore.
Ben Moore.
Give me some of that, Ben.
Give me some of that Ben Moore hype.
Yeah, give me some of that Ben.
There is one game that the hype will come out on, and I think it's pretty obvious what it is on that list.
Yeah. Well, I hope so. Hey, you want to do it? You ready? You're ready. Oh yeah, it's live. We're live right now. Yeah. I was super casual there for a second.
Yeah, ready?
So E3, guys. Oh wait. All right. Composure. What did I bring my water back up?
Kyle came in,
looked
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 really
at us
confused
and left immediately.
That was bizarre.
Hard out.
I think that's pretty normal.
Oh, look at
Hard
this
out.
movement.
Hard
How
cut.
cool. Do you see that? Did anyone see that kill? It was really cool. I'm not even gloating like myself.
Do you guys
Like,
If anyone
How
else
else am I
did that, I
impressed?
would be like the wall run into a kill.
Yeah,
It's a
this
John
looks
Woo
fun.
movie.
Well done, Huber.
No. I'm terrible. Battlefield, though. Getting those objectives, capturing those
Yeah.
flags, capturing those
Battlefield.
points,
I'm just
arming
tossing
those
out med
M
packs.
con. Yeah, tossing
Yeah.
those packs.
Ammo
Reviving
Let's
Huber.
go.
Getting
Yeah.
the defibrillator.
Welcome to my life,
I'm
man.
throwing the ammo down.
JP time, baby.
JP time.
So you never really know what's just going to explode with Huber. You know, Huber's going to be excited about things.
Yeah.
But you know, like some game looks good, and you know something like Ghost Recon. You weren't really into that when they first attached that name onto. We were like,
cool.
what?
Yeah.
And excited, I believe, would pale in comparison to the reaction Huber got for seeing For Honor for the first time.
Yes.
And so this
Tell
is, you know,
me
this
everything.
this is one of those games that we have lots of questions for. I think the first question being,
This is not the game I expected you to pick.
Yes.
what of
Good
the stuff
job.
of the stuff that we
Throw
saw
those curveballs.
on stage? What else? What did you get to play that? Or was it
So I
something
did.
different?
I played so much of For Honor, and out of the things I played, without a doubt, it was the most impressive one. Out of the things that I played.
Yes.
Out of the things that you
Victory.
played,
Yeah.
everything you played today.
So I saw a bunch. I'm distinguishing between what I saw
Sure,
and what
sure.
I played. It is everything you and I have talked about wanting that game to be. That's exactly
Was it
what it is.
intimate?
It was. It was intimate, but it was more than that. So For Honor is this game where you have this team of we played as knights. You can also play as samurai and other characters, but everyone that I was playing with was a knight with a longsword, basically. And they ran us through this brief tutorial, and at first I was like very flummoxed. I'm like, oh no, this feels bizarre, because how it works is you use the right analog stick to kind of get the position that you want to be in, right? So if you want to attack to the left, you put the right analog stick to the left, and then you either hit light attack or heavy attack. If you want to attack from above, you put the left analog stick or the right analog stick up, and you attack from above. But that's also how you block. So if somebody is attacking you from the left, you have to have the left analog stick to the left in order to block them. And as you get better at the game, you can read based on what you see. So if somebody's coming at you and their sword is like this, you know they're very likely going to attack at you from the top. And what I fell in love with For Honor is that I learned very organically. There weren't like tooltips in front of my face. It was, I went in, got massacred, saw how I was attacked, learned, went right back to that jerk that killed me, and I said, you and I, let's fight, let's dance on this battlefield. And I took him down. And it was
That sounds awesome.
one of the most satisfying multiplayer kills I've ever had was that
But
moment.
I have a question. So
Yeah.
you died, and then you said you went back. So did
Yeah.
you start a new match, or are there respawns?
No, there are respawns,
Okay.
but there's a condition on that. So it is a control point style mode is what we played. And so there are these 3 points. And you try to be the first team to get to 1,000 tickets, essentially. And as you have dominance over a point, you gain tickets for as long as you have control. And once you reach 1,000, though, the other team can't respawn. So you have to kill all of them, or they can break you. And they break you by taking over one of your control points.
This is awesome.
It is awesome!
This is awesome.
I had an interview immediately after For Honor with Jason, the guy with the cane.
Yo!
He was the most excited human being. He was incredible, and he told me the story of how For Honor came to
guy
be.
is
And I'm not
hype.
kidding. Okay, this guy is the most intimidating person I've ever interviewed. I sit down on the couch. He's got the cane there with him. It's got this like silver top. He's got all these rings on. He's got this like huge mane of hair. And he says, "Hello, warrior." I'm like, okay, all right.
So into it.
And
I mean, that guy, that's like the best week of that guy's life.
Yeah.
He's got to sit on the secret for so long.
Yeah, and that's what he came across. And he said the first thing he said was, I said, "How did For Honor come to be?" And he said, "Well, I was doing mixed martial arts in Southern Los Angeles." I'm not kidding. I'm not making any of this up. And I was walking home from my mixed martial arts class, and I was thinking about, you know, how it felt. I wanted to capture the emotions of the battlefield. And he's like, well, maybe I can use the right stick for that. And he said, so I started prototyping things. And he told me, and I was shocked, He's been pitching this game for more than a decade. And he went around to everyone and shot down. He said, they told us we don't make this kind of game. And then he finally had success.
What do you attack with? What's your attack button?
So your attack button, you have two different attacks. So if you hit the bumper, that's a light attack.
Okay.
If you hit the right trigger, that is your...
The right bumper.
The right bumper is your light attack. The right trigger is your heavy
So
attack.
everything's on the right. So I'm doing all this with my...
You can't just
Right.
hit those buttons to attack. You have to point in a direction.
Right.
And you can't do it very quickly either. You have to kind of fake people out, right? You have to say like, okay, I'm going to trick him into think I'm going to be attacking from the left, and then I switch to the right and do a light attack. And then once I get the light attack in, I'm going to do a heavy attack from the top to finish him off.
It looks like you
Oh,
got
it's so
ranged
good.
attacks as well. Looks like we got like airstrikes or something.
Yes.
You can like pick a location.
So
and...
it's kind of a kill streak style thing. So as you gain points from your team, whether it's by killing the enemy or capturing points, there are also sort of these MOBA style minions that are on the battlefield that you need to clear out in order to capture a point.
Okay.
You can kill them instantly, but he said they're kind of for people that maybe aren't as good at the game that want to contribute. They can kind of go in and clear these things. Once you get enough points, you unlock different tiers of sort of essentially kill streaks. That's not what they're called in the game, but for the sake of simplicity, that's what I'm going to call them. The first one is you rally your troops, right? And so you have these AI buddies that you can see getting slaughtered on the battlefield, and you go up to them and you hit your kill streak and you rally them, and they're like, "Yeah, let's go!" And they rush on to the next point.
Do you give an epic speech?
No, it's a roar. It's just a
Okay.
roar.
It's a 5-minute speech. It's a little, we're not sure if it works.
Ride out.
Being too repetitive. Yeah.
The next tier of the kill streak, you can heal yourself.
Okay.
And you get actually multiple charges of that. Oh man, there's something I want to talk about immediately after this. The final one that you get is you can signal, you can target a point on the map, and you can call down a flaming boulder from a catapult. That's pretty cool. The one thing that I wanted to talk about, and this is where I sort of said, is this what you meant when you said capturing emotions on the battlefield? He says, yes, you get it, exactly. So once you kind of get locked in combat with somebody, right, you're in it. It's not easy to escape. And they sort of hammer this home. Once you get low on health, once you get to like your final life bar, your bar flashes red, and this happened to me. This was one of my like first encounters. My bar was flashing red. I said, "No, I need to escape. There's no way I'm going to win this fight." And because my health was so low, I couldn't sprint. I couldn't even run at a normal pace. I could only limp away. Wow. And so my character is trying to like limp away, get away from this battlefield. And the enemy knight just comes and runs his sword through me. And it was, it sucks to have that happen to you, but again, it created that moment where I felt scared and helpless, and the other guy felt triumphant. Because he killed me with a heavy attack, he got to do an execution and lop off my head.
Ben,
yeah,
you're saying how when your health is low, you're having trouble moving. Did it feel like Bushido Blade kind of? Remember on PS1 you get hit and you get weaker in that sense.
Yeah, I think Bushido Blade is a very, very good comparison. I also think Jedi Outcast were sort of those one-on-one Jedi duels. It also felt very much like that. But the thing is it's not just these one-on-one duels. It's a team game, right? And so the way that my team eventually rallied to victory is we wouldn't just take guys one-on-one. We would go and we say, hey, there's one guy at B. You and me, let's go and let's get him. And it's so much easier to kill somebody if you're
2-on-1. If you're the one, can you take two out? Or
you can.
My next question.
Yeah. You can. And that's sort of the thing, right? That's the emotions that he keeps coming back to you. Is you can do it. The defense system works in such a way where if you're a god at it, if you've really practiced, you can parry all of the attacks that are coming at you. And you can guard break, and you can get in, and you can definitely defeat 2-on-1 if you're good enough.
This all sounds like chivalry a lot to me, which I really like. Would you say this is like a better version of that?
I don't think it's necessarily better. It feels a little bit different by the nature of it being third person. But what I was most surprised at is I think For Honor is a very complex game that is super easy to understand. You do that 5-minute tutorial and you have a very solid grasp. Like they did an excellent job of mapping all of these actions onto one stick.
Ian Hink brought up a good point yesterday, actually. He said there's a lot of HUD. I noticed even when you're holding R to the different side, does that really even need to be there? Don't you know visually, like which side your blade is facing? Do you think
sure.
the HUD was obtrusive at all?
I think that's actually a very good criticism. I don't think the Ian Hink. I think that is a very good criticism. I don't think the right stick thing needs to be there, but my guess is that it is just there for the demo. I mean, these are people playing the game for the very first time. It's just a little bit of extra information.
Maybe there's a hardcore mode, no HUD at all.
Because
it shows their health too. That's really important if you know how much health someone has.
I actually like that information. I think it's important. If this was just one-on-one battles, maybe you could get away with it not being there. But because it's team-based, I think it's important for the health to be there. Hopefully, you can either remove the right stick thing in the final game, or it's just not there at all.
And I just had one last question. You were talking about the creeps.
Yeah, you can call them creeps.
I'm just gonna call them creeps. Is it wise for someone to push a lane by themselves with the creeps if they can die in one hit? Wouldn't it be wise to just be with all of them and kill all the opposing enemy creeps? Are your troops moving forward on the battlefield as you eliminate the other ones?
So your troops will move forward on the battlefield if they don't encounter resistance, right? And so that's what really this mode of For Honor is all about. It's not just sort of like picking a decision and going with it. The only time I had success is when I looked at the map as a whole and we addressed what areas needed our help.
So there's multiple armies fighting in different areas.
It's you're not really kind of going through this area. It's all open to you at once, and you need to figure out where you need to be.
Awesome,
dude. This is it. This is our game. This is our game. We say ride out in Heroes of the Storm.
Yeah.
It will have so much more meaning.
It looks so hardcore.
And you know what? I have to say, it ran almost flawlessly. It looked
pre-alpha.
fantastic. It looked fantastic. It ran super smooth.
How much longer?
Super impressive. Yeah.
I don't think there's a damn thing this man could have said that would have gotten us more excited for this game to confirm pretty much.
The emotions of the battlefield.
Yeah, that is the best thing. Any date?
The only thing we know is that they're going to do a beta in August.
Good beta summer, folks.
We'll be there. Beta in August.
Thanks for checking it out, Ben.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Beta in August.
How do you lock on? I didn't want to wrap up a Just Play with a lock on.
So you hold down. So that's actually kind of weird. And something that they do need to improve. I wish we would have said it during the Just Play, but I didn't think of it till now. Is when you hit the L2 button, I believe it is, you will just sort of lock into whatever character is closest to you. But that's not actually always what you want. Sometimes there are two bad guys, like one guy is a little bit closer to you, but you actually want to target the guy behind. That can be a little bit awkward, and I definitely think needs to see improvement.
We shall see.
We shall see.
We shall see, warrior.
Do we want to keep going? Have we worked from Guild Wars at all?
Yeah, that's done, man. That's wrapped.
They recorded it
shot that
separately.
off stage? Oh.
So we'll roll it in sometime.
Well, I knew you were getting some dinner while I was doing Just Plays, but they came in. How was that?
It was pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Cool. So we'll see how much time we have left out today after Just Plays, but that may be something we can check out later on in the show. But similarly to the way we did with Electronic Arts, Guild Wars 2 came in.
It's not gonna be done tonight.
No, that's not gonna be done tonight.
No, Don's.
No, you're not watching that. What are we talking about?
Don can only do so much. He's one man.
Kyle's in charge here.
It's gonna be tomorrow. It's probably gonna be tomorrow.
But that is Guild Wars 2 Guilds, correct? Can you give us
No,
some tease?
man.
What do we see?
Guild
What do we
Wars
see?
always have guilds.
Guild halls.
You made me look like the biggest idiot when I walked in the interview. Because Brandon, you've all week long you said, yeah, they have guilds now. So I walk in and they're like, oh, so you have guilds now? And they're like, yes, we're called Guild Wars. We've always had guilds.
It works.
First thing she said.
This is
guild halls is what they just added.
Right.
Yeah.
This is hysterical.
Yeah.
I just pronounced it wrong. I'm going to say Guild Halls.
Yeah. Guild halls.
But that was specifically what they showed off. And you can check that out tomorrow, sometime in the stream. I will not be on the stream tomorrow. I will be going to the show all day. I'll be on the stream tomorrow night, but kicking stuff off, I will probably not be on the stage when we roll that package. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. And we need to get through all of these, right? What did you do? What did you talk about? What was it Just Play you did before I came on? Just got eating dinner.
Before you came on?
Yeah.
Oh, they were talking about some stuff that wasn't on the list because we were still doing the PC game.
So they didn't actually do a Just Play.
We did 0 Just Plays
Right.
before you arrived.
Oh boy, we got some stuff to talk about here, folks. Yeah, we still got 1, 2, 4 more of these to do.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I have to go get a glass of water. I'm dying.
Do it. Go get a glass of water. I'll talk to Huber.
I'm gonna stall for you, Ben.
Thank you.
'cause I
I'll
want
get
you
it
to be a
now.
part
I'll
of
step
this.
in. I'll step in.
Well, you got 2 of them. What do you want? Both of them? Your other 2? These are your other 2. Look at the one in the middle of the page there. There's the
I
other
know.
2.
I know what's coming.
I know what I saw today, Jones.
I know what's
So
coming.
you want to wait for Huber to come back before we talk about that?
Huber's right here.
I'm going to talk to Ben.
It'll be that in 1
He's a
minute.
little loopy. You should
One
get a
minute.
water too.
You should have heard me this morning, Huber. I was talking about the Nintendo press conference, and I literally or the Nintendo Direct, and I must have said like 10 times. I was like, what they should do is they should come out on stage, and Kyle's like, there's no stage. It's a Direct.
Yeah, we're
For
a
the
little
10th
loopy
time, there's no stage.
I just found out that Metroid game is from Next Level.
Oh.
Yeah, who knew? I feel really bad for making fun of it so bad.
It's still worth making money.
What's up? It's still worth making fun of?
Yeah, what does that tell you that you know that they're working on that game? Like, what does that change about it?
That's Luigi's Mansion 2. That's like Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon. Yeah.
Right. But even the best developers can phone in a game, just being like, what do you want us to? Okay, we'll make this really quick.
But Luigi's Mansion 2 is not phoned in. That game
It's
is
not.
so good.
But the first time you saw Luigi's Mansion 2,
Ian's blinking at us. That's the worst. What if all of us just did this every time we wanted to
Well,
speak?
If you wore the headphones, you would be able to hear me. when I
Okay,
speak.
all right. Headphones on. What's up, Ian?
Well, now I derailed the conversation and I feel bad. I just wanted to like cue my question ahead of time because I just get ignored and then you move on to something else. and
Sure,
then-
sure.
Anyway,
and then you
just,
take your time asking it.
I know.
and
I'm
it's a whole
sorry. I
big
love
procedure.
you. I'm sorry. So wait, I came in halfway through the For Honor thing. Is it a MOBA? You were using lane and stuff.
That ain't a MOBA.
So
That
there
ain't a
is-
MOBA.
There's partial laning. There are lanes that your creeps go through. There are multiple objectives on the battlefield that need to be addressed at any given time.
Okay.
4-on-4 battles. When you die, you respawn.
Okay.
But when you get a certain amount of points, you're not able to respawn
And what
anymore.
system is it on? Xbox,
For Honor, what
PS4?
systems? What systems for Honor?
I'm sorry. We just do this whenever we need to just Google something now.
Oh. Wow.
We couldn't just
I
Google.
believe-
All right. Everyone say goodbye to Bossman's mic.
Jeez. On edge.
I believe I am 90% sure that the platforms are PS4, Xbox One, and PC.
Okay, thanks.
That seems reasonable. Yeah.
No, you don't get a mic. You don't have a mic anymore.
They can still hear me. I can project.
All right.
What are we talking about next?
I'll tell you what we're talking about next.
Yeah.
We're talking about a good game. A game that I'm hoping I get to play sometime later at the show. Kind of curious under what conditions Mr. Michael P. Huber played this game that we're about to talk about.
Here it is. Here it is.
So before you guys got here, whoa,
So
did
intense.
we lose
This
someone? What's
one
going
is-
on here?
this
Come
is
on, guys.
intense. I know what's coming.
I know what's coming.
All right. Before you guys got here, we were talking about the different press conferences. We were trying to pick like what was the winner. You know, like what out of these things, what was like the creme de la creme of the press conference. Sony, there were like 5. You know, it was like, well, it's one of these 5. We're not sure exactly what it is. And we're going through and we're just like, okay, Electronic Arts. Oh, but Battlefront. Duh. I see Star Wars on this list. I'm assuming it's not the Old Republic expansion pack.
Definitely not.
We're talking about Star Wars
Yes.
Battlefront right now.
Yes.
I'm not saying the Old Republic isn't great. I'm not saying that expansion pack is going to bring a lot of resources that desperately needed to that MMO.
That's what you said?
But come on, folks.
So tell me this isn't a dream scenario. I don't know if the viewers remember Chris Wynn. But lo and behold, right when I'm going to do all of my Star Wars Battlefront stuff, who joins my party? Chris Wynn. We did all of it together.
That's
Whoa,
so great.
It was the best.
Really cool.
Did that positively affect your perception of this game?
Oh,
Did that skew you in either way?
I bounced my hype right off Chris Wynn, and he bounced it right back. Oh yeah.
So right now we're checking out survival mode. We got this amazing trailer during the Sony press conference where we
Yeah.
got to see Hoth in all of its glory. Got to
Yeah.
control different vehicles. We got in X-wings. We got in TIE fighters. We got on and at like bomb and stuff. And we saw Vader pop out at the end.
Mm-hmm.
What mode did you play? What did you do? I want all of it.
Okay. 2 modes. Did the Horde mode, co-op, local split screen. That was the behind closed doors.
Just 2 players.
Hands-on, yeah. That was 2 players.
That was you and Chris Wynn?
So Chris Wynn wasn't able to play it that.
Oh, okay.
part.
Got it.
But he was there. He was like, these aren't PS4s. There's no way. They're Titans under here. There's no way. Because this game split screen is running and looks perfect.
Wow.
perfectly. Not a hiccup, not a hitch, no glitches. It looked fantastic. So you can switch between third and first person. I think all that stuff's been stressed, but it was really intense. The stormtroopers just flood in from each side. There were 6 waves. I think he said there's going to be 16 waves in the final build. It was a struggle. Wave 5 and 6 we were nervous. Like when we beat it, the guy next to me, we didn't say a word the entire time. But when we beat that wave 6, vocal high five. It's like, yes!
Vocal.
Yeah, it was vocal. It played really well. You have your jetpack is tied to R1. It's on a cooldown.
Meaning everybody gets his jetpack. Doesn't matter what class you have.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, we both had it, so I'm pretty sure everyone had the jetpack. I was a little confused on the abilities. You have like a Destiny style shield that you could use. There are battle pickups throughout the map that you can go. Each time you use your shield, you can recharge it.
I've seen that used against an airstrike. The green lasers from the sky.
So that one is your super move.
Oh, okay.
Which again is like Destiny. That you push down L1, R1, and that comes up. Holding triangle. See that one right there?
Yeah.
That one's like an offensive one. There's another one that's like a shield that comes over you, and you can't be hit.
And that's OP.
It was really strong because the stormtroopers have it.
Oh.
And oh my god, they take hits. You're just unloading on these things a million times. Shield does not go down. There were times when they would just keep advancing on me with their shields, and I'm just shooting wildly. Like, what do I do? Dead. You get lives depending on how well you clear a wave.
Are those the hearts we see?
Yeah. If you die, you can come back by using a heart, or you can wait for your partner to try to finish the round.
Yeah.
So it's, risk versus reward.
I got this, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
ATSTs are a force to be reckoned with when they come. They destroy everyone. You definitely want to get a battle pickup. You want to get a rocket. But yeah, it was pretty standard horde mode. There was a pod that it just showed right there. You have to, certain waves will have you defend a point, which I thought was really cool. It wasn't just like, okay, survive the rounds. There's an objective, which really mixed it up. It forced you to go to a different place. We failed the objective one time. We didn't defend. We got overrun, but nothing really happened. So, and then I asked him.
Maybe just
the guy
optional.
didn't know, yeah.
Like maybe you can get a bonus.
Maybe
if
it
you
took a
pull
life.
off.
I just didn't notice. That'd be really cool. If you failed that objective, that you would just lose a life.
Does anything cool happen on that final round?
Nothing cool because it was only wave 6, and they said there was going to be 15 or 16 total.
Oh, so the cool thing will happen on that 16th wave.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but it was standard.
But one of two
but
modes.
Really fun.
What was the other mode?
The real deal. The 40-man Hoth.
40.
Oh man.
40-man Hoth battle, Jones.
40 people alive
I'm
at E3
so
Yes!
playing this
jealous
game.
that you get to
Yes!
play this.
Cool.
It's there on the
So
floor.
is this a
You
40
can
person
play.
appointment, or did you go? Was this at the booth?
This
And
is
it's
there.
Like people are in line.
This
wait
is
in
there
line,
in
and
line.
they-
Yes,
Okay.
this is there.
All right. Which
It
side
is-
are you on?
We were rebels.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I wanted to be
Right.
Yo, that stormtrooper armor in the snow, camouflage.
Yeah.
That's the whole point.
Yeah. So, played a lot of Battlefield in my day. This has given me a Battlefield vibe, but a little more focus. So I love playing Battlefield 64 player. That's the only way I like to play it. 64 large conquest. There are moments in Battlefield when sometimes the map is too big. You're kind of off away from everything. You got to get back to the fight.
Yeah.
And then there are moments that are the complete opposite when there are just too many people. Now it's like Call of Duty. You spawn, you die. You spawn. There's just chaos everywhere. This felt so perfectly balanced with the size and the scale and the amount of players at any given time.
How was the size determined? Did you find yourself like, I'm gonna run over this cliff? Whoop! There's the end of the map. I didn't see that coming. Like, was there any of that, or was it really clear? Like,
It was clear,
Okay,
yeah.
I know where I need to go, and if I go that way, what's the point? I should stay focused on where I need.
Yeah,
to
it was
be
clear.
in the
So you have your objectives. Have the objectives been talked about at all?
Kind of. I've seen terminals. Like I saw the Endor mission. There were definitely objectives in that. Like you had to call in
So
the
we're going up to
Y-wings.
this satellite dish over here.
Here's
yeah.
where the hype begins.
Okay.
Okay, so this is where I actually kind of liked being Rebels. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm glad I was. So these AT-ATs are pushing forward constantly. They're just you don't want to be anywhere near these things. They're just relentlessly shooting down anyone in their path. Now they have a health meter, both of them, 100%, and that's constantly ticking down through the course of the map. The Imperial's objective is to get those AT-ATs all the way to a certain place to blow up the power
That
core or
weird
whatever
generator.
in the movie.
Yeah.
The Rebels can have to go to certain points on the map, like uplinks. You control those uplinks, and those summon Y-wings that do additional damage to the AT-ATs. And there are other objectives, like an EMP blast, that makes the AT-ATs vulnerable. So when they're vulnerable, they're susceptible to rockets and any kind of machine gun fire.
Cool.
So everyone just starts shooting those. Now the battle pickup on the map, there's an X-Wing and a speeder. You pick up the battle pickup.
Yeah.
You hold L1 R1. You do a little cooldown. You are now inside the X-Wing
this.
or the land speeder like
we are.
this.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was like, the guy was standing right there. I was freaking out. I was like, tow cables. How do I bring this thing down?
Yeah.
He's like, it's got to be vulnerable. Wait for it. So I'm just strafing back and forth. I see AT-STs. I'm picking them off because I know, land speeder versus AT-ST, you're done.
Yeah.
So I'm just going back and forth. You have a little boost mechanic that you can do.
Yeah.
So the things are vulnerable. He goes, they're vulnerable. Hit it. So I go, tow cables initiated. This little mini game happens. There are 4 dots. Okay,
Whoa.
This is awesome. There's 4 dots and a meter, and with each dot that you do, the meter shrinks. You have to hold the right stick steady in the middle.
Cool.
So you're going around, and as people are shooting you, it's gyrating, and the meter's going up and down, and with each one, the meter is slower or lower, so your margin of error is less.
Yeah.
But the enemy team keeps shooting you like 100 times.
Yeah. They know what you're doing.
Breaks your tow cable.
Oh.
So I tried like 3 tow cables. Like the third one, get down to the last dot. I'm like, this is it. I'm bringing this thing down. Match ends.
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
We lose. I was so sad. The guy was like, you almost had it. You were so close. That was it. Biggest unfortunate thing, there was no Luke Skywalker, no Darth Vader prowling the map. There were no Jedis or Sith anywhere. No heroes, no Boba Fett.
Here at E3, or they just didn't show up in this particular match?
Yeah, they do not show up at all, I guess. They were disabled.
Got it.
I would have given almost anything to be in that room to hear, how do I bring it down?
How do I bring it down?
It's vulnerable. Hit it.
So jazzed up.
You know what's crazy to me about this game is Battlefront never looked good. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It was always like it compensated for how big it was by like looking okay. This looks so good.
This looks incredible. Even the
Yes.
hallway on Hoth was like, whoa.
The sound,
Like,
the
when we
sound
first
is a
saw it.
joke. Battlefield always gets praised on its looks. Battlefield 3 and 4 have, in my opinion, like Last of Us style, the best possible sound design ever in a video game is Battlefield. When you put on your headphones, you are transported into the battle all around you. You combine that with these iconic noises, it
All straight
felt
from the
like
archives.
you were in
And
Star
that-
Wars. You were living Star Wars.
And again, like just something to point out, like the accuracy and like how much work that they've put into this. Like, I'll praise Disney Infinity. I love that game. But like when that first trailer came out and Han's like running on the Tauntaun, it was like, it was like, what was that? I don't know. Like that was like that was some sound effect that Disney was like, that laser blast, whatever. And like these guys are like you see the documentaries, they got like the Stormtrooper helmets. I mean, that's even why at the press conference they like, we got to show you that Stormtrooper helmet again. This is in game. We can't believe it.
Yeah.
Because they're so happy to have all these resources, like the interiors of the TIE fighters, like all the sound effects.
So
Crazy.
the guns too. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I have a burning question.
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
had it since you started this.
Yes.
So, whenever games you can switch between third person and first person.
That's funny.
One of them is compromised. Like one of them is just straight up not as good.
Yeah.
Do you feel it? Did they get it? Did they nail it?
So glad Chris Wynn was there. Chris Wynn was like, I want to play first person, but third person is OP. You can see around corners, you know? Third person, you have way more awareness, but when you zoom in, it's a little different. I know they zoom in some of these trailers in both third person and first. When you're in vertical, you have more of a reticle, more precision, I feel like, in first person, but more visibility in third. So I was kind of switching back and forth. Down on the D-pad switches sides. You can do left or right, and you hold it, and it goes into first or third. You just keep.
Not to mention immersion, first person. You know, you're there. You are that.
That's
you
why
are that
yeah.
stormtrooper. You are that rebel soldier.
Did you?
So they both felt well. They both felt great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's my question.
But I mean, it's really hard to tell. I mean, I only played for 30-ish minutes. It's hard to tell if one of them will be OP. I mean, clearly third person you see way more, but first person, zooming in, you have the scope.
How long was your match? To wrap things up, final question.
20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Whoa. 20 minutes.
20 on 20
marathon
for 20 minutes.
Battle.
I'm doing it. That's like the first thing I'm going. I don't care what my first appointment is tomorrow. I'm going
Doors
straight
open.
over there,
Run
checking this
over
out.
there.
Go.
And you know, it was your job. I'm grateful for you for checking this out, but you also suck, Huber.
I'm sorry.
But thank you for reporting, man.
Darth
I can't
Maul
wait.
and Battlefront Jones just digging
You had a good
the
Star Wars day.
knife deep in your belly.
Yep. But hopefully, I will come back tomorrow and be like, Huber's right. It's awesome. Thanks, Hubes.
Yeah. I remember when
That less than 20 minutes? That was pretty
I got
long.
I got the X-wing.
That was pretty long. Yeah, it was good though.
I got the X-wing
It
immediately.
was good. It was like
Had no idea what I was
18.
doing. Classic Battlefield.
Yeah.
Immediately got in the X-wing, crashed head first into the AT-AT.
Not bad. Yeah.
Did it hurt
But
it?
then the land. No. No, it just exploded.
Also,
So
I think those are A wings, not Y wings.
These are snow speeders.
No, the
Y-wings are the bombers.
Y-wings are the bombers.
The
Yeah,
Y-wing
yeah.
Oh, they're
bombers.
way up.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can fly those?
No, I'm not sure if you can fly them.
No, you can't.
You call 'em in.
Yeah, those
Yeah.
get summoned in.
Those are your
to attack
airstrikes.
the AT-ATs, yeah.
Love Y-wings.
Yeah. Awesome.
The pickups before we move on to the next just played, were those just for you? Were you like, if there were two guys that like
No.
saw that X-wing pop up, like
He
could they just
could
make
grab
a
it,
bowl
yeah.
for it? Okay.
Yeah. So they're all over.
Because I was talking about, I played Halo Warzone last night, and one of the things that's cool about that is when you like summon a vehicle, like it's yours, like you get it, and so you can like give it to somebody if you want. You can just hop out and be like, here's it goes, take it, or you can just hop in that immediately. It's not like this helicopter spawns for anybody, and then some idiot grabs it and crashes it right away.
So Ben Moore. This is like an Overwatch situation. Battlefront is done. Just
What?
release it.
Come on.
Just
Why?
release it.
Why do they do this?
Like it's
one match.
perfect.
Do you know why it is?
It's perfect.
It ain't done. It ain't done.
No, here's what it is.
Just
I'm
release it.
convinced
It's only shown 3 heroes. There's
That's all
gotta,
we need.
there's gotta be at least
what
10
DICE
in this
is
game.
doing with Star Wars Battlefront and what Blizzard's doing with Overwatch is they're like, they don't deserve it yet. We're gonna sit here in our offices and play it every day, all day. We're not even working anymore. The game's done. We're just playing it. Cause you're not working.
Can you blame them?
No, that's what
No,
I
I
would
think
do.
this is.
I'm just joking.
They are
by the
showing
way.
off a game at E3 this year that they have clearly worked a great
So-
deal on.
I have a quick question for Kyle.
Yeah, what's up?
Multiplayer only, Kyle. You're not into it.
I'll play
You
through.
love Star Wars.
I'll
Are
give
you
it
gonna
some
play
time.
this?
Is what I'll do is I'll give it some time.
Give it some
You
time.
know, I'll have like a week.
I am personally offended
Yeah, come on.
that Kyle will not ride out with us.
Kyle, ride
I
out.
will ride out. I will
Yeah.
ride out.
Okay.
And but then I'll be like, okay,
I ride out. See you later.
it's been great.
All right, we got 1, 2, 3 more of these to do. I'm going to start with the one on these that I'm actually least excited about.
Yeah.
Let's just wrap it up.
Eat your pizza crust first.
I'll get one more. Yeah, exactly. I don't eat pizza crust at all. Which is a question about this game. Is this pizza crust that I'm going to eat? That's
Sure.
the question.
All right.
Or just have to review, and then I got to just shove it back.
Whoa.
I got to drink lots of fluids, and then just
know
let
what's
the
coming.
pizza crust get soft in my
don't.
mouth, and then just swallow it down. So we got one more from Ben Moore, and one more for Hugh, and then we'll go back to Ben Moore for the last one.
'Kay.
Okay.
Like spice it up.
Is
Yeah.
it single-
We haven't done the one I'm most excited about yet.
Well, I don't think it's this one, so there you go. Okay, so I know which one you're excited about, and I'm curious about it, and I'm sure the viewers at home are curious about. But all right. So,
It's gotta be in the edit.
it's gotta be set. You know?
Let's go.
Yeah.
You just I don't know. Just imagine Ian or Don in the editing room. He's just like fast forwarding through these. And
Yeah,
he's just
yeah.
like, oh, Brandon did his shoulder thing. Okay.
Oh, I'm
starting
writing
here.
down time.
What I love
codes.
is
I'm writing down time code, so
you're
we don't
writing
have
down
to do
time
that
codes, okay.
later.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
There's a live audience who gets like see behind the scenes of how Just
this
Plays
is-
work. It's very
This is how
fun.
you're gonna get this the whole week. You're
Yeah,
gonna get
yeah.
Just Plays with me coming back.
Nothing
and talking
gets
about
by
stuff
Ian.
like that.
You do anything weird on a Just Played or anything.
Use
He
some-
knows. He knows.
Use the
exactly.
time code right
Yeah.
now. Ben Moore, I really, 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 really selfishly enjoy the Assassin's Creed franchise, and am grasping for reasons why. Not that I should play this game because I'm going to play Syndicate. I know it's going to happen, but why I should really be excited about this game. Because there's just a lot of, I don't know, it's not hooking me like other games have before. And I'm the first to defend. It's just some franchises you just love. And so a lot of people talked about, I have franchise fatigue with Grand Theft Auto and Assassin's Creed. I'm always the one defending it. And I'm just stepping away from defending this game because I'm just not sure.
Sure.
But you got to check it out. Did you get to play it?
I did.
Okay, that's huge.
I played a lot of
Okay.
Assassin's Creed Syndicate, and I'm torn completely in very opposite
I
directions.
love when Ben is torn.
He's
I
at
am
least
torn.
At least we got torn.
I am torn.
love
Nothing's
There
like Ben's
are
torn.
Yeah.
things about it that I loved and
Whoa.
thought were. It made me want to play Assassin's Creed game more than I have in years, and then there were things that were completely and utterly terrible.
Start with love.
Start with love.
Yeah.
Okay, so the thing that I loved is I loved the characters, and that's a big deal for me. I think when Assassin's Creed is on its A game, and I'm gonna say it, I don't think it is very often. They can have some incredible characters that I love. I'm not gonna lie, I love Ezio Auditore.
Ezio is a legend.
There was like.
Legend status.
The only reason I collected all of the feathers in Assassin's Creed 2 was because I felt connected to Ezio. I liked controlling that character. I liked how he interacted with the world.
And you know
so
how
I
much
wanted to
Ezio
do
loves
everything.
feathers. I mean, it's
He
documented.
was getting him for his sister, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Context.
right. There you go.
It
He
ended
wanted
up,
them.
the payoff was kind of a letdown, but I'm still glad I did it. So you play as two twins in Syndicate. They're the Fry twins. And what I love about them is they have this confidence in each other. And they have a very interesting dynamic. So the guy is extremely cocky, does not take crap from anyone. You know, Ezio was kind of a playboy, kind of a like a Han Solo character, you know, too cool for school. The Fry, the male Fry, is just kind of like a punk. He'll just get in your face and he'll find your weak point and he'll just like spit it out at you, you know? Like he's one of those guys that finds your weak point and then just twists the knife. And what's cool about it is the girl, it doesn't feel like she's kind of his support. She doesn't feel like his backup. She feels completely on his level in a totally different way. She's a lot more serious. It's clear that she has herself put together a lot better. But at the same time, she's not afraid to kind of throw in a one-liner at the right time. And they opened up this scene where they had this friend that was running this business. And it was clear that this friend wanted them to kind of go a certain way. And they decided to go a completely different direction, and the friend that they had was getting super flustered, and the male Fry just kind of said, "Hey, tough luck," and like slammed his mug of ale down and left. And then the girl was like, "You know, sorry about that, but yeah, we're gonna go this way," and then like coolly walked out as she put on her hood. And they exuded so much personality that I wanted to see their stories through to the end.
That is getting me hyped, Ben.
Yeah.
That's what he
Well,
loves.
it's interesting because the cockiness is actually what I didn't like. Is because I did like this learning phase. You know, going into with these characters being like, what assassins? What are those? You know, and then they learn a bit about that. They get the skills. You know, and it slowly affects their personality, and you see how they grow as a character through what they learn about the creed. And it just seems like Jacob has no growth. You know, it's just like he's going to be an ass at the beginning, he's going to be an ass at the end, and then that's it. That's the whole game. You know, it's like it seems like I'm starting with this character 40% of the way through the story, as opposed to I'm like, where's this Jacob? You know, they're like, I think there was one sentence that I've repeated this on videos before, but they're like, Jacob was born to rule the streets, and you're like, well, the game's over then, I guess.
I
Cool.
see. I see where you're coming from, and I think that's
You know, it's like in Star Wars, they're like, you know, the Jedi were born to rule the galaxy.
But
It's like,
what if
they
I
weren't.
what if I
You know,
told
there's
you
no-
everything I did in my gameplay demo, everything that he did, he was doing it for a reason, right? It's very clear that he grew up in a rough environment where he was trampled by people that just had more than he did, and now as an assassin, he gets to defend those people. Every single thing that I did in my demo, he did for the impoverished people of the borough. So I think as long as there's good motivation behind it, I can appreciate that cockiness.
Yeah, I guess the vibe I got is that he did it for himself. He did it to feel awesome.
That's not the vibe I got.
Because I mean, the gameplay ends with him and Evie like standing on the thing, being like, "We're awesome," you know, and like that was the first thing we saw. And then it's just like, no, but he's really a man of the people. And you're like, okay, you know,
I don't know.
you can say that on paper. I'm just not feeling that. I mean, I got more of a juice out of what you just said,
Mm-hmm.
being like he got kicked around when he was a kid. It's like I need to see that. You know, I need to have an impetus for like why I specifically care about not only taking over the rich people in this society and bringing the man down. It's like that's just inherently exciting. But why I want to see Jacob do it, this guy specifically. So I dig it. Yeah, you're selling me more on the character than they have.
I think that after you said what you said, I definitely could see the game going that direction, but they sold me, man. That demo,
mechanics. I mean, we spent a lot of time talking about characters, but when we got carriages, we got your your grappling hook in the game.
Mm-hmm.
We have looks like like new takedowns is something that like looks like a lot more like fisticuffs and brawling and stuff like that.
Yes.
So like grabbing your leg and slamming you down and stuff, as opposed to just kind of like this artful dance of blades that we're used to in prior Assassin's games. So of the systems that are currently at work in Syndicate, what was your favorite? What did you dig?
The coolest one is definitely the how you can create basically a grappling point from any two buildings essentially, and you can just shoot it and you just zip over there and you're there, and it added even more fluidity to the movement that I greatly appreciated. The downside is I don't know if I liked any other mechanic.
Going up a building super fast? That's kind of nice.
It is super nice, and that's the thing I love. That's the tool that I love. But you were talking about this emphasis on fisticuffs, and there absolutely is. I feel like when you kind of get close together, I didn't have a sword that I could use. I just used my fist, and I got in there and I punched guys. I didn't have breast knuckles. Maybe they're in the game. I don't know. But the problem that I had with this is it seems like they're trying to make the combat more interesting, right? Where in Assassin's Creed, the problem that I had is you could be facing an entire army
50.
and you just go counter, counter, counter. You're
Like
dead,
Middle
you're
Earth.
dead, you're dead, you're dead. And there was no skill to it. There was no finesse. I didn't feel like I was accomplishing anything. I feel like in Syndicate, they take away a lot of the kind of UI telegraphs. You don't have that like flash or slowdown. You have to be aware of when somebody is attacking you, and you have to be able to counter it without sort of anything signaling you. But while that was cool at first, the attacks are so deliberate that once again, I felt like I was going through the motions and just countering punch, punch, punch. The final thing that I did in the demo is a gang war. It was just this street brawl where the crowd was surrounding us, and we had to take out this gang. And all I had my fists, I had throwing knives, I had poison darts, and my gun. But I was like, no, I'm going to take out all these guys with my fists.
Just your fists.
But it was too simple. I just countered everybody, and then they were all dead, and I was done in a minute. And I was just like, no, the build-up and the way the scenes look, it should be. I hate it when other people use this word, but it should be more visceral. You know, it just it felt systematic.
It just happens.
It just happened.
That will happen a bunch of times to fill up the map, basically.
Right. Exactly. The other thing is, I think they stole this. Maybe they didn't steal that out of Mordor. Maybe it was conceptualized around the same time. But there are sort of these fire pits where thugs will sort of gather around, and you can shoot poison darts into the fire pit, and it will create an area of effect blast. And anyone caught in that blast, they'll go berserk and they'll start fighting each other. And that sort of reminds me of Shadow of Mordor with the poison.
Rogue did that, didn't you?
Did it do it in Rogue? I didn't
Blood?
play Rogue.
Didn't Rogue have like a cloud AOE like stun berserk mode where you could like make them fall asleep? You could like shoot a grenade and that would blow up, and then everyone in the grenade would like all freak out and start attacking each other, or fall asleep, or die, or.
Yeah, I think something along those lines. I'm trying to remember. I'm also trying to.
There's your definitive answer, everybody.
The idea that they're all like warming up next to some fire pit and then just explode in a poison cloud that makes them hate each other to death is so funny to me.
It is funny, but again, I like it in open world games when they don't telegraph your options so explicitly.
Oh, I know.
Right?
Yeah, it's just like, get away from that
It's
fire.
like,
yeah.
hey, here's this flashing fire pit. Maybe you should put a poison dart in there. It's like, you're basically hand-holding me through this. I don't feel inventive doing this. It's just like some
Well,
little
and there's like
thing
planks
that I
you can
do.
shoot out, and the like
Yeah,
environmental
but
stuff.
it's
you
like
can
they're
drop
glowing.
On people.
It's just
yeah,
all of
and
it
it's
is
like,
so
what
obvious.
Dude, what are you doing standing directly underneath?
There's also just, I know the game isn't finished, but God, was it rough?
Really?
Yeah, there was this big brawler guy. They're kind of the toughest guys to take out if they spot you. And I was sneaking around, and the guy walked right in front of me. It could I was almost touching him, and he didn't get alerted or anything.
You know that I don't hate anything more than when that happens in a stealth game.
Vision
when
cones.
You are kneeling a foot away from someone and they don't see you.
It just makes me think, why am I even going through the effort of sneaking if it doesn't
why?
matter?
Yeah.
So that happened, and that was a huge bummer. The other thing that really got me and totally broke the scene for me was that I saw the same faces. So you have these different character types, right? So you have the bruiser that has a lot of health that's hard to take down.
And he's like the bald guy,
Yeah,
correct?
yes,
Yeah.
he's the bald guy.
You called it, Kyle.
Yeah.
And then you have sort of this guy in the top hat that's like the scouter. If he sees you, he'll go like raise the alarm.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you have this sort of this woman that has a dagger, and she's very agile, and she'll attack you super quickly. For each of these archetypes, I saw the same faces probably for each of them at least a half dozen times. Like, not only in the one mission, in the one area where I had to go and find and kill somebody, I saw the same face repeated again and again and again. And then in the gang fight, it was like those people that I killed in the mission were back suddenly. They had the exact same shirt on, they had the exact same face, and I'm like, it's ridiculous.
Every burrow has a knife, lady.
Yeah, exactly. So that was a huge bummer.
Because Assassin's Creed 2 culmination of the franchise. I'm sorry.
2 was the culmination of
Yes.
one game?
Assassin's Creed 1 and 2.
Yeah.
2 is the best.
All right.
2 is the best Assassin's Creed because it had the creator of the franchise. He did 1 and 2 and then he left.
Executing his vision.
2, in my opinion, is the best Assassin's Creed. It has the best character, has the best story, has the most meaningful side quest. Building Montenegro and the city and upgrading your shops. That was awesome. And then Assassin's Creed 4 was another fantastic game in the series because it added meaning to things as well. Upgrading your ship felt extremely rewarding and extremely valuable and meaningful because taking on the Man of Wars was really, really, really
Oh, I remember
hard.
that. That's cool. It was like the optional bosses.
The
basically.
optional bosses.
I loved
It
that.
was really hard to do. You had to work for it. And so many of the other Assassin's Creeds, you're just doing things to do. There's no payoff whatsoever. Did they hint at any kind of systems in this? Are you building your gang?
So the gang burrow
Yeah.
is that. So when you successfully do one of these gang wars, those people join your side.
Yeah.
But I didn't get to see the extent to that mattered. You know, I didn't see like, okay, what are these people going to do for me? Is the bald guy going to go beat up people? I don't know. So I do want to end on a positive note though, and I want to gauge your thoughts on this. So after I killed the guy in the area that I was supposed to kill him in, they fast forward and they had me do another mission essentially, and I had to. It was a classic Assassin's Creed chase scene, right? So you're like, oh no, you're trying to kill me? I'm going to run away, and so you chase after them, and then you get into this cart, right? This buggy, if you will, and she's in her own. And you have to chase after her, and I love the way that the buggies felt, right? You get unlimited boost, but if you're boosting while you're turning, your buggy will like turn on one wheel, and it just it has this sort of this looseness to it that felt realistic and believable. And what I liked about it is what I could have done is I could have whipped out my pistol and shot this woman if I was skilled enough to get close to her.
Nathan Drake.
Or if I could if I ran out of ammo, which I absolutely did, I could have, if I got close enough, I could have jumped from my buggy while the horse was still running onto her buggy, clambered over to her, and stuck my assassin's blade in her head, and that would have been awesome. And what's cool is if you do that, you don't have to do the gang war. You're one step ahead, and that's another sequence that you don't have to go through. If you fail and she reaches her objective, your last out is this final brawl in the street. And I like that. I like that sort of more difficult objective up front.
Brad knows. I'd fail on purpose. I want that brawl. I want that brawl on the streets.
The chase was way more interesting than the brawl, though, unfortunately.
So does it sound like work can be done? I mean, what you played today, is it just like, hey, that's Syndicate? Or like, maybe they'll take the lessons that they learned from E3, the lessons that they learned from Unity, and apply that, to this game, hopefully, and polish it up? I mean, fingers crossed.
I hope so, but I feel like the things that I'm complaining about have been complaints for a very long time, right? So the stealth not feeling quite right. They're being repeated faces. That was a complaint in Unity as well. So I hope so. I'm going to play it. I'm on board. Like I said, I want to see the story of those characters through. But
They've got us.
I have reservations.
They've got us. We're invested. It's really hard to back out. Who was saying that if they take a year off, everyone will bail? Someone was saying that yesterday.
Ouch.
Someone was saying if they take a year off from
Omar.
Assassin's Creed.
But
Omar was saying that because Brad, he's caught up reluctantly.
Yeah. Well, now I gotta play this
Yeah,
one too.
I guess I have to play
Out of
this.
obligation.
People won't bail if when it comes back it's something huge and different.
But what I don't like is they don't respect the fans.
Yeah.
What are they doing with the modern timeline story? It's like it's not there, right?
Yeah.
What's going on?
No idea what's
Not focusing on it. Decide, it's just not. It's not inspiring.
They're
them at the moment.
waiting. They have two trump cards. This franchise has two trump cards. One trump card, feudal Japan. Hurry it up already. Second trump card, futuristic. Futuristic Assassin's Creed or modern. You catch up. The entire game is the present day stuff.
And I will end on
Present
this
or future.
because I've thought about this.
Third
a great
trump
deal.
card.
I got a third trump card.
Third trump card.
You invade other games and assassinate other video game characters.
Yes! Oh, Kyle Bossman, I love you.
So like, you
you
go into Deus Ex and you have to assassinate Adam
my
Jensen.
Gosh, yes. I would buy this in a
If
second.
we don't get that, I would like to have a futuristic game where you go back and play everybody. So you play Altair, you play Ezio, you play Connor, you play everybody.
How's that
That's a
futuristic?
good
Get a little
idea.
side because you're in the future. You're in where they're, like you're basically John Connor getting in the machine and going back. Like you're there, when the technology was at its peak, when Abstergo, when like that final war,
You go Terminator style. Someone is using the Animus to mess up the timeline.
Yep.
Right.
You have to go back and interact with them all.
Oh, there it is. We're done. We
Guns.
figured it out.
Yeah.
There it is. Thank you, Ubisoft.
That sounds.
You're welcome.
That sounds awesome.
But you're willing to check out more. The analysis will continue from Ben Moore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There it is.
Torn.
I think it is funny though because there was a problem when everyone was saying, enough of this future stuff. I only want to play a pirate game or I want to play a Gangs of New York game. I only want this, and now it's the complete opposite. I want to get back on track.
Well, it's not that so much. It's that you
We are wrapped up.
You put this expectation.
What?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, you said fade out. You got it. That's your close.
Yeah, that's the close. That's
Side
fine.
Oh, okay.
I just need to say this.
Yeah.
You're telling me when I faded out?
Brandon, I'm telling you, you had a perfect edit. You had like the perfect ending.
Okay, if you think it's manageable, you can do that.
I thought we were still going for chat at this point for the stream.
Yeah, this is for the stream.
We're always still going for chat.
This is
Yeah.
just,
We're gonna go for chat until we can't chat no more.
Yeah.
You
no,
gave-
Brandon, you
Give
killed
it a second, though. You gotta give it a second.
What do you mean?
Like a pause.
Yeah, I know.
So
That's
someone
that.
can cut.
Hence me not being
Body
done. yet.
burns.
Right.
Okay.
But
Bobby
now
Burns.
it's done. Now
I
we're
get-
hard cutting it fade out.
Whenever
'cause
Ian's
Bossman
making big
decided
motions,
that.
I get very distracted.
No, it's wrap it up.
No. It's
Because
this.
it's been going for 20
This is
minutes.
an example
This is all
of the
that's necessary.
conceitedness, Kyle.
I just want
all
to say this
about
one thing.
Assuming
I
that you
know,
know
that's what
everything.
Oh, hey, by the way,
Yeah.
that's official. Someone told me to do this at 14 hours of streaming. We've been in here for 14 hours.
That's too many hours, bro.
We have 15 minutes. We're gonna wrap it up.
Okay,
I'm
all right.
certainly gonna get the hell out of this building in about
Can
15
I-
minutes.
We'll carry
Can
them
I
on
go?
some
I
other
just gotta go
time.
pee
Some other
real
time, I
quick.
guess.
Hang
Okay.
on.
All right.
We have 2 more things to
All
talk
right.
about.
Blood wants to queue up the next
Two
clip
good
at least.
All right.
What are we queuing
That
up,
was
Blood?
filler.
We are
All right, yeah,
queuing
so
up
Start it.
What's that?
Mirror's Edge.
Assassin's Creed is filler.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's filler. It's filler. I'm okay with it.
All right. Oh, it's so sweaty. That's just so everyone knows they've turned off AC at
Ain't
this
no
point.
AC in here no
They
more.
turned it off at 6. That
Yeah.
was 3.5 hours ago.
We got just a little oven in here.
You don't want to be in that room. I'm
A
telling you that much
nightmare
right
in
now.
here.
Yeah, yeah.
That room is intense. We queued. We're good. We rocking.
Let's do it.
This is the E3 of dreams.
I know.
This is everyone's getting everything. If there's ever some franchise you're like, hey, what happened to that? Battlefront, you got it. Last Guardian, you got it. Mirror's Edge, here it is. Mirror's Edge Catalyst.
Persona 5.
Oh, well, you're getting it though. You know you're getting
I
it.
saw Teddy dancing.
Persona 5 didn't go away
Yeah.
at E3.
It has a presence.
It didn't get canceled. There's no Kickstarter we're waiting
There is
to
something
reach
there.
fruition.
Like a booth, but not the game.
Is there something there, Mike Huber? Is there something with this? Did you play Mirror's Edge 1 and enjoy it?
You ready to explode, Brandon Jones?
Whoa.
Yeah, maybe we should do this just played later because
Brandon
I have
Jones.
one more to do.
I'm speaking to you directly.
Okay, I'll just.
Mirror's Edge Catalyst is open world.
Right?
Whoa.
They talked about this.
World.
Really?
Yeah, I've talked about this.
When?
I didn't know.
Yeah.
They announced it like it was a big deal when we went into the presentation.
Yeah.
Weird. Maybe something they hinted at, or maybe that's something that people really wanted.
Yeah, that's huge, dude.
Open world, huge.
Okay.
Traverse anywhere at any time.
Okay.
So the first question I had was, because I love the first game, was where are we? Is this a reboot? Is this, I need a definitive answer. I went right up to the guy. I was like, tell me now. It's like, this is a rebirth. So it's like a reboot, but it's kind of like a retelling of the first game. I think there's going to be threads from the original Mirror's Edge that are in this that are expanded on. But there's also her, a lot more of her origin.
Best of both worlds. You didn't play the first one, you're fine. You did play the first one, you'll pick up
absolutely.
little things that you might not, miss otherwise.
A lot like Ratchet and Clank, taking the same approach.
Yeah, yes, very
Sure.
similar Ratchet and Clank. Good.
Everybody's
good call.
starting over. They're just dropping off, except for like Gears. Gears has the name there, but like Battlefront starting over. Mirror's Edge
Yeah.
starting over. So did you get to play it?
I did.
All right. And you played the first one, so I'm curious
Yes,
how those two
love
things translate.
This is so easy to play, but you can tell that you need to master the traversal. But when you do, it's going to be ridiculous. Because I was kind of jumping like a fish out of water. There's a lot going on, like to jump a far gap with a rail in front of it. You would have to time your jump to kind of springboard off.
Nice.
So it was all about precision. It was all about knowing when to jump or when to not. You're always sprinting, so you just move, you sprint. Left trigger is up stuff. Left bumper is down stuff. So slide, duck.
Yeah. I think that's how Mirror's Edge worked
Yeah.
before.
So they dropped us in. There were two segments to the demo. It was a timed demo. The first segment was a story part. It was just walking us through a little bit of the story. Heavy Syndicate vibe, not Assassin's Creed Syndicate. EA's Syndicate.
What does that mean to you?
Syndicate, underrated gem. I
totally agree.
Yes, it has this pulsating power. I don't know why I said those words, but it just has this futuristic feel, like you're there. It has a life to it, like a Minority Report, like Half-Life 2, when you step off the train and you see the leader, talking out loud. It's just it has this immersive quality to it. Your faith, and you're getting released from prison, and this guy is saying, you have 2 weeks to get a job, or you're back in here.
Whoa.
Yeah. And
Back
then
into prison?
Back into prison. Something about having to get a job. I know a little bit more of the story I'll go into, but going out, so you leave the prison, and then this other, guy's like, yo, Faith, come here, come this way. So you go out like this side door, and he gives you this computer chip, and all of a sudden, it's like augmented reality. You start seeing all this like stock market stuff. Just a really cool futuristic sci-fi world that feels lived in. It feels alive. It feels like it has a personality. Little bit on the story. So Faith is a runner. The runners have a uneasy alliance with like the conglomerate people. The conglomerate guys just kind of control information. They control the city. Runners are allowed to freely work for them and go about their business and transport sensitive information. And then I forget the name of the other faction, but there's like a terrorist faction in there that didn't reveal themselves in the demo, but there's also another third party. And then there's this guy, Kruger, who it shows in the demo.
The boss.
The boss.
Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, Andrew Wilson, final boss, is hunting you down. You stumble upon some dark secrets, some important information, and now you're wanted.
No, we've seen too much.
That's it.
So we spend the rest of the open world game running?
No, so now open world, it drew me in. There were 3 missions. There was one, Kyle, you're gonna hate this crap.
Oh boy,
You're gonna
what's
be
wrong?
so mad. No context. 0 context for these specific missions. Timed trial, like run to the point through. But there's no context, but they're so fun, Kyle. I promise you, this game, moving and traversing in this game is what it's all about. It feels good. I did an interview with one of the developers, and she gave me a tip. There are arrows pointing you in the direction to go into the path. She's like, you don't have to follow those. This is a time trial. You can go any way you want to get to the goal.
Nice.
And then you get 1, 2, or 3 stars depending on how long it took.
Yeah, the arrows will take you to 1 star, but if you want 3, you got to ignore those arrows.
I kept following him, kept getting 2 stars, tried like 7 times. Couldn't do it. So, yeah.
So it's not like just like, hey, runner, if you want to prove yourself, do this challenge mission.
Just time limit.
Whoa, weird.
Yeah, weird. Then the other one was context. It was like spray paint, graffiti, hack the billboards, kind of like it was getting a big Infamous vibe, Infamous Second Son. You hack the billboards to change to, freedom or whatever. That one was kind of tricky to get to. It was like, all right, get up high in this location. Just trying to figure out how to traverse upwards.
Cool.
Really fun.
So it's like, I see a billboard up there. I have to get up there.
Exactly.
How do I do it?
Yeah.
Okay, that is a cool thing.
And then the third one is, probably the most popular. It's get this USB drive to this point while you're being hunted, while you're being chased.
Sure.
So there was combat. Felt really good. Really.
Because that was the thing.
Yeah.
I didn't like fighting people in mirrors.
Exactly. You
everywhere.
wanted to avoid everyone at all times.
And you couldn't always.
Yeah. So the jump takedowns feel so good. You just jump from a ledge, land on someone and punch, and they just go down in one hit. There's a kick button that is really strong that can stagger him, but it's slower. There's a finishing move that I wasn't able to pull off. Omar was able to pull it off.
Finishing move.
Finishing move. They were like, in the demo, it was really funny. They were telling you how to play, and they were like, if you're up to it, try to pull off the ultra hard to pull off finishing maneuver.
What is it? What's the input?
There was no input. There was no context, no definition how to even do it or unlock it. Just went about my business, finished the thing, was like, oh, I guess I didn't do the finisher.
Omar, I just want to say, Omar is back there,
Yeah.
leaning against the wall with a Dr. Pepper and a grin on his face, like, I did it.
You pulled it off. How'd you pull it off, Omar?
Mashing buttons.
Mashing buttons. Okay, that's it.
Mashing
buttons.
So Huber, you were talking about, that you do these time trials and you don't necessarily have to follow a very specific path.
Yeah.
My hope, as someone who enjoys open worlds, is, as I get to know these areas and you don't really need to look at the mini-map anymore, I can just tell, like, I just know that objective's over there. And now I'm starting to know Dying Light comes to mind, where it's like, now I'm starting to know the quickest way.
Yeah.
If there's little, like, grappling hooks or rappel lines or something, I can glide down. Do you think or hope that is something that will happen in this game? Because it's like, I know this area, so now I have to do this mission where I have to go grab this. And it's like, oh, I know where I am. And like, I know I can just hop up onto this thing and get over. There's like a train that goes by or something.
So it's pretty huge. There are multiple environments she hinted at. There's like a dark below area. There's this really high in the sky. The area that I was in, a lot of it looked similar. Granted, I only had 10 or 15 minutes with it. But I couldn't really differentiate. I was just running. I was just going.
Are there upgrades?
There were no upgrades hinted at or talked about.
Is there a weird opportunity for microtransactions? Is this just a genuine open world game?
Yeah, I really don't think microtransactions would show up.
Cool.
Yeah, the objectives Just same as, any Ubisoft game, just right on the map there. Open world.
If you want to, you can just get good at the controls and run around. Does it feel that way? You just I just want to explore this world and run around.
So Ben, I'm looking to you.
Okay.
Sunset Overdrive.
Yeah.
Easy to pick up. You're bouncing around, you're running around, but like you said, pretty hard to. And I played it for a little bit. Pretty hard to master.
There's a curve.
There is a curve. There is a curve in this game. And I think when you start just nailing wall runs and sliding, there was this really cool segment with an enemy where I jumped down and landed on someone, ran along the wall, and then slid under pipes into another enemy.
That sounds awesome.
So just all about movement. They said in the demo too, as long as you keep moving, you're fine. With all these enemies, the enemies are trying to stop you. They're trying to corner you and contain you. If you just keep moving, you have a lot of power, a lot of momentum.
So they're not taking shots at me.
Yeah, no one in this demo had a gun.
Cool.
I know in Mirror's Edge 1 there were a lot of guns. You could disarm them.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were no guns. This person has a gun, kicks them out the window.
Love that there are no guns.
Yeah.
My least favorite part of the original Mirror's Edge was guns.
Yeah.
And maybe that's something we'll see if they improve on that. Maybe they're still working out that system. Does this game have momentum? Is this something you're excited about? Is this something that you think will get better the more they show?
Oh my gosh, this story! I'm so excited to relive this world and revisit this universe. They are doing a reboot is awesome in this case because Mirror's Edge 1 came out and it was kind of a cool classic. It did well, but it kind of slid under the radar in a sense.
It didn't receive excellent reviews.
Yeah.
Either, yeah.
Now with the demand for them to go again, to revisit, they're going to say, we're just going to do it again and we're going to do it right. We're going to do it better. Doing a sequel would have been weird because now you can start with a bigger foundation.
I can't explain why I have this feeling, but I've always gotten the sense that this is the game and the character and the world that DICE loves. Mm-hmm. They are super excited to bring this back to life. I don't know what it is. There's just something I see in the trailers.
I talked to was so delightful. She calls the fans faithful because of faith. It was incredible. It was just
Speaking of fans, I'm sure they would murder you for the chance to play the game that you played today. And it's exciting to hear that this is good.
Open world, go anywhere at any time. They said the world is yours to play with. It's really intense.
We just need more of it.
Good direction. It's a good direction.
No context too, Kyle. Floating orbs that you collect that are system hack.
Brandon, you gotta wrap it up.
It's enough, Kyle.
No
There's a time and a place for that, Huber.
Yeah.
We want to keep things positive.
That is
and it sounds like they're mostly positive. It sounds like you had a good time. Awesome. Check it out later.
Excited about the story.
Loving the story.
Really
It's gonna
excited.
end it on that.
Why they gotta have orbs? I'm cool with orbs. Crackdown had orbs.
What about the time trials?
Yeah.
Those I ignore. Remember I was playing Hulk, Ultimate Destruction? Time trials out of nowhere, tuned out of the game. I was like, all right, I'm done with this game.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Why does Hulk have time trials?
Context breaking items in a game, Kyle's out.
I don't think Kyle enjoys video games. He's just in it for the context.
I'm just in it for the context. Yeah.
He's in it for that story.
Every game, I dare you to explain yourself.
Yeah.
And only a few games have actually done it. One more of these guys.
Before we start,
Quiet, Kyle.
I got a question for everybody. Do you think Super Mario Brothers could do well? I was honestly,
Here we go.
Do you think it could do well?
Shut up!
Bossman,
get off the stage!
Okay. In 1986.
Bossman, your mic is going away!
No, I want to hear this.
I really want to hear this. Kyle,
Do you
context
think
and Mario.
Do you think Super Mario Brothers could have done well? Do you think it could have been a good game with no enemies and with no time limit? Do you think it could have been a game where you're just like
Question
that'd be
answered.
where people just go in a world and move around in
It
it?
pains me to think about it.
No.
That's what the next game is.
What's the next one? Go!
No, so I was just trying to think about that. I was trying to think if video games could just be things where you
If
go
you need to think about that in silence during this Just Played, I'm going to let you do that.
I'm sorry.
That's
That
okay.
is
That's an
actually a
option.
really good question. Yeah. I respect it.
I like it.
Today's been full of really good questions. We are in no shortage for quips, for intelligent responses, for careful analysis, for pointed questions. We've had our fill. Lost it. We're good. 2 more days.
All right, 2 more days.
All right, here we go. Okay. All right, professional. Okay, we're going.
Okay.
I'm standing for this one. I'm ready.
Standing for this
Yeah,
one.
I'm ready. I know what it is. I know exactly
We all
what it
gotta
is.
stand. We can't
I
have
know exactly
We're all
what it
standing.
is.
Okay, we're all standing.
Here we
for
go.
this one. Okay.
I'm
Ben,
actually really glad.
Bring
that
us
we're doing
home,
this.
Ben.
Okay.
Bring us
All
home.
right.
Okay.
This is because this is the one.
This
where-
is the one.
This is the one I want information about the
Right.
more than any other game. Oh, how it feels, how it plays. No, I want information. I want facts.
Okay.
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 So I imagine you two guys are like detectives, okay, and you're going down an E3. You'll notice we're standing for this one. We're pumped because we need information about this.
Yes.
You know, it's just like, okay, we're excited about this game, but I'm nervous about this, or like, oh, you know, we're not excited about it, but I want to hear good news. I need a hook. I need the thing of No Man's Sky. I need to know, okay, we're getting to the center of the galaxy, great, but what am I doing? I'm going to a planet and I'm just smelling the flowers and then I fly somewhere else? What is happening in this game?
tell
Ben
us.
more.
Sean Murray would not like you. He wouldn't like you. I'm sorry.
All right.
And
Whoa.
That's fine.
no, hold on.
Whoa.
The reason
take
I am the most the reason that I am most excited for this Just Played
All right.
is because this is the first. I've been working in this industry for 2 years. This is the first time that I feel like I had an emotional connection with a human being. Like it wasn't just, hey, your game is cool. No, you said something that made me reflect on what it means to be alive, basically.
What about For Honor?
For Honor was different. It was like the game impressed me, but it was like, no, your vision, you going after your dreams, and the way that you said it, and the emotion with which you said it, really got to me. So there was a woman. I'm gonna jump to the end of this demo really quick. I
right.
need to say this. It's
Yeah,
been
the
burning
sequence.
inside me.
I want it.
The entire day. There was a woman who said exactly what you said. So we're going to the center of the galaxy. Why? What's the point? What's my motivation? What am I earning? And not Alex Hutchinson, Sean Murray, what he wanted to do, the facial expression that he had is he wanted to grab this person that asked the question and shake them, but he didn't. He didn't. He gritted his teeth and he said, what is the point? What is the point of anything? He said, I have played so many games where I'm just going around and I'm collecting things to get stars, to get puzzle pieces. And those are all great. I've enjoyed all those games. But he said, I'm excited about where games are going, okay? Super Mario Brothers was the game that got me excited about games. But what I'm excited about is Minecraft, right? Kids today, they don't care about achievement points. They don't care about trophies. They care about how they can express themselves in a virtual world. And my dream is to give you infinite possibilities, to give you this space that you can fully explore. And I want to, as little as possible, I don't want to tell you what you should be doing. The impetus is on you. So in No Man's Sky,
Emotional.
there is no point. You are trying to get to the center of the galaxy. Do it or don't. Sean Murray doesn't care at all. He says the most popular way people have played his game is what they've done is they've found valuable resources like fuel, which is one of the most valuable. They've bought it for a really cheap price in one system. They've flown to another system, figured out that they could sell it for a super high price, and they've done that for dozens of hours. They've just been traders, right? But they don't pick the trader class. They organically figure out that this is something that's exciting to them. This is how they want to play the game.
Right, but right here at this Just Played is the first time I've ever heard the word trading. Like you can trade.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
there's classes even.
There's no classes. It's
Okay.
just those people. That's what they
Can you
became.
be a monster?
Who are you
hunter?
trading with?
Can you go to different planets and like hunt
Yes,
monsters
yeah.
and get their
you
skins?
Can,
and sell them?
you can be okay. So
Okay,
here was something
Here we
that
go.
shocked me about No Man's Sky. Okay, so he's running around and there's this creature. It kind of looks like a ram, but it's purple. That's the best way I can describe it. I'm
Purple
sorry.
ram, okay.
And he has his laser gun, which he can use to mine, but he can also use to shoot things. He shot the purple ram. Okay? All of a sudden, there's a wanted level. I'm not kidding. That's what he called it, a wanted level. Space police came and they started.
Because you can't kill that rhino.
Right.
Yeah.
And they started attacking him.
Yeah.
And then he shot back and then their wanted level increased. And then this battle cruiser came in and was like, no, you can't do that here. And he was so cagey about getting into the specifics. So again, speculation. But what it seemed like and what Sean Murray implied is that you don't know what you will encounter on different planets. And I felt for him. And I knew why he was so frustrated about answering what is the point. Because he legitimately, every single time he went to a new planet, he said, I don't know what's going to be here. There might be a police force that will come and reprimand you for doing these things. There might not be. There might be nothing. You might land on the planet and there's no life at all.
But at the same time, what you're talking about, like what you're saying, where you're like, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything in Spider-Man 2 for the PS2. You don't have to do anything in Grand Theft Auto 5.
No,
you don't have to do anything in Ghost Recon Wildlands. You don't have to do anything in Super Mario. But
it's different.
You can because there is this road.
That's the center of the universe.
You know what I mean? And
you
it's
get
like,
to the center of the universe.
Right.
That is your
and
kind of
when
carrot
Sean
on
gets
stick.
up on stage and demos this game, he doesn't say, I don't care what you do. You can do whatever the heck you want.
What if Mario had no enemies?
Oh
Yes,
my
okay,
God.
okay, no. Hold on.
Oh my God.
Brandon Jones, there's a difference between not pushing any buttons in Super Mario and wandering around in Minecraft, right? There's a difference. You might call some person in the world might call both of those things doing absolutely nothing.
Right.
But that's not true, right? In Minecraft, what excites me the most is I'll just start digging holes, man. I don't care.
Absolutely.
The minute I spawn, I'll just start digging holes.
Yeah.
I'm like, here we go. And the only thing that I want, right, this is why I buy so many packs in Hearthstone, I just want to find diamonds. And when I find them, do you know what I do? I log out of Minecraft. I'm like, oh, I got my diamonds, and I'm done. That's not how anyone else plays Minecraft. And that's it. Like, that's when No Man's Sky crystallized for me is he doesn't want to give you a list of classes. He doesn't want to give you stats. And I know some people out there need that, and I understand. This is not the game for you. It's just not.
Can you dig?
But I
You
like
can
Minecraft.
dig.
I dearly love Minecraft. I have had a resurgence of Minecraft like 5 times, where I will put the game down and then it's like, I gotta just get back in there. But to me, Minecraft, when they sold the first time I played Minecraft, I was like, got it. This is a game where I can do whatever the heck I want to.
That's what
but
this is.
But it feels like that is not the way he has been selling it. He has not sold this game. We're just like, it's just a fun game because Sony's like, go out on stage and he's like, oh crap, maybe I can't say that. Maybe I can't sell the game this way and be really carefree and loose about it. He's like, oh, whatever, you can just do whatever you want. There's no rules. He's like, I gotta sell it as more of a standard experience than that. And so we've gotten the same demo 3 times where you're like, okay, right, you're pulling out their stars, I got it. And he's just like, I can go to this planet and like shoot stuff and stuff. And it just, here's the thing. You say you have infinite possibilities. Like, there's infinite things you can do. There's not.
I don't think there's infinite.
You can fly here, you can land, then you can take off again and go somewhere else and land. And you can step out.
You can
and
say
shoot
that about
things.
any game.
But if
GTA, you get in the
Right?
car,
And you have an inventory, and objects go in, and then you can take them other places. That's like 8 possibilities. There are variants of how right? There are variants of how those possibilities play out. There's like if I shoot things, I don't know if guys are going to show up, but I still just shot something and waited. You know, it's like in Minecraft, I can build a ladder, I can build a torch, I can build that ladder down to a train track.
New planets,
I can get in a train
and it's
track.
new life.
You build spaceships.
You
and
build new
shit.
spaceships.
Yeah,
Just
I
show
new
me building a
resources.
spaceship.
He's telling you build
Yes.
spaceships.
You
But you're
can
going out on
absolutely
stage
build
for the 4th demo of No Man's Sky, and you're not going to build a spaceship. You're going to
It's
do
an
the pull-out.
experience. He
view
can't
again,
show
like-
you 30 minutes.
Honestly, I think you're right. And there was an anguish that I saw in Sean Murray that I wish you could have been there to see. I felt the same way as you. And even as he was doing the gameplay demonstration, I was like, this looks a lot like the trailers. When are we going to see new things? But the sense that I got is that man would rather die than show you what is out there to discover.
And the thing is, I'm not passionate about this game because I'm sensing a game I don't care about. Then I don't care. Then we have an 8-minute just played and we're done and we move on.
Yeah,
want to discover this universe?
Like there's something exciting about going to a planet and you are the first person in the world to see this creature. Right? Maybe you can't, build a ladder out of it. Okay, Brendan Jones, I can't make a ladder out of this little bug that I found.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But I was the first person
Yes.
to do it. That is a story that I could come in and I could say, you've never seen this planet. You will never see this planet because it's so huge.
And you say-
I saw it and I get to describe it to you. That's what exploration is.
Who
That's what adventure
the
is.
hell knows what is going to be in the center of the universe? That you say there's no point. How many of us in this room are even going to make it to the center of the universe?
Right.
And what the hell is there?
I'm making
if
it.
you manage
I'm gonna
to
be
get
there.
So you know what?
The credits.
You
That's the
can
end
have
credits.
your ladders. We're better off
He
without
says,
him.
"Thank you for blank."
But the point being,
There's a knock at
Ian
your
just
door.
Said,
Yeah.
He just said you can build a ship, but dude, never like how do you literally? Is
Yeah,
it like a
but-
currency
but-
thing where
but-
like if you want to upgrade your ship, you need 400 things?
But that's just, like,
so I get 400 things and
Alright,
then I
I
just
can't
buy it.
tell if you're just trying to make a discussion or if you're really this dead
I
inside.
want to know. And
We've seen
people get
credits.
frustrated when you ask about
credits
details.
of
They're
it.
like,
but
hey,
the way
hey,
there's-
you want details about this game? Don't you want to
I
explore?
get it,
It's like,
I get it.
Yeah, I want to explore.
I get it.
Yeah,
Brennan,
what do you?
But no, you
what do
have
with diamonds
no,
than
no,
in Minecraft.
This is the thing.
make
This
better
is
weapons out
this
of
is
it,
what separates. No, this is the thing that separates the people that are going to be into No Man's Sky versus the people that aren't. Like that's what it comes down to. You have to be okay with not knowing. You have to be able to boot up No Man's Sky, and you have to be comfortable with yourself, the money that you're spending on this game, and the time that you're committing to it. Where you're like, yeah, I don't know what I do. Are you okay with that feeling or not?
I'm okay with that, but does your gun get better?
Yes.
You're not okay with that.
Just say it's not a game for you.
So you're gonna go into a game with
Your gun
no
gets
idea how to
better.
customize, no idea how
Your
to
gun
improve
gets
yourself,
better.
no
So
idea how to
he
make it
actually
better.
said your
He
gun
actually,
gets better.
no,
Your
he
ship will
actually
never get
showed that.
faster.
He
Why would
actually
you want your
showed
ship
You
to get
can
faster?
upgrade
Why would your weapons
everything.
get more
So
gun?
your
Why would you want
gun-
to jump higher? Why
your
would you want
gun-
to improve yourself at
Your
all?
gun is a multi-purpose tool, right? So he showed an example where he was mining some rocks. There's this
Right.
giant orange rock. He shot it. He did it. He kind of sped it up a little bit. And he says, "Look, if you invest in this, you can get a better gun that fires more powerful lasers and allows you to mine more." Then he said, so you start in this very small solar system, right? And he said, if you want to think about like the most linear form of progression, it's all about your hyperdrive in your ship.
Right.
Okay, if you want to go to the
He
center of the
hinted at that
galaxy,
today. He said, I can only go this far because
right,
that's
because of my
engine right
hyperdrive. In order to get the hyperdrives that you upgrade are some of the most expensive things in the game. So if you do want to explore, you have to go deep into a planet. You can't just land and hang out there for a while and wave at a few creatures. You have to get in there. You have to mine. You have to explore every part of it to find these really rare and really valuable resources. If you want to upgrade your hyperdrive, what you need to do to reach the center of the universe, that's your progression.
There it is.
There it is.
How do you trade?
So every single planet, because they don't want players to get absolutely stranded.
By the way, question 2: how do you trade?
How do you trade? That's it's killing me. I just want to know.
Yeah.
Do you like walk up to a person?
This whole
Yeah.
display.
No.
Second question.
Every single planet or system, I can't remember which one, has a station, and there you can go and you can buy fuel, and you can do other things. So all of the resources that you collected, you can barter and you can try to get money for in order to put into your hyperdrives.
Great question from Elyse Willems earlier today. Did you ever see a person? What a person looks like?
I never saw a person.
So this we still don't know. You know, like.
That was me.
We said you might play and never see one
We
person.
may never
But
see a
you
person.
might also see.
You
it.
might also.
Yeah.
So what happened? And that's the question. Is like,
But
if
isn't that what's
Can't you
exciting?
imagine that moment? You're sitting
Yeah.
in your house at 2 a.m, hanging out. You've been playing No
This
Man's
is the
Sky for
greatest
3
game ever
months.
made.
All of a sudden, you see another person. That would be so scary.
It is not
So
exciting for
terrifying.
me as a video game journalist to not get answers about a game. That's not exciting.
What answers don't
Mystery.
you?
What do you
answers
hate
do
about
have?
mystery?
How do you upgrade your ship? How do you're like, he went to a planet and mined.
Materials.
He's never mined in 4 demos he's done of this game ever.
He's mined.
Yeah,
has
they
mine.
did.
He has
They
mine.
mined. They
Today.
destroyed the
Rocks.
thing.
The way you upgrade your ship is you shoot things with your mining / laser gun.
Right.
And you get resources.
Right.
Those resources, depending on how valuable they are, you can use to upgrade your ship.
Are those the
Now we're
elements?
talking about a video game.
Are those
Yes.
the elements we
Yes.
see on the bottom of the
Yes.
screen?
He's not
Yes.
allowed to play this game.
Because everything, like all the things that you think I'm like not understanding about this game, I understood the second it was announced. I was like, got it. And then he came back out and he's like, you can explore everywhere. I was like, you said that. And then he came out again and he's like, no, really, anywhere. And I was like, again, we're right, cool, that
But-
sounds great. I need that next thing beyond the
I
announcement.
get where you're coming from, but in a 10-minute demo at a press conference, how do you sell an entire planet? How do you sell that moment of discovering something for the first time? How
You
do
have
you
to
sell?
feel it. You have to play it.
Like,
by
maybe,
pushing
maybe,
the bench, by pushing
maybe
the
they could've
stools
done it.
aside,
Maybe
and
they
getting
could've
on your
done it.
feet and screaming about it. I am not less excited about this game from this, although it might seem that way, Ben. I'm pumped. I want to play this game. Would you argue that this is probably the most curious people are about a game of everything that we saw at E3? They're like, we need these answers.
I need answers.
Which is why you're most excited
Ben
about it,
gave
because
me-
you
Ben just
actually
gave
got
me
your
all the
hands on
answers
it,
I need.
and you actually played it. So all of these things are real to you now.
I
and
didn't
think,
play it. I did not play it.
Well, you saw. I mean, you were right
saw
there. There's
somebody
no smoke
play.
and mirrors,
Yeah,
and it was
yeah.
right there.
Yes.
And I think
demo crashed.
a lot of people are desperate for that. To actually see, to put all those things together, to see the systems go, to see somebody spend more than just a stage demo with it.
Before I met Michael Huber, I didn't care about spoilers, right?
Okay.
Because I was a person that lived on the internet, and I just encountered that stuff, and I became numb to it. And then I met Michael Huber, and he taught me the integrity of a story, and how. And when I saw how much it mattered to him, that's how much it mattered to me, and that's exactly what I saw in Sean Murray. That guy is it killed him. I've never seen a man look so defeated than he did. He did not want to be up there showing this game to these jaded journalists who just want to know how they can get the highest rank. He didn't want to do it. You could see it. It was so visible, right? He doesn't want to give you those answers, Brandon. I know it's frustrating, but it convinced me.
All right. So we learned more. There's still.
I feel like I know exactly what the game is now. The way Ben.
I don't want to see anymore. I'm actually good.
Yeah, I'm ready now.
You're good. Dark. You're
I'm
dark.
ready,
Media blackout.
You're going dark.
Blackout. I'm ready to dive in and just start living.
For the record, Sean Murray, I like spoilers. I like more information on that stuff. So just keep it coming if you guys want to.
I'm sorry if I misrepresented you in any way.
I
like you a lot.
I think there's any passion that Sean Murray has for this game, you have as much, if not more. No one is questioning that. Thank you, Ben, for your passionate portrayal.
Thank you for
of
fighting
No Man's
me.
Sky.
Thank you for
putting up with me and answering my questions. Thank you, Sean Murray, for making this crazy game. We'll see more.
I need another water.
It's a good thing we were standing.
Woo-hoo! And thank you guys for going to E3 today and checking stuff out.
Yeah.
Anything we need to take care of. So I will not be. I'll take this microphone.
Sure. Why?
Hey, everybody. Just more in the center of the stage.
Sure.
Filling up the empty space. So I am not going to be here tomorrow until later in the evening. I'm going to the show to check stuff out. I will basically be popping in around the same time that you guys did. You were able to just pop out right at 6 o'clock and went straight over here. It took you about an hour.
Yeah, I left at 5:50, and then only took me like 30 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, hopefully I'll get here 7 o'clock-ish, sometime around there, to check out all the stuff that I saw tomorrow. And of course, Ben Moore and Michael Huber will be going to the show and checking out even more stuff, possibly even getting more irrational and passionate about it in our Just Plays following.
Hey, irrational.
Completely irrational.
Oh no.
Rational thought.
I felt like I was potentially being irrational when that Just Played.
Okay.
Really incensed Ben.
It's
there.
a
That
game
was
of the
good.
unknown,
Wow.
Brandon. That is the point, is that it's...
You don't just get to give a game a pass for being unknown.
That's
Any
the
just
point
like-
of this game! That is the point of this
Ghost
game!
Exploration!
That's like if I said to you, like, oh, hey, do this thing where the whole point of the thing is this thing, and you're like, no, tell me everything about it so I don't have to do the thing and enjoy the thing.
As
for
a
the
gaming
reason that
journalist,
it's a
like,
thing.
tell me about this game. Like, you're doing it wrong. Like, I'm not a journalist. I'm supposed to.
You don't have to
ask
be a
questions
journalist and
about
get
the
all the
game.
information. You can just discuss the feel, the tone. You're
Vibes.
their
Look, the
hopes.
vibes.
So there's a
The game is
prescribed
about
way
discovery.
to ask questions about this one particular video game.
Just this one. This is
This
No
one-
Man's
it's
Sky.
So it is
art
possible
game.
to have an incorrect
You're like
opinion about
you're
this
like
video
trying
game.
to have someone define the color blue by like its like
telling
hue
me
and
telling me how
qualities.
to upgrade my ship is not defining the color blue.
I think honestly it's important to classify it as a different kind of game.
It's a pointless
important
art
to do
game.
that.
It's
Yeah.
the same as Proteus. It's the same as Mirror Moon EP. It's about fucking doing whatever. That's all it is.
There is no point.
What if whatever is upgrading myself? That's
For
my
you,
whatever.
that's what it is.
You're the
You
one
can do
telling me
that.
I'm doing it
You
wrong.
go mine that. I'm not telling you
Well, that's
anything.
us. For
We're just
everyone.
telling you over and over again. You can go and mine. You can go and upgrade your ship. You can go and do whatever. Like
You can do
there's
whatever.
no
That's the
reason to
point.
do
Yeah.
anything
It's like a-
unless
it's
you
like
want
a-
to do it. Why do anything unless you want to? I don't play GTA because that game is irritating to me.
It's like an MMO, Star Wars Galaxies.
Yeah.
Some people lived
Right.
years in that game to sing in a cantina.
Right.
That's it. That's all they did. They just sat in the cantina and they sang, and that was enough. It is what you make it.
Yeah.
It
If
is
you
your
just wanna
responsibility.
collect things
So
and
you're,
sell them
you're
on
picking
another
a
planet,
class
you
for
do
Star
it.
Wars Galaxies. And you're like, okay, I want to be a rogue. How do I do that? I don't know. You want to be a rogue? Like, yeah, but what are the systems? Like, what abilities do I get at level 10? Like, you're a rogue, man.
I would love
Like,
that.
no,
game.
I want the specifics. Like,
love that.
that's not what Galaxies is about.
Wait,
You know, like,
wait. Someone in
the
chat.
search for information
Someone in
in No Man's
chat.
Sky is futile
Hang
and
on.
annoying to other people.
Hang on. Someone in chat just summed up all of this.
Okay.
Summed up all of this in 3 words.
What's the person's name?
I don't know. It's going by too fast.
Okay.
They're freaking out.
All right.
But they said, it's everyone's sky.
It's everyone's sky.
No Man's Sky.
All
Yeah.
Man's Sky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's no one's. You do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Do whatever you want.
All right.
My goal
So you
is
can't
to
score
get to
this
the
game,
center
right?
of the universe.
can't.
I'm
Just
gonna
do
get
it.
there.
It's just an art
You
game.
can't score.
Don't worry
It's
about
an automatic 10 by default. Because you can't. You can't score that game.
14 hours,
there's no
35
right way to play it.
minutes.
There's no wrong way to play it.
I think we're giving this
It
game
shouldn't even
to
be on store
Bloodworth.
shelves.
to
No!
the-
He screwed up Proteus. Don't give him this one. Because it's beautiful and you hated it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Game Trailers audience, if this kind of talking about video games interests you, may I invite you to 2 more full days of this coverage, this exhaustive.
It's gonna be a mean breezy Elise tomorrow morning. It's
Yeah.
gonna be so breezy.
So yeah, I had a piece of paper in here
Yeah.
talking about some
And
stuff.
then
that
4 of us are going to be on the show floor
Yeah.
battling it out to say who's going to get impressions.
Yeah.
So yeah, tons of us are going to the show floor tomorrow. I will be there. We have Platinum Games coming by tomorrow. We have Square Enix.
Oh, do we know what they're
tomorrow
showing?
to demo
It's not
games.
unannounced anymore. What are they showing?
Well, they've announced some things. I don't know. They haven't specifically said what they're going to bring.
It's gotta be
by.
Transformers, I guess.
They might bring some to demo. They might bring some B-roll and do some interviews.
Yeah, it's not near. It has to be Transformers.
Sure.
Hey, Transformers. There we go from Platinum. Checking that out tomorrow. Hopefully, Mr. Craig Skistimus from Screw Attack will be stopping by on his way out of Los Angeles. It's the last thing his last appointment for E3. He will be stopping by.
We gotta grill him on Shenmue. He's grumpy about Shenmue.
What?
Oh.
Yeah.
You will not be there for that, unfortunately,
Yeah.
Mr. Huber.
Good. Wait, why?
We don't need a death.
I'll just say
because
because it's a Kickstarter. He's grumpy that it's a Kickstarter. Oh my god. So we'll get in there. We'll dig in with them.
So yeah,
Dig in.
lots more feelings to be hurt, lots
Yeah.
more arguments to be had, lots more games to play. I mean, even if we get to the end of the day on Thursday, there's still so many games that we're gonna miss.
Yeah.
Lots more coverage. We are going overtime. We are 20 minutes overtime because we're screaming at each other. We will get back to screaming at each other, and I will see you tomorrow evening. You will be back, Mr. Kyle Bossman and Elyse Willems here on GT Live at E3 2015. Bless you for watching. Bless you for watching at any time of any day. We really appreciate it. We love you checking out our coverage, and we will talk to you later. We will see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching.
Bye.
Bye.